Snape, are you suggesting that you are the woman of my future? Sirius, why do you always gaze at that old bat? Lupin, I am grateful to have you as my friend. Fred, you are undoubtedly the finest prankster in all of Hogwarts. George, Fred is absolutely right. Draco, why do you appear in my father's diary? Cedric, you are quite impressive, I must say. Wood, on what grounds do you claim that Quidditch is lacking in elegance? Riddle, Miss Ghost, was it not I who encountered you first? Crumb, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner? Zabini, you barely meet my aesthetic standards, I suppose. Not. May I keep this? Chapter 1, Transcendence. The midnight bell tolled 12. Luna rubbed her weary eyes, finally completing her task for the day. She is a freelance illustrator who received a commission for a portrait today. The subject is a female character from the Harry Potter series. She had quite admired her initially. With silvery eyes, dark golden brown hair, and a hat shaped like a lion's head, she appeared remarkably enchanting. It seems this client is an ardent admirer of hers. Luna Lovegood shares the same name. Does it not count? She marveled once more at the girl she had portrayed. Truly beautiful. She then sank into a deep slumber, her body feeling increasingly weightless, as though it were departing from her physical form, drifting towards a luminous destination. Wow! As Luna's consciousness coalesced, she abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up with a start. What had she witnessed? An empty bed, her hands and body diminished in size. Grasping her hair, she gasped, "My goodness! Have I transformed? What has happened?" To her astonishment, her spoken words emerged in English, and remarkably, she understood them. As she surveyed her surroundings, a strong scent of disinfectant permeated the air, accompanied by an antique bed that seemed only to exist in foreign period films. Was she dreaming? Or had she transcended into another realm? Hey, get back into bed. You wouldn't want to be dosed with a potion again, would you? A plump woman clad in peculiar robes appeared from behind the curtain, holding a tray with several beakers containing a bubbling, mysterious liquid. A potion? Indeed. I hope that the next time you come across a peculiar bracelet, you refrain from handling it on your own and remember to present it to your professor, Miss Luna Lovegood. Mrs. Pomfrey stated with a hint of seriousness, having grown weary of cleaning up after the first-year students. Why is it that a Ravenclaw shares the same impulsiveness as a Gryffindor? Ah, she almost forgot about their insatiable thirst for knowledge. Mrs. Pomfrey, with a swift gesture, left her a vial of potion, urging her to consume it and steer clear of dark magic and alchemy. It seemed she was convinced that the girl was infatuated with the darker arts. Yet, through the recollections swirling in her mind, the original owner had merely discovered a beautiful bracelet in a strange room and adorned herself with it. Subsequently, her soul became lost in her own playful antics, and now her body had been supplanted by her own essence, transforming her into Luna Lovegood, a rather eccentric witch. Luna lay back on her bed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed as she silently absorbed 11 years of Luna's memories, which encompassed moments of joy, sadness, and mostly solitude. Fortunately, she could find solace in the vast ocean of knowledge. A witch, you say? She felt a flicker of anticipation. Yet why couldn't she transform into Hermione Granger instead? Compared to Luna, she held a greater affinity for Hermione. Her impression of Luna was that of a strikingly beautiful yet slightly mad individual, albeit one who was remarkably reliable in her endeavors. She feared that if she failed to adequately disguise herself as Luna, Snape might perceive her as a villainous specter. Surely, if she were Hermione, adapting to the role would be much easier. After consuming the potion, Luna once again succumbed to slumber. No one noticed the additional bracelet adorning her wrist, one only visible to her, embellished with intricate magical runes, emitting a faint golden glow in the shadowy infirmary. She drifted into a deep sleep, embarking on an extraordinarily vivid dream. In this dream, she transformed into a ghost, materializing in a girl's restroom that exuded the quintessential charm of Hogwarts. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, her large, luminous gray eyes staring back at her. Her somewhat disheveled, golden brown hair fell loosely around her delicate features and pale complexion. It seemed that even in her dreams, she embodied Luna's likeness. What did this signify? Was it a memory of the original owner? Just as Luna was about to float out of the restroom, a boy entered, appearing to be around 10 years of age, slender with greasy black hair, slicked back. He was clad in a hand-me-down robe that ill-fitted his frame, and his hooked nose lent him an air of intimidation as he angrily pushed open each stall, seemingly in search of something. Luna was taken aback. Could it be that this was her favorite character from Harry Potter, Severus Snape? By the time she realized it, she found herself calling out involuntarily. "Who goes there?" The boy's sharp voice pierced the air, tinged with anger. He appeared to be quite irate. Can you see me?" Luna inquired hesitantly, her heart racing at the prospect of conversing with a legendary double agent, beads of sweat forming as if a ghost could indeed perspire. "Of course, my eyesight is exceptional." Snape regarded the suddenly materialized ghost before him. By all accounts, they could control whether or not they were visible to humans. Yet, why did she recognize him? He was certain he had never encountered this specter before. The young girl in Ravenclaw robes furrowed her brow, emanating an air of aloofness, as if wary of a potential trick. "Who are you? You're searching for something, are you not?" Luna deftly redirected Snape's attention. Snape noticed her shift in focus, but remained uninterested in her name. It was simple enough to discover the origins of this ghost with a mere inquiry. "That is none of your concern." Snape's interactions with girls were limited, primarily involving Lily and her muggle sister. Thus, he prepared to depart. "What have you lost? Perhaps I can assist you. You know, we can navigate through some channels." Luna genuinely wished to offer Snape assistance, yet the fellow seemed utterly unappreciative. "No need. Did someone hide your book?" "How coincidental. I often encounter such situations," Luna remarked, speaking the truth. As a girl often regarded as peculiar, her textbooks frequently fell prey to unkind hands. Her words halted Snape in his tracks, as he regarded her with a peculiar glance, contemplating whether he had been too harsh on a pitiful specter. "How did you perish?" He awkwardly uttered what he assumed to be a comforting inquiry. Beautifully dead," Luna quipped playfully before the future master of potions, witnessing his expression transform as if he had swallowed a fly. "Greetings. You express concern for my well-being. We are both devoid of companions. Perhaps we could forge a friendship." Luna could swear that these were not her genuine sentiments, but rather words that seemed to belong to the original owner of her body. Could it be that the former inhabitant still lingered? However, it was abundantly clear that Severus did not relish this topic. "Freak," he muttered, simultaneously mocking his own misguided kindness. Who claimed he had no friends? He had Lily, yet he was not inclined to elucidate this to her. He strode directly out of the washroom. Luna was resolute in her determination not to relinquish the opportunity to communicate with beloved characters. She effortlessly traversed through the walls in pursuit, utterly awestruck by the sight of Hogwarts before her, majestic and classical. It emanated a profound aura of magic, with students clad in the school robes reminiscent of those she had seen in the films. At last, she felt a genuine sense of reality. She had truly traversed into another realm. "Hello, Severus, where have you been? I haven't seen you at all." A striking girl with red hair bounced over to Severus's side, her large, crystalline green eyes particularly captivating, adding a subtle curve of warmth to his otherwise gaunt visage. "Lily." Chapter 2. The First Encounter with Snape. Lily Evans, the mother of Harry Potter? Luna could ascertain that this was Snape during his first year. Although he appeared rather mature for his age, there lingered a subtle vitality, a stark contrast to the lifeless demeanor he would later adopt. Perhaps this was due to the presence of the girl before him, despite the fact that she was also the one who had inflicted the deepest wounds upon him. "It's nothing. I merely forgot my textbook and got lost while trying to retrieve it." Snape, not wishing to cause Lily any concern, uttered a benign falsehood. "Oh, it's all right. I can lend you mine." Lily shone like a little sun, and Luna felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't she dressed like Lily? Then, she would simply choose to have little battlings with Snape. "Why are you lying? Don't follow us." Snape noticed that the peculiar girl was still hauntingly trailing behind them, and had even exposed his fib. Unforgivable, his cheeks flushed, adding a hint of color to his otherwise pallid face. "What are you talking about, Severus? Who's following us? Is it that annoying Potter and his lot?" Upon hearing this, Lily immediately began to scan her surroundings, prompting Snape to hastily grasp her hand, accelerating their pace. Unwilling to engage with the spectral presence. "You guessed correctly. Only you can see me. Aren't you curious as to why?" Luna's inherent mischief emerged. She believed herself to be within the dream of the original host, free to act as she pleased. She did something she had always wanted to do: tease Snape. She positioned herself directly in front of him, compelling him to halt. Snape attempted to employ a deathly glare to make her depart, but its effect was minimal. Actually, It's because I am not a ghost. I hail from the future magical world, sent for you, as I am to be your future wife. I wish for your school days to be a bit more enjoyable. Luna successfully observed the boy's face transition from a rosy hue to a deep shade of violet. His fury palpable. Nonsense. Snape blurted out a string of expletives reminiscent of his drunken father, startling Lily beside him. Are you all right, Severus? What is happening? You can tell me. Perhaps I can help. We are friends, after all. Snape, feeling a twinge of guilt as he glanced at the kind-hearted Lily, regretted that she had to hear such unpleasant remarks. Thus, he pretended to be oblivious to the deceitful apparition floating above, taking Lily's hand and making a beeline for the potions classroom. However, their running speed was no match for that of a ghost. Are you embarrassed? Then perhaps I should reveal something only I know to prove my point. You have feelings for the girl you are holding, Lily Evans. Alas, to her, you are but a friend. Luna's revelation faltered, as if she had encountered a glitch, rendering her momentarily voiceless. Yet, it was sufficient to make Snape halt, staring in shock at the ceiling. What else do you know? When he finally processed her words, he realized this was tantamount to an admission of his feelings. Frustrated, he stamped his foot, irritated with his own weakness. He resolved to remain silent, determined not to utter another word to her. Let us enter the classroom, Lily. Snape's dismissal left Luna feeling rather bored, especially since she felt as if she had been silenced. Yet, it also granted her time to contemplate how to draw Snape to her side in the ensuing conversation. The potions class was still under Professor Horn, the one who had a penchant for engaging with renowned students. Upon seeing his esteemed pupils enter, he greeted them with great enthusiasm. Lily responded politely, while Snape remained distracted by the ceiling, offering only a casual nod as he settled into the front row, just as class was about to commence. Four breathless boys burst in. One had a mane of wild curls resembling seaweed, adorned with a pair of dapper glasses that framed a lively and clever face. Beside him stood a boy with an astonishingly handsome visage, a harmonious blend of European and Asian features, possessing strikingly defined features and an air of mystique. His peach blossom eyes sparking an electric thrill within Luna. Behind them trailed two more boys. One sported an endearing sprinkle of freckles and wore somewhat worn but impeccably tidy clothing, offering a bashful smile towards Professor Horn, radiating an innate charm that marked him as a good-natured lad. The final boy was remarkably unremarkable, possessing an ordinary appearance that could easily blend into any typical British boy, making him the kind most easily overlooked. The only notable feature about him was his keen eyes, overshadowed by his timid demeanor. It was clear they were the infamous F4 of the wizarding world. You almost arrived late, gentlemen. Professor Horn's tone was notably affable towards the illustrious heirs of the Potter and Black families, playfully reminding them to arrive earlier next time. Of course, Professor. If that wretched staircase wouldn't move about, Potter complained, eliciting a cold chuckle from Snape, seemingly mocking his ignorance. That filthy bat is laughing. Did you hear that, Sirius? Luna marveled at how one could be seated in the front row while the other occupied the back. Was it not a genetic phenomenon? Indeed, it's simply unbearable. Sirius feigned pinching his nose and fanning the air, prompting Snape to clench his fists, while Lily grasped his hand, fearful of his impulsive tendencies. At this moment, Luna found herself liberated from her silence, attempting to proclaim, I also know who your nemeses are. It is those four, for among them lies your rival in love. Shut up, Snape shouted, unsure whether he was addressing Luna or the quartet. Don't be angry, my dear husband. I shall avenge you. Luna had finally called Snape husband in her lifetime. She felt fulfilled, yet this utterance led to her being silenced once more. Consequently, she drifted before James Potter, passing through his body, causing Snape to witness Potter shuddering oddly. Despite her spectral abilities being limited, she was unaware why she could not dictate her actions within this dreamscape. Yet, the sensation was overwhelmingly real. Indeed, passing through someone's body was not a pleasant experience for a ghost, but for the sake of garnering Snape's favor, enduring discomfort for a fleeting moment was a small price to pay. Sirius, did you feel a chill down your spine? James wondered if he had been cursed, questioning whether that old bat had hexed him when glaring moments before. He frantically inquired of Sirius, that ugly creature delights in dark magic. It's truly sinister. No, I don't think so, Sirius replied uncertainly, for he too sensed something peculiar, but with so many eyes upon him daily, noisy women, and purebloods eager to see him falter, he couldn't definitively say whether something was amiss, nor did he wish to frighten himself or his brother. At last, Snape dared to cast a glance at her. He understood the nature of ghosts. Why would she engage in such thankless antics? Could it truly be as she claimed? Impossible. The mere thought filled Snape with embarrassment. It was a rare moment he found his mind wandering during potions class. Luna pondered whether her approach was insufficiently satisfying. Perhaps she should plunge into the cauldron? Then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chapter 3. Dreams and Illusions. To capture Snape's attention, she leaped into the cauldron before James and Sirius. Her thoughts echoing. In a dream, she wouldn't perish. At worst, she would awaken. Little did she know that her actions, indeed, manifested in the past classroom as a ghostly reflection. Thus, at the instant she made contact with the cauldron, the seemingly ordinary vessel emitted an extraordinary luminescence. A blinding yellow light, followed by an enormous explosion. Fortunately, James and Sirius possessed remarkable physical resilience. Upon detecting the yellow glow, they swiftly took refuge beneath the table, thus evading the impending explosion. However, Peter, who curiously leaned in to observe, was predictably sent sprawling by the blast. Peter, hurry and save him. Help. The classroom erupted into chaos, leaving Professor Horn utterly flustered. Was that boy even in their class? Why hadn't he taken cover? With a swift incantation, he restored order to the disorderly classroom and the dislodged chandelier. Cradling the unfortunate child, he instructed the remaining students to leave for the day and rushed towards the infirmary. Now do you believe me? It must be that old bat's doing. James exclaimed indignantly as he conferred with Sirius. You speak with great insight. They cast a furious glare at Snape before trailing after the professor to the infirmary. As they passed Snape, they provocatively taunted, I know it was you behind this. You wretched abuser of dark magic. Snape opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for a retort, the image of that unruly head of hair haunting his mind, leaving him to grapple with the remnants of the chaos she had left behind. Calm down, Lily. It wasn't me, he reassured her. I understand, Severus. You have always been by my side. Snape fell back into silence, a state Lily had grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, Luna, overwhelmed by the blinding light, instinctively shut her eyes. When she reopened them, she found herself in the infirmary, adorned with splendid ceilings. Touching her face, she marveled at her good fortune. It was indeed a dream. How could she possibly die in a dream? Luna, are you all right? A red-haired girl excitedly threw herself into Luna's embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. She was a rare beauty, nearly causing Luna to believe she had traversed realms once more. Lily doesn't look like this, does she? Who are you? I'm Ginny. Ginny Weasley. The girl nearly burst into tears, her vulnerability palpable. Ginny. Oh right, she is now Luna Lovegood. Oh dear Luna. That cursed bracelet of dark magic must have made you forget some things. Ginny enveloped Luna in a warm embrace. Don't worry. I think I've remembered, Ginny. That's wonderful. I even brought you a sandwich. Ginny kindly offered Luna a sandwich, her concern for her extraordinary friend evident. She had always worried that Luna's whimsical ideas might lead her into trouble, never expecting it to happen so soon. Thank you so much. By the way, it is Harry Potter's second year, right? She desperately hoped Ginny would affirm this. Her fragile little heart could not endure another unknown world. Harry Potter? Of course. A hint of blush and shyness crept onto the girl's face. You finally think he is handsome? Next time, I can get you a poster of him, just a regular one. Though, at this moment, Luna was struck by the innocence of young love. Indeed, girls were utterly delightful. She couldn't help but smile knowingly, thrilled at the prospect of being a front-row spectator to the unfolding drama. Ginny, feeling slightly uncomfortable under Luna's quirky smile, cleared her throat, having grown accustomed to it, and decided to shift the conversation. By the way, I saw Professor Snape standing by your bed just now. What did you do wrong? Professor Snape? Surely he isn't planning to strangle me. Could this be the reason I dreamt of him? Have I wronged him? Luna pondered anxiously. No way. Could the owner of that bracelet be him? I must return it to him. There's no time. We'll be late for class. Ginny suddenly remembered her purpose. She had come to summon Luna for McGonagall's lesson. Oh, okay. Let us go now. This was Luna's first time at Hogwarts. Yet everything felt so familiar. Perhaps it was the original owner's memories. Watching the ghosts fluttering about the ceiling, she nearly dove headfirst into them. Watch out, Luna. Sir Nicholas bowed in her direction. Luna marveled at how renowned she must be. Every ghost seemed to recognize her, perhaps because today she appeared less eccentric. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall did not reprimand them, but rather addressed them with a blend of affection and sternness. Do not touch things you do not understand. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Luna obediently replied and took a seat in the back row. Ginny kindly shared her textbook with Luna, prompting her to realize that her own book, much like Snape's in her dream, had been hidden away. Those pesky little lions. Nevertheless, Luna quickly became engrossed in the novel experience of successfully casting magic for the first time, momentarily forgetting why Snape had been so concerned about her that morning. After school, the two girls made their way to the library. Ginny stealthily led her to a secluded corner, as if she had been holding on to something for far too long. What is up, Ginny? Another Harry poster? Be careful not to shout too loudly, or we'll get kicked out. Let us just go by the Black Lake. Luna recalled Ginny's previous state with a hint of worry. She wanted to learn more about the magical world and read as many books as possible. No, it's not about Harry. Ginny's face flushed crimson as she cautiously retrieved an antiquated notebook from her pocket, glancing around nervously for fear that Fred or George might pop out from nowhere. Your diary of love? That's not exactly appropriate. It's not. I can't keep it to myself any longer. Ginny blurted out, overwhelmed by the weight of her secret. I know you have some knowledge about the products of dark magic alchemy. Take a look at this diary. It's alive. A diary. Luna's mind screamed ominously. How could she have forgotten? Ginny's first year was the beginning of the Chamber of Secrets. Exactly. Look. Ginny quickly opened the diary and wrote, Hi Tom. This is my friend Luna. Luna's heart raced as she watched the ink seep into the pages of the notebook, swallowing hard. Was this the explosive revelation she had to face? How would she confront a Horcrux? Yet, the diary seemed disinterested in conversing, quickly reverting to its yellowed pages, devoid of any ink. Strange. What is going on? It always responds to me. Ginny suddenly felt dejected, akin to a performer failing to impress her audience. Frustrated, she scribbled a few more lines, all ending in failure. I believe you. Perhaps the diary simply doesn't want to reveal itself. However, I am certain this object is malevolent. Let us take it to Professor Snape, along with the bracelet. You're right. Perhaps we can seek expert assistance. Ginny nodded, as if recalling something. Snape is quite skilled in dark magic alchemy, right? I heard my mother mention that he was quite famous during his school days. So that is how it is. It resembled her dream so closely. Yet, she never anticipated that by nightfall, she would once again be plagued by peculiar dreams. This time featuring a dark-haired, aristocratic boy. Chapter 4, The Dark-Haired Boy. This time, she found herself in a dilapidated washroom, seemingly transformed into a ghost once more. The boy stood tall before the mirror. Even from behind, his commanding presence was palpable, an aura of innate royalty that rendered an ordinary girl like Luna utterly defenseless. Excuse me, what year is it? 1939. A cool yet magnetically alluring voice emerged from the boy, who was just transitioning into his teenage years. Thank you for your late-night company. To be honest, although the boy possesses striking features and an impressive aura as a young lad, I still feel a tinge of fear. How did you meet your demise? Suddenly, the boy turned, his dark eyes glimmering with a crimson light in the shadows. I, too, am uncertain why everyone is so curious about how she died. No wonder, the boy remarked with a tone that seemed to mock Luna's intelligence. Clarify your words. What do you mean, no wonder? Beware that if I set my sights on you, I shall haunt you even in death. Ha ha ha, amusing. It seems you are the first to wish to follow me, aside from Nagini. Nagini. That name sounds so familiar. Oh no, why is she dreaming of Voldemort again? Or perhaps the youthful Tom Riddle, who at this moment is indeed a paragon among men. His looks and demeanor inexplicably draw one to engage in conversation with him. If only he had not discarded his disguise, Luna would have been inclined to approach him for a closer look. However, at present, she only desires to distance herself from him. Thankfully, the moment for self-introduction has yet to arrive. She prepared to slip away, only to find that no matter how hard she tried to float away, an invisible force pulled her back before Riddle. With arms crossed, he leaned casually against the sink, teasing her as if he were enjoying a show. Aren't you the one who wished to follow me? What tricks are you playing on me? Luna felt an inexplicable dread. The boy appeared no older than 12, yet the malice he exuded sent shivers down her spine. Curious to know? Of course, do tell. You wouldn't want me following you into the bath, would you? Luna's words made Riddle press his lips together, yet his expression remained frigid. Do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? No, I don't. Under his gaze, she found herself stammering, as if he could see through her soul. You're lying. No, I am not. I don't even know how I died. How could I possibly know about that chamber? Luna lowered her gaze to the floor, which Riddle interpreted as a sign of guilt. Not underground? Absolutely not. Luna was taken aback by his fortunate guess. It seems so. The girl's flustered explanations only served to amuse Riddle further. She was the first to gaze upon his face without a hint of shyness, even if she was merely a ghost. Nevertheless, he was certain she was not a Hogwarts ghost. He knew every spirit at Hogwarts, but she certainly did not belong among them, appearing as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. No, I've said it's not true. Driven to madness by Riddle's relentless questioning, Luna dove into his body, only to collide with his chest and rebound away. Ouch, that hurt. How did I fail? A clumsy embrace, Just when I praised you for not being a superficial woman, it seems you're no better. That is not true. This is a counterattack. Why can't you pass through? Aren't you human? The girl's exaggerated expression brought amusement to Riddle. Perhaps you are not a ghost at all. He initiated a new prank. I'm not a ghost. Then what am I? I once read that in China, wizards have a magic called astral projection, but they refer to it as cultivation. Of course I know. I'm Chinese, so I know far more than you. However, Luna fell into contemplation. Could it be that she truly was not a ghost? Was she in a state of astral projection? Seeing the girl embroiled in confusion, Riddle sauntered away, satisfied. Yet Luna was once again drawn out by that force. Above him, she observed as he switched demeanor, greeting others with humility and warmth, while below, he remained composed and calm, nodding and interacting with his younger peers. He truly played both sides to perfection. It appears you have indeed entangled yourself with me, Riddle remarked in parcel tongue, and to her surprise, Luna understood him. Who wishes to entangle with you? As she spoke, the boy cutting potions hesitated momentarily, his inner thoughts undisturbed. She was indeed a parcel mouth, thus a descendant of Slytherin? Perhaps she truly had information regarding the chamber, yet he was not in a hurry, at present. Patience was his greatest asset. Consequently, Luna observed a class where the boy elegantly handled potion ingredients. His simple actions resembled a graceful performance of magic. His striking profile, concentrated expression, and slightly furrowed brow were so captivating that Luna longed to capture the moment on paper. However, her inability to grasp a quill drove her to frustration, prompting her to close her eyes, preferring not to see. Riddle appeared to be quite popular. As soon as class ended, students flocked to him to discuss studies, while others invited him to practice Quidditch, all of which he politely declined. How well liked you are, Tom. Luna thought to compliment him, hoping to secure his favor. Yet, to Tom's ears, it sounded like mockery. Thus, he rose with a smile and casually turned into the boys' restroom. What on earth is happening? Riddle must be deliberately retaliating against her. Such a childish act. This dream was exceedingly long. Luna, unsure how long she had covered her eyes, could no longer contain herself and glanced around, discovering he had already exited the boys' restroom and was now in the restricted section, his tall silhouette appearing eerily specter-like in the darkness. Why are you here? Are you dissatisfied with not resembling a vampire? If someone could divulge the secrets of the chamber to me, I wouldn't need to be here. Riddle abruptly slammed a book shut, startling Luna. He had merely been exchanging it for another, reaching over her head to retrieve it. Terrified, she crouched to the ground, helplessly sinking down, the book passing over her head, leaving them both momentarily stunned. Was she still a ghost? Ah, it seems you were right. Riddle raised an eyebrow, surprised by the mystery this creature presented. Luna covered her face, which he had just penetrated, feeling he had acted maliciously, offended, and unwilling to come down from the ceiling. Truly a petty ghost, Riddle mused inwardly, only to be distracted by the contents of his book. When he next thought of the ghost above him, she had vanished, an absence that stirred his irritation. He had become distracted from his exploration of the chamber, spending additional time seeking her information, yet finding nothing only heightened his vexation. That Ravenclaw ghost, indeed. Chapter 5, The Dreaded Malfoy. Another strange dream. Luna stretched her sore limbs and yawned widely as dawn broke, her roommates still asleep. She intended to take advantage of the quiet to deliver her diary to Professor Snape early, for the sooner she did so, the sooner she could find peace. However, upon turning her head, she discovered that the diary she had hidden in her wardrobe lay inexplicably open on her desk. If her eyes weren't deceiving her, words seemed to be slowly emerging on its pages. She dashed over, closed the diary, and stuffed it into her clothing. In that instant, she clearly saw the message written within. Good morning, Ghost Lady. Long time no see, sending chills down her spine. How did Riddle's diary know this? Was it mere coincidence? Or merely a nickname derived from her pallid state? Would Snape then become Mr. Zombie? Yet he had not even acknowledged her yesterday. Luna swallowed hard, beginning to hesitate over whether to hand over the diary. What if that damned Riddle and Snape had hinted at her ghostly nature, exposing her as a wandering, lost soul? She could already envision being subjected to Snape's legitimacy, only to be cast into Azkaban. No, she absolutely could not allow such a thing to transpire. This also solidified her resolve to maintain the facade of Luna. She must not be discovered as having swapped her essence. Thus, she summoned her courage to open Luna's wardrobe, from which she discovered a peculiar garment adorned with long, protruding tails, each fashioned from sponge-wrapped fabric. This eccentric attire rendered her akin to a mobile cup, brush, or mop. However, as she made her way towards the hall, the avoidance exhibited by her peers was precisely the outcome she desired. Fantastic, let none approach me. Yet, just as she rounded a corner leading to the hall, one of her tails was inadvertently stepped upon. Well, let us behold the madcap girl's latest ensemble. Are you off to scrub toilets for Dumbledore? A crisp male voice rang out from behind, unmistakably linked to Luna, accompanied by laughter reminiscent of a quacking duck. Luna abruptly turned, brandishing one of her tails, which she used to frighten the Nargles away, warning them to beware of stealing her heart. She swore she had always attributed her face blindness to the Europeans, but now she realized her folly. She had never encountered such a strikingly handsome youth. Of course, the previous night had yielded one as well, but that was merely a dream, a world too vivid to be so clear upon waking. His features were sharp and profound, crowned with a cascade of lovely, pale gold hair, a hue nestled between silver and gold, exuding both charm and an air of roguishness. Ha ha ha, did you hear what she said, Granger? Steal my heart. Draco Malfoy doubled over in laughter, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Two of his cronies joined in the mockery, drawing Luna into the spotlight of their derision, which irked her immensely. Just because one is good-looking, comes from a fine family, and possesses wealth, does that make them exceptional? Suddenly, a snippet she had encountered on Xiaohongshu flashed in her mind. A strategy for dealing with bullying classmates. Simply maintain eye contact, remain calm, and wait until they cease. What are you staring at me for? Do you bully me because you fancy me? What? Don't jest. Who would fancy a madwoman like you? The word struck a chord. For Draco's face flushed crimson with indignation as he hollered back, his reaction appearing to betray his true feelings. Then why do you persist in drawing my attention? Luna inquired with a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling as if adorned with stars. Draco, momentarily spellbound, stood in silence. Nonsense. How could I possibly be attracted to a woman like you? An enraged Draco shoved Luna roughly, raising his wand. His companions, quick to comply, seized Luna's arms. Just as she regrettably shut her eyes, a weary figure emerged behind Draco, delivering a sharp reprimand. Draco Malfoy, are you truly taught to gang up on a girl? Professor Snape? Retreat. Draco waved his hand and fled with his companions, though his retreating form remained the focal point of the crowd. Luna exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. What? Miss Lovegood, are you waiting for my invitation to stand? Snape observed her sprawled on the floor, a look of disapproval etched across his face. Of course not. Luna dared not hope for Snape to champion her cause or punish Draco. She merely wished not to be the target of any repercussions. Gathering her tails, she clambered to her feet, looking rather more like a brush head than a dignified student. It seems you possess something that requires my attention, Snape, suppressing his rising ire, extended his hand, demanding her belongings. What belongings? Luna instinctively thought of the diary clutched in her arms and shook her head vigorously. Are you hoping to keep that bracelet for yourself? Snape's voice, rich and velvety, rose in intensity. His patience was waning. Oh, I remember now. Luna hastily removed the bracelet from her wrist, causing Snape's brows to furrow even further in disbelief at her foolishness. It seems I can't take it off right now, haha. Perhaps it would be better to return it to you later? Stop making excuses. Snape seized her arm and, with a flick of his wand, enlarged the bracelet and cast several destructive spells upon it. It appeared the dark magic still held potency, necessitating further research before a final decision could be made. Come to my office tonight. But Luna, feeling hopeless, could only acquiesce, contemplating the immense authority Snape wielded. How did those heroines from other worlds manage to charge forth for love? She dared only to indulge in fantasies within her dreams. And one more thing. Do not let me catch you meddling with any more nonsense. Snape pivoted to leave, but turned back to impart his serious warning. Understood. Luna saluted, only to regret it as Snape manifested that familiar expression of a madman. She was not mad, after all. Are you all right, Luna? Ginny, having awaited Snape's departure, was apprehensive about approaching, fearful that her boldness might cost Gryffindor unnecessary points, especially since Snape bore a distinct disdain for the house. Unlike Ron, she wasn't foolish enough to rush in. I'm fine. You should have seen his face, haha. Luna erupted in laughter, having narrowly escaped the confrontation. If she could elicit a reaction from the ever-stoic Snape, perhaps she was indeed an exceptional heroine. It seems Professor Snape is rather concerned about you. How could that be? You must be mistaken. Snape concerned about a girl without a scar? Unless she is the reincarnation of Lily. Let us hurry. He is coming. Who is coming? Chapter 6. The protagonist makes an entrance. Of course, it is none other than our beloved savior. The flower that blooms and captivates countless maidens. Harry Potter. Right, Ginny? The two tall twins, nearly identical with their striking red hair, squeezed Luna and Ginny in between them. Their handsome faces mirrored each other's, and their brilliant, cheerful smiles instantly lifted Luna's spirits. Such was the magic of the Weasley twins. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for mutes. Ginny, irked at having her feelings laid bare, stomped on one of them. The twins feigned sorrow, embracing one another dramatically while wiping away faux tears. How tragic. George, our little sister has outgrown us. Indeed, Fred, we only have each other now. Their comical antics sent Luna into fits of laughter. Enough already. Stop. Everyone's watching. Ginny seemed mortified, aware of the attention they were drawing. Then you can go find your little brother. Luna finally interjected. Who? Ron? That scoundrel was whisked away by a wicked woman. It's no matter. One less person to vie for the bathroom. The twins lamented, releasing their embrace in mock disgust. I heard that. I'm not dead yet. A freckled, endearing boy dashed past Luna, his familiar red hair flashing in her periphery, it was Ron Weasley. As he pursued the Weasley twins into the hall. In comparison to the twins, he appeared pitifully small, hardly resembling someone just 2 years younger. "Hi, Ginny. Hi, Luna. You look particularly unique today," Hermione remarked, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Luna's attire, unable to suppress a smile. "Hi, Hermione and Harry. This is meant to scare away Nargles. Beware of them stealing your heart," Luna stated earnestly, to which the others responded with accustomed indifference, while Hermione, having satisfied her inquisitive nature, dismissed it without further thought. Luna gazed at the ebony-haired girl walking alongside her, exuding an undeniable warmth and engaging in delightful conversation. Her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, while her tousled hair radiated the scent of fragrant shampoo. The boy beside her, a dark-haired lad, was none other than the legendary savior, Harry Potter, who seemed to be covertly observing her, likely too shy to openly scrutinize her attire. His strikingly green eyes, glistening with innocence, betrayed his second-year status as a mere boy. The resemblance to James was uncanny, with both sporting similar unruly locks. No wonder Snape harbored such fierce animosity towards Harry. It was as if he were looking at a mirror image. "Hi, Hermione. Hi, Harry," Ginny exclaimed, visibly blushing. Her gaze cast downward as she tugged at Luna's sleeve. Luna felt her heart race with excitement. This was the quintessential pairing. The two children were perfectly matched, and she could even envision what their future offspring might look like. Wait, who was her destined partner again? Luna joined them at the Gryffindor long table, her gaze drifting to a boy clad in pajamas, having forgotten to don his robe. She covered her face, recognizing that the boy was none other than the esteemed Neville Longbottom. She needed to carefully consider her own happiness and seek a reliable boy, perhaps one of the Weasley twins, who were brazenly using magic tricks as an excuse to pilfer Ron's chicken leg. "Luna, who are you looking at?" "Ron," Ginny inquired, pulling at her friend's sleeve, noticing her admiration for Ron. "Ron, why would I be looking at him?" "Good, because I was hoping you'd become my sister-in-law. But forget about Ron. Just pretend I said nothing." Ginny pondered for a moment, unable to fathom what sort of girl would fall for Ron, but as his sister, she deemed it best to keep her thoughts to herself, hoping her friend would understand. "Indeed, Ginny, the prospect of you becoming my sister-in-law is simply splendid," Luna chimed in. "Marrying into the Weasley family would be quite delightful. With so many brothers, surely one of them would be a suitable match." A sincere smile spread across Luna's face. But from a distance, Draco, who had been glaring at her, mistook her expression for a realization of his presence and hastily averted his gaze, along with his companion, Goyle. "Is Professor Snape coming?" "No. Be quiet," Draco snapped, only to have Goyle's panic splash pumpkin juice all over him, prompting a furious retaliatory punch. Today was flying class, and Luna retreated to a corner, watching Ginny as she executed dives and rolls in the air, truly a future Quidditch star. Luna herself could do it, but she feared falling, lacking the same fortune as the protagonists, and without any protective magic, she decided to observe instead. The other students had long since grown accustomed to Luna's eccentricity, eagerly practicing their beloved Quidditch. Soon, Luna's attention was drawn to a group practicing in the distance, presumably members of the Quidditch team. One boy stood out distinctly, with a sharply cropped haircut, thick eyebrows, and striking eyes, occasionally letting out a wild cheer. His skills were impressive, deftly catching several tricky balls, and a number of girls had begun to covertly glance his way. That was the legendary Oliver Wood, a true Quidditch fanatic. Ginny was also present, but her focus was on Harry. True to the original narrative, Harry moved with agility that allowed Ginny to see only a fleeting shadow. However, she kept her distance, mindful of Fred and George, who would surely tease her. Indeed, brothers can often be obstacles on the path of love. Suddenly, a bludger hurtled toward Luna, embedding itself into the ground at her feet, causing her to tumble. A figure swiftly followed, executing a stylish drift to land gracefully before her. It was the hormonally charged Wood, who was eager to return to the game and failed to notice her pale expression. "Hey, pass it to me quickly," he shouted, utterly oblivious to the young lady's feelings. "Excuse me? Were you addressing me?" Luna retorted, somewhat irked, as she picked up the ball and rose to her feet. If she made it easy for him to retrieve the ball, it would be her mistake. "Is there anyone else here? Hurry up. There is no time," Wood exclaimed, frantically ruffling his hair, oblivious to the girl's predicament. Was she perhaps a secret admirer? "All right, after practice, I'll give you my autograph." His dismissive attitude only heightened Luna's irritation. "Autograph? Who would want your autograph?" "What?" Wood was taken aback, just as the whistle blew, signaling the end of practice. "Unbelievable," Wood groaned, leaping from his broom, his frustration directed at the girl who had caused him to lose the practice match. His eyes widened with fury. "Do you want it back? Here you go." Luna tossed the ball at him with a forceful throw and dashed away. Unbeknownst to her, this action sent Wood tumbling to the ground, rolling in agony. "Come back here." Thus, The tale of Oliver Wood's newfound affection spread throughout Hogwarts. As he frantically searched for a golden-haired girl, with everyone believing he had finally blossomed romantically. Chapter 7. Professor Snape. In light of the rumors circulating about Oliver Wood, Luna that day rummaged through her treasure trove to find a wig, donning a peculiar black wig attached to a hat. Though the hat appeared something her grandmother wouldn't wear, it proved effective enough, allowing her to pass by Wood without being recognized. If she could, she would prefer to hide in her dormitory, but she had an important appointment to attend. She was to meet with Snape. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Snape's office was situated in the dungeons, making it damp and chilly, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Thankfully, she encountered a few Slytherin students on her way, otherwise, she might have cried out in fright. The candelabra fashioned from human spines was particularly unsettling. "Professor, I'm here." She trembled, knocking on the door, which creaked open ominously. "I'm coming in." The sight of peculiar organs suspended in formaldehyde made her legs feel weak, and the wall lined with books gave an overwhelming sense of pressure. Snape was busily engaged at his workbench, his greasy hair glimmering in the candlelight, yet his posture was tall, exuding an air of melancholy and an unyielding allure. "Now you're afraid?" he inquired. "You were so bold when handling that dark magical artifact." "Oh right, it's foolish of me." Snape set down his work, annoyance evident in his expression. It was he who had summoned her, after all. "Professor Snape? Come here. Sit." Snape barked, dragging a chair across the floor, the legs screeching against the stone. For Luna, it felt akin to awaiting a sentence. As she sat down, her complexion pale. "Very well. I hope you remember this lesson." With that, Snape produced a glimmering silver knife. "You're not planning to chop off my hand, are you?" "That cannot be." In her struggle, straps appeared from the chair, binding her arms tightly. "This way, you will remember." Snape grinned, revealing a smile that was more grotesque than comforting. "No, please. I was wrong." Luna shut her eyes in terror, fearing her hand would be severed, only to have her wrist restored later with a new hand sprouting. But the blade fell, striking the bracelet instead. The knife vibrated with the impact, yet the bracelet remained steadfast. It had failed. He would need to devise another method. However, the girl fainted from the fright. Severus Snape wore a troubled expression upon his face, yet he gently lifted her and placed her upon his sofa. With a flick of his wand, a blanket gracefully descended upon her. He then turned away, returning to his study of the improved wolfsbane potion. Why did he not simply escort her back? He wished to avoid the sight of other students witnessing him carrying a slumbering female student into the dormitory. Nor did he desire to waste time debating with them, forgetting that he could have easily awakened her. Luna, in her dreamlike state, found herself once more adrift in whimsical reveries, only to awaken this time at the corridor entrance of the potions classroom. Where was she now? This dreamscape was indeed alarming, as it seemed to deliver a jolt of fear with each encounter. However, she had not floated far when she spotted a figure hanging upside down from the ceiling. Was it Snape? His condition appeared dire. He seemed to be afflicted by both the hanging charm and the tooth-drilling curse, with dark bruises encircling his eyes, suggesting he had been ambushed. His oversized front teeth gaped awkwardly, making it difficult for him to utter a sound. "Snape? Is that you? What has befallen you?" Luna asked with concern, circling him twice in the air. Upon recognizing her, Snape's initial surprise quickly morphed into disdain. Why did she always appear at the most inopportune moments? He did not want to admit that the mere sight of her existence brought him a flicker of joy. Since the incident involving the cauldron explosion, he had not encountered that peculiar ghost again, despite scouring all available records, which yielded no mention of her. It seemed she was faring well, and he remained slightly wary of this self-proclaimed avenger, though only marginally. Snape clamped his mouth shut, refraining from further vocalization to prevent escalating his own embarrassment. "Have they bullied you again? How infuriating. Where is your Lily to assist you?" Luna could not help but voice her sarcasm, only to receive a venomous glare from Snape in return. "What are you staring at? In the end, it will be I who comes to your rescue. Just wait." Snape watched as the slender specter dashed through the wall, truly a meddlesome spirit. He closed his eyes, yet the concern emanating from her presence left a bittersweet sensation in his heart. Luna continued her search for an appropriate ally, realizing that Snape had likely been ambushed on his way back to the dormitory from the potions professor. The quartet of assailants must have known Professor Horn was seeking him, and thus had likely crossed the curfew upon his return. The corridor lay devoid of life, and after an extensive search, Luna finally spotted a glimmering head in a corner. The familiar gaze belonged to none other than a young man with hair identical to that of a certain young lord. Clearly, this individual was engaged in a secret rendezvous. For what other reason could there be for a prefect to be so brazenly flouting curfew? That hair color was not the signature black of the blacks, but rather belonged to a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl, and the pair were locked in a passionate embrace. "Lucius, you are about to be engaged to her, so we had an agreement, did we not?" the girl implored, her heart evidently wounded by Lucius's sudden coldness. Do not harbor any unrealistic notions, Sasha. Once I am engaged, I belong entirely to my family, Lucius declared, his demeanor shifting abruptly from one of tender affection to icy detachment, leaving the blonde girl in distress. How heartless you are, she exclaimed, pushing Lucius Malfoy away, her buttons hastily undone. Another naive girl, Lucius mused, as he withdrew his wand, casting a few cleaning charms upon himself. He emerged from the shadows impeccably groomed. At that moment, Luna finally beheld Lucius's visage, strikingly refined like a statue from ancient Greece, with expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Even a casual glance from him contained an alluring charm, surpassing that of his son, yet devoid of any femininity. Truly, a man capable of captivating any woman beneath his wizarding robes. Cat, Luna thought, though perhaps he was merely a wayward son returning to his family. Lucius seemed to dismiss the sudden apparition of the ghost as a mere inconvenience, shedding the guise of the gentle prefect and turning to leave. I hope you forget what you just witnessed, my lady, he said, his words laced with an unspoken threat. Very well, but only if you accompany me. Oh, are you commanding a Malfoy? He retorted, halting in his tracks and pivoting to face her. He scrutinized the girl, noting her golden hair, which aligned with his aesthetic preferences, and her defiant expression, which displayed a commendable audacity to challenge a Malfoy, albeit she appeared rather youthful. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Lucius's mind in that fleeting moment. Chapter 8, A Little Jest. Luna found herself somewhat intimidated by his imposing presence, her tone wavering. And it is not for my own sake. It is for your diligent junior, Severus Snape. Surely you know him. Snape? Lucius responded, retrieving the memory of the promising freshman who had caught Professor Horn's attention. Although he appeared to lack connections, brooding and inconspicuous, he was a rare talent in potion-making, possessing the potential for valuable alliances. Thus, it would not harm to extend a helping hand and offer him a favor. I trust you are not attempting to deceive a Malfoy, he cautioned, maintaining his poised demeanor, unwilling to overlook any opportunity for gain. Rest assured, I have no interest in Malfoys. He cannot possibly think I seek his attention, she thought, her apprehension towards these adolescents deepening. Lead the way. Lucius raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the audacity of someone so disdainful of a Malfoy. Was this some lingering familial debt from his grandfather's generation? Perhaps he ought to write home to inquire. And how did you meet your end? I died of anger. If that suffices, Luna replied, exasperated by their curiosity regarding her demise. It seems I must continue observing. Your temper appears rather volatile. Eventually, Lucius succeeded in rescuing Snape and transporting him to the infirmary. Snape, upon being saved, was utterly astonished that she had truly found someone to come to his aid. Had she not stormed off in anger? Yet, his first words upon seeing Lucius were not a note of gratitude, but rather, you can see her too? This struck even Snape as peculiar, and due to his oversized teeth, he drooled slightly, prompting Lucius to momentarily grimace, though his tone remained gentle yet firm. Indeed. But you would do well to refrain from speaking, he commanded, casting a spell to restore Snape's teeth to normalcy. Madame Pomfrey soon took charge of Snape, commencing her complaints to Lucius, who feigned interest before seeking an excuse to depart. However, to his surprise, the ghost chose to remain with Snape rather than follow him. You may leave now, Snape said calmly, lying on the bed, already bandaged. He assured her that by morning, his injuries would heal. What? Not even a thank you? Luna floated above him, gazing down. I did not request your assistance, Snape replied, turning uncomfortably away. You cannot blame your lack of friends. That is none of your concern. Snape retorted, rising abruptly, which aggravated his wound, causing him to collapse back down. Fine. I had intended to avenge you. Humph. Unnecessary. Snape's pallid complexion suggested he wished to keep her existence a secret. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, where did you go? I shan't tell you. Farewell. Luna, vexed by the eccentric young man, resolved to seek out the quartet and see what they were up to. She traversed the Gryffindor Tower, searching through each dormitory. Noting that Gryffindor students were indeed night owls, their nocturnal activities seemingly abundant. Were they even hosting a party? At last, she located the dormitory of the quartet, which seemed to resemble a celebratory banquet. Each of them was clad in pajamas, and a bountiful array of food from the kitchen adorned the central table, including a roasted turkey. Speaking of which, she had yet to visit the kitchen, a quintessential destination for any time-traveling girl, to indulge in its buffet offerings. She resolved to do so upon awakening. Cheers to our avenging mission, James exclaimed, raising a glass of orange juice, his spirits buoyant as he recounted the valor displayed during their recent ambush. Sirius's punch was truly spectacular. Did you all witness it? And your series of spells against him was brilliant as well. What a pity his head got stuck. Otherwise, we could have seen his ghastly visage. Sirius clinked glasses with James, equally exhilarated. Are we truly fine leaving him there? Remus inquired, a tinge of guilt in his voice. What is there to fear? James chuckled, draping an arm around Remus's shoulders. He has no evidence against us. Besides, we did this for Peter, who was responsible for sending my brother to the hospital wing. Right, Peter? Yes. Thank you. I'm genuinely touched, Peter replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. And you're Lily Evans? Sirius teased, unable to restrain himself from poking fun at his friend. Not at all. I'm not envious because I saw him holding Lily Evans's hand. I'm only here for Peter's sake, James retorted, chasing after Sirius in mock indignation. Suddenly, the dormitory lights extinguished, plunging the four into darkness. Fortunately, situated in the high tower, they could still catch glimpses of the moonlight streaming through, casting vague shadows. Peter, did you turn off the lights again? How many times must I say it? That isn't the bathroom. Ouch. Who stepped on my foot? Where did this water come from? That is not water. It's orange juice splashed everywhere. Both Sirius and James found themselves drenched. Steady there, Remus. They assumed it was him. I'm over here. Remus's voice echoed from a distance. Who could it be? Neither he nor James was holding orange juice. Could it be a ghost? Peeves, is that you? You better skedaddle, or I'll summon the Bloody Baron. James's first reaction led to a pillow striking the back of his head. Though not painful, it was indeed humiliating. Ouch, you're finished. Was that you, James? Sirius finally managed to locate his wand in the darkness and reignited the room's lights. The scene revealed utter chaos. As if a tornado had swept through, with even Peter's stinky socks draped over James's shoulder, which he promptly discarded into the trash bin. Look over there. Remus suddenly pointed at the wall, and everyone turned to see several large letters scrawled in ketchup. Deserved it. While it was easily removable with a spell, the humiliation lingered. Who did this? Does someone know we retaliated against Snape? Remus fell into a moment of trepidation. He never intended for this to happen. Yet he relished the camaraderie and exhilaration of working together with his friends. Now, however, he felt a flicker of anxiety, being merely a low-year Gryffindor. Peter, was it because you took too long returning that someone saw you? James was the first to return, Sirius the second. It was only Peter who had delayed due to tying his shoelaces. He suspected that was when he was spotted. No, absolutely no one followed me, Peter exclaimed, his hands flailing in panic, shaking his head vigorously. The quartet deliberated for an hour, yet reached no conclusion, as fatigue began to set in, compelling them to retire for the night, everyone but Sirius. Where are you going? Just to take a shower, he replied, though he despised the constraints of pure-blood families. He had long cultivated good hygiene habits, so even when exhausted, he would persist in his ablutions rather than merely perform a cursory cleaning like the others. Oh, don't mess up the lights again. I'm not Peter. However, Luna, concealed in the bathroom, was in a panic, unable to escape. She had no desire to witness the boys bathe. Chapter 9. Too real. Hearing their conversation ignited her latent abilities as a ghost, or perhaps the powers from her dreams. To her astonishment, she levitated a cup from the windowsill. Elated, she thought, could it be that she possessed powers akin to those depicted in traditional foreign films, capable of controlling lights and moving objects? She attempted it, and indeed, it worked. Seeing how much they enjoyed mischief, Luna decided to play a small prank herself. She slipped into the bathroom just before the lights flickered back on. Yet now, she found herself unable to exit, perhaps bound to the bathroom by some inexplicable fate, and could only cower on the ceiling, covering her face, whispering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." She was uncertain if Sirius, who might enter, could perceive her, or if she had yet to master her ghostly abilities. Sirius entered the bathroom, eager to finish quickly. He shed his clothes in a matter of moments, counting to himself, aiming to complete his shower and return to bed before reaching 240. However, as he stood beneath the shower head, he caught sight of a ghostly figure floating in the air. Merlin, what on earth? He hurriedly scrambled to gather his clothes to cover himself. Hearing her voice, he was both amused and infuriated. It was his fault for intruding upon her. Hurry up and get out. Can you see me? Luna despaired, lowering her hands and witnessing the scene below, sinking deeper into hopelessness. Why was she trapped in the bathroom? Was she the bathroom goddess? God forbid. Sirius's tone shifted as he beheld the ghost's beauty. He had not expected to find such a stunning apparition at Hogwarts. Just pretend I'm not here. Don't worry, I absolutely will not look. Luna raised 3 fingers, genuinely feeling like an ant observing a young boy, even if he was indeed a rare handsome lad. A striking boy as described by J.K. Rowling. You want me to pretend you don't exist? Please leave. Sirius felt his patience waning. He had never been fond of dealing with women. If I could, I would have fled by now. How come you're so good-looking yet so dim-witted? She retorted. It's true. If he were sharper, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament, she thought, begrudgingly forgiving him. Luna turned her back to him, resting her head against the wall. Sirius, seeing this, felt a surge of rebellion and tossed his covering garment to the floor, resuming his shower. Though this time it seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Through the mist, he observed the petite figure, appearing woeful, her shoulders trembling. Had he truly upset her to the point of tears? Women were indeed troublesome. Hey, stop crying. I'll be done soon. If you want to stay here, then do so. That was the greatest concession Sirius could muster, only to discover that she was not crying at all, but instead had fallen asleep, floating mid-air. Drifting past his head, he resolved not to concern himself with it. Enraged, he left the lights off, plunging the room into darkness. However, the next day, as he recalled the events, he realized that if James and the others ventured to the bathroom, she, a female ghost, would be excitedly rushing in. To his surprise, she had vanished. Indeed, women's words were often deceptive. She had claimed she could not leave. Later, the sound of knocking at the door momentarily distracted him from the matter. Luna, too, was astonished to find she could still sleep within a dream, experiencing a dream within a dream, which turned out to be quite entertaining. In that dream, she encountered Riddle, Lucius, and Snape at different times, all appearing within the restricted section, perusing information about herself. This dream is astonishingly vivid. Hey, get up, and don't let me repeat myself. The voice of Severus Snape echoed, causing the girl in bed to groggily shake her head. Luna had initially thought she was still dreaming, mumbling incoherently. Isn't your injury healed yet? What are you saying? Upon hearing that, Snape swiftly yanked her blankets aside. And she suddenly remembered something. She must be the one he thought she was. Ouch, you're hurting me, Professor, Luna exclaimed, astonished to witness Snape in such a state of agitation for the first time. Good morning, Professor Snape. Unbeknownst to her, her previous words had stirred quite a tempest within the old man standing before her. Good morning. Hurry to class, Snape replied, his thoughts drifting back to a ghost from his memories. Luna quickly scrambled off his bed. Was this dark, oppressive bed truly Snape's? Could he possibly have allowed her to sleep in it? Was there some kind of misunderstanding? She turned to seek a hint from Snape's expression, but he merely presented her with the back of his head. Surely he had been so engrossed in perfecting the wolfsbane potion last night that he had forgotten all about her. Perhaps she had climbed into Snape's bed in a daze. The thought that Snape might be angered by her presence sent her scurrying to escape, only to be called back by him. Wait a moment. Huh. Luna held her breath. Was he going to silence her? Take your belongings. Snape tossed a thick notebook at her, causing her to jump in fright. It was Riddle's diary. How had it fallen out? Oh good. You didn't peek, did you? Rest assured, I have no habit of prying into the diaries of young girls. Snape waved his sleeve, and Luna felt an invisible force push her out the door. The door slammed shut in front of her, nearly colliding with her nose. Delighted, Luna dropped the diary on the ground, stamped on it twice, and then quickly stashed it back in her pocket, wishing to avoid any harm. However, she failed to notice the words that appeared on the diary. He saw it. Fortunately, at that moment, the 16-year-old soul of Tom Riddle within the diary did not yet recognize Severus Snape. So when Snape picked up the diary and inadvertently opened a page, it did not actively draw him into a conversation, but rather remained silent, treated as an ordinary notebook. Snape felt that the book exuded a peculiar aura, but after a thorough inspection and finding nothing amiss, he dismissed it. In a hurry to attend class, Luna encountered Ginny around the corner, who promptly swept her into an embrace, reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley gathering her chicks. Where have you been? You didn't return all night. I was nearly ready to inform Professor McGonagall. Oh, I accepted an invitation from the Norwegians to attend their gathering. No need to worry about me overindulging. Luna's fib was so amusing that Ginny readily accepted it. The last time Luna had gone missing, she claimed to have attended some ethnic wedding, only to be found sleeping in the Great Hall. Last night, she had likely dozed off in some corner of Hogwarts as well. Come on, I'll take you to a fun place. Where to? Luna was curious about visiting the kitchens. Fred and George had organized a competition, and Ginny's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 10, Mandrake Babies. What competition? Luna had a nagging feeling that it might not be trustworthy as Ginny dragged her into the herbology greenhouse. It was warm and bright, just as described in the original text, and several students had already gathered there from various houses, with the two lively red-haired boys leading the charge. Place your bets. Hurry and support your favorite champion. Help them win this competition. Everyone is welcome to participate, just one galleon. This was a competition concerning mandrakes, divided into two events. One involved randomly selecting a pot of mandrake and seeing whose cries could shatter a glass cup first, with the shortest time declaring the victor. The second event tested who could endure the longest without ear protection. Mandrakes? Luna recalled the plants that resembled grotesque dolls, and she had no desire to hear their cries. Where are the ear muffs? Quickly, give me one. Oh dear, I'm sorry, they're all gone. But I recommend you purchase our new magical trick, the deafening candy. I assure you, you won't hear a thing. As a gesture of our friendship, I'll give you a 20% discount. Fred greeted her enthusiastically alongside George upon seeing his sister. Swindler. Or, if you participate in this competition, you can receive one for free, George said mysteriously. But then the second event is bound to be a sure win. Luna was puzzled by their intentions. Of course, silly child, we only allow you to eat. Fred and George lowered their voices, winking at her, implying they were preparing to rig the competition in their favor. After all, why let the benefits flow to outsiders? No. Thank you. I'm afraid the tree guardians will have their eyes on me. She marveled once again at how effective her nonsense had proven to be. I don't want it either. Come on, Luna, let's take a stroll by the lake. Ginny attempted to pull her away, only to be halted by Fred and George. Hey, just a joke. We'll give it to you for free. Big brothers are still quite generous. Oh, call out Big Brother so we can hear. Fred, noting the height difference between him and Luna, bent down as if teasing a kitten, waving the candy playfully. In Luna's eyes, his beaming smile resembled that of a crafty old cat, and she retrieved a bizarre necklace from around her neck, raising it high. Oh, great forces of darkness, Narla. The god of darkness, grant me the power to. Before Luna could utter a potentially terrifying curse, Fred hastily unwrapped the candy and shoved it into her mouth. So sweet. Is it peach-flavored? Seeing her pause, Fred sighed in relief. Welcome to the show? But behind his back, his fingers brushed against something that felt intriguingly bouncy. Let us find a good spot. I hear Ron and Harry are participating too. I wonder where he got all that money. Luna thought to herself, though she kept that observation to herself. Around a dozen participants seemed to be lined up, and the first event was the Scream to Shatter Cup competition. As Luna settled in, Fred plopped down beside her, while George took a seat next to Ginny. Hey, want to place a bet? Fred was increasingly intrigued by this girl. Each time he saw her, he gained a new perspective. He draped an arm over her shoulder. You smell wonderful. What are you wearing? If Luna were a bit older, she could have reported him for harassment, but now, glancing down at herself, she realized she looked like a little turnip, probably making him think of her as a little sister. Moreover, his serious demeanor did not seem like a tease, so she let it slide without any thought. Indeed, little sisters are the best. Fred tightened his embrace around Luna's soft form. Ginny had become so independent that she refused to hug or be lifted by her brothers after turning 7. And now he finally had a chance to make up for that lack. At that moment, Fred was unaware of one crucial detail. If one could still detect the scent of a person without them wearing perfume, it indicated that they were someone their soul had chosen. Harry Potter will win, right? Luna's words rendered Fred momentarily speechless. He wanted to tell her how clever she was. But it was not the right moment to reveal anything. I can't say for sure, but remember to cheer for him. Luna believed that they would indeed let her and Ginny cheat to win the competition rewards, and they would surely find others to do the same. After all, Ron was their blood relative, and he would undoubtedly face scrutiny from others. However, Harry was different. He inherently bore the aura of a protagonist, which meant his triumph would scarcely raise any eyebrows. The competition's rules often hinged on luck and endurance. Fear not, for there would undoubtedly be someone cheering for him. Luna pushed aside Fred's frame, who was blocking her view, with a charming pout that made Fred chuckle heartily. He affectionately patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't worry. Your brother will surely concoct a potion to help you grow taller. Thank you ever so much." She replied sincerely, just as the two appeared to be enjoying their conversation. A sudden, jarring wail pierced the air. The competition had unexpectedly commenced. However, the effects of the candy Luna had consumed had yet to kick in, causing her to collapse in pain against Fred's thigh, glaring at him like an irate little bird. "My apologies, I didn't foresee the delay," Fred exclaimed, hastily removing his earmuffs and placing them over Luna's ears. He then scooped her up into his lap, facilitating his efforts to shield her delicate ears with his hand. "Fred? How come you're unscathed?" Luna felt a flicker of gratitude, albeit tinged with shyness as she settled in his embrace. Fred, with his long limbs, held her with ease. His expression focused as he narrated the unfolding events of the match. Luna felt her cheeks flush. It was no wonder the Weasley family exuded a certain charm. Through Fred and George's subtle manipulations, Harry emerged victorious. When the glass trophy shattered, Fred instinctively shielded Luna's small face with his hand, sustaining a slight cut from the flying shards. "Are you all right?" Luna pressed her hand against his, inspecting the injury, which appeared minor. Yet her serious demeanor ignited Fred's playful spirit once more. "Of course, I'm perfectly fine, though bathing may prove inconvenient for a few days," he lamented with a shrug. "What shall we do then?" Luna, genuinely believing his words, was taken aback when, before he could elaborate further, Ginny's quick spell healed his wound. "Hey, Ginny." Fred scratched his head sheepishly. "Fred Weasley, are you jesting with me?" Luna prepared to retrieve her modified cross, only to be firmly embraced by Fred, restraining her movements. "Listen to my explanation, young lady." Chapter 11, Hagrid's Hut. Fred, Release my friend. Ginny, perceiving Fred as the one tormenting Luna, had been too engrossed in cheering for Harry during the match to notice the unfolding events. Now, she felt somewhat embarrassed towards her friend. She punched her brother lightly in the side. Ouch, not me. George, inadvertently caught in the crossfire, clutched his stomach as Fred skillfully dodged with Luna in his arms. This is bad. A professor is coming. A first-year student on guard duty burst in. Quick, retreat. Level 1 alarm. Fred and George took charge, orchestrating the evacuation of their peers through the back exit. Fred promptly pushed Luna towards the trio. Stay sharp, all right? Who are you calling dull? Let us move. Ginny grabbed Luna, hastening to keep pace with Harry as they dashed out of the greenhouse. In the distance, they heard a woman's voice bellowing. The five of them ran for what felt like ages until they reached the vast pumpkin patch in front of Hagrid's hut, finally collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Darn it, do you think we'll still receive our prizes? Ron grumbled, his indignation palpable. It's Harry. Yours didn't even explode. I secretly helped you. As Hermione was about to expose herself, Ron abruptly sat up, interrupting her. So, will Harry's prize still be awarded? Perhaps. They aren't the type to go back on their word. Luna suddenly envisioned the boy's face, inexplicably filled with a sense of premonition. True. Fred and George are quite reliable, Ginny chimed in, unable to resist boasting about her brothers. Someone's coming. Harry's acute senses detected the approach of a figure in the distance. It's Wood. Harry was thrilled. He greatly admired Wood and found practicing Quidditch with him immensely enjoyable. Yet, while some rejoiced, Luna instinctively touched her head, realizing she had forgotten her vest. Oh no. She sprang to her feet, racing towards Hagrid's hut. I suddenly need to use the restroom. See you soon. Watching the girl sprint away, her urgency evident, they wondered if Hagrid would even be there. However, this time, Merlin favored her, as Hagrid opened the door before she could greet Harry. Hi, Luna. Hi, Ron. Harry. Hello. Hagrid. Emergency. May I borrow your restroom? Sure, it's right there. Hagrid looked bewildered as he observed the girl's speed. Could she really run that fast? Like a little hamster escaping, he found her utterly adorable. Thanks. Luna dashed into the restroom, relieved to find safety. The toilet's size was enormous. She feared she might fall in. Perhaps it was best to avoid it altogether. Outside, the others waved to Hagrid just as Wood landed gracefully on his broomstick. Hey, everyone. Professor McGonagall was looking for some students who have been misusing mandrake roots. It wouldn't be you, would it? Wood elegantly dismounted and tucked his broom under his arm, striking a confident pose. Not us. How could it be? They all denied in unison. Great. By the way, have you found any news about that girl I asked you to inquire about? Wood shifted his stance, having heard some rumors that left him feeling unsettled. The more he tried to clarify, the more complicated it became. Thus, he had to find her. No. Sorry. Harry felt disheartened. It was a pity that Wood had encountered someone he liked, but had failed to express his feelings. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to help you find her. Indeed, we'll help you win her over. Hermione's eyes sparkled with gossiping excitement. Cough, 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 not like that. Wood was startled, nearly choking. Yet his ears turned crimson as he wished to leave the scene. If you find her, do let me know. And don't forget about training Harry. It seemed as though everyone shared a familiar sense of urgency to escape, just as they prepared to find Hagrid. They caught sight of Snape hastily approaching with a potion bottle in hand. They exchanged glances, signaling frantically towards Hagrid's hut, hoping Luna would see them. Alas, it appeared she was too engrossed in conversation with Hagrid to notice their antics. After silently praying for Luna's well-being, they retreated. Don't worry. Snape is quite fond of Luna. Ron couldn't help but reassure the group. Is he, though? Ginny pondered, though she did not want to undermine her friend at that moment. Luna marveled at the interior of Hagrid's hut, where every piece of furniture appeared oversized. Sitting on his sofa felt akin to perching upon a bed. Hagrid shared a special bond with Luna, perhaps due to their shared status as outcasts. And the hut evoked a sense of home for her, reminiscent of her own. You've arrived just in time. My rock cakes will be ready shortly. No thank you. I'm not hungry, Hagrid. Luna swallowed hard, eyeing the metal-sounding cakes in the spatula. Just the sight of them made her teeth ache. Don't be shy. These are charcoal-flavored. Hagrid beamed like a jolly Santa Claus, eager to share all his delightful treats. Suddenly, a series of urgent, frantic knocks echoed through the hut, prompting Luna to breathe a sigh of relief. She thought someone had finally come to share the burden with her, but when the door opened, it revealed a harried face, etched with the lines of time. Professor Snape? You have arrived, Professor Snape. Even Hagrid feels a twinge of apprehension in Snape's presence, wiping his greasy hands on his apron before daring to accept the potion from Snape's grasp. I thought you had been kidnapped by a troll, Snape remarked, casting a wary glance at Luna, his expression turning even more pallid. What is she doing here? Or perhaps she has ensnared the troll. Oh, thank you, Professor. This reaction potion is remarkably effective. The pumpkin has grown even larger. The foolishly exuberant Hagrid sincerely lauded Snape's prowess. Yet it failed to elicit even a flicker of joy from the potion's master. "Ah, then I shall extend my gratitude to you as well. No classes today, Miss Lovegood?" Snape's gaze pierced through the air like a drawn sword, landing squarely on Luna. She jumped to her feet. "Yes, absolutely. Splendid. Then you shall not mind accompanying your professor to investigate that infernal bracelet," Snape thought with a sardonic undertone, lamenting the impending waste of his time, having forgotten that he could have delegated this task to Dumbledore. "Very well, Professor. I shall go immediately. How wonderful it is to avoid charcoal-baked rock cakes. Snape, you are my savior. It was not in vain that I endeavored to rescue you in my dreams." Chapter 12, Zabini. Luna trailed behind Snape, his strides brisk and hurried, causing her to struggle to keep pace. She could only lower her head and trot along behind him, appearing to others as Snape's shadow. Meanwhile, Snape became increasingly aware of his discomfort with anyone encroaching upon his personal space. It rendered him ill at ease, prompting him to halt abruptly. Luna, oblivious, collided with Snape's back, the force of her impact causing him to stagger slightly as he steadied himself, gritting his teeth. "What treasure have you donned this time, Miss Lovegood?" Luna caught sight of the sweat beading on his forehead and glanced down, realizing it was her spiked exorcism necklace that had inadvertently struck him. "My apologies, Professor Snape." Luna retreated a few steps in fright, only to inadvertently bump against his spine. Snape, already aware that she was a jinx upon his existence, whether in the present or the past, demanded, "Hand it over. Perhaps this is not the wisest course of action. It has already chosen its master and may exhibit unforeseen phenomena that could frighten you. Hand it over. Do not make me repeat myself." Snape's voice grew more insistent, compelling Luna to obediently extend the necklace to him. "Now return to your studies and refrain from bothering me." Snape regretted broaching the subject, wishing he had allowed her to play with dark magic a while longer, as she evidently relished it. In a fit of anger, he cast the necklace into the underbrush, disdainful of such chaotic trinkets, unafraid for her life. Luna dashed away, fearful that lingering too long to observe Snape's disheveled state would lead to dire consequences. At last, she could head to the kitchen for a bite to eat. Thank Merlin. Luna, recalling a mental map, located a painting and scratched an apple-shaped pear, successfully revealing the entrance to the kitchens. Upon opening the door, she felt as though she had stepped into a new world, greeted by enticing aromas, bright, warm, flickering flames, and the bustling activity of industrious house elves. They appeared more charming than their cinematic counterparts, lacking the multitude of wrinkles that made them seem aged. One boy was already present, lounging in a chair with his legs crossed, his honeyed skin and sharply cut black hair exuding a certain wildness. Upon noticing Luna's entrance, he straightened, rolled his shoulders, and raised an eyebrow, his striking features reminiscent of a mixed heritage. "Ah, let me see where this little flower has come from." Luna imagined she had stumbled upon a foreign prince draped in leopard print, reclining on a throne with a panther at his feet. "I am human, thank you. Apologies." She was certainly not a lovesick maiden. Besides, having seen the likes of Lucius, how could she be swayed by this mere boy, who appeared to be only 13 or 14? "I certainly know you. That mad girl has completely captivated Malfoy." The boy snickered, revealing his disdain for Malfoy, concluding that an enemy's enemy was indeed a friend, who would find Malfoy appealing. Tell him to abandon his foolish fantasies. Luna shifted her focus to the excitable house elves nearby. "Thank you. I adore this chicken wrap. Is there apple juice?" Little did she know, the previously overlooked Zabini stood up, surprised that this mad girl was indeed unlike the others. He couldn't help but notice that her beauty resonated with his own aesthetic, igniting his competitive spirit. She dismissed Malfoy yet seemed unwilling to glance his way. Having never been overlooked, especially by a woman, Zabini approached her, and she finally raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling more brilliantly than her mother's cat's eye stone. "Are you one of their classmates?" "No, surely not. A second year. Did you grow up on fertilizer?" Draco, a true adolescent, towered over her, his stature resembling that of a young calf, compelling her to look up at him. "Blaise Zabini, second-year Slytherin. You may call me senior." He smiled, his expression shifting as he realized she was indeed cognizant of his identity. "May I meet your mother?" Luna's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Mrs. Zabini, a woman who amassed great wealth and impeccable reputation. She was truly a role model. Luna even excitedly grasped Zabini's tie, leaving the suave young man momentarily flummoxed. Here he was, flirting with her, yet she was inquiring about his mother? "My mother?" Simultaneously thrown off balance by her boldness, Zabini, a seasoned individual, quickly regained his composure. "Of course, if time permits." "Thank you immensely." Luna recognized the awkwardness in the air and released her grip. "What piques your interest in my mother?" Yet, as the words formed, he considered the possibility that she was mocking his mother, and his expression soured with anger as he shoved Luna aside. "Mind your own business regarding my family." He kicked over a nearby stool and stormed out, his demeanor abruptly shifting from warmth to hostility. Perhaps this was the true essence of him. Luna felt as though she had misspoken. "I didn't mean it that way." Yet she received no response, sinking into a seat, reflecting on her need to be more circumspect in her words, striving to maintain her persona as Luna. She transformed her anxiety into appetite, indulging heartily. With a touch of enthusiasm from her domesticated house elves, she returned to her dormitory. The Ravenclaw common room had the advantage of being filled with books. Even her own chamber boasted numerous shelves. Periodically, those books would magically exchange with others from different rooms, an incredibly user-friendly feature. She resolved to read for a while, hoping to enrich her understanding of the magical realm. However, after bathing and emerging, she discovered that the diary she had concealed in her pocket had mysteriously reappeared. Lying flat on her desk, she hurried over, her hair still dripping, wondering how she had forgotten such an item. Glancing around, she was relieved to find it was Saturday afternoon, and everyone seemed to be out enjoying themselves. Luna decided to converse with Riddle, urging him not to emerge so frighteningly. Before she could even take up her quill, the diary began to write on its own. "He fancies you." The disconcerting words left Luna bewildered. Who? Yet she could not deny that the exquisite, flowing script evoked thoughts of his long, elegant fingers. It was quite beautiful. "Are you now willing to converse with me?" She decided to take a more indirect approach. Chapter 13, The Diary. "Respond to me." The handwriting displayed a marked impatience. "Who? No one likes me." Who was he referring to? Luna contemplated the group of individuals she had encountered today. Fred? He was like an older brother, wasn't he? Or was it Zabini? Impossible. It was my first time meeting him today. And Hagrid? Certainly not. It couldn't possibly be Snape, could it? Luna merely muttered to herself, not bothering to jot it down in her notebook, yet it seemed as though the diary was listening. "You are rather popular, Miss Ghost. What did you call me?" How could he address me in such a manner? Did he know something? Just as Luna was taken aback, an invisible force drew her into the pages of the diary, its blinding light rendering her unable to open her eyes. When she finally managed to blink them open again, she found herself as a mere wisp of memory within the diary, once more in that abandoned girl's lavatory, though the hues around her had faded significantly. Now draped in a dull gray. Familiar scents, familiar locations. Why was it the lavatory again? Luna directed her frustration toward the figure with their back to her. "Oh, I thought you liked it here. You always choose to appear in this place." "Huh, what are you talking about? What do you mean by appear?" Luna's response lacked conviction, her attention wholly captivated by the 16-year-old Riddle, oblivious to her own words. The boy exuded an air of aristocracy, reminiscent of a character from an ancient European castle. His smile both elegant and subtly dangerous. Was such poise truly feasible for a boy of 16? Wait, piecing together the plot. Wasn't this the scene where he unleashed the basilisk and killed Myrtle? Why did you disappear? Perhaps you have a secret? Riddle had never anticipated he would encounter that ghost girl again. Her sudden appearance in his world, only to vanish once more, added an element of mystery and intrigue to his life. He wished to seek her out, to inquire if she were a time traveler, but most importantly, he desired to know if he would be renowned in the future. Unbeknownst to Luna, prior to that fateful night when she dreamt of Riddle, the diary had no knowledge of her existence, nor did the historical Riddle. It now appeared that each of her dreams was subtly altering history, yet at that moment, she remained blissfully unaware. Disappeared? We have never met. Our encounters have only been in dreams, perhaps in lower grades. Haha, true enough, we haven't met. Riddle's smile widened. Yet Luna felt a chill run down her spine. You must be mistaken, Tom. Can I leave now? She feared for her life in this place. Certainly not. I have yet to share my secrets with you. As they spoke, the scenery around Luna shifted dramatically. Time transformed into a visible dynamic. The people and things around her accelerating in their transitions. She clenched her fists and witnessed Riddle opening the lavatory sink. The lifeless girl, her scream piercing the silence. She stood before a colossal serpent shed, its head painted with spray. In an instant, she found herself in the heart of the Chamber of Secrets, where a monstrous apparition suddenly materialized, prompting her to cover her eyes in terror. She could almost feel the glimmer of the basilisk's fangs shining before her. Coward, you must be a Hufflepuff. Riddle's magnetic voice echoed in her ear, still wielding the serpent's tongue. This was his obsession, after discovering the chamber. He wished to share this moment of glory with the only Slytherin descendant he recognized. Regrettably, she had vanished, and thus he meticulously inscribed this episode into the diary, ensuring that when he eventually found her, he could present it to her for her viewing pleasure. You are the one who speaks only halfway. She opened her eyes to find Riddle's face mere inches from her own, so close that she could distinctly see his long, thick eyelashes. Truly enviable. bestowing upon him a natural eyeliner that made his eyes all the more captivating. And yet, he seemed displeased with it, a true waste of beauty. The juxtaposition of the handsome youth and the monster created an oddly harmonious tableau that struck Luna. Her hands itched to sketch it. The composition was exquisite, made all the better by the presence of black roses or thorns, perfectly aligning with the Gothic aesthetic. Riddle noticed the stars in her eyes and felt a sense of satisfaction with her reaction, despite the disparity between her genuine thoughts and his interpretation. You think he is too beautiful, don't you? No, you are more beautiful, Luna replied dreamily, as if under a spell. Had another woman looked at him with such eyes, he would have found her gaze repugnant. Yet this girl was different. They were kindred spirits, both capable of speaking in Parseltongue. Although she wore Ravenclaw robes, the Sorting Hat might have made an error, right? He had encountered many Slytherins who ought to have been Hufflepuffs. Now she admired him, filling the 16-year-old Riddle with an unusual pride. You too. Riddle caressed his smooth chin, for the first time realizing that his appearance served a purpose. Now, it is your turn to tell me where you have been. With a shift in tone, he pressed her. The scene morphing into the moment she had departed in her dream, an image that seemed etched deeply in Riddle's mind, impossible to erase. What are you talking about? Where could I go? We don't know each other. Have you forgotten? Luna, of course, did not instantly grasp the significance of her departure, as the events of her dreams were not easily recalled with clarity. It was precisely at that critical juncture that Riddle became ephemeral, and the surrounding scenery began to rapidly retreat. She was thrust out of the diary, landing clumsily on the floor. Luna, are you all right? Is today the day you sleep on the ground? Her roommate had returned, prompting Riddle to unceremoniously eject her. No, I was merely lying down, studying the planarian over there. Luna cleverly pointed toward the wardrobe, diverting her roommate's attention while her concealed hand swiftly closed the diary and tossed it into the desk drawer. What is there? Her roommates were slightly apprehensive of the creatures Luna mentioned, uncertain if her words were grounded in reality or mere fabrications, prompting them to consider requesting a transfer to another dormitory. For the night, they would have to stay with other friends. All right, you continue observing. Be careful not to catch a chill. We have things to do. They nearly rushed out the door. Take care. No need to see me off. Delight coursed through her. According to past experiences, she could once again claim the dormitory for herself. While her desire to read had been interrupted, it was still early, and to her surprise, a few books on soul magic appeared on her desk. She pulled one out, and upon glancing at the library card, she recognized a familiar name, Tom Riddle, written in that striking cursive. Beneath it, she spotted Lucius's name as well. The contrast between their handwriting was distinct. Lucius's resembled a fixed font template. Was the Malfoy family so intent on maintaining a legacy that it extended even to their penmanship? She would have to pay attention to Draco's writing next time. Curious. She flipped through the pages and stumbled upon a cartoonish illustration, resembling a lump. Yet her intuition told her it was undoubtedly a metaphor for something deeper. Chapter 14. Disputes and Suggestions. Why were both of these prominent figures delving into matters of the soul and spirits? Luna could comprehend Riddle's motives, as he sought immortality, slicing his soul like bread. But Lucius? Later, she even found Snape's name. His somewhat juvenile handwriting indicated it was not borrowed during his time as a Death Eater. How had he been ensnared? After reading for some time, Luna realized academia was not her forte. She was, after all, a Ravenclaw. She had fallen asleep, exhausted by the reading. Help! I beg you, do not let me dream of Riddle again. I am terrified. Sure enough, she found herself once more in the lavatory, unsurprisingly accustomed to it, though thankfully this time in the abandoned girls' lavatory. Are you attending the party hosted by Professor Horn? You received an invitation as well, didn't you? A stunning beauty with cascading red hair that flowed down to her waist communicated with a figure shrouded in shadows, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. Oh, the crimson locks and emerald eyes. This was none other than Lily Potter. At the peak of her youthful allure, she had undoubtedly reached the level of the school spell. In that moment, Luna understood precisely why James Potter was so determined to win her heart. It appeared that her dream had transcended boundaries. How had everyone grown up so swiftly? Just as Luna pondered whom Lily was conversing with, a tall, gaunt boy with a pallid complexion emerged from the gloom. Are you not going, Lily? It is said that the Dark Lord will be present. Such an opportunity is rare. Severus Snape's eyes sparkled with longing for power, and at that moment, Tom Riddle embodied that very force. He would be attending the party organized by Professor Horn's Slug Club. It was indeed a splendid chance. Of course not, Severus. Have you forgotten what I told you? He is a dark wizard. We would be led astray. I have no need for the opportunities he offers. Lily firmly rejected his suggestion, even attempting to dissuade him from attending. I heard Potter mention that at the last gathering he attended, multiple wizards of Muggle descent went missing. I am not from a Muggle family. Upon uttering those words, Severus felt the atmosphere between them freeze, his earlier resolve softening considerably. I did not mean it that way. Lily, please do not overthink it. I understand, Sirius, but Potter is not always wrong. I merely wish for your safety. Lily's well-intentioned words only served to highlight her concern for James Potter in Sirius's eyes. Not him again. Do not mention him in my presence. Sirius's mood shifted abruptly, and in a fit of rage, he hurled a glass vial to the ground. It was at that moment that Luna noticed the abandoned girl's lavatory had been transformed into a makeshift potion-making sanctuary. Had he taken to using this place as a secret base? I apologize, Sirius, Lily said, casting a hurt glance at him before leaving, her voice laced with a hint of reproach. Next time, just come to find me. Do not summon me here. I dislike this place. It is far too dark. Her departure only deepened Sirius's despondency. Excuse me, but are you and your little girlfriend having a quarrel? Luna, having observed the unfolding drama, felt compelled to intervene, even though Sirius was merely a lovesick youth at that moment. It's you. Sirius looked up, astonished to see the ghost he had long sought. With a plethora of questions accumulated over the years, he found himself at a loss for words, slumping back into his chair. We are merely friends. Of course. Let us not forget what I once said. Luna made an endearing gesture, eliciting a derisive scoff from Sirius. Should I attend? If I am not mistaken. It is Professor Horn's party, correct? I just overheard. Indeed. You know? Sirius's gaze sharpened, fixating on the ghost, who seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything. Then do you know if I am going? He queried, lacing his tone with mockery and sincerity. Of course, I cannot divulge that. But as your girlfriend, I will steadfastly support your choices. However, if you do not attend the Death Eater meeting, how will Harry Potter perform? Wouldn't he the fabric of the world unravel? I cannot play the role of a butterfly. Why are you so certain of my character? Sirius stood frozen, grappling with the fact that even Lily questioned her own potential for darkness. Yet this stranger, this ghost, seemed to understand him best. Because you are the most responsible man I have ever encountered. You would not disregard the lives of others. You would risk your own life to protect those you love. How could such a man turn to the darkness? As Luna contemplated Sirius's future, she added, but sometimes, in the pursuit of power, one can lose sight of its very essence, losing oneself in the process. You can find your way back, my half-blood prince. You know everything? Sirius was utterly shaken. The ghost's assessment of him brought a flush to his cheeks, striking a chord deep within. Though he appeared profoundly insecure, he harbored an innate pride. Otherwise, he would not have claimed the title of half-blood prince. I know it all, though I did not expect you to enjoy lingering in the lavatory. She had not anticipated Sirius would establish his hideout here. Embarrassed, he turned away, unable to confess that it was her potential presence that drew him to this place. Ahem, there are no loathsome Gryffindors here. Very well, Luna acquiesced, beginning to circle around the teenage Sirius, his hair still slicked back, his prominent hawk-like nose sharp. And under her scrutiny, his expression grew increasingly guarded, prompting him to retreat from her orbit. You cannot possibly meet him looking like that. She was eager to see if a more polished Sirius would still carry the same brooding demeanor or if it was merely a result of his setting. Indeed, the ghost's words struck Sirius's heart. He suddenly recalled that he had no formal attire suitable for the party. He had intended to borrow a suit from Lily's father. Even if it was of Muggle origin, he was confident he could work a touch of magic to tailor it seamlessly. However, now he felt he could not approach Lily about it. A tide of self-doubt and anger surged within him. Was she doing this on purpose? Luna, perceiving his troubled expression, recognized he had fallen into a spiral of overthinking. Thankfully, she had devised a strategy in advance to guide him toward a solution. You might inquire if Malfoy would be willing to sponsor you. I believe he would be more than happy to assist. At that moment, Sirius appeared to be genuinely considering her suggestion, for indeed, Lucius Malfoy had privately sought him out, hoping to collaborate. He had confided in no one about this. Not even Lily. So, her words rang true. Was she to be his future partner? He discreetly glanced at her, finding her appearance acceptable, albeit lacking in the grace of Lily. Too fresh-faced and still a student. Would he truly act in such a predatory manner? Chapter 15, A Reunion? Luna observed as Sirius fell into contemplation, realizing he was wavering. She pressed on, curious to see what Lucius had become, giggling at the thought of him being even more handsome now. Yet, she had forgotten one detail. Lucius had already graduated. Nonetheless, she did see him at the gathering. The event was held in a tent by the Black Lake at Hogwarts, and it was her first encounter with a magical tent. It was utterly enchanting. It appeared no larger than 10 square meters, but had been enchanted to resemble the vastness of a circus. The opulent decor was reminiscent of a high-end castle hotel, a sight she had only ever witnessed in films. As she stepped inside, she floated about in awe, while Sirius began to sweat, anxious that she might attract unwanted attention. Blast it! You are not here on holiday. Sirius deeply regretted having agreed to accompany her to the event, feeling an obligation to keep her safe despite himself. Unfortunately, he could only follow her closely, unable to raise his voice. Look, Professor Snape. Their S.A. Peacock. How extravagant. Is it sponsored by the Malfoys? What did you call me? Sirius was taken aback. She referred to him as her professor, and their relationship was thus rendered exceedingly scandalous. He had overlooked how well she understood the Malfoy family. Sirius, with an expression of utter mortification, drew attention at the gathering, for they had never seen him so formally attired. Lucius had exquisite taste. He had chosen a tailored suit for Sirius that perfectly accentuated his slender waist. Each detail meticulously crafted, compelling him to maintain an upright posture lest he be constricted. Draped in pure black, he resembled a melancholic prince. His hair, slicked back with gel, no longer concealed his forehead, leaving Sirius Snape feeling as though he were exposed, as if parading in the nude. Yet, before that woman, he seemed so incensed that he forgot his usual shyness and insecurity. You must clarify this. Clarify what? You are simply perfect, Sirius. You ought to dress like this every day. Well, I mean outside of class, chuckled Professor Horn, his long sleeves flowing gracefully. The conversation eventually circled back to the student he had primarily recommended this evening. Oh, it's nothing, Professor. I was merely memorizing something, my apologies. No need to apologize. I commend your diligence. Professor Horn brought forth a mug of butterbeer, which Snape rarely indulged in, but he could not refuse it. He downed it in one go, followed by a couple of coughs. Thank you. Horn erupted into hearty laughter, patting him on the shoulder. Good lad. See you shortly. You've had a drink. Luna noticed the flush creeping onto Snape's face and felt a twinge of concern that he might become inebriated. She was uncertain of his tolerance, though as a double agent, he likely had a decent capacity. Why have you not engaged with him yet? Are you already managing yourself? Snape furrowed his brow in displeasure. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the doorway. Accompanied by gasps from the girls and the hushed whispers of the crowd, a prominent figure had arrived. Luna abruptly realized she ought to conceal herself and swiftly scuttled into a corner. Damn, how is Riddle still haunting me? Amidst the throng, a man clad in understated yet luxurious formal robes glided in, exuding an aura of confidence and humility, his very presence radiating a regal essence. He strode into the venue with a composed demeanor that overshadowed even Lucius, who bore the bloodline of charm. He greeted everyone with affable ease, causing Luna to gaze in rapt attention. Behind him, Lucius trailed closely, holding a tray of goblets, striving to diminish his own presence and not steal Riddle's limelight. It was quite the feat for him to hide his striking hair, tied back in an unbecoming manner. Yet, he appeared even more breathtaking than she had anticipated, and unwittingly, she began to envision Lucius beneath Riddle, calling him master. How vexing. Her hands. Oh dear, her hands. Both Riddle and Lucius sensed an unsettling gaze directed at them. Sipping his drink as a pretext, Riddle scanned the surroundings. Just as Snape was introduced to their group, they retreated to a corner, much to Luna's chagrin, as it meant she could no longer see them. Luna could only observe from a distance as they conversed. Riddle seemed genuinely invested in Snape, nodding in affirmation, while Snape, whether from intoxication or bashfulness, bore a countenance flushed as if tickled by a monkey. His fingers were dangerously close to fraying the seams of his trousers, and it was a pity that Lucius' back was turned, obscuring his handsome face from her view. Suddenly, music filled the air, signaling the commencement of the ball. The lights dimmed, and illuminated orbs descended from the tent's ceiling, exposing her hiding place. With no option but to relocate, she darted like a ninja, avoiding the beams of light while weaving through the crowd. Just as she was about to successfully conceal herself beneath the staircase, a deep, melodious voice interrupted her fleeting luck. It is quite rare to find you absent from the lavatory, Miss Ghost. Riddle had spotted her sneaky silhouette long ago. Was she truly attempting to evade him? Thus, he instructed Professor Horn to expedite all activities, including his conversation with Snape and the ball itself. Now he had ample time to address her. Haha, I was curious too, Luna thought, finding herself unable to hide further and emerging from the shadows. It has been a while, Riddle, she said, as he toyed with the rim of his glass, as if caressing her head through the glass. Ah, no, we've met recently, just before I fell asleep. Are you not curious about what I've been researching lately? Riddle flashed a dangerous and beguiling smile, causing Luna to panic. Was he being so blunt? Could she choose not to listen? Surely, this was beyond her capacity to comprehend. Noticing her evident anxiety, he seemed to realize something. She was, indeed, from the future, just as he had surmised. The frantic way she twisted her little head to survey her surroundings was amusing, reminiscent of a once broken-necked owl, though he could not twist hers. In that moment, the glass in Riddle's hand shattered under the pressure of his magic. Do not worry, they cannot hear you, he mused, contemplating the lengths he had gone to unearth the truth. Unaware, she was oblivious to the experiments he had conducted to tether her soul to him. It won't be long before I succeed. Then, won't you dance, Tom? She attempted to divert the subject. You wish to dance with me? Riddle raised an eyebrow, not rushing to reveal his intentions. He would wait until the day of the experiment's success. He had all the time in the world to ensnare her. Of course. I simply cannot dance in my current state as a spirit. I cannot touch you. She gestured helplessly, preparing to slip away unnoticed and seek refuge elsewhere. Staying close to Snape was a far safer bet. In truth, being beside Snape allowed her to exert control over him, whereas with Riddle, even in his youthful form, she would merely be a plaything. I must take my leave. Good night. Enjoy yourself. Luna darted away, and instinctively, Riddle attempted to block her path. This time, he could not stop her. She passed straight through him, her form trembling with discomfort. Riddle stifled a growl, his voice laced with irritation. Pardon me. I did not mean to. You collided with me. The little spirit shrank into herself, appearing even smaller. I fear the Yulbal beast may appear soon, and that would be troublesome. I did not bring my bell, she rambled. Very well. How do you plan to make amends? Riddle dusted off his non-existent coat, trying to entice her. Master. Lucius's voice echoed from afar, and Riddle instinctively positioned himself in front of the little spirit. I'm right here, Riddle replied uncertainly, unsure if Lucius could perceive her. Yet, he would not seek him out without cause. Something must have transpired, so he lifted the enchantment. Master. Some ruffians have infiltrated and turned the floor outside into a swamp. Proceed with caution. Lucius maintained a composed demeanor, showing no indication that he had noticed Luna, merely reporting respectfully. Luna was perplexed as to why Riddle wished to conceal her presence. And did Lucius truly not see her? Lucius had indeed seen the reappearing ghost. But he also noted Riddle's instinctive gesture. As a loyal servant, he knew his role. He respectfully stepped aside, granting Riddle and the spirit some space while still listening to their exchange. Unfortunately, Riddle denied him the opportunity to resolve the situation. Lucius, do not disappoint me. Let him down easily. Yes, master. Had enough? Once Lucius departed, Riddle turned to confront the woman who had clearly been smitten. Quite lovely, This remark was rather ambiguous, leaving Luna puzzled about his intentions. Did he harbor jealousy? Was there something more between them? Luna's blood began to boil. I knew there was something amiss between them. I shall not watch any longer. I shall not. All yours to observe. Come with me. The lavatory at Malfoy Manor is yours to inhabit at will. How absurd. She did not intentionally reside in the lavatory. Let me go? I was merely passing through. A tall youth with raven hair and deep gray eyes was suddenly pinned to the ground beneath Riddle's feet, his glasses absent. His hair neatly obscuring part of his face, exuding an air of rebellious arrogance and wildness. It was none other than Sirius Black. It was needless to say that the infamous quartet had come to add to Riddle's displeasure. Black? Riddle's voice bore no discernible emotion, as if he were contemplating how best to deal with him. Where is that ghost of yours? Are you all in cahoots? Sirius's remark caused Riddle to reconsider whether to spare him, casting a cool glance at the guilty-looking girl nearby. It appeared she harbored quite a few secrets from him. Luna, on the other hand, wished desperately to find a crevice to hide within. What did he mean by that ghost? And why had he dragged her into this? Seems you are quite familiar with each other. Riddle gestured for Lucius to release Sirius, who immediately scrambled to escape, only to have Riddle's spell bind his legs, sending him crashing to the carpet with a resounding thud. Are you all right? Luna floated over, and Lucius finally had the opportunity to look at her openly. He still had that penchant for meddling. What is the rush? You have yet to answer my question. Riddle approached Sirius, while Luna, with her back, turned to Riddle, frantically blinked and exchanged glances with Sirius. Perhaps he truly was foolish, showing concern for her instead. Is there something amiss with your eyes? I am at a loss regarding how to treat a ghost. Fool. Luna, in a fit of anger, passed through Sirius's chest, both shivering in a bone-chilling manner, which only deepened Riddle's serious expression. It seems I am rather inconsequential, am I not, Lucius? Riddle was clearly growing irritated, prompting Lucius to seize Sirius. I will have a proper talk with Mrs. Black. Lucius, in this instance, showed a hint of favoritism toward the Blacks, due to his bond with Narcissa Black. Their fates intertwined, a shared rise and fall. The betrayal of the Black family by their master brought no benefit to the Malfoy family. Thus he took it upon himself to strike Sirius, in an attempt to quell Riddle's fury. Don't tell my mother. I'll take responsibility for my actions. Upon hearing mention of parental notification, Sirius panicked. Even with a bruised jaw, he forgot to be angry. Too late, Black. Lucius, under Riddle's nod, dragged Sirius away, breathing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, their master did not pursue the matter further. He was determined to explain today's events to his mother thoroughly. Upon exiting the tent, Lucius tossed him onto the ground. Speak. Where are the others? What others? It's just me. Don't tell me the Potters and your friends are not together? Lucius knew them too well. As a school governor, he received daily reports detailing their mischief. Sirius fell silent, aware that he could not hide the truth. Yet he found it impossible to utter the names of his brothers. They were likely already making their escape under the invisibility cloak. Another roar echoed from within the tent. And just as Riddle turned, he discovered that fellow had vanished once more. In previous times, such occurrences would have scarcely affected him, but today, someone recognized him, revealing to Riddle that he was not the only one privy to her existence. The mere thought that she might choose to appear before others instead of him drove him to a frenzy. She was not gone, she merely vanished from his sight. And his emotions began to take on an increasingly uncontrollable form. Luna, unwilling to continue this dream, endeavored to wake herself, holding her breath and concentrating. At last, a swirling black mist emerged in her mind, illuminated by the radiant glow of the sun. She had returned. How wonderful! She was awake. Chapter 17, A Misunderstanding. Luna abruptly sat up, hastily dressing and seizing her notebook, she dashed to the edge of the Black Lake. Employing a levitation charm to send Tom Riddle's diary to the lake's center, where it sank beneath the surface. She would no longer dream of Riddle. Each time she dreamt of him, it felt as though a venomous serpent was fixated upon her, her breaths quickening in response. Once all was done, Luna collapsed by the lakeside, gasping for air. This sudden inspiration, though likely futile, brought her a measure of relief. Just as she prepared to rise and return to Hogwarts Castle, her owl swooped in, laboring under the weight of an enormous parcel. Exquisitely wrapped in lavish gold and silver paper, complete with ribbons and a complex crest that reminded her of Lucius. Upon opening it, she discovered it was indeed from Lucius, containing a selection of beautifully crafted homemade pastries and hair accessories that would appeal to a young girl, albeit rather extravagant for her age. Why would Lucius send her such gifts? Additionally, there was a letter signed by Lucius himself, affirming her certainty regarding the sender. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that Lucius would send her a howling letter. The moment she opened it, the golden-tinged missive transformed into a mouth adorned with fiery red lips. Luna Lovegood, how dare you meddle with the products of dark magic? Do you believe yourself invulnerable? Pay attention to me. If I hear of you engaging in any further sinister rituals, I shall cease my sponsorship, and I will have Snape keep an eye on you. Farewell. The letter self-destructed, disintegrating into a flurry of confetti. However, Luna was utterly terrified. Why did Lucius reprimand her as if she were a dog? Was she his illegitimate daughter? Or perhaps a mistress? Why was he so concerned about her, instructing Snape to watch over her? Suddenly, the Malfoy pastries lost their appeal. Moreover, there was a clue. He was financially supporting her. In light of this revelation, Luna quickly rummaged through the parcel again and indeed found, nestled among the jewelry, a whole bag of galleons, neatly stored in a red velvet pouch. Had she been kept? This was simply inconceivable. To unravel the enigma brought by Malfoy, she resolved to seek him out for clarification. Luna prepared to find young Malfoy to ascertain the situation. However, locating him proved more challenging than she had anticipated. Being a Slytherin and it being Sunday, he could be frolicking in some hidden corner. Hence, she first ventured to the Quidditch pitch, recalling that boys often gravitated there, and fortuitously stumbled upon Draco, who was boasting about something. Accompanied by his entourage, including his sycophants and a circle of upperclassmen, Draco appeared particularly elated. It seemed he was on the verge of joining the Slytherin Quidditch team. Draco, please extend our gratitude to the Malfoy Patriarch on our behalf. The Quidditch captain, thrilled at the prospect of acquiring a new Nimbus 2001, had volunteered to accompany Draco for practice, eager to please the young master. Today marked Draco's official announcement of the news. That very morning, he had received a reply from his father, along with a batch of treats made by his mother, which he was now eager to share with everyone. In his mind, it was only right that they fawned over him. He was determined that in the upcoming Quidditch match, he would overshadow Potter. Why should Potter gain entry to the team based solely on his reputation? His skills were not lacking. Of course, I must also express my gratitude to my father. You all are very kind to me, and the Malfoy family shall not forget it. He stood with an air of arrogance, chest puffed out, his nostrils flaring with pride. Hey look, it's that Ravenclaw lunatic. Let us steer clear. Someone in the crowd remarked, and Draco's mind immediately conjured the image of that ghostly girl, recalling the frustration of feeling cornered. It was her again, turning to glance. I was taken aback to find her surprisingly ordinary today, devoid of extravagant attire, peculiar accessories, or any eccentric demeanor. Had she undergone a transformation? My mention of seeking Draco for a matter involving Luna elicited gasps from the crowd, akin to a chubby girl at a high school, ostracized. Approaching the charismatic captain of the football team, some in the throng even let out whistles and jeers, while even the Quidditch captain, who fancied himself well acquainted with Draco, patted his shoulder, boasting that he had been first. Silence, Flint. Draco shot a glare at the captain, who promptly fell silent, lowering his gaze. With a haughty stride, Draco approached Luna, arms crossed and flanked by his entourage, exuding an imposing presence. What is it you desire? We seem to be strangers. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Ha ha ha, urgent? The mad girl claims she has something urgent to discuss with me? Is she in a hurry to marry into the Malfoy family? Uft. Dream on. Draco was entirely resentful of her previous remarks. Why would he pay her any mind? Clearly, she was infatuated with him, having pursued him so closely, and he simply wished to provoke her. However, Luna interpreted his words as insinuating a special relationship with Lucius. Never suspecting that Draco was referring to himself, the misunderstanding escalated, and in her quest for clarity, Luna had forgotten her own disguise. You know? What do you know? This inadvertently suggested her desire to marry into the Malfoy family, provoking uproarious laughter from onlookers. You and Malfoy? What a ridiculous notion. What nonsense are you spouting? Pansy could no longer remain passive, stepping between them and pointing an accusatory finger at Luna. You had better retract your statement, or I shall show you a thing or two. Pansy Parkinson? I noted for the first time how much she resembled a lion dog, a rarity in Hogwarts' realm of beauty. Luna was undeterred. You speak? Vile wretch. Pansy, exposed in her feelings, slapped at Luna in a fit of rage, only to be restrained by Draco, who grasped her wrist. Are you helping her, Draco? Pansy's voice cracked with heartbreak. Draco, taken aback by his own actions, momentarily released her hand, coolly remarking, Don't soil your hands. Such words seemed to uplift Pansy, who retreated behind Draco, attempting to appear demure, though her expression betrayed her. Speak swiftly, but first, let it be clear that I shall never marry you. Draco resolved to pull Luna aside to clarify matters, wishing to prevent further interference and rumors from spiraling out of control. Rest assured, it is not about you. Luna found it peculiar that he would assist her. His earlier excuse had been evidently fabricated, one only a love-struck brain like Pansy's could believe. Yet, this young master possessed a remarkable talent for deception. Had she not consumed numerous anime novels in the 21st century, she might have been swayed. Chapter 18, The Agreement. Thus, they retreated to a tree nearby, where they could still see the gossiping crowd from a distance. Draco intended to lead her to a more secluded spot, wishing not to be the subject of public scrutiny. But she shook off his hand. This will suffice. You can never silence others' tongues, and if they cannot see, they will concoct even more unsavory tales. Suit yourself. I couldn't care less. Though he feigned indifference, Draco was piqued. How could she appear more mature than he? Was she still the mad girl? Or was this her true self? Leaning against the tree, he awaited her explanation. Yet, from afar, the onlookers perceived Draco attempting something with the girl, only to be firmly rebuffed. The truth was the opposite. Draco Malfoy was the one yearning for something unattainable, performing for an audience. Pansy, on the verge of tears, was held back by Goyle and Crabbe, unable to rush forward. From that day forth, rumors of the romance between Draco and the mad girl began to circulate anew. The scene shifted to a tree beside the Quidditch pitch. Speak quickly. Don't delay my practice. I'm the new seeker for Slytherin. I have no time for games. After saying this, he cast a glance at her for her reaction, only to find her utterly unfazed, which sparked a pang of disappointment within him. Very well. I simply wish to inquire if your father knows me. Luna filtered out what she already knew. You ask me? Draco's expression conveyed disbelief, as if she were a fool. Don't think I will introduce you to my father. So, you are unaware. That only adds to the mystery. Even you do not know the nature of her relationship with Lucius. Who cares how you are? Stay away from me. You're too close. Luna, too animated, had leaned in, inadvertently stirring peculiar sensations within Draco. There was an alluring scent about her. Apologies, I got a bit carried away. As Luna crafted her excuse, her gaze fell upon the bag of cookies in Draco's pocket. Those cookies, they're from Malfoy Manor, right? Cookies? Draco, puzzled, retrieved the heart-shaped cookies he had received that morning, swiftly thrusting them into her arms. Is this what you want? Take them all. Just leave me be. He stepped back, bewildered by the strange atmosphere. I mean, I have those cookies too. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, the next moment, she produced an identical package from her pocket, and he snatched it from her hand, tearing it open roughly, scattering crumbs about. Why do you have cookies made by my mother? Your father sent them to me. Which is why I came to ask you. Luna was equally perplexed. It was not the work of a house elf. If it were a romantic gesture, using something crafted by one's wife seemed rather odd. What? You are my father's illegitimate child? Gazing at her striking features and similar golden hair, Draco felt as if struck by lightning. The light in his eyes dimmed, resembling a drenched puppy. Impossible. Had she not read the original work, she might have believed it. But it simply could not be true. Do you swear? Draco attempted to project an intimidating expression, but to Luna, he appeared too youthful. How could mere words serve as proof? Yet, to protect the fragile heart of the puppy, she feigned a serious and resolute demeanor. I am Luna Lovegood, and I swear I am absolutely not a Malfoy. Little did Draco know he was digging a deep pit for himself, one he would later regret profoundly. So, who exactly are you? Draco once again placed the cookies in her arms. Having promised to give them to her, they were now hers. I am Luna. Hence, I require your assistance in investigating this matter. Thank you for the cookies. Why would I help you? The Malfoy family motto strictly forbids engaging in ventures that do not yield personal gain. Wouldn't you be curious? What if I had an affair with your father? You dare. How shameless can you be? He is so much older than you. Draco's immediate reaction was to envision her standing side by side with his father, which was revolting. He could not accept it. Then you should help me uncover the truth. I believe only you can solve this issue. Luna understood the adolescent tendencies of boys well, having a younger brother of a similar age whom she could easily manipulate. Fine, I agree. But don't even think about plotting against the Malfoy family. Draco found himself rather pleased with her gaze. It's a deal. Thus, their hands clasped in agreement. Sealing their pact, Draco gazed at the receding silhouette of the girl, lowering his head to contemplate his right hand, which had just clasped Luna's. He pondered for an extended period why he had so readily acquiesced to her request, and whether all girls possessed such soft and delicate hands. It felt as if he had touched a cotton ball. Draco, are you all right? You haven't been deceived by that woman, have you? Pansy rushed over with remarkable speed, leaving Goyle, panting heavily behind her, unable to keep up. What nonsense! Am I to be bullied by a woman? Draco snapped back, coming to his senses only to find Pansy uncomfortably close, her scent suddenly overpowering, a sensation he had never noticed before. He pushed her away, and then suddenly recalled something. Pansy, extend your hand. My hand. All right. Pansy obediently and shyly extended her hand, which Draco squeezed and examined. It was rough and quite unpleasant to the touch. How strange. Why is there such a disparity among women? What's the matter, Draco? Nothing. Just that your hands could use a wash. Oh, okay. Pansy's hope quickly turned to disappointment as she obediently followed Draco, noticing he was heading towards the castle. Aren't we going to practice? Not anymore. I have pressing matters. He was not keen on returning to be grilled by the gossip mongers, and he wanted to write a letter to his father, discreetly inquiring about the mad girl. All right. Meanwhile, Luna felt a sense of accomplishment as she prepared to return and await dinner. However, at the dining table, she encountered an exuberant Ginny and Hermione, seemingly electrified. Luna, you're here. This is wonderful. We were just about to find you. What is going on? Did Snape wash his hair today? She quipped, nearly starving and eager to sit down. Not at all. It's just that Professor Lockhart is hosting an event for the dueling club this afternoon. Would you like to join us? Ginny's face lit up with enthusiasm. I think I'll pass. I have something important to take care of. How could she have forgotten about Lockhart, that charming fool? Yet, she would soon witness his prowess. Chapter 19. Injury. Luna soon found herself attending Professor Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class, a prospect that filled her with trepidation, yet was inevitable. That day, she unusually declined Ginny's invitation to sit in the front row to admire Lockhart's gallant demeanor. Are you really not coming? Luna, I woke up 2 hours early to secure this spot for us. Ginny's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I'm feeling a bit unwell today and might need to dash to the restroom, so I'll sit in the last row. Thank you very much. It was a subtle hint that she might not remain in the classroom for long. What a pity. But if you can't hold on, I can accompany you to the hospital wing. Good girl, I'll manage, but you take care too. During the class, Luna hesitated about whether to pull Ginny away, but seeing her eager expression, she decided to observe the situation first. Good morning, everyone. A man with an exaggerated bubble voice made a grand entrance from the staircase. Accompanied by music from a nearby piano, a spotlight illuminated him, making him appear almost radiant. To be fair, he certainly had a captivating presence. Appealing to the British ladies with his bright smile, thick golden curls, and deep-set eyes, albeit exuding an inexplicable slickness. Ah, Professor Lockhart. He is so handsome. I think I'm going to faint. The girls were entranced. Even the usually composed Ravenclaw girls displayed the same enthusiasm as those from Gryffindor, albeit a bit more restrained. Welcome to my class. Let us see what surprises await us today. As Lockhart spoke, Luna noticed a noisy cage overhead, covered with fabric, as if a creature might burst forth at any moment. This feels somewhat familiar. Guess what these adorable creatures are? In my class, practice is of utmost importance. Cornish pixies? Luna couldn't help but stand up, catching Lockhart's attention. Though his smile twisted slightly due to the interruption, he replied, Well said. What is your name? 5 points for Ravenclaw. You may sit down now. Lockhart reluctantly lifted the curtain, revealing the contents. ISNT this material for second years, Professor? Second year? You clearly forgot what grade you're teaching today, Lockhart, she thought, but he quickly recovered. Of course, first years should occasionally challenge themselves, right? It's not particularly difficult. Professor, I believe in you all. He flashed his signature smile, and some girls appeared convinced. Meanwhile, Luna felt an urge to roll her eyes. All right, I trust you will bravely tackle the challenges, yes? Now let me see how swiftly you can recapture them, Lockhart said as he opened the cage, only to be promptly punched by a Cornish pixie, which giggled and swiftly retreated. Ouch, my portrait. I'll award him 50 points. Then he vanished without a trace. The first years, who had just learned the levitation charm, had never witnessed such chaos. Fortunately, half the class were top students, and the Ravenclaw students largely managed their emotions, starting to retaliate with whatever they could find or the spells they knew. Ginny, duck. Luna threw a book at a pixie entangled in Ginny's hair, sending it flying, but was soon surrounded by others. Being the smallest in the group had always posed a challenge for her. She had once been a petite little girl, and now it was even more pronounced. Be careful, Luna. Ginny, having just freed herself, noticed her friends surrounded and immediately rolled up her sleeves, seizing a golden statue of Lockhart to swing it. I'm coming. Quickly, summon the professor. Get the other students to act. Damn it. Luna vowed that if she survived this, she would learn the disarming charm or a few more potent spells. These pixies, while not strong individually, were particularly troublesome in numbers. She found herself captured by them, her hands and feet bound. Unfortunately, her small frame and light weight rendered her struggles ineffective, and she was hoisted into the air by the little creatures. Wonderful, she had become another Neville. How embarrassing. As she fell from the air, she widened her eyes, hoping to avoid landing on a table. With a thud, her feet landed firmly on the ground, though she quickly lost her balance and fell. My foot is going to be ruined. It seemed her ankle might be fractured. All petrified, a shadow suddenly burst through the door, and a commanding voice cut through the chaos, bringing calm to the tumultuous scene. Snape had arrived, and everyone exhaled in relief, realizing at least in this moment, they did not dislike him so much. Are you all right, Luna? It's all my fault, Ginny said, unable to hold back tears upon seeing Luna in pain. Wanting to check her injured ankle. Don't touch her. Snape barked at Ginny, swiftly scooping Luna into his arms and turning to head towards the hospital wing. Both Ginny and Luna found his demeanor incomprehensible. Why was he being so harsh with her? The rest of you, self-study. I will return to address this. Snape heard unusual sounds nearby, prompting him to investigate, and thus stumbled upon this scene. As he chanced upon the sight of the girl landing heavily, his heart was struck with a fierce blow, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What was happening to him? Why did her safety evoke such anxiety? Well done, Ms. Lovegood, making 2 trips to the hospital wing in a week. Shall I send you directly to St. Mungo's next time? As Snape hastened towards the hospital wing, he could not help but unleash a torrent of venomous words directed at the girl. Correction, it was 2 weeks. Today is already Tuesday. Luna weakly interjected, only to feel his arm tighten around her waist, causing her discomfort. You sound rather proud of yourself. No, it hurts. Luna softened her tone. Serves you right. Snape quickened his pace, while students passing by hurriedly cleared a path, fearful of incurring penalties by association. Chapter 20, A Visit. Madame Pomfrey, upon seeing her again, raised her voice in reproach. What are you doing here again? I recall you are not a Gryffindor. Before she could continue, Snape had already placed Luna on the bed, defending her. We must inquire of the esteemed Professor Lockhart as to why he allowed a Welsh pixie to be released in a first-year class. Indeed, that was the case. Luna nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, only to feel a sharp twist at her foot, igniting a fresh wave of pain. Was she dreaming? Not only did Snape speak up for her, but he also personally removed her shoes and socks for inspection. His piercing gaze met hers, a silent admonition for her audacity to seek attention. He truly admired you, Miss Lovegood, but have you absorbed any knowledge at all? He noted her astonished expression, realizing he had perhaps displayed too much urgency, and gently released her delicate ankle. Luna discerned his concern, prompting her to accept the reprimand. In their shared gaze, a flicker of secret delight danced within her. It turned out Professor Snape genuinely cared for her. I leave her in your capable hands. I must attend to those unfortunate souls. Snape disregarded the girl on the bed, imparting instructions to Madame Pomfrey, aware that lingering would compel him to raise his voice at her, which was utterly foolish. Snape departed with an air of urgency, the hem of his robe swirling dramatically around his ankles. Luna finally shifted her gaze, only to find Madame Pomfrey equally astonished. Are you two quite close? Madame Pomfrey posed the question hesitantly, for she rarely witnessed Snape exhibit such concern beyond the realm of potions. My foot aches so terribly. Madame Pomfrey, please, someone help. Luna could only deflect the inquiry with a vague response. Let me take a look. What happened? Did you fall from a great height? Fortunately, it was merely a sprain accompanied by a minor fracture. A bit of ointment would suffice. Upon hearing this, she exhaled in relief. At least it didn't sound severe. Luna lay in bed, silently battling the pain, eventually drifting into a deep slumber, only to be roused by a pair of large hands lifting her up, prying her mouth open to administer a full vial of potion. Though it remained unpleasant, it was distinctly improved, infused with a hint of orange sweetness. Huh, Professor Snape? Did he brew this potion specifically for me? She noted its warmth. Fear not, it won't poison you. After completing his task, Snape set her down, retrieved the empty vial, and hurried away, appearing exceedingly busy. Thank you. She was uncertain if he heard her, yet she made a mental note to repay his kindness. With the pain alleviated, Luna slipped back into a drowsy state. She was jolted awake by the sound of crying. The hospital wing was abuzz with commotion, Ginny's sobs intermingling with the retching noises of others, and the Weasley twins exclaiming, "Wow, impressive. Keep it down." "You woke Luna," Hermione scolded, her voice commanding like that of a small queen. Aside from the retching, silence fell. Ha ha ha. What has caused our lovely maiden to frown? Fred suddenly appeared before Luna, offering her a flower that, as she instinctively reached to accept, transformed into a pink cotton candy. "Only you, Fred," Luna beamed, accepting the cotton candy in delight, surprised to discover that the magical realm possessed such treats. "Oops, wrong guess. I am George." Fred gestured playfully. "I am Fred." George chimed in, biting into the cotton candy in Luna's hand, watching her intently, seemingly awaiting a reaction before offering her another sweet in return. "No, you are Fred. You are George." Fred was the one who always spoke first, and it appeared he had a penchant for teasing her. "Well done, you guessed correctly. Here's a reward, a new cotton candy. Enough already. Are you not concerned about your poor brother?" Ron lay in bed, clutching a bucket while retching. You better clear out all the slugs before attempting to eat cotton candy. And besides, dinner will be served soon. We wouldn't want everyone to hear." The twins swiftly drew the curtain around Ron and cast a silencing charm. "Sorry, Ron, but it was about time." Harry patted his chest, still shaken, having nearly lost his own meal. "Harry, you too." Ron protested. "Hermione, I was not implying that." Harry quickly clarified. "I apologize, Luna. Woe is me." Ginny once again clung to Luna, distressed. In this moment, Luna recognized the unfolding situation. It was the slug vomiting incident. The plot had been subtly advancing without her awareness, intertwined with Draco's entry into the Quidditch team. Was the Chamber of Secrets about to be opened? "I'm fine, Ginny. You were so brave when you saved me earlier. It's all my fault for being so slender. Next time I shall certainly partake in more sustenance." She flexed her arms playfully. "Quite right. Perhaps you should indeed eat more." Fred and George mused, pinching her arms, which felt soft and squishy, reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley's dough. "Enough. You all need to leave. Patients require ample rest." Due to the excessive noise, Madame Pomfrey shooed them out. Even Ginny's attempts at persuasion failed. She could only promise to share more about Ron's escapades later. Once they had departed, Luna recalled something. Slugs were indeed a potion ingredient, were they not? A bold and brilliant idea began to take shape in her mind. The sounds from Ron's side were inaudible, but she could reach him. Thus, she attempted to communicate. "Ron, can you hear me? If so, please tug the curtain." The curtain shifted slightly. "Splendid. Are you all right?" It moved several times. "I understand. I sympathize with your plight, but sadly, I have yet to study this particular situation." The curtain shifted again. "By the way, I have an unusual request. Could you spare me the slugs you've expelled?" After a moment of hesitation, Ron tugged the curtain once. "Thank you so much. Once you're well, I shall treat you to roasted chicken legs." The curtain was quickly pulled again. Wonderful. She had been pondering how to repay Snape. Gifting him all those slugs would surely delight him. Luna's injuries soon healed, yet she had not anticipated that her diary would once again land her in trouble. Could she not catch a breath? Chapter 21, The Incident. Luna's injuries healed swiftly, allowing her to bounce back with exuberance. Ginny embraced her and spun her around several times, declaring that she would never forgive Luna unless Professor Lockhart gifted her a signed poster. Luna felt a twinge of embarrassment. She hesitated to reveal that she had not only received a signed poster, but an entire collection of his autographed works, complete with limited edition signed postcards. However, she had sold them all, unexpectedly earning a substantial profit. This easy money sparked a mischievous thought in Luna's mind. She pondered sneaking into Lockhart's office to help out and discreetly pilfer a few signed posters and photographs, envisioning a lucrative venture. Thus, she eagerly sought Harry Potter's assistance for an introduction. How do you know I'm helping Professor Lockhart with his correspondence?" Harry asked, looking bewildered. Lockhart had insisted on confidentiality, wishing to keep the fact that the letters and signatures were not his own a secret. Because I received one too and recognized your handwriting." Luna realized her explanation didn't quite convince him, as he still appeared puzzled. Reluctantly, she decided to spill a little secret about her friend Ginny. "Ginny has many of your notes. I've seen them. Sorry, Ginny, but for your friend's financial success. I assure you she will make it up to you," Luna added. "Ginny." Harry quickly deduced what was happening. realizing why his scrap paper always seemed to mysteriously vanish, and how Ron would kindly help him tidy his desk, despite neglecting his own. What then? You want signed photos? Harry's expression brightened with understanding, gratitude shining in his eyes, revealing an innocent demeanor, still a boy untouched by romance. I want to help too. Hee. Perhaps you could introduce me to the professor? I can even assist him with portrait drawings, she exclaimed, revealing her prepared sketches, depicting the scene of Riddle and Lucius in an embrace. The delicate strokes leaving Harry in awe. Did you really draw this? It's stunning. Could you create one for me? Just not with two men embracing. Why is it two men, Luna? Help. How could Harry's innocent and bewildered gaze compel her to reveal the truth? A pure-hearted boy should not be tainted. Haha, it's brotherly love. You wouldn't understand. It's the bond of brothers from Brokeback Mountain. Harry found the situation odd, yet could not pinpoint what was amiss, so he brushed it aside. I suppose Ron and I could be drawn together. Let us not speak of that, dear child, but I can imagine it. Then I shall give it a try. Harry agreed to help her apply for the position in exchange for her artistic contributions. When Lockhart laid eyes on her drawing, he was filled with enthusiasm. He believed he had captivated Luna completely. Thus, Luna effortlessly joined the letter-writing team. Not only did she acquire extensive experience in magical creature illustrations, but she also mastered duplication spells, enabling her to replicate countless illustrations of Lockhart battling trolls and Hungarian horntails. This allowed her not only to profit from selling his signed artworks, but also to achieve fame at Hogwarts, launching a series of comics titled Secrets of Snape and Lockhart, Dumbledore's Secrets, and the contract between Snape and board member Malfoy. Everyone eagerly collected her illustrations, which she whimsically branded under the name Pure Blood Princess, a playful jab at Snape. She could already envision Snape's expression upon confiscating the caricatures from various students' desks, especially with such conspicuous signatures. Yet today, she remained a hard-working first-year student, enduring her clients' demands. No, dear, this angle makes me look a bit too muscular, doesn't it? I know I'm strong, but not in such a brutish manner. Precisely. It must have refined lines. Perfect. My appeal has escalated. Shouldn't this dragoness spikes be more pronounced? It ought to appear more ferocious, perhaps a splash of blood? Didn't you review the materials I provided? Worry not. You can revisit them tonight. After all, the holiday is approaching. You should head home early. Holiday? Luna thought in alarm, realizing today was Halloween. It's tomorrow. But no worries, you needn't come. She replied, recalling her Halloween interview about last year's vampire encounter. How could Luna forget Halloween? Would Mrs. Norris be petrified again? And Harry might be mistaken for the heir of Slytherin. Wasn't he that perilous? Glancing at Harry, she noticed he wore a troubled expression. Had he heard the basilisk's voice? How is it that she hadn't? Perhaps she had been too distracted by Lockhart's incessant chatter to notice. Harry, are you in a hurry to leave? Why don't we finish up together, so we can enjoy tomorrow fully? Luna suggested, hoping to delay their exit until after the events unfolded, ensuring she had a witness. But we arranged to meet Hermione, Ginny, and Ron for a gathering tonight. Hermione mentioned her mom sent over some sugar-free biscuits to share, and we can't be late. Oh right, I almost forgot. It seems we can't linger here any longer. With a hint of anxiety, she followed closely behind Harry, contemplating alternate routes. Luna, you're going the wrong way again, Harry remarked, observing her nearly collide with the wall once more. He admired her straightforwardness, appreciating her sincerity and kindness. Naturally viewing her as a little sister, just as everyone else did, including Ginny, Hermione, Fred, and George. Never mind, you can hold on to my sleeve, he offered gallantly, eliciting a desire in Luna to hug him. He was just too adorable. Unbeknownst to him, she felt the same way. Luna, you're truly delightful. Oops, sorry. I meant that purely. No other intentions. Luna blushed, suddenly realizing how she might have misled him, prompting Harry to awkwardly apologize. Suddenly, did you hear that, Luna? Someone is speaking, Harry exclaimed, gripping her shoulders tightly, urgency in his voice. What sound? She inquired, fully aware of what it was but unable to divulge the truth. Some strange noises, only I can hear them. They were present in the professor's office too. It's quite peculiar. We should leave quickly. You've made me a bit frightened. She feared being wrongfully accused as the heir. Sorry for scaring you. You're right, we should hurry. This time, Harry took the initiative, grasping her hand and jogging away. He felt grateful to have Luna by his side that evening. Otherwise, he would have felt anxious. But now, he had to appear brave to protect her. They ran until breathless, colliding with two familiar figures, Fred and George, dressed as gigantic hot dogs in their homemade costumes, astonishingly featuring real hot dogs that could move from their bellies. Harry and Luna were almost moved to tears. Fred, George, you're so slow. Indeed. Had it not been for my troublesome sister seeking you out, we would have already stolen the show. Troublesome sister, indeed. We would have blown the place up by now. Fred and George posed dramatically, offering Luna a delicious hot dog. Care for a taste? Just one sickles. Fred. Luna precisely located Fred, wrapping her arms around his waist in a moment of relief. At last, she was safe. Being with the Weasley twins meant she would never be wrongfully accused of being the heir of Slytherin. Fred, taken aback by the unexpected embrace, chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Luna's hair, clearly delighted by her warmth. It seems my hot dog persona is quite popular, haha. George, unwilling to be left out, joined in the embrace, nearly squashing Luna between the two of them. Just then, an unexpected commotion arose. A shrill scream from an elderly man drew everyone's attention. The plot thickens. Chapter 22. Suspicion. Hush. Fred and George instinctively pulled Luna behind them. Shielded by Fred's robust figure, she felt a comforting sense of security. Indeed, having someone to protect her was a delightful feeling. Soon, a limping man, filled with rage and despair, rushed toward them, cradling a cat in his arms. He pointed an accusing finger at Fred and George, exclaiming, "I knew it was you. You've killed my Mrs. Norris. And you even wrote those pranks on the wall. I will not let this go. I shall have you sent to Azkaban. What are you babbling about? Surely, you must be confused." Fred and George appeared entirely unfazed, mockingly tapping their heads as if to suggest the man had lost his marbles. Perhaps the situation is as follows. Follow me. Professor McGonagall arrived, her expression grave as she gestured for them to come along. Luna thought to herself, could it be coincidence? Indeed. Just around the corner was a horrifying warning scrawled on the wall in an unknown red liquid. The crooked letters looked unmistakably like a prank, which explained why old Filch assumed the Weasley twins were behind it. The handwriting of the heir of the Chamber of Secrets was truly exquisite. Indeed, it could rival Ron's. Though Fred and George recognized the seriousness of the matter, particularly as more students gathered, they maintained their optimistic demeanor, which Luna found admirable. They've been with us the whole time. They had no opportunity to do this. Luna stepped forward to defend them. That's right, we've been together all along. Harry echoed. Perhaps you're all in cahoots, all murderers. Filch had begun to lose his sanity, his eyes red and swollen. He suddenly loomed over Luna, causing her to step back uneasily. The man was rather unpleasant to behold. This has nothing to do with her. Fred yanked Luna back, glaring at Filch, using his hot dog costume to forcefully push the man away. Keep your distance. Enough, Filch. Your cat isn't dead. She's merely petrified. Snape arrived. Noticing that the foolish girl seemed unharmed, a smudge of ketchup still adorning her mouth, his heart quietly returning to its normal rhythm. Really? Snape, you must save my Mrs. Norris. She's too pitiful. Hearing Snape's words, Filch's tears could no longer be contained, his demeanor that of a distressed child. Resting his head on Snape's shoulder while Snape, looking somewhat green, endured the contact without flinching. Go eat. Stop hovering around. Luna was suddenly jolted into awareness as Ginny pulled her away. You're here? So you didn't do it? What on earth happened? Ginny whispered urgently. I have no idea. What about you? Have you encountered anything extraordinary? Me? No. I've been waiting here with Hermione and Ron, Ginny replied. What about that diary? Do you still have it? Ginny glanced at her, surprised. Didn't you hand it to Professor Snape? Oh right, I almost forgot. It seems the diary controlled others to act. No wonder the handwriting was so atrocious. Ginny's script is not like that. So, if we find the source of the handwriting, we can locate the controlled individuals? The twins were the first to be summoned for questioning. Upon their return, they encountered Luna and Harry, and before the handover, Fred handed Luna another hot dog, having dropped the previous one. Relax. If there's any trouble, just blame it on my brother. Fred beamed, only to be playfully shoved aside by George, who chided, Hey, don't just focus on looking good. Thank you. Luna smiled genuinely. The warmth of their care was delightful. Harry, I can help too. You? Right? We need to synchronize our stories. Let us not contradict each other later. Harry felt a bit aggrieved. Why didn't Luna trust him as she did his brother? Instead, she treated him like a younger sibling, meticulously organizing everything. But the warmth of her concern brought him comfort. Luna thought she was finally going to confront old McGonagall, feeling a bit anxious. After all, he was a cunning old fox, and if he discovered any slip-ups, it would be disastrous. However, upon entering the headmaster's office, she was surprised to find Snape there. It turned out Dumbledore was questioning Harry, which made sense. She could hardly compare to the Golden Boy. She sighed in relief. This time, Snape had taken the initiative to question Luna. He was reluctant to let the foolish girl be manipulated by Dumbledore, as she was already naive enough, and it would only complicate matters for him. Sit, Snape commanded, expressionless, taking Dumbledore's seat, appearing as if he were interrogating a criminal. The truth was, Snape was uncertain how to extract honesty from her, given her penchant for fibbing. May I have a piece of candy? Luna curiously surveyed Dumbledore's office. Fascinated, It was far more intriguing than in the movies, with a floor-to-ceiling window revealing a breathtaking view of the cosmos, complete with shooting stars. Yet, her attention was drawn to the plate piled high with candy on the desk, looking incredibly delicious. "Haven't you eaten? Didn't I tell you to eat?" Snape glared. "No." Luna sheepishly averted her gaze. "Liar." Snape rose in anger, leaning over the desk and roughly wiping her face with a handkerchief, even causing her bangs to flutter. He cleaned the fresh ketchup from the corner of her mouth, his tone sharp. "How many times must I tell you? Do not deceive me." He looked genuinely furious. Luna hadn't anticipated Snape's reaction would be so intense. How had she given herself away? It was all Fred's fault for providing such delicious hot dogs. Perhaps she should punish him by making him give her 5 more. For now, she could only chuckle. "This is what Fred just gave me. It doesn't count as dinner, merely a snack." "Be quiet." More excuses. Snape knew her too well. However, her cheeky demeanor was somehow endearing, with a sidelong glance. He warned, "I advise against stealing treats. They are not what they seem." How did he know she was plotting to sneak a taste? Snape looked at her, bemused. As her face clearly displayed the words, "How did you know?" Deciding to take decisive action, he slammed his palm on the table, causing the colorful candies to spring to life, transforming into brown cockroaches that scurried in all directions. How could she have forgotten that Dumbledore's favorite candy was this bizarre concoction? Help! Luna, terrified of such creatures, leapt onto a chair. Snape felt his patience reach its limit. With a flick of his wand, he incinerated all the cockroaches and magically bound her to the chair, sealing her lips. "I ask, and you answer. Did you do this?" Luna shook her head vehemently. "Was it Harry Potter?" Another shake. "The Weasley twins?" Another shake. "Then what were you doing there?" A shake accompanied by a hint of confusion in her gaze. "Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your mischief." Snape instinctively wished to fling the confiscated lewd illustrations onto the table, yet this was not his office, and he currently possessed no evidence. Most importantly, it appeared he was unable to confront her directly with those shameful images. Never mind, just wait. Snape was confident that she would not have the audacity to pursue this matter. He had initially summoned her for questioning merely as a formality. Yet now he could scarcely bear to look at her. "Is there anything else?" Snape finally inquired, noticing she seemed eager to speak, finally breaking her silence. "Can I see the Phoenix?" "No." Snape's frustration flared, prompting him to rise abruptly. "Leave." As she reached the door, Luna suddenly recalled something, pivoting sharply and nearly colliding with Snape. "What now?" This time, Snape, having learned from past encounters, swiftly sidestepped. "By the way, did you receive my token of gratitude?" "What token?" Snape frowned, genuinely perplexed. "The potion ingredients, the slug slime. Those revolting things were sent by you?" Snape recalled that he had initially instructed Goyle and his cronies to perform menial labor, extracting juice from sea buckthorn berries. Those 2 fools had failed to notice the berries, only hearing the sound of juicing, and instead had brought back several barrels of slug slime. Just the thought of it made him murderous. "Thank you ever so much." He slammed the door shut, leaving Luna with the impression that he was not particularly pleased. Could it be that the quality was lacking? Chapter 23, The Forbidden Forest Exploration. Perhaps due to being startled by Snape the previous night, Luna dreamt of him again that very evening. This time he appeared younger, around 12 or 13 years of age. Alone, he hid behind a tree, quietly watching the sky as Lily soared joyfully on her broomstick, her eyes filled with longing and aspiration. Had he skipped Quidditch practice? Indeed, he had never excelled in flying lessons, one of the few areas where he struggled. "You don't like sitting on a stick and flying either, do you?" Luna's sudden voice evidently startled the slender boy, causing him to shiver as memories of his drunken father flashed through his mind, instilling a fear of punishment. However, upon realization, he was in Hogwarts, the safest place in the world, and turned back in annoyance, discovering it was merely that ghost again. "Of course, not even close to you." Snape dismissed her with that remark and continued towards the Forbidden Forest. "Aren't you going to watch Lily Evans perform?" Luna found his sulking peculiar, as she had done nothing to provoke him. "Shouldn't you be in the girls' lavatory?" Snape's sarcastic comment reminded her that she could indeed remain outside the Hogwarts castle. However, she longed to be with him, yet regrettably, Snape showed no reaction, leaving Luna feeling somewhat disheartened. "Where are you going?" "This is the direction of the Forbidden Forest. You'd best not wander off. Be careful not to get caught by old Filch." She recalled his fierce demeanor from earlier that night, still feeling apprehensive about it. "Shut up. Don't follow me," Snape snapped, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it in her direction. Luna easily dodged it, feeling a surge of irritation and choosing to ignore him. It was her first time in the Forbidden Forest. If she could find her way back alone, she might take a stroll and lead Filch to throw stones at her. Snape had ventured into the Forbidden Forest in search of a bird's feather. Renowned for its vibrant colors that changed with the weather, a prime material for crafting dream catchers. With Lily's birthday approaching, he wished to create one for her, and perhaps even a brooch. Logically, night was the optimal time for sneaking into the Forbidden Forest, yet this also increased the risk. Daylight made it easier to find the feather and avoid detection by professors, who were all engaged in classes. Yet even during the day, the depths of the Forbidden Forest were fraught with peril. Distant wolf howls echoed, for the forest was home to werewolves, centaurs, trolls, and other magical creatures. At any moment, an unknown magical beast might spring forth, a fact Luna seemed surprisingly well informed about. True to her Ravenclaw nature, she ambled through the forest, marveling at the sights that correlated with her knowledge, all the while admiring Snape's resolute silhouette, marveling at his audacity. Unbeknownst to her, Snape was also pushing himself forward. Having become lost, he recalled that the last time he had seen such a bird, he hadn't ventured this deep into the woods. However, admitting he was lost would be a blow to his pride, compelling him to press on despite the disorientation. Hey Snape, are you lost? Absolutely not. If you want to go, then hurry up and leave. I'm just worried you'll be scared. Only cowards feel fear, Snape retorted, yet he realized that he had, indeed, suppressed his usual anxiety and tension with her presence. Had she dulled his sense of unease with her companionship? All right then, goodbye. Just as Luna began to drift back, the ground beneath them trembled slightly, and the calls of magical creatures filled the air as they began to scurry before them, opening her eyes to the wonders around her. What is happening? Snape cautiously raised his wand. What is happening? The last time I witnessed such a scene was on a nature documentary. There's definitely danger. You should hide. Where? Snape was impressed by his own calm demeanor. It seemed that being with her always relaxed him. That won't work. Up in the tree. Hurry and climb. I can't. Snape's pale face betrayed his reluctance. He had no intention of revealing his vulnerabilities before her. You can't? Then you better learn how to climb down when you're hanging from a tree. Why? Is this related to the future? Forget it. You run ahead. I'll go take a look. Luna resolved to act selflessly this time, reminding herself that she could not die in her dreams. You? A flicker of concern crossed Snape's mind. But reason dictated that fleeing was the best option. Luna sighed, realizing she could never compare to Lily. If it were Lily, she knew he would never leave her side, even at the cost of his life. Yet she had grown accustomed to it. After all, she was merely a peculiar ghost. Let me, this ghost, face you. Luna lunged forward, only to be swiftly confronted by reality. Oh, help. A gigantic spider. No exaggeration, it was the largest spider she had ever seen. Without a doubt, she quickly deduced it was Hagrid's beloved creature, yet she had not anticipated it would be this enormous. Although it wasn't as large as in the original timeline, each of its eyes was already the size of her head. With thick, hairy legs capable of snapping a small tree in two, Luna was utterly petrified, reduced to nothing but screams. What are you doing? Snape surprisingly returned. He had turned back upon hearing the girl's terrified shrieks. He attempted to ignore the sound, but failed, knowing she, a ghost, would be unharmed. Yet he could not help but turn back, just in time to see her floating helplessly before the spider. Stone, all of you. Without hesitation, Snape cast a spell with his wand. Due to the spider's massive size, only a few of its legs were immobilized. In the next moment, the giant spider shot a web that knocked his wand from his grasp, ensnaring his legs, and leaving him hanging upside down. Why did you come back? Is this the time to discuss that, you fool? Return my wand to me at once. Severus Snape recalled that he had consulted the texts, which indicated that ghosts possessed the ability to manipulate objects. Good. Luna instinctively reached out to retrieve it. Use your mind, you fool. Snape's face flushed with irritation from her sheer foolishness, possibly exacerbated by the blood rushing to his brain while hanging upside down. Oh right. Luna finally regained her composure and summoned the wand with her thoughts. However, at that moment, the giant spider began to shake Snape relentlessly, making it impossible for her to aim and hand him the wand. I can't give it to you. Stay still, I'll handle it. Left with no other choice, Snape relied on his own strength and began to float, preparing to catch it with his mouth. Just as he was about to be violently slammed against a tree, a miracle occurred. A burst of flames erupted from thin air, singeing the spider's eyes. Snape successfully executed his first wandless spell, and the spider recoiled in pain, the sparks rapidly igniting the surrounding webbing that ensnared him. He plummeted from a height of 2 meters, but Luna quickly reached out with her mind to catch him. Though she could not fully support his weight, she significantly cushioned his fall. Run! Snape and Luna sprinted away, and this time, fortune favored them as they discovered the path they had initially taken. Thank you for coming back to save me. Luna felt compelled to express her gratitude. I merely sought some spider venom. Don't overthink it. Snape hobbled ahead, his demeanor a mixture of irritation and unexpected pride in his stature, revealing a surprisingly proud side to his character. Chapter 24. The Unfortunate Quartet. By the time they emerged from the Forbidden Forest, evening had fallen. Thankfully, they had departed before the night fully enveloped them. Otherwise, the consequences were unknown. Yet, It was at this moment that Snape realized, in his frustration with that foolish ghost, he had forgotten his primary objective and even torn his only robe. Thus, Luna perceived that Snape was once again in a foul mood. "Stop following me. Get lost," he snapped, convinced that every encounter with her led to misfortune. He anticipated a sharp retort from her, but instead, she merely expressed concern, saying, "Remember to head to the hospital wing." His pent-up anger was instantly stifled, akin to a heavy blow striking soft cotton. Snape's features contorted as he shouted in exasperation, "Mind your own business," before storming away. Luna had thought that this would conclude her dream, yet it seemed he had not awakened. On a whim, she decided to check on the quartet, curious about their activities. To her dismay, she discovered that they had not returned to Hogwarts but were instead engrossed in a game at the Quidditch pitch, utterly oblivious to time, which infuriated her. "Hey, did you see my move just now? Wasn't it impressive?" James boasted, swirling his broom in the air, his excitement palpable as steam rose from his nose. "Impressive, absolutely stunning." Peter eagerly chimed in. "It's a pity Lily didn't witness it, right, Remus?" "Indeed, Sirius, what a shame for James," Remus agreed, his demeanor as gentle as ever, standing by to support his friends. Luna recalled that Sirius could see her. Hey, we agreed not to mention that." James, flustered by their teasing, raked his fingers through his unruly hair, causing it to become even more disheveled. He had faced rejection in his confession, but was far from giving up. Ha! What do you have to fear in front of your brothers? We'll all back you up," Sirius declared, snatching the golden snitch and nudging James playfully. James joined in the fun, interpreting it as an invitation, and soon they were playfully shoving each other like schoolboys, while Peter and Remus cheered them on. Luna simply could not fathom the boys' amusement until calamity struck. "Watch out, the golden snitch." Amid their playful tussle, the snitch accidentally slipped from Sirius's pocket and soared into the air. Instantly, tension gripped the group. That was their last snitch, and losing it meant they would likely be barred from the Quidditch team. As the Gryffindor captain had made clear, it was a borrowed item. "Quick, catch it. Don't let it escape. I see it. I'm coming to help." The four of them sprang into action to pursue their precious golden snitch. However, just as they were about to capture it among the trees, a girl suddenly appeared before them, causing them to come to an abrupt halt, colliding one after another. James, the first to reach her, adeptly dodged most of her form, but instead of colliding, he felt as though he had passed through a ghost, sending a chill down his spine. The darkness had deceived him. It was not human. Sirius barely managed to stop, but due to inertia, he bumped into James, followed closely by Remus and Peter, who also collided with them. "Ouch! My leg! Get off me! Hurry, Peter!" All right, I'm coming." "Maybe, James, you could let go of my hand." Amid their entangled chaos, Luna intervened, swiftly extracting the broomstick trapped beneath them, allowing them to rise quickly. "What was that thing?" "A ghost. But ghosts aren't supposed to be at Hogwarts, right?" "This is Hogwarts, you fool. I meant Hogwarts Castle." "All right, I'll be quiet." Peter shot a disgruntled glance at the ghost, who was rather attractive. "It's you." Sirius finally recognized the girl who had appeared and vanished. "Do you know her?" James felt a pang of betrayal, clutching his chest in despair. How could his best friend harbor secrets from him? "Stop the theatrics, James. The golden snitch has already entered the Forbidden Forest." Sirius's statement aimed to divert their attention while he questioned Luna privately. "What? Quick, chase it." James's resolve solidified, and he mounted his broom, charging into the encroaching darkness of the Forbidden Forest. "Wait for us." Remus and Peter followed foolishly behind. "Don't go," Luna cried out in alarm. "The giant spider is still waiting there. Aren't you walking into a trap? If anything happens to you, what will Harry Potter do?" Before Sirius could formulate how to inquire, the ghostly girl shot away, prompting him to pursue her. Luna, trailing behind the three boys, momentarily set aside her fear of the Forbidden Forest, focused solely on protecting Potter's father, and finally grasped the frustration Snape must have felt watching the trio venture into danger hand in hand. It was infuriating. "Stop right there," she commanded. But the boys paid her no heed. Finally, in a slightly brighter area, they halted, and Luna seized the opportunity to confront James, pointing an accusing finger at him. "Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Do you wish to meet an untimely end? Who would take care of little Potter then? Snape? Uffed. Him. What does he have to do with it?" Naturally, James was not pleased to be scolded, rolling up his sleeves to retort, only to notice the terrified expressions on her and his friends' faces. "Why are you all so shocked?" It was then that Luna, illuminated by the moonlight, realized why the area was so bright. It was a massive spider web reflecting the moon's glow, and the golden snitch had become ensnared within it, mistakenly believed to be caught on a branch. At that moment, they found themselves on the spider's dining table. "Don't move. It will attract its attention." Luna felt a chill run down her spine at the mere thought of encountering that monstrous spider again, convinced that this evening would surely morph into a nightmare. If she truly were the clandestine lover of the Malfoy household, she would have hastily penned a letter, urging him to incinerate the lair of the spiders without delay. Why should I heed your words? I refuse. James deliberately antagonized the ghostly figure, leaping about on the spider's web. To his surprise, the web proved remarkably elastic, allowing him to bounce without consequence, yet it ultimately ensnared him even more tightly. Clever trickery indeed. Trapped, James suddenly had a moment of clarity, though not entirely. He suspected it was Luna's cunning scheme. Nonsense. Luna couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Why was Potter so dreadfully dim-witted? Hurry up and rescue me. Peter and Remus urged one another to assist James, but it was too late. The charred giant spider, now missing a leg, returned. You dare come back? I seek vengeance. You shall not escape alive. Merlin. The spider spoke. Mother. Peter fainted in terror, collapsing onto the web. Useless fool. Remus, muster your strength and pull me up. Together. We shall incinerate it. Upon seeing the spider's injuries, James swiftly devised a plan involving fire. One must admit, his insight was remarkable. James. Remus, are you unharmed? Sirius arrived just in time, but as he appeared, the spider's eyes blazed with crimson hatred. You have ruined my beautiful form. I will exact my revenge upon you. Hey, you've got it all wrong. Sirius began to dodge the spider's webbing attacks, while Luna sighed in disbelief. She had anticipated that this spider would be so oblivious, much like Snape in his shared characteristic of dark hair. Chapter 25, The Spider Queen. What are you saying? You monster? Sirius, agile and swift, evaded the giant spider's advances. Its weakness lies in its eyes. But be cautious with fire. It could harm us as well. Luna, now devoid of fear, rushed to Sirius's side, directing him. You seem well acquainted with this creature. Move aside. I beg your pardon. I am a Ravenclaw. I even know who your relatives are. Oh, pray tell. While evading the spider's onslaught, Sirius managed to engage in conversation with Luna. It's just some black creature. Does a black dog count as your relative? Ha ha ha. Distracted, Sirius became ensnared by the web. Do you still have time for romantic banter? Finally, James, now covered in white spider silk, broke free from the web, riding in on a broom entangled in threads. Below, Remus sheltered an unconscious Peter from harm. Don't jest. James, you look like a mummy. It's all that woman's fault. Humph. With a flick of his wand, James dispelled the webbing from Sirius, only to be struck on the head by a stone. Ouch. Who hit me? Do not let your own heartbreak turn you against others in love. Loser. Luna stuck her tongue out at him. Childish. See, I told you so. Sirius. James turned to his brother, lamenting his misfortune. Even Potter couldn't withstand such a blow. Enough, James. You know I have no interest in women. Sirius spoke the truth. He preferred the company of his mates over the chattering of women. He was well aware of the troubles they brought, having too many in his own household. You have gone too far. The giant spider, enraged by the disregard of the young ones, accelerated its speed, spewing webs that ensnared both, causing them to tumble to the ground, appearing like a large, furry caterpillar. How infuriating. I can't move. Neither can I. I truly admire your courage. Luna was astounded that they could still bicker in such dire circumstances, just as they were on the brink of annihilation. Oh, not necessarily. They had exchanged knowing glances with Remus, who was hidden behind a tree. Their long-standing camaraderie in action. They would distract the giant spider while Remus would strike from behind. However, Luna remained oblivious, focused on using her will to sever the webs, attempting to provoke the spider, but unfortunately, it could not discern her presence. Sirius, observing this ghostly figure attempting to shield them, pondered her motives. Why was she willing to save them? Even James quietly wondered when he had crossed paths with a female ghost, pondering if he had wronged her in some way, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Just as Luna was about to retort, a brilliant flame erupted into the sky. A roaring inferno. Petrify them all. Remus unleashed 2 spells from the tree, compelling the giant spider to abandon its vendetta for the night, retreating in a cacophony of howls back into the forbidden forest. Luna hadn't anticipated such a display of prowess from them. Indeed, she had underestimated their capabilities. Well done, Remus. James rose from the ground, realizing they had already freed themselves, luring the enemy into a trap. Now do you believe, my lady? Sirius lounged on the ground, nonchalantly propping up his legs, relishing her evolving expression, a sense of unspoken accomplishment washing over him. Impressive. Truly impressive. It seemed she was the only one overly emotional, embarrassed. Luna wished for a hole to burrow into, contemplating the best course of action would be to wake herself up. Without hesitation, Sirius observed her gradually fading from view, and with a sudden jolt, she bolted upright. Where did she go? I don't know. What a peculiar ghost, yet her assistance was invaluable. Perhaps next time, I shall prepare some food for her. I wonder when we shall meet again, Sirius mused with a hint of regret. Upon awakening, Luna quickly sprang up. inspecting beneath her bed and on the windowsill, relieved to find no traces of tiny spiders. She ought to warn Harry Potter to steer clear of the forbidden forest for a while. Her strange behavior did not go unnoticed by her roommates. Yet they tacitly chose not to inquire. They were uninterested in knowledge that would be of no use for centuries, especially since they would soon be moving out. Turning over, they drifted back to sleep. Luna, are you awake? We must hurry. Ginny's voice echoed from outside the door, jolting Luna back to reality. Today was the day of the Quidditch match, and she was to witness Harry Potter's inaugural duel with Draco. Oh, and she needed to save Harry's arm. You all go ahead. I need to apply some makeup. An idea struck her. She would disguise herself as a spider, intending to frighten Harry and Ron away from the forbidden forest. All right then, I'll grab the team flag for you. See you shortly. Ginny assumed Luna wished to look more presentable, but Hermione shook her head, sensing otherwise. Luna found a black hood, crafted a black spider leg, and magically duplicated it 7 times, affixing them to her hood. Dressed entirely in black, she draped herself in strips resembling cobwebs. One must admit, the dream from the previous night had inspired her creativity immensely, not only in her attire, but also for her next painting of Snape ensnared in webs, with Riddle as the giant spider roaring menacingly. Hee. Luna's Spider Queen costume was indeed eye-catching, drawing the attention of the Weasley twins. Poor child. Halloween has come and gone. Not to worry, if you enjoy it, your brothers can host another costume party. Hee indeed. We can be spiders and webs. Fred and George believed Luna was merely upset about missing out on the Halloween feast. Fred even affectionately patted her spider head. No. I'm trying to scare off the competition. Moreover, in Chinese, it means to capture everything in one net. All the balls ensnared. Ha ha ha. What a delightful metaphor. I am truly moved. Fred embraced her spider-headed persona, pressing it against his chest in a playful manner, causing the headpiece to generate static electricity, which only enhanced its fuzzy appearance. Let me have a feel too. George chimed in, playfully pinching Luna's bouncy cheeks. If the feel of the quaffle were this delightful, I'd never want to send them flying. Go, go, go. Cheer for us. The relentless teasing nearly made her forget that the twins were also competitors in the match. Her words emboldened them, leading to even more unabashedly playful assaults on her face. The headpiece became crooked, and George kindly adjusted it for her, while Fred tucked her hair neatly before they departed for warm-up. Remember to bet on us winning. Fred called back, waving as he ran off. No problem, Luna replied. No problem. A disdainful voice emerged from the tent, revealing it belonged to Slytherin. Draco, brandishing his new broomstick, deliberately flaunted it, striking a pose with his hair styled in a commanding fashion, every strand meticulously arranged. Wow. Luna abruptly turned to frighten Draco, but he caught her by the legs, exclaiming, "Too foolish." Draco's release caused the broomstick to smack into her face. Without hesitation, Luna retaliated with a knee, delivering a swift greeting to his little brother. Fortunately, the broom provided some defense. Otherwise, he might have ended up sprawled on the ground, attempting to maintain his elegance. "You barbaric harpy," Draco exclaimed, stars in his eyes, wondering why he had found her slightly endearing in that fleeting moment when she had seemed trapped by him. What was so appealing about her donning a spider headpiece? "You're hardly a gentleman," Luna retorted, caressing her spider legs, which hadn't yet been put to use. "I'll take yours off. All 3 of your legs. You. It seems you do want to collaborate with me after all, don't you?" Draco fumed, irked by her accusation of him lacking gentlemanly qualities. Chapter 26, The Quidditch Match. "You. It seems you do want to collaborate with me after all, don't you?" Draco was exasperated. How could she accuse him of being ungentlemanly? Luna suddenly remembered she needed something from Draco. His approach suggested some development in their situation. She quickly transformed her demeanor, donning a radiant smile and sweetly placing her hand on his shoulder, startling Draco into taking a step back, broomstick raised defensively. Though his expression still conveyed a dismissive "don't bother me, you country bumpkin," Luna found his cowardly yet grandiose demeanor amusing, genuine laughter bubbling forth. "It's not my fault. Just self-defense, you know the knee-jerk reflex? When you're seated, your leg naturally bends." I know. You can stop talking now," Draco interjected, overwhelmed as she continued her legal lecture. The girl instantly feigned an obedient demeanor, her eyes wide with feigned anticipation, which inexplicably filled Draco with a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps he was inherently fond of being looked at this way, except by Pansy, who was simply too unattractive. Clearing his throat, feeling slightly embarrassed under her gaze, he asked, "What exactly did you do to the Malfoy family?" "Me? What could I possibly do?" Luna feigned ignorance. "My father told me to stay away from you." Draco recalled the letter S contents, the simple lead it contained. He had been warned about that peculiar woman named Luna Lovegood, deemed a disgrace to Hogwarts, and immediately thereafter received a letter instructing him to keep his distance. This only added to the enigma of the situation. So what should I do? There's another option. Draco hesitated, stammering. I suppose it could work. But it's quite a hassle. Spit it out. You can come to my house for Christmas. Not going. Draco had finally uttered the words, only to be met with a swift refusal from Luna, leaving him momentarily flustered. Come, or don't. Who do you think you are? I'd be helping you like a slug. Unappreciative wretch. She turned to prepare to leave, feeling her time was wasted, questioning why she would assist someone so ungrateful. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luna immediately began to act. I can't leave my father alone at home. Ever since my mother left. It's just been the two of us celebrating. Her voice, tinged with a slight tremor, pierced through Draco's resolve like a nail, leaving him rooted in place. Was that what she meant? Had he misjudged her? He awkwardly twisted his ankle, nearly spraining it in his agitation. All right, just stop crying. Women are so troublesome. I'll find a way for you two to meet. Is that acceptable? Draco scratched his head in frustration, inadvertently tousling his perfectly styled hair, resembling a mohawk. While Luna stifled laughter, fearing she might burst out. Don't be too moved. Haha. By the way, who are you supporting in the Quidditch match? Draco suddenly inquired. Of course, Ravenclaw. Luna replied, glancing up at him in surprise, as if it were obvious. Draco felt mocked, raising his voice. I'm supporting that damned saint, Harry. I support you supporting you. Just kidding. Luna stuck out her tongue. Just remember who your true ally is. Draco was satisfied with her response, feeling a weight lift as he returned to his tent without a word. Left outside, Luna adjusted her headpiece. Deciding against stooping to the level of a lovesick fool, she was off to cheer for Harry Potter, completing her mission of redemption. She found the Gryffindor tent and, upon lifting the flap, collided with a solid chest. Oh my goodness. What on earth? Oliver Wood was startled by the sudden appearance of the spider creature, pushing her away. Luna, small and light, was sent flying. Hey, sorry. Wood hurriedly lifted her up, suddenly feeling she looked remarkably familiar. Wait, aren't you the one who caused me trouble during Quidditch practice? No, you must be mistaken. Luna instinctively shielded her face, raising Wood's suspicions. Let me see your hair, and I'll know. Wood could no longer recall the girl's face, but distinctly remembered her beautiful golden locks. You're being a creep. Luna clutched her headpiece tightly, while Wood tugged at it, determined to unveil her true identity. Don't worry, I'm just looking. I want to do anything. Listen, does that sound like something a normal person would say? You brute. Help, a creep. Luna's cries soon attracted attention from those inside the tent, and the eager crowd began to gather, even as the match was about to commence. Let her go, Wood. Harry exclaimed, noticing Luna's face was being squished as if she were suffocating. She is my friend. Before Harry could intervene, the Weasley twins rushed in from either side, pulling Wood away. Fred even mimicked Wood's earlier stance, elbowing him in the neck, asserting that even as captain, he couldn't bully their little spider. Are you all right, Luna? George adjusted her headpiece and comforted her. Luna, shaken, hid behind him, pointing at Wood and declaring, "He is a creep. There must be some misunderstanding, right? Wood, why do you have to bully my poor little spider?" Fred Weasley inquired with a smile, albeit his tone bore an edge of awkwardness. Bully? No. I simply wished to ascertain whether she was indeed the girl I was searching for. Even Wood, despite his usual obliviousness, sensed the collective disapproval in the air. Had he erred? The little spider is too insignificant for you. If you wish, I could introduce you to Ron. Fred recalled that Wood had been on the lookout for a girl, and he and George had even sketched a portrait to help him successfully find Angelina, while also teasing him about it. Now, however, it felt as though a pig had wandered into their vegetable garden, leaving them somewhat disgruntled. I apologize. I had no intention of doing anything to her, Wood admitted, his embarrassment palpable as he realized that the atmosphere he once enjoyed had long since dissipated, leaving only a stubborn breath of obsession. As long as it is a misunderstanding, then all is well. Fred beckoned everyone inside, but turned to Luna and whispered, "Next time you see him, go in for the attack, understood?" He made a downward motion with his eyes, and Luna instantly comprehended, familiar with this tactic. She earnestly nodded, executing a high knee lift followed by a front kick, causing Fred to nod in satisfaction before patting her head as they prepared to take the stage. Harry, go for it. Luna seized the moment to bolster Harry's confidence, who had already heard Fred and George's explanation. We shall capture every single ball. Harry waved happily, buoyed by the encouragement from his friends, while Fred stepped back, pulling Harry in. All right, let us go, our seeker. Chapter 27, Theodore Not. Luna could not shake Fred's last glance as he entered. It had been somewhat ambiguous. Did he misunderstand something? Her rumored relationship with Harry was hardly as sensational as the one with Draco. She shrugged and scanned the stands for Ginny and Hermione, easily locating them by Ron's shrieks, which marked their territory. Do I have to watch the game with that thing? No, I refuse. Ron nearly leaped into Hermione's embrace, only for her to deftly evade him. Calm down, that's Luna. WTF. Luna, what on earth is this? Stay away from me. Ron's cries echoed, prompting Ginny to scold him. Don't act like a baby, Ron. Her tone had clearly been honed by Molly Weasley, leaving Ron gaping, unsure whether to fear the spider or the wrath of Ginny transformed into their mother. Yet Ginny turned back to Luna, gently saying, Don't mind him. Luna, your outfit is really cool. Would you like some chips? Thank you, Ginny. But I think I'll keep my distance from Ron. Otherwise, you all want to hear the commentary. Luna accepted the chips and the banner Ginny had prepared, seeking out another spot. With her small head bowed and petite frame swaying as she walked, she melted the hearts of Ginny and Hermione. Hermione even punched Ron, exclaiming, Look what you've done. You've broken a child's heart. Her? Heartbroken? Please, I'm the one who has suffered more. Ron retorted, and she is only a year younger than me. However, Hermione and Ginny exchanged glances, both sensing the same sentiment. She was so tiny, resembling a doll, that one couldn't help but want to care for her. Indeed, she is as exquisite as a Barbie doll, yet her thoughts are as simple as a child's, lost in her own beautiful world. The two expressed their feelings in unison, nurturing a maternal instinct as they watched Luna being jostled about, then turned to Ron, with Ginny delivering a light slap to the back of his head. Ugh, I'm your brother. Luna, burdened with a large bag of chips, struggled to navigate the crowd as everyone else settled into their seats. She lamented the challenges of being a little girl, just as she contemplated abandoning her chips to return to her reading when a boy called out to her. You can sit here. He was an exceedingly pale boy, even more so than her memory of Riddle, with an unhealthily striking visage that was nonetheless pleasing to the eye. His demeanor exuded an air of refinement, clearly a product of a well-bred pure-blood family, dressed formally even for the match, resembling a young vampire. Who is he? The boy shifted slightly to create a small space for her, a space just large enough for her petite frame. All right, thank you. Regardless, Luna felt a surge of happiness at having found a seat, perhaps because it was near the referee's area, thus allowing her to evade too much attention. Much like the boy himself, who seemed akin to a lone wolf. Upon sitting, she realized he was exceedingly tall. Seated, she barely reached his shoulder. How frustrating. She resolved to exercise diligently, aspiring to become a graceful young lady, longing to attain a physique akin to that of Westerners. It seemed the boy had heard her silent musings. Theodore Knott, second-year Slytherin. Knott. Oh, I'm Luna Lovegood, first-year Ravenclaw. I know you, he replied. Then fell silent, his attention now focused on the field. The athletes had entered for their display, and the crowd erupted in cheers, vociferously rallying for their respective houses. While he remained seated, seemingly insulated from the world around him, existing in splendid isolation. This perplexed Luna. He did not appear to relish collective activities. Yet he had kindly assisted her. Simultaneously, she could hear the chants of Slytherin will prevail. Slytherin will prevail, echoing around her. How hurriedly had she sat amongst the Slytherin supporters. As Draco took to the field, he felt a twinge of concern. Had that woman deceived him yet again? Upon entering the arena, as the announcer introduced the players from both teams, he scanned the crowd for her familiar figure and soon spotted her among the throng of Slytherins. Instantly, his mood brightened, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he gripped his broom and soared skyward, executing a highly difficult dive, sweeping past the referee's area. He caught sight of her wide-eyed terror and could not suppress a wicked grin. Truly, she was a foolish spider. You're insane, Draco Malfoy, Luna shouted, startled by Draco's stunts, her legs nearly entangling with his broom. What was so remarkable about a new broken broom? Her exclamations drew the ire of those around her. They deemed it a typical display of a player asserting his prowess over his opponents, especially since he was their seeker, Draco Malfoy. Embarrassed, Luna lowered her head, wishing desperately to find a place to hide. Suddenly, a hand nudged her shoulder. It was Knott, who had risen to swap places with her, his tall frame shielding her from all unfriendly gazes. Oh, how gentlemanly. Thank you, Luna whispered gratefully, sharing her chips with him. He seemed to be indifferent to such snacks, but accepted a piece, thanking her in return. Apologies, she still could not recall much about this boy, but rest assured, her sister would protect you. Oh, how endearing. Perhaps the girl's gaze had been too fervent, as Knott felt compelled to glance at her, nodding slightly before returning his attention elsewhere. He too was puzzled by his impulse to assist her. He was typically a solitary individual. Perhaps it was because he frequently encountered her in the library, her small stature cradling large tomes, speaking to herself, bathed in sunlight that illuminated her presence, inspiring him in an unexpected manner. Thus, she became his secret muse, and he would reference her in his drawings, though he had never considered approaching her. Nor had she ever noted the boy who often lingered behind the bookcase. However, today, upon witnessing her helpless demeanor and exchanging a fleeting glance with her, he found himself calling out to her without a moment's hesitation. From that instant, He realized that some matters, once set in motion, are irretrievable. Luna sat beside him, visibly overwhelmed by pressure. It was perplexing how someone could be so engrossed in a game while simultaneously documenting a report, meticulously sketching details with a pencil. She exhibited no fervor to rise and cheer for Gryffindor or Harry. Above all, she was too timid to do so, with such a quiet companion watching the match. The lively atmosphere of the game only served to further exhaust Luna. Chapter 28. Match cancelled. Luna observed the players soaring around the pitch, and the chaotic activity seemed to lull her into a trance. She had little interest in this perilous sport, especially under the warm winter sun that bathed her face, causing her eyelids to grow heavier and increasingly unresponsive. Yet, the thought of needing to interrupt Lockhart's spell at a critical moment kept her resolutely awake. Thus, not caught sight of the small spider, her head bobbing as she valiantly fought against the drowsiness that plagued her. His heart fluttered like a feather, and despite clenching his fists in restraint, he ultimately succumbed, allowing the golden snitch he was sketching to transform into the likeness of a girl. Finally, under Knott's deliberate efforts to shield her from the wind, Luna succumbed to slumber, her head coming to rest against his chest. Knott froze, as if jolted by an electric shock. Should he awaken her? Yet, gazing at her serene sleeping face, he considered that perhaps capturing her likeness would be a splendid opportunity. As Luna drifted into dreams, his gaze upon her became increasingly brazen, even affecting certain athletes on the pitch. How could that little spider be with those other wild men? Fred fumed, striking a bludger that nearly hit George. Hey, watch it. I don't know, brother. George dodged just in time, though his mood was far from cheerful. Typically, they would revel in every match. Damn it, why aren't Ginny and the others with her? There was only one possible explanation. Ron, they chorused, acknowledging the obvious reason. They could only wait for the match to conclude and plan a devilish training session for Ron. Gentlemen, it is time for the match, would Dove in, interrupting their conversation, his frustration boiling over due to their lack of focus. The two had no choice but to redirect their attention to the game. Suppressing their discontent, Harry was relentlessly pursued by Draco, who was employing every cunning tactic of Slytherin, determined to outshine Harry Potter in front of that woman. Her ally was far superior to the savior. Suddenly, Slytherin scored. The resounding clang of the giant gong accompanied by cheers from the crowd jolted Luna awake. She sprang up in confusion, instinctively waving her banner and cheering, "Victory! Victory!" This infuriated Draco, who was aghast that she was waving a Gryffindor flag. That little trickster. Fueled by rage, Draco nearly knocked Harry off his broom. Luna realized her blunder and hastily lowered her banner, retreating to Knott's shadow. Feeling as though she had stirred up a hornet's nest, her expression of innocent distress was heart-wrenching. Knott, unable to contain himself, stifled a laugh, his slender fingers covering half his face, as if silently protesting. All right, your expression doesn't quite convey that. Luna thought she could no longer remain in the snake's den, sensing that the plot was about to unfold, and she needed to prepare herself. Thus, she thanked Knott, her gaze avoiding the glistening liquid on his chest, retreating in a flurry of nerves. Are you upset? Knott unexpectedly grasped her collar. I'm not a child, you know. No, I just need to go to the restroom. She waved her hands in farewell to Knott. Unbeknownst to Luna, someone had been closely observing her actions, repulsed by her attire, yet taken aback by her audacity to sleep in someone else's embrace. Snape, fuming, jabbed his wand into Professor Flitwick's ear. She's clearly lying. Claiming to be my future partner? One of them, perhaps. How could I believe her preposterous claims? In the days gone by, he had been numbing himself, dismissing her words, yet he found himself unconsciously fixating on her. Even during the sorting hat ceremony in her first year, he had been overwhelmed with excitement at seeing a familiar face, though she had not recognized him at all. But now, he could affirm that the little spider before him was indeed the ghost that had lingered in his heart during his days of unrequited love and self-doubt. A complex array of emotions swirled in Snape's eyes until Harry Potter tumbled from his broom, jolting him back to reality. He leapt from the stands, and by then, she had already rushed to Harry's side, her small face etched with concern. Are you all right, Harry? Spit it out. Ouch. My hand. Harry painfully expelled the golden snitch. Though this was not the first time, his arm had been injured. Let me help. I am quite experienced in such matters. Just as Lockhart drew his wand to cast a spell, Luna removed her headpiece, inadvertently deflecting the wand's spell, which hit Lockhart squarely in the neck, causing it to flop down like a spring, his head landing perfectly in his own hands. Why does everyone seem taller? Such marvelous magic. Wait, my neck? My head. Where's my head? As Lockhart flailed in panic, Luna was unceremoniously yanked from the crowd by someone gripping her collar. Pathetic. Draco pushed her away, exasperated that a professor could make such a blunder. She stood there, frozen, oblivious to the danger. If she were to be harmed, it would be a disaster. He nudged her repeatedly, signaling her to make a quick escape, while Lockhart was still dazed. But Harry, are you worried about him? Draco's expression darkened. He was assisting her, yet his thoughts were solely on the savior. Luna felt as though she had once again bowed to the forces of evil in reality. She needed Draco's help. Got it. Got it. Draco, feigning impatience, was about to retrieve her headpiece, though remarkably, he was less irate than before. It seemed she merely desired her silly headpiece. Luna moved against the current of the crowd, still able to hear Lockhart's anguished cries, "Don't touch my head. My beautiful head." Such remarkable magic, Professor Snape remarked dryly, feigning applause. Dumbledore had truly found a gem. Hurry, save me, Snape. I know you can do it. Lockhart, too flustered to maintain his composure and dismiss the ridicule, clutched his head with one hand while desperately grabbing onto Snape with the other. Luckily, the presence of nearly headless Nick had prepared everyone for the nightmarish possibility. Luna retreated, her mind heavy with worries for Harry, fearful of being caught by a professor for a conversation. Though she had saved Harry, she had inadvertently harmed a professor. Well done. A man clad in a finely tailored, luxurious robe appeared, and Luna first noticed his exquisitely crafted dragonskin shoes, which snugly enveloped his long legs. A glimmering silver serpent-headed cane reflected the light, and an ostentatious gem brooch adorned his attire. Lucius Malfoy? Chapter 29, An Urgent Situation. I have no idea what you are talking about. Luna wore an expression of careful caution as Lucius stepped forward, removing his leather gloves with deliberation. Gently lifting her chin, he examined her with concern, tilting her head from side to side before checking her arms thoroughly. Once he confirmed there were no wounds or discomfort, he retreated. Luna was momentarily bewildered. Did they truly have an affair? She hoped he would keep his distance next time. It was wise for a girl to stay away from trouble. Lucius donned his gloves once more, appearing to be particularly attentive to her well-being. Harry is a friend, not a troublemaker, he remarked, with a gentle admonition. I advise you. There are no absolute friends nor absolute enemies. The future is unpredictable. His tone was exceedingly patient, as if he were addressing Luna with the utmost care. Why are you being so kind to me? She inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Draco hasn't he been bullying you, has he? Lucius, having heard footsteps in the distance, realized it was time to depart, and hastily conveyed his message. If you encounter any trouble, remember to write to me immediately. With that, he tapped her shoulder lightly with his serpent-headed cane and departed with an air of nonchalance. Blast it. He slipped away again. Luna thought, frustrated that she hadn't managed to extract more information from him. He was truly a cunning fox. Once the gathering had dispersed, she stealthily made her way to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey had already stabilized Harry's arm, allowing him to return that very night. Upon seeing her, Madame Pomfrey nearly mistook her for another patient. You again? Speak up. What has happened now? It's not me. I'm here to visit a friend. Luna quickly hid behind Hermione and Ginny. Madame Pomfrey sighed. What has gotten into the young ones these days? What about Professor Lockhart? Is he all right? Luna had only entered upon noticing his absence. Him? He questioned the old bat's competence and was sent to St. Mungo's by the old bat himself. And what of Ron and the Weasley twins? Fred and George said they were taking Ron for some bravery training. They took him away. Ginny's comment caused Luna's expression to change dramatically. It can't be. Their bravery training isn't to confront the giant spider, is it? What's wrong? Luna, you look unwell. Do you need to rest? Harry perceptively noted her shift in demeanor. Yes, what kind of training is it? The group chatted as they exited the hospital wing. I don't know, but whatever it is, Ron certainly needs to toughen up. Ginny recalled the earlier events of the day and couldn't help but feel irked at Ron. She could have been watching the match and enjoying chips with Luna. Careful. Something's coming. Harry, with keen eyesight, spotted a spider spinning silk that landed on Luna's head and promptly helped her brush it off. Good thing Ron isn't here. Hermione jested. True enough, the spiders around Hogwarts have been increasing lately. Ginny's offhand remark only heightened Luna's unease. What did you say, Ginny? Sorry. I wasn't referring to you, dear. Ginny patted Luna's head, appreciating its softness. I meant, you also think there are more spiders, right? Luna turned to Harry, receiving an affirmative nod. Yes, that is correct. This is bad. They're in danger. Why? What is happening? There's no time to explain. You all need to find Hagrid. Tell him to hurry to the Forbidden Forest and say his spiders are in trouble. Quickly. With that, Luna dashed away. Harry and the others exchanged glances, but, trusting Luna, turned to sprint toward Hagrid's hut. This is bad. If they encounter a giant spider, they might not benefit from Harry Potter's protagonist aura, and it could end in tragedy. Thankfully, she had already battled that giant spider twice in her dreams and was well prepared. Curse it of all nights. Snape is absent. This is all that wretched Lockhart's fault. Luna lamented as she ran, her short legs struggling to keep pace. Spotting vague figures at the Quidditch pitch was a stroke of luck. she could ride her broomstick. However, upon nearing, she discovered it was merely wood. Still reviewing the match after it had ended. "Hey, Wood, I have an urgent matter. Can I borrow your broom?" Luna had no time for pleasantries and was ready to mount it. "Not so fast. That broom belongs to the school team." Wood was adamant, seeing her as nothing but a nuisance, especially with curfew approaching. "As a senior, you shouldn't be loitering outside the castle." He wore a serious expression, which only made him seem somewhat foolish. Luna, undeterred, bit down hard on Wood's hand. "Ouch!" Wood yelped, incredulous that he had been bitten. Was she a dog? That hurt. He cradled his injured hand, which was now bleeding, and looked up just in time to see Luna soaring into the air, darting toward the forbidden forest. "Stop!" Wood shouted, feeling outsmarted by a girl. He grabbed a broom and pursued her. Luna could indeed ride a broom. She merely preferred not to fly with a stick between her legs. However, given the urgency of the situation, she summoned the passion from her days in the motorcycle club, coupled with the adrenaline from Wood's chase. Wood soon realized he could not catch up to her, always falling just short of overtaking her. "Didn't you say you couldn't fly?" Wood shouted in frustration, feeling deceived. "You've been practicing behind my back, haven't you?" "I never said that." Luna was annoyed that he had followed her. She couldn't shake him off. "Watch out. You almost crashed into the Whomping Willow. Are you insane? Go back, Wood. Be careful not to get your tongue stuck." Luna was startled by the sudden movement of the tree, nearly losing her balance. But her innate athleticism helped her regain her composure. Finally, they both came to a halt. "Do you think I, as your senior, would allow you to roam the night unsupervised?" Wood was more concerned about the embarrassment of not being able to catch a first-year student. Surely, he must have been hurt too badly by her bite. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Luna pointed. "Harry?" Wood realized he had been fooled again and turned to reprimand Harry for wandering about like a madman. "But you crazy girl, how dare you deceive me?" Old grievances surged as Wood chased after her, but once in the forbidden forest, his bulk became a disadvantage. Luna, with her nimble frame and familiarity with the terrain, quickly ventured deep into the forest. It was then she realized why it felt so familiar, despite having only visited in dreams. When she laid eyes upon the giant spider again, fear gripped her, not of the spider itself, but because it was missing a leg, just like the one she had seen in her dreams. She froze mid-air, and in that moment, Wood, unable to evade in time, collided with her. They both tumbled to the ground, with Wood instinctively wrapping his arms around Luna to cushion her fall, landing atop her. "Finally caught you, Luna. Wood, what are you both doing here?" Fred and George approached, helping the two to their feet. Both appeared somewhat battered and disheveled, clearly having been through a fierce battle. Yet the giant spider lay defeated. What on earth is that? Merlin would finally recognize that the immense shadow on the ground was not merely a cluster of trees, but indeed a giant spider. Curiosity piqued, he stepped closer, nearly stepping on Ron, who was bound in webs like a caterpillar. "Hey, let me out." Fred grinned at Luna. "You've got some guts, don't you? Care to join Gryffindor?" "Fred, did you guys break that spider's leg?" Luna nearly collapsed against Fred's chest, her inquiry surprising him. She had guessed correctly once again. However, it seemed that its leg had been broken for quite some time. This prompted a continuous clamoring for the black-haired boy, as if she were searching for Harry. George wiped the blood from his face and approached Luna to assess her injuries. "The black-haired boy? Is that who the spider is seeking?" How peculiar that this detail mirrored her dreams so closely. "How about it? Are your brothers impressive?" Fred and George flexed their muscles, attempting to distract the frightened little one. "Indeed, impressive. Is it dead?" She clung to Fred's sleeve, wishing to inspect the spider up close. Perhaps a closer look would suffice? Or better yet, acquiring spider venom would be splendid, Luna mused casually, a thought that the Weasley twins took to heart. The following night, during their escapade, they researched and managed to procure the spider venom for her. They returned on their brooms, with Wood first escorting Ron back before returning for Luna and the twins. Just as they departed, Hagrid arrived with Harry and Hermione, his grief palpable. He reportedly ruined Hermione's handkerchief with his tears. While Harry stayed by Hagrid's side throughout the night, Luna and her companions, thanks to the twins' guidance, returned safely to their dormitory, while only poor Ron, who had returned early, faced Snape's punishment of a week's worth of detention. Chapter 30, A New Wave of Trouble. Soon enough, Professor Lockhart's injuries healed. Yet she was never again invited to assist with his portraits, perhaps out of a lingering resentment for the disruption Luna had caused during his spellcasting, which had led to his humiliation. Consequently, even Snape, who had once defended Luna, found himself blamed, primarily for his delayed treatment of Lockhart. Thus, Lockhart became increasingly eager to invite Snape to participate in his dueling club. Each time Snape encountered him, he would deliberately walk around him. As Christmas approached, Luna felt a burgeoning excitement. She had yet to experience a proper Christmas celebration. The mere thought of receiving gifts thrilled her, yet preparing gifts was equally daunting. She had resolved to present Snape with the spider venom Fred and George had acquired for her, curious about his reaction. She began to suspect that the events in her dreams were indeed manifestations of reality, given the multitude of coincidences. Miss Lovegood, since the view outside is so splendid, why not simply go outside to enjoy it? Snape's voice interrupted Luna's thoughts. Goodness, had she truly been daydreaming in Snape's lesson? It was entirely his fault for speaking in that deep, velvety tone that rendered his voice a pleasant background melody. Since the Quidditch match, Snape had been somewhat distant, and she hadn't dreamt of him lately. My apologies, Professor, Luna said sweetly, standing up to leave. Where do you think you're going? Snape glared, incredulous at her apparent lack of common sense. Going outside for a punishment, perhaps? Wasn't that the implication? As you wish. Stand outside. Ravenclaw loses 5 points. She seemed utterly disinterested in his class. Whose lessons did she wish to attend? That flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart's? Snape's face darkened with clouds of displeasure, prompting Luna to hasten her departure. Naturally, Luna was not the type to obediently stand in place. Instead, she wandered off. Her boldness stemmed partly from the kindness of the ghosts, who were so amiable that they would proactively inform her of impending trouble, allowing her to evade the professors with ease. However, she encountered Draco, who was also skipping class, in the kitchens. Draco sat regally at a pristine table, tossing an apple back and forth, surrounded by a circle of house elves seemingly overseeing his activities. Upon entering, Luna observed Draco's momentary guilt as he concealed his actions, only to recognize her and barely lift his eyelids. It's you. Why aren't you in class? That question should have been directed at him, she thought. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Draco teased, taking a bite of his apple, as if mocking her for skipping class. I asked first. Luna plopped down beside him, reaching for an apple only to discover that all the apples in the basket bore bite marks, courtesy of this spoiled young master. The girl glared at Draco, her expression reminiscent of an irate pufferfish, prompting him to chuckle. Here, take this, it's the second sweetest. And the first sweetest? As soon as the words left her mouth, Luna regretted her impulsiveness, realizing she had become flustered by the sight of a handsome boy. She instinctively tapped her head, but Draco caught her hand, gripping it firmly. You're already foolish enough. Realizing their interaction had grown too intimate, he quickly released her hand, attempting to divert her attention by tossing her an apple he had bitten into several times, confirming it was the sweetest. I didn't really want your apple. Why did I say that? What are you doing? It smells delightful. Luna peered into the pot behind him, which seemed to contain chocolate. Don't let your drool fall in. Draco yanked her collar back, pulling her away. Is it Valentine's chocolate? This was Luna's first thought. Could Draco actually be making chocolate? Christmas isn't even here yet, you fool. After reprimanding her, Draco reconsidered and added, in a somewhat apologetic tone, that it was a Christmas gift. Very well, you are absolutely right. Draco's words inspired Luna. She could also prepare edible gifts for others. Observing her inexplicable excitement, Draco took a few steps back, wary of her enthusiasm, recalling the day Oliver would had nearly lost a finger to her bite, rendering him unable to ride a broomstick. Hey, it's not for you, so no need to be so excited, Draco clarified, revealing that it was a gift intended for his mother, as he could easily procure more pocket money with minimal effort. Don't worry, I had no intention of gifting it to you, Luna retorted, moving towards the house elf's kitchen to see what materials could be utilized, though her words grated on Draco's ears. Not considering a gift for me. That should be my line. Moreover, he had already prepared everything, a dress befitting the Malfoy taste, ensuring she wouldn't be ridiculed by Zabini and the others if she attended a dinner at Malfoy Manor. What did you say? He exclaimed, incredulous. I command you to prepare a gift for me. Otherwise, I'll inform my father that you coerced me into revealing the Malfoy family secrets, and that it was you who turned Lockhart's neck into a snake. All right. A gift will certainly satisfy you. Luna quickly acquiesced, utterly perplexed by what more this young master could divulge. She casually shoved the apple into his mouth, returning the favor, and promptly sought an excuse to leave. However, upon her return, she encountered Neville Longbottom, petrified with fear, transformed into a statue at the entrance of the abandoned girls' restroom. Panic ensued as everyone grew anxious, for the previous incident with Mrs. Norris had involved a mere cat, but this time, the reality of danger was palpable. Thus, speculation arose regarding the identity of the heir of Slytherin who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. To Luna's astonishment, there were 3 suspects: Harry Potter, who had been in the hospital wing tending to wounds, Draco, who had skipped class, and Luna herself, who had vanished from her post outside the classroom. Why is my name even involved? I am not a Slytherin, nor do I speak Parseltongue, Hermione whispered as she surveyed her surroundings. Because they claimed that Neville had an incident in the girls' restroom, a significant portion of people believes the heir must be female. Is it solely because I am a girl? Why not suggest that I envy Mrs. Norris's beauty instead? And what about Harry? Mrs. Pomfrey can attest to that. True, but at the time of the incident, I happened to be in the cauldron room, right there in the girls' lavatory. Harry lowered his head in frustration. What a coincidence that everyone now thought he was some sort of pervert lurking in the girls' restroom. Why were you in the girls' lavatory? It was abandoned. Harry's face flushed crimson as he nudged Luna closer, glancing at Hermione and Ron, who exchanged knowing looks, deciding to share their plan with Luna. What? You suspect Draco of being the heir? They had been harboring suspicions about Malfoy ever since Mrs. Norris was petrified, as he had laughed the loudest in the crowd. They had been preparing a truth serum to interrogate him. Truth serum? Isn't that the polyjuice potion? This isn't how it happened in the original story. That was the initial plan, but now that we have you, it won't be so complicated. Ron bluntly stated, aren't you dating Malfoy? He was immediately punched in the gut by Hermione. That is definitely just a rumor. Come on, I'm not the only one saying this. Fred and George are ready to duel Malfoy. Ron complained, feeling aggrieved. I don't even know who really belongs to the Weasley family anymore. It's as if everyone has been enchanted by that mad girl, completely captivated. We're just friends. Luna interjected, clarifying that their bond was merely platonic. That's splendid. Hermione seemed to have been waiting for that very statement, joyfully embracing Luna. This works perfectly. You'll lure Malfoy out, and he can drink the truth serum-laced tea or juice, and we'll interrogate him. But you needn't worry about the rest. Fred and George have promised to help us sneak him back to his dormitory without him realizing it, so he'll merely think he had a dream. Hermione earnestly implored Luna, who half-heartedly agreed. Truly, the Gryffindor trio is quite audacious. An even more perplexing incident occurred when Draco sought her out. An ominous premonition washed over her. What? You want to create an alibi by saying we're on a date? What do you mean create? Am I not with you? Chapter 31, A New Twist. When Draco approached Luna, she was discussing the Chamber of Secrets with Harry and the others, reiterating that she and Draco Malfoy were merely acquaintances. The next moment, a shiny head appeared behind her. Hey, Professor Snape is looking for you. Malfoy? Luna felt as though she had been caught gossiping behind someone's back. Draco heard her indignant clarification. Did she wish to sever ties with him now? Wasn't it she who had sought his assistance? With practiced ease, he seized her collar and pulled her away, flashing a polite, yet insincere smile at the clueless Gryffindors. He feigned intimacy with Luna as he dragged her away. It wasn't until Draco had pulled Luna some distance that the others finally comprehended. Was he truly Malfoy? Ron's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an entire apple. Of course. It seems the rumors are indeed true. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, despite her disdain for Malfoy. The thought of her friend having him under control filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Moreover, Malfoy's appearance and Luna's seemed oddly harmonious, a rather appealing pairing. I hope Luna will be all right. Only the naive Harry failed to perceive the subtle nuances of the budding relationship between Malfoy and Luna. Naturally, these details were later highlighted by Hermione, who provided ample insights into their interactions. For instance, during the last Quidditch match, she had witnessed Malfoy escorting Luna away, and he consistently gazed at her from the Slytherin table. Last time, he even had someone deliver a gift to Luna, and with Hermione's keen observations compiling numerous details, the others began to entertain doubts. He no better than Wood. Indeed, Ron expressed concern for Wood, noting that since that night, every Quidditch practice, Wood had incessantly mentioned Luna's name, likely entranced by her, flying too slowly. You lot can't even keep up with a mad girl. Do you wish to be caught and spanked? That ball, that mad girl could dodge even with her eyes shut. The intensity of training spiked again, leaving Ron, a mere outsider, lamenting over what had triggered Wood's peculiar obsession with Luna. Unresisting, Luna allowed Draco to drag her, wishing to convey to the onlookers, see? I did not lure your Malfoy. He sought me out. I am innocent. However, once they reached a secluded corner, her true self emerged. Enough. What is it? You can let me go now. Draco released her, and Luna, brimming with indignation, glared at him. What do you mean, your woman? Clarify. Are you unaware of the rumors circulating? You and I are entangled in a scandal? Draco fidgeted, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. She pretended not to hear him. So when Professor Snape asks you what you were doing at the time of the incident, you will respond that we were on a date in the kitchen. Do you understand? Draco rattled off the lengthy sentence, believing he could maintain his composure. What? You want to create an alibi by claiming we're on a date? What do you mean create? Am I not with you? Draco asserted with righteous indignation, rendering her speechless. Do you not wish to be the Slytherin heir? Luna had expected him to be thrilled at the prospect of being a candidate, but to her surprise, he seemed intent on disassociating himself from it, dragging her into the scandal. I'm only doing this because of you. If it weren't for the need to provide her an alibi, he wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. Dating a mad girl? He would be the subject of ridicule. Yet, compelled by a letter from his father, he begrudgingly admitted to the arrangement. Why because of me? Do you like me? Surely not. Luna's perplexed expression vexed Draco. Her captivating eyes made him want to poke them. Do you wish to spread rumors with that Weasley, claiming you were off on a date with him? Draco settled for a lesser outcome, giving her shoulder a gentle push. Feeling a sense of relief upon contact. Who said that a rumor with you would be better than with Harry? Upon hearing her denial, Draco finally felt satisfied. He led her to Snape's office, repeatedly cautioning her not to let anything slip. However, Luna faltered. As soon as the door closed, she shrank under Snape's glare, confessing, "I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I shouldn't have run around during detention. Woe is me." Tears streamed down Luna's face unexpectedly, prompting her to pinch her own thigh in frustration. Snape averted his gaze from her pitiful expression, scrutinizing her bizarre attire, adorned with various trinkets. As she rushed off to meet Malfoy. Not a date. Absolutely not. Apologies, Draco, but she does not wish to summon Severus due to the complications of youthful romance. Not a date. Yet, in Severus's eyes, Luna's evasive gaze signifies the bashfulness of a blossoming young woman. Truly impressive, Miss Lovegood. Malfoy, Potter, Wood and O. The notorious Weasley twins. Your charm is boundless. No, I swear. After being subjected to Severus's sardonic remarks, Luna was perplexed by his anger, having merely spoken the truth while wearing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. They are all just children. I truly did not. Children? Severus raised an eyebrow, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Ah, it seems the illustrious Professor Lockhart is indeed less competent than you. Luna could not help but blurt out, her mind racing. Oh dear. Am I to be penalized 50 points for teasing a professor? Yet, there was no such consequence. He merely declared there would be no next time and dismissed her. As if the oppressive atmosphere had suddenly dissipated. Once she was called out, Severus promptly donned a more casual yet formal attire, making his way to Lockhart, tossing him a decorative scarf from his collar. I, Severus Snape, hereby challenge you. This startled Professor Lockhart, who was preoccupied with his reflection. Not now, I hope. Lockhart gingerly set down his mirror and awkwardly began to retreat toward the door. What unfortunate timing. I had just remembered an urgent matter to attend to. Without hesitation, Severus seized Lockhart by the collar and dragged him toward the great hall, where he encountered the Weasley twins, casting a glare at them. It seemed the twins understood, and immediately began calling everyone to witness the duel. Extra! Severus versus Lockhart today. Don't miss it. Chapter 32, The Peculiar Maneuver of the Diary. Luna, having barely escaped, was promptly intercepted by Draco. You didn't let anything slip, did you? Draco approached her the moment she emerged. What? I suddenly recalled an inquiry I forgot to pose to Professor Snape. Why does this fellow linger like a ghost? Luna attempted to flee, only to be firmly seized by Draco's grip on her arm. Not so fast. Ahem, interrupting your romantic interlude, are we? Suddenly, Zabini appeared from around the corner. His collar opened to reveal his honey-toned collarbone, exuding a rather flamboyant demeanor for one so young. Draco frowned, positioning himself protectively between her and Zabini. This does not concern you, Zabini. Aren't you cold? Luna cast a grateful glance at Zabini, thankful for his presence. Yet it was December. TSK, Zabini chuckled, his charm apparent. Are you concerned for me? Silence, Zabini. Draco was thoroughly displeased by his flippant attitude. To him, he and Luna were in the same boat, and he was obligated to shield her, as per his father's insistence. Zabini was merely stirring trouble, and Draco could not afford to lose face. Well. It seems the rumors are true. Zabini pushed aside Draco's hand, gripping his collar, merely wanting to test the waters. Initially, he had only a passing interest in Luna, but Draco's fervent reaction piqued his curiosity. What's wrong? Do you prefer me or him? At that moment, the scene resembled nothing less than a jealous Zabini confronting Draco, prompting Luna to interject, leading both to turn toward her in unison. What nonsense are you spouting? They swiftly disentangled from each other, their mutual understanding akin to something more profound. Luna's hands itched. Was not the dark-skinned fellow rather enticing? Wipe that repulsive expression off your face. Saliva is about to dribble. Lunatic. Luna smiled, absorbing their negative emotions while secretly profiting from their tumultuous affections, crafting a rather lucrative depiction of their rivalry in the form of a cheeky illustration. Her mind was preoccupied with the whereabouts of Riddle's diary. She needed to locate it swiftly, lest more victims succumb to petrification, which would complicate matters. She harbored a suspicion, prompting her to visit the infirmary to see Neville. Sure enough, she discovered the diary nestled within Neville's pocket, indicating that the inscriptions on the wall had indeed been penned by him. Riddle must be fuming. Not only did he fail to gain greater power from Neville, but Neville had clumsily petrified himself. Yet, this was fortunate. No further blunders had occurred, allowing her to narrowly miss the spectacle of Severus's duel with Lockhart. History was set to repeat itself, as Harry once more showcased his mastery of Parseltongue before the gathered crowd. However, that was a matter for another time, for she found herself ensnared within the diary once more. Curiosity had led her to wonder if the diary had been submerged. Luna was once again pulled into the depths of the diary, but this time, she found herself submerged in water. Every fiber of her being sensing the chilling mystery of the Black Lake. She continued to sink, her mind playing tricks on her, making her feel as though she were suffocating. Clutching her chest in agony, a fearsome mermaid suddenly emerged from the murky depths, sending her into a panic. Help! Luna struggled as the scene shifted, and she collapsed beneath a tree by the Black Lake, gasping for breath, appearing quite disheveled. Although merely a memory, it felt strikingly vivid. Indeed, his powers had grown stronger. I thought you fancied me. It seems I misinterpreted the situation. Leaning languidly against a tree was a 16-year-old youth with dark hair, leisurely engrossed in a book. One long leg dangled down, landing gracefully before Luna. You're seeking revenge, aren't you? Am I? I hardly think so. Riddle chuckled as he stepped over her, advancing forward. As he moved, the scenery morphed, ultimately transforming into the washroom where they had first crossed paths. Not far from Luna lay the lifeless body of a girl. Good heavens! Luna could no longer remain prone on the ground. She quickly stood up, pressing against Riddle. Could we not revisit another memory? I am frightened. Haha, now you know fear? Riddle snapped his fingers, and the atmosphere brightened, though still within the damp Slytherin common room. The crackling flames in the hearth and the festive green and red decorations filled the air with holiday cheer. It seemed he had merely intended to frighten her. Riddle resumed his seat, toying with a magical gingerbread figure on the table. What brings me here this time? Luna's attention was captured by the animated gingerbread figure. Roughly the size of her palm, adorned with a mini Christmas hat and clutching a candy cane, playfully dodging Riddle's fingers while subtly waving at her. It was utterly adorable. If only she could possess such a gingerbread figure, she would construct a lavish gingerbread house. Oh, did you not come seeking me? Riddle raised a hand, and the gingerbread figure leaped onto Luna's shoulder, causing her to break into delighted laughter. You orchestrated this, didn't you? Neville Longbottom. Indeed. He discovered me by the Black Lake. It seems he possesses a modicum of talent in herbology, albeit he is rather dim-witted. Riddle shifted his posture, seemingly recalling how Neville had been petrified by the serpent, crossing his legs and finally revealing some genuine emotion. A true bloodline disgrace. You have already drawn strength from him. There is no need to malign him further. Luna found his words rather jarring. The harshness on his princely visage felt incongruous. Quite right, little spectre, but still far from sufficient. Riddle's face inched closer to hers, his eyes swirling with emotions she could not decipher. What do you suggest we do? Too close, Riddle. Just moments ago, she had marveled at the depth of his eyes, and now she felt as though she might be drawn into their abyss, instinctively reaching out to push. Luna was astonished to find that it had already begun to take on a tangible form. Your body, she exclaimed, gazing down at her hand, which now possessed a certain warmth. This is a gift that will surely please you. Riddle deftly placed the gingerbread figure into her palm, gently closing her fingers around it. Amidst Luna's astonished gaze, he smiled and pushed her out of the diary, where a voice whispered in her ear, Merry Christmas, Miss Ghost. Luna shut her eyes to shield herself from the blinding light. Had she truly emerged from the diary? She stumbled awkwardly onto the bed beside Neville. Wait a moment. Opening her hand, she discovered a piece of paper torn from the diary, adorned with elegant cursive detailing the process of creating a magical gingerbread figure, signed by Riddle. He had summoned her merely to frighten her, coupled with a Merry Christmas? Had he prepared a Christmas gift for her? What was he thinking, and how did he know? Regardless, Luna hastily retrieved the diary from the floor, searching for some sturdy twine to bind it up. That boy was utterly terrifying. As she stepped outside, she encountered several upperclassmen carrying Professor Lockhart towards the hospital wing, exclaiming, my back isn't sore from today, but from my battle with the dragon years ago. Be careful of those old injuries. At that moment, Luna realized that Snape had instigated a duel with Lockhart, and that Harry was a Parseltongue, further cementing his identity as the true heir of Slytherin, having decisively defeated Draco and herself. Simultaneously, she received news from Harry and Hermione, indicating that their plans needed to be expedited. They had to act before the Christmas holiday, lest they feared that parents would insist on closing Hogwarts. Chapter 33. Implementation of the plan. Although Luna had agreed to assist the trio in devising a scheme against Draco, she felt utterly unprepared. Today, she had successfully crafted a gingerbread figure based on Riddle's recipe. A little character with golden hair, a scarf, and a wand in hand. Harry and Hermione gazed in awe. Wow, that's so cool. How did you do that? Can I have one too? Please, Luna. I don't want any other gifts this Christmas. Me too. Please. Luna was delighted by Hermione and Harry's requests. It was indeed quite convenient. Oh yes. Wait, are you really planning to give this thing to Malfoy? Ron exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he cradled the gingerbread figure. Do you have anything better to offer? I want a flying broomstick. Ron clung to the figure, which Hermione promptly snatched away. This is a vial of truth serum. Remember to find a way to make him drink it. We will support you from behind. Hermione handed Luna a flask. Wasn't it supposed to be juice or something? This sudden offering of water to the young master seems a bit odd. That was supposed to be, but Ron drank it all. Hermione shot Ron a glare. Ron recoiled. You left it right next to me. I was just too thirsty. Then why didn't you drink the whole bottle of truth serum? All right, enough bickering. Time is of the essence. Harry interjected, turning to Luna with earnest sincerity, advising her to stay safe. If things get complicated or exposed, just shift the blame onto me, saying I coerced you, all right? His gentle green eyes locked onto hers, compelling her to nod in agreement. Was this the aura of a protagonist? It was undeniably persuasive. A day prior, Luna had received a reply from Draco, confirming, I will come. She was once again astonished by his willingness to communicate, especially on gilded stationery, real gold. She made sure to keep it safe. They arranged to meet on the castle terrace, a place typically deserted during curfew, where the darkness illuminated by moonlight would facilitate concealment, allowing her to feel somewhat at ease. At least if she appeared uneasy, he wouldn't notice. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends crouched in the thick underbrush beneath the terrace, a shadowy thicket where no one would discover their presence. They would wait for the opportune moment to enact their plan. Finally, Draco appeared, and even from a distance, Luna could catch a whiff of his refreshing scent carried by the wind, likely from an expensive perfume. Ron, ever the show-off, caught a whiff as well, only to be silenced by a sharp poke from Hermione. Upon closer inspection, Luna realized that Draco had seemingly made an effort to dress up, feigning nonchalance. His hair was meticulously styled, shining more than usual, and his clothing was adorned with numerous jeweled brooches, reminiscent of Lucius's gaudy peacock attire. It was evident that the little peacock had inherited his father's flair in full. Why must we exchange Christmas gifts today? What are you scheming? Draco approached, revealing a hint of arrogance. He certainly wasn't here early because he anticipated her gift, but rather to finish quickly and return home. Thankfully, she was present, sparing him the wait. I simply couldn't contain my excitement. Hand over the gift. It isn't some strange, worthless rock, is it? Draco extended a hand, bracing himself for two outcomes. If her gift displeased him, he would retaliate with a bag of vomit-inducing candy. Conversely, if it met his approval, he would summon a house elf to present her with a dress. In the shadows, Draco felt the girl's hand enveloping his, soft and delicate, momentarily distracting him from the gift's texture. A gingerbread figure. Who desires your gingerbread figure? He exclaimed, momentarily stunned to find a vivacious, lifelike gingerbread figure that bore a striking resemblance to him. Golden hair, a scarf, and a wand. Clearly, she had observed him closely. Don't you like it? Then just give it back. Luna, feeling disheartened, was overwhelmed by the all-too-familiar sting of sharing something dear only to be met with indifference. However, just as she attempted to reclaim it, Draco held the gingerbread figure high above his head. No way. A gift given is a gift retained, though somewhat juvenile. He justified his stance with a snap of his fingers, summoning a house elf bearing a parcel. When did it arrive? Luna gasped, startled, hoping it wouldn't discover Harry and the others. You still bring a babysitter to school? What is a babysitter? This is my family's house elf. You will understand in due time. Take it. Draco awkwardly tossed the package into Luna's arms, causing her to nearly topple over. It weighed at least 10 pounds. What is inside? Surely it isn't a brick. How weak. You're as light as a feather. Are you not eating well? Such a little girl. He effortlessly lifted Luna, tossing the package back to the house elf to escort her to her room. Yes, master. The house elf vanished in an instant. At that moment, Luna recognized that although Draco had a slender frame, he was still male, possessing strength and stature that left her in awe. Are you satisfied now? Good night. Draco placed the gingerbread figure on his shoulder, turning to leave, unable to voice that he had gifted her an intricately handcrafted, embroidered classical gown, complete with a crown and necklace. He was apprehensive of her further inquiries. Yet Luna's ultimate goal remained unfulfilled. She couldn't let him go just yet. Grabbing the hem of his shirt, she called out, Wait, would you care for a drink of water? Luna rummaged through her pockets and discovered that her water bottle had been rolling on the ground for quite some time. She quickly picked it up, wiped it with her sleeve, and extended it towards him. Draco cast a peculiar glance at Luna, declining the offer. Why won't you drink? It's quite refreshing. Could it be that you've discerned something? Because I am not thirsty, you mad girl. Draco retorted, brushing her hand away, feeling inexplicably irked. This sudden dismissal made Luna anxious. She needed to concoct a clever plan to keep him around, lest he come up with yet another excuse to evade her invitations. Wait. Luna boldly grasped Draco's hand. Shall we go on a date? How about a ride on a broomstick? She deliberately raised her voice, hoping Harry and the others would overhear. Shoo. Are you out of your mind? Draco swiftly covered her mouth, his irritation palpable as he hissed in her ear, Speak any louder, and I'll send you off to detention. Luna nodded vacantly, quieting down. Her soft lips brushed against Draco's palm, causing him to retract his hand as if struck by lightning, rubbing it against his robe with a frown of distaste, his racing heart revealing his own turmoil. Chapter 34, The Date. Thus commenced Luna's inaugural date in the Harry Potter universe, with none other than Draco Malfoy. Of course, her dreams didn't count in those. She had also gone on a date with Snape, though his version of a date was akin to a laborious task. As he had insisted, she'd join him in the Forbidden Forest to collect unicorn hair. Why me? She had bartered a little secret from James Potter for this rendezvous. She had even resorted to lurking above James's head all night to discover what gift he would bestow upon Lily, which forced her to endure yet another fashion show of the four friends. You are a girl. Unicorns do not attack maidens. I believe that was covered in your textbooks. Snape had remarked with a sardonic smile, which was a rare display of kindness for him. Isn't the essence of a date supposed to be romantic? Why must I accompany you on this labor? Romantic? Snape scoffed, a female ghost yearning for romance. The essence of a date lies in the Forbidden Forest. Under the night sky, with unicorns, just the two of us, what more could you desire? In Snape's eyes, that was the epitome of a date. Fine, fine. I hope your dates with Lily are always this romantic. Luna rolled her eyes, but she complied, enchanted by the beauty of the unicorn hair, aspiring to craft a quill from it. The artistic DNA within her made it hard to restrain her hands, yet she accomplished it through sheer willpower. After an exhausting night of potion ingredients, Luna awoke the next day feeling sore all over. She had intended to tease Snape in her dreams, but ended up being schooled by him instead, which infuriated her. From then on, whenever she went on a date with Snape, she would be his little puppy. Recalling her previous dreamlike date experience, Luna shook her head vigorously. Draco, walking beside her, shot her a sideways glance. What are you seeing? Did you forget your silly glasses? They are anti-creature glasses. Luna suddenly grasped his point. Those were her signature items, often perched atop her head as an accessory. Whatever, with me around, no creatures will dare to appear. Draco said this while furtively glancing at Luna, worried she might misinterpret his intentions. Understood. Thank you. Yet Luna was acutely aware of his cowardly nature. He would likely flee faster than she would in a crisis. Regardless, she was touched by his promise, until he extended his hand towards her, clearing his throat. If you are scared, grasp my hand. Luna was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to respond. You coward. Draco assumed she hesitated due to fear, as if he were a monster. He took her hand himself, having found her brazen when she had pulled him earlier. His hand was significantly larger and warmer than hers, and she found herself inexplicably flustered by this young boy's charm. Luna pressed her palm against her racing heart, feeling slightly clammy. What if the trio sees us? My reputation would be ruined. Although rumors had circulated widely, the trio firmly believed in her integrity. Being caught now would tarnish her name irreparably. Anxious and preoccupied, Luna collided into Draco's arm as he halted. What's wrong? Are you giddy with joy? No. Let us race. If I run fast enough, Harry Potter and the awkwardness won't catch up with me. You? Draco released her hand, intrigued by the peculiar thoughts that occupied her mind. What are you running from? But the mad girl was already off, leaving him no choice but to follow. He should have anticipated this. Curse it. Her little legs were surprisingly swift. The bewildered Harry and Hermione trailed behind, stunned. Why are they running? What are you staring at? Chase them. Ron, having been thumped on the head, could only sulk as he started jogging. Luna had overestimated her stamina. Soon, she was panting like an exhausted dog, while Draco maintained a steady pace beside her, his energy unwavering. What shall we do now? He asked, a mix of pride and fondness in his tone. Don't you tire? She inquired, halting. Do you think the heir of the Malfoy family is a weakling? He replied, wearing an expression that suggested this was merely routine for him. Touché. Luna plopped down, unilaterally declaring her mission a failure. Clearly, taking him to practice Quidditch would not lead to him begging for water, and she questioned why she should endure this ordeal. Are you foolish? Get up. Don't expect me to pull you along. Yet his hand moved instinctively, gripping her collar and lifting her. Where are you going? Back to sleep. Luna announced loudly to Harry and the others that she was quitting. Are you tired? Draco pursued her, seemingly accustomed to her erratic behavior. I am exhausted. Honestly, I can't deal with you. Draco extended his hand again. Here, take it. What? She wondered if he intended to take advantage of her again. After all, the earlier gesture had merely been a temporary tactic. The water bottle, you did give it to me, so it belongs to me now? With that, Draco snatched the water bottle from around Luna's neck, taking a swig, leaving her astonished. Had he completed his task? Suddenly, Draco transformed from a proud peacock to a befuddled fool, his gaze becoming vacant as he processed what had just occurred. At this moment, Harry and the others caught up. Howling like wolves behind a tree, this was their signal. Enough howling. Come out, you've succeeded. A triumphant Luna felt somewhat disoriented, fearing they might pose awkward questions regarding her and Draco. Fortunately, they inquired about various topics, even delving into whether Lucius was a Death Eater, without touching on her concerns. Draco, true to his character, firmly denied being the heir of Slytherin. He did not divulge any earth-shattering revelations. Lucius had shielded Draco well, withholding any information he deemed unnecessary. Luna finally felt relieved to leave Draco in their care as she returned to her dormitory. However, Luna had forgotten about the ticking time bomb that was the Weasley twins. Upon receiving Draco's message, Fred and George immediately raised their hands, preparing to inquire about the relationship between you and Luna Lovegood. Luna? That mad girl. A collaborative relationship. At the mere mention of Luna's name, Draco's eyes visibly brightened. You should have asked Fred like this. Do you like her? That mad girl. Not particularly. But I do care a bit. Draco's response surprised the twins, as they had never imagined that the haughty young lord might harbor feelings for Luna. Not allowed. Fred delivered a punch to Draco. I haven't even asked yet. George found himself at odds with Fred for the first time. Now it seemed they had no choice but to carry him back. He deserved it. Fred was still irate over Draco's response, insisting that he should not pry into his sister's affairs, especially not those of a Malfoy. Meanwhile, Luna, exhausted from a night of running, had fallen back into slumber. This time, within her dream, she found herself in a strange washroom, cramped and cluttered with various cleaning supplies. Where had she ended up? Passing through a wall, it appeared to be a closed pub. The antiquated aura reminiscent of the Wild West, albeit with a distinctly British flair. If she were to hazard a guess, it must be Hogsmeade. Had she actually left Hogwarts? This was indeed splendid news. Chapter 35, Werewolf. Hogsmeade was reputed to be the most well-preserved village in England inhabited by wizards. Each quaint little house was uniquely constructed, with the candy shop exuding a whimsical charm, and as she passed by, candy-like fireworks would erupt from the shop front. She had just emerged from the famed Three Broomsticks, where indeed, 3 broomsticks danced near the sign. Alas, it was far too late, or perhaps the magical world was simply lagging behind. She could not discern what era it was. The night's solitude cast an eerie shadow over the village, with every door firmly shut, as if in defense against something. Suddenly, she heard the wailing of a child, accompanied by a booming adult voice threatening to toss them into the shrieking shack if they did not behave. Soon, the cries faded into silence. The shrieking shack? Luna quickly glanced up at the moon, and indeed, it was full. How could she have forgotten that Hogsmeade was always associated with the shrieking shack? So, was Lupin waiting there in solitude, anticipating his transformation? Luna hesitated. She seemed to have never encountered Lupin. Why would she dream of him? The only possible explanation was that the Weasley twins had returned from the shrieking shack tonight, and Fred had gifted her a mysterious creature's tooth, claiming it was to serve as her talisman. He truly understood Luna. Could that tooth belong to Lupin? Luna floated into the air, surveying Hogsmeade from above, and effortlessly found the dilapidated building that might as well have had "I am a haunted house" written on it. With its tall, pointed roof and windows and doors in disrepair, surrounded by splintered wood. Fortunately, she did not have to climb stairs. Otherwise, each step would have been a cacophony. She slipped through, just in time to see a boy sitting on a rickety wooden crate, engrossed in a book with his wand in hand. Luna quietly concealed herself to observe him. You'd best leave quickly. Lupin had already noticed the sneaky figure, akin to the ghost that had saved them in the Forbidden Forest. So, she had finally come to find him? He had always thought that privilege belonged to Sirius. Lupin felt a surge of excitement, yet frustration at the thought that it had to be today. You can see me? Luna had assumed he would not be able to perceive her. Yes, thank you for saving us last time. But how come you can leave Hogwarts? Can other ghosts do so as well? Lupin, too, was a curious soul, momentarily forgetting his original intent of urging her to leave. Which time? Was it when Peeves trapped you in the bathroom, or the time you were throwing snowballs with Snape? Or was it that so many things had occurred in dreams that Luna could not recall the order? It was the time in the Forbidden Forest when you were attacked by spiders. Lupin silently committed every word she uttered to memory, eagerly analyzing and anticipating the realization of the scenes she described in the days to come. Oh, yes, you're right. How could I forget? The terrifying trio. You all came out unscathed, right? We're fine, though later Sirius always ended up entangled with various spiders, even having to be cautious about them when drinking water, Lupin said, feeling a sense of relief, temporarily forgetting the fear brought on by his werewolf transformation. How wonderful it was to have a friend, someone to keep him company. Ha ha. Poor Sirius. Luna could already envision Sirius's expression. It must have been quite a sight. The sound of the girl's laughter was particularly melodious, setting Lupin's heart racing. She truly resembled what Sirius had described, not like a ghost, but rather like a beautiful fairy. No, you must leave here at once. Lupin's face was a mask of restraint, clutching his rapidly contracting heart, hastily gathering his book and wand. Are you all right? Luna instinctively floated a little further away, but reconsidered. What could a ghost fear? She drifted back. No. Before Lupin could shed his clothes, his frail body hunched over and swiftly burst through his outer garment, transforming into a towering, fearsome creature, revealing sharp fangs and claws, eyes glimmering in the darkness. He howled to the heavens. Help! What is this? The television lied. When a werewolf transforms, their pants should not remain intact, just as his upper body had disintegrated, leaving Luna unprepared to witness a furry abdomen below. Oh no, her eyes might be lost. In his werewolf form, Lupin retained a sliver of human rationality, enough to cover himself with his paw. I'm sorry. Amidst the howling, Luna realized she could understand him. In her dream, not only had she mastered parcel tongue, she had also learned the language of wolves. No. The one who should apologize is me. Just as Lupin was on the verge of losing his last shred of humanity, she slipped away, or perhaps willed herself awake. The first thing she did upon waking was to toss that tooth into a drawer, locking it away, oblivious to the fact that her diary had vanished once more from within. Now deprived of sleep, Luna picked up a book to read, once again underestimating her lackluster academic prowess, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, she found herself in a defense against the dark arts classroom, where the blackboard boldly proclaimed werewolf. Beside it, a drawing of a wolf was sketched, suggesting a sequel was in the works. Luna looked at Sirius Snape, who stood at the lectern, chalk in hand, marking strikes on the werewolf illustration. It seemed he truly loathed the quartet, with prominent veins bulging on the back of his hand. Was he now a professor? What era was this? Turning her gaze, she indeed spotted a dopey little first year, Oliver Wood, munching on his wand, which made her laugh heartily. So, she too could dream of such bygone days. Mr. Oliver Wood, please cease your consumption, Snape called out. And the frightened first year, with wide eyes, courageously stood up, declaring, Yes, Professor, in a voice as loud as a military drill. Very well, then. How would you respond if you encountered a werewolf? Ride your broom and flee. Wood's response elicited laughter from the class. Indeed, he had been a Quidditch fanatic from a young age. Haha, well said. Werewolves indeed do not possess the ability to fly. Sit down. Do not let me catch you daydreaming again. Snape glared at Wood, hurling a half-broken piece of chalk through Luna's form, which landed atop Wood's head. The lad reflexively swatted it away with his textbook and even had the audacity to applaud himself with excitement for a job well done. Get out and stand there. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Snape's face contorted with barely contained fury at the spectacle, while Luna laughed a tad too exuberantly. Luna's sudden outburst startled Wood, prompting him to leap onto the table, exclaiming, Professor, did you see that? That piece of chalk just transformed into a ghost. No, get out of here now, Snape bellowed. As Wood scrambled out of the classroom in a flurry, Snape had indeed noticed him. He had seen Luna the moment she appeared, but his ire rendered him disinclined to acknowledge her presence. Leave. Now, Snape's wrath was directed at Luna, who obediently departed, though her compliance only fueled his irritation further. Did she truly just leave without uttering a single word? The remaining students were left with an unforgettable lesson, each exiting the classroom with mournful expressions. They felt utterly miserable, even envying Wood for being ejected. Truly, fools often enjoy their own good fortune. Luna finally slept until dawn, roused by the persistent hooting of an owl. Gazing at the ostentatiously feathered bird, adorned with a gaudy neckpiece, she realized it must belong to the Malfoy family. To her astonishment, however, it bore a letter, a formal severance notice from none other than young Draco. Chapter 36, The Library. Luna stared at the furious missive before her, a letter of termination, and recalled the gingerbread man she had gifted him the previous night, now reduced to mere fragments, with only one leg remaining. It was quite unfortunate, as this had been her first successful gingerbread creation, and she had not yet had her fill of it. Although she was uncertain where things had gone awry, she had no intention of continuing any collaboration with Draco. After all, the Iron Triangle was already privy to the information she sought. There was little to gain from him regarding her and Lucius. Thus, she affixed the items Draco had given her the night before to the owl's talon for return, nearly exhausting the bird to the point of a potential fall from the sky. Regrettably, she had not yet had the chance to inspect the contents, but that was of little concern. Eventually, she could procure a gown for herself. Luna also received a letter from Mr. Lovegood, expressing his anticipation for the Christmas reunion and hinting at a surprise he had prepared for her. Indeed, the holiday was approaching, and Luna felt a twinge of melancholy at the thought of leaving Hogwarts. She was relishing her time learning magic with her friends. She promptly took up her quill to compose a reply, only to be interrupted by a letter from the Weasley twins, proposing a lucrative business venture and requesting a meeting. Having recently set her sights on earning money for a long gown, this proposal piqued her interest, and she quickly tidied herself up and made her way to the library to find them. Meanwhile, Draco, who had been anxiously awaiting a response from Luna, was tending to the injured gingerbread man she had gifted him. He had not discarded it. Instead, he found a chocolate stick to reattach its leg, wrapping it carefully with several layers of cloth. Draco's memories of the previous night were somewhat hazy, making it difficult to discern whether their date had been real or merely a dream. If it had indeed been real, how could he forget so many details? Yet if it were false, where had the dancing gingerbread man come from? Furthermore, his house elf could attest that he had indeed sent the gift. There was only one thing left. Whatever Luna had done to him, he dared not acknowledge. Thus, he feigned anger, penning a letter to sever their friendly ties. Awaiting her to seek an explanation, he remained in his dormitory, anticipating her reply, only to be greeted by his family's owl, clumsily landing before him, bearing the package he had sent her. Very well, now I understand. Frustrated, Draco tossed the package into the trash and shoved the waving gingerbread man into his drawer. Haha, it seems we shall now be adversaries. On the other hand, Luna had organized her assignments and proceeded to the library to study, deciding to wait for the Weasley twins. While she could rely on Luna's existing memories to comprehend much knowledge, even spells from the 6th year, she knew she needed to labor to integrate that understanding. It was like knowing that blue plus yellow yields green. However, understanding when to use green and in what proportions to achieve grass green, dark green, or emerald green required exploration on her part. Fortunately, she encountered a commendable teacher in Nate. Since the last Quidditch match, their rapport had seemingly deepened, though it was not as close as her bond with Ginny and the Iron Triangle. When she sat alone to eat, he would sit beside her, and while they often exchanged nods in silence, whenever she showed difficulty in the library, he would approach her, offering gentle guidance in his cool voice. It was remarkable. His insights often provided her with profound clarity. Today, she indeed met him again in the corner. Good morning, Nate. Luna's radiant smile caused Nate's lips to curve slightly upwards. Good morning, Luna. He gestured for her to take the seat beside him. She could have sat across from him, but Nate always preferred to sit next to her, claiming it was more convenient for explaining lessons. They settled into a routine, with him instructing her just above her head, sometimes allowing her to feel the warmth of his breath. Be cautious in the coming days, he advised once Luna was settled and ready. Malfoy has declared enmity against you in the common room, and all who encounter you have been instructed to inform you. What has transpired between us? Luna was unperturbed. While she might not match his physical prowess, her magical acumen was exceptional. She had already acquired the spell for the disarming charm, and even possessed a second-hand book penned by the Half-Blood Prince. Thus, aside from her, no one else could wield that spell. She could, perhaps, teach Harry Potter in due time, giggling at the thought. Luna's whimsical musings brought forth a silly grin, which Nate found somewhat endearing, though he remained concerned for her mental state. You seem quite pleased. It appears the rumors hold some truth. What rumors? Luna's smile faded, and her demeanor tightened. The rumor is that you have taken Malfoy as a romantic interest while becoming involved with Wood from Gryffindor. It was hard to picture Nate, with his serious demeanor, uttering such words. What? How did that Woodhead enter the mix? Luna realized the cause of the misunderstanding lay in her performance that night, which had sparked Wood's competitive spirit, leading him to corner her daily for a proper match or to join his team. She had no time for him. She had not anticipated that, combined with Wood's previous romantic rumors, she would be perceived as a heartbreaker playing with the affections of two remarkable boys. Luna felt a sharp pang in her head. If you require any assistance, feel free to approach me, he offered. Although he rarely interacted with them, in a sense, they would not dare provoke his family. Thank you. I will be careful, Luna replied, feeling grateful and resolved to prepare a Christmas gift for him. By the way, Nate, do you have any particular preferences? His pause was noticeable. What is it? I simply wish to prepare a Christmas gift for you. Luna was open to any gift, but Nate had already envisioned something special for her, more thoughtful than ever before. That is indeed the most troublesome kind of request, he conceded, and Luna nodded in agreement, contemplating that perhaps everyone should gift the same item. The topic had shifted, and the two individuals had begun to write their assignments. However, during a moment of confusion for Luna, she sought the assistance of Nate, who always provided detailed explanations. As they engaged in discussion, their bodies unconsciously drew closer together. Just as they were deliberating over a historical segment, a pair of infatuated teenagers rushed past from the nearby bookshelf. Their passionate kissing sounds too fervent and nauseating for Luna to ignore. Instantly, both found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence, punctuated by flirtatious whispers. They hastily distanced themselves, casting a silencing charm beneath their table. Let us continue. Luna broke the silence first. Did you hear that? Nate regrets choosing this spot today. It's not suitable for young ladies. She mused, secretly noting the boy's behavior. Not at all. Neither do I. Time flew by, and when the Weasley twins appeared, Nate graciously greeted them before taking his leave, not forgetting to collect the rubbish Luna had generated. See you next time. Goodbye, Senior Nate. Farewell, Senior Nate. As Luna watched Nate fade into the distance, Fred mimicked her sweet voice in a high pitch. George pretended to be Nate, adopting a serious expression as he uttered cheesy farewells. Goodbye, my sweet. Luna punched him lightly, her feeble strike lacking any real force, prompting Fred and George to feign heartbreak, clutching their chests dramatically. Oh brother, how sad. Indeed. Stop joking. Senior Nate is a wonderful person. He is not what you think. Luna found herself sandwiched between Fred and George, their positions squeezing the three of them together. She was nearly perched on George's lap, only to be lifted by Fred onto his thigh. No. You may know his face, but not his heart. To her surprise, the conversation shifted quickly. Her brother hadn't even had the chance to confront Malfoy yet. George chuckled, both amused and somewhat regretful, realizing that the wild girl they perceived had an undeniable charm, one that had even reached Slytherin. Now would not be too late, Luna thought, feeling somewhat pleased at the prospect of revenge on her behalf, allowing him to squander his efforts. Now would not be too late. Fred's interest peaked at this remark, eager to share his and George's brilliant plan with Luna, only to be silenced by George. Hey, let us stick to the matter at hand. Right, my sweet little sister, we're about to be buried under Christmas orders. We'll discuss it in detail next time. Fred pinched Luna's cheek, delighted that she had seen through Malfoy's ruse. As Christmas approached, they found themselves inundated with requests for magical tricks, having worked tirelessly for several nights. Thus, they had stolen a moment near lunchtime to meet Luna and save time. We've heard about your invention. That gingerbread man. Are you interested in partnering with us to make a fortune? It must be said, the Weasley twins possessed a remarkable business acumen, having already devised a plan for collaboration. They would refine the recipe, ensuring her gingerbread figures retained a unique quality for gift-giving. After quickly finalizing their plans, they vanished, leaving behind some magical tricks while returning to their dormitory to enhance the recipe. Luna decided to grab lunch, planning to meet Ginny and Hermione later to inquire about their progress on the Chamber of Secrets research. However, as she walked towards the Great Hall, she was confronted by numerous students pointing at her, hurling insults such as slut and harlot. The majority were girls, particularly younger Slytherins, alongside several of Wood's Quidditch fanboys, glaring at her as if they wished to blow her away with their disdain. Feeling unjustly accused, Luna was bewildered. She had done nothing wrong. Yet, thanks to Nate, she had indeed improved, narrowly escaping being splashed with ink and drenched in filth. With a speed that had even Draco impressed, she darted into a room, evading a barrage of insults. Thankfully, she was quick enough. Otherwise, she might have been sprayed with pepper spray. The room was a broom closet, not particularly spacious, but a constant light illuminated it, preventing her from inadvertently stepping into a bucket, which reminded her of the disdainful kicking Ron had given it during his bout of nausea. Finding a clean spot, she sat down, waiting for the commotion outside to subside, but her movements had drawn attention, and the younger Slytherin girls had locked her inside the storage room. Stay in there and reflect. You'll be let out when you've thought things over. This implied she would remain there until the next day. Hopefully, someone would find her soon. I've reflected. I am not promiscuous, I swear. It's all a misunderstanding. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think we're blind? Several of us saw Draco going to Ravenclaw to find her. With that, Luna decided to embrace her predicament, retaliating in her unique way. Then I can only resort to cursing you in the manner of the Byzantines. Balala energy, Ganara, dark god. Run. The little girls fled in terror, their previous arrogance evaporating, revealing them as frightened souls. Luna's wild girl persona was already well established. Hearing the commotion outside cease, she sat down, recalling spells in her mind, hoping to unlock the door. Unfortunately, Hogwarts had stood the test of time in the magical world, and even a door lock was incredibly intricate. Oh no, I'm going to starve in here. Thankfully, she had mastered the clear water spell, using it repeatedly through the door crack, hoping someone would notice the suspected leak and investigate. Regrettably, her hopes were dashed. After waiting a long while, no one passed by. She attempted the stunning spell a few more times, causing considerable damage to the storage room while barely scratching the door. Feeling despondent, she found a drier corner to sit down. At least I won lack for water, Luna thought humorously, even feeling fortunate she hadn't been injured. And the light remained, albeit flickering dimly. Just as she began to feel drowsy, something shimmered behind the stacked broken cabinets. What was hidden there? Luna stood alert. But it was too late. Through the shattered glass of the cabinet, she glimpsed an enormous yellow eye. Oh no! Who would have thought that within this cramped storage room was a broken pipe revealing the basilisk's enormous eye? Well, she needn't worry about starving, for she had been petrified. Maintaining a defensive stance, she collapsed. As the appointed time passed without Luna's arrival, Harry and the others grew increasingly uneasy. Luna won't be in trouble, will she? Hermione lamented, unable to concentrate on her book. No way. She's probably just caught up with some mischievous ghost or something strange. You've known her long enough. Ron shrugged, indifferent. But this is a special moment. Just like me, everyone is talking about her. Harry recalled the discussions he had overheard earlier, worried she might be attacked by an emotionally charged individual. She isn't with you? Draco appeared suddenly behind them, panting as if he had just sprinted 100 meters, looking somewhat disheveled, his hair no longer perfectly styled. Malfoy? What do you mean? The trio stood up, cautiously eyeing him. Someone told me they retaliated against her, Luna. Draco, for the first time in front of outsiders, uttered her name, but he was too preoccupied with the urgency of the situation to feel awkward. It turned out that Draco had just declared his animosity towards the mad girl in the common room, and, accompanied by Goyle and Pansy, headed off to play Quidditch to vent his inner turmoil. However, a group of girls suddenly approached him with news they deemed favorable, claiming they had avenged themselves on her. Draco was bewildered. What grievance had they avenged? Ah, the mad girl. We've locked her away for you. The leading girl, a staunch admirer of Draco, rivaled Pansy in her fervor. You locked her away for my sake? Draco's mind conjured a vivid image of a petite girl being doused with filth and confined in a dark corner. Instantly, Draco's gaze sharpened, sending a shiver down the spines of the girls before him. Where is she locked up? Each word dripped with fury. The girl, overwhelmed by Draco's relentless questioning, turned and fled the scene. Draco shot a glare at the remaining girls, who scattered in fear. He resolved to seek out Potter and the others, hoping they had already located her, given that they were inseparable. Yet, as it turned out, she was indeed still trapped somewhere. Draco found himself vexed by an unfamiliar sentiment. He was worried about her. Though he was still irked with her, he noticed that Luna's friends were mobilizing, indicating they no longer required his assistance. Draco felt he had done his utmost and forced himself to ignore her plight, even as each step he took felt laden with heaviness and reluctance. Let us split up. We will surely find her. The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly enlisted the help of the Weasley twins and others. Luna is missing. Fred, who had initially assumed they were all engaged in some grand adventure, suddenly grew serious, his expression transforming as if he were a stranger. What is going on? George leapt off the table. Let us go. Fred dashed out first. He and George were well acquainted with every nook and cranny of Hogwarts where one might be confined. In the corridors, Harry and Ginny sprinted past Snape, who, with a look of disdain, seized Harry Potter by the collar as they brushed past. I recall running is prohibited in the corridors, Mr. Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor. I'm in a hurry, Professor. Harry had no time to engage with the old bat, wrenching free from Snape's grasp and continuing his dash. Thankfully, Ginny was still with him. For Harry, and for Gryffindor, I apologize, Professor Snape. Luna has been locked away somewhere, and we must find her quickly. Ginny's words caused Snape's expression to shift dramatically. Where is she? We don't know. I mean, who locked her away? Who is responsible? Snape, usually so composed, was now uncharacteristically disordered. He shouldn't feel this way. She was merely a regular student, someone he had known a bit longer than others, and who had appeared during some of his more significant moments. Nothing more. Yet, the ominous aura he emanated did not convey this to Ginny. I'm not certain. It was Malfoy who mentioned it. Malfoy? Snape let go of Ginny and, unable to restrain his urgency, began to jog down the corridor, desperately trying to disguise his haste. Chapter 38. Chaos Unleashed. Under Draco's direction, the girl was soon found, weeping as Snape brought her to the door of a storage room, followed by a throng of furious individuals. Silence. 50 points from Slytherin, Miss Mariana, for failing to support your classmates and bullying students from other houses. I shall be writing to your parents, urging them to impose stricter discipline upon you. Snape, having reached his limit of restraint on the way, astonished everyone with his words. Did I just hear that correctly? The old bat actually deducted points from Slytherin? Ron thought he was the only one with faulty hearing. Be quiet. Luna has not yet been found. Hermione shot him a glare. Fred and George also glared at him, signaling for silence. When the door swung open, the chaotic scene took everyone by surprise, but upon seeing Luna lying on the ground, some could no longer maintain their composure. Luna, she has been petrified. Everyone back away, Snape bellowed, forcefully pushing through the crowd blocking his path. He scooped Luna up, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. This is dreadful, yet another one. He spat, hastily carrying Luna to the infirmary. He knew that once the mandrake matured, she would be saved. Yet he could not accept the reality. Another student had been turned to stone within Hogwarts. He needed to have a serious discussion with Dumbledore. If he could not ensure the absolute safety of the students, he would side with Lucius and agree to temporarily close the school. The Weasley twins, however, did not follow but instead lingered behind, vowing to remember the girl who tormented Luna. If they did not take action, they would not find rest that night. If they could not sleep, how could the perpetrator find peace? A series of heinous pranks had tormented that girl for nearly a month. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny trailed after Snape, but could not keep pace with him as he cradled Luna, ultimately being halted by Madame Pomfrey at the entrance. Do not worry. She will awaken soon, once the mandrake matures. While this assurance kept them at bay, Snape remained vigilantly at Luna's bedside throughout the night. The one who suffered most was likely Draco, who lay in bed, tossing and turning, torn between the urge to write to Luna and explain that today's events were not of his orchestration, imploring her not to misconstrue his intentions. He was not the kind of despicable person who would make a woman bear the brunt of his disputes. Yet, suddenly, a gossiping upperclassman burst in, exclaiming, "Have you heard? The Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. Guess who has been petrified this time?" "Who?" Draco was struck with a foreboding sense of dread. "It's that mad girl." "Ha ha. Shut up. Where do you think you're going, Draco?" Draco could no longer contain himself. He regretted making his feud with her public, thrusting her into the limelight. He acknowledged that he had avoided going to her out of a desire not to witness her tears. But now it seemed he might not even have the chance to apologize. A deep turmoil gnawed at Draco's heart. Thus, during curfew, he sought out Professor Snape in the infirmary, only to be met with a scolding that sent him fleeing. "Luna has suffered terribly," Ron lamented after witnessing her rigid, petrified form, feeling immense sympathy for her. He wished he could berate those girls who had tormented her. Yet now, they should understand she was no longer the heir. However, Draco's suspicion only deepened. The three continued to fervently discuss the matter of the chamber into the night. They needed to resolve it quickly, even applying to remain at school. Fred and George also stayed behind to assist in researching, and even Draco returned after 3 days at home. He spent most of his time in the infirmary, watching over Luna. As for our heroine, she found herself trapped within a dream. Fortunately, she had anticipated this and felt no surprise. In fact, she was quite pleased, as it meant she would no longer be confined to a dark little room. Anything could pass through, except for that one encounter with Riddle. After all, he was no one of substance. This time, she found herself in a lavishly decorated, classical washroom, with marble columns adorned with Rococo-style glass windows, and a bathtub comparable to a small swimming pool, its spout shaped like a lion entwined by a serpent. Whose opulent abode was this? As she crossed the threshold, she realized her earlier assumptions were woefully short-sighted. She had merely entered a lavish and sweet bedroom, one that far surpassed any presidential suite she had ever encountered. Every lampshade was exquisitely crafted from crystal, epitomizing the owner's opulence. Moreover, the flag adorning the wall bore a striking familiarity. It seemed to be the Malfoy family crest. Was she truly in Malfoy Manor? How utterly astonishing. She discerned a peculiar pattern. It appeared that anyone she encountered during the day had a high likelihood of appearing in her dreams, with a considerable chance that those dreams reflected genuine events. Yet, this remained merely her conjecture. Had she inadvertently entered Draco's dream? She drifted from the room, eager to explore the temporal essence of this dreamscape. She soon discovered it was Christmas, and the entire estate was suffused with the festive spirit. As Luna wandered, she continuously collided with the specters of various former heads of the Malfoy family. Good heavens! She was neither their descendant, nor did she wish to engage in any sort of timeless romance with one of their ancestors. Eventually, she spotted young Malfoy. It turned out to be Lucius, appearing much as he had in her dreams, his ancestral visage and demeanor unmistakable, along with that particular way of styling his hair. She wished she could approach him and advise that growing more oily does not equate to maturity. At this moment, Lucius sported considerably longer hair than Draco's, indicating that the young peacock had favored longer locks in his youth. Yet, it must be said, he certainly exuded a far more composed aura than Draco. He seamlessly followed old Malfoy, engaging in the customary toasts and libations, radiating the confidence of a future patriarch. At that moment, the corner of the hall erupted with laughter and playful shenanigans. Two dark-haired boys chased each other beneath the expansive skirts of the ladies present, completely oblivious to the potential disruption they caused, be it startling onlookers or toppling wine glasses. "Hurry up, James. I'm right behind you." Sirius deftly dodged a house elf while snatching a slice of cake from a tray, preparing to ambush James with a playful frosting attack. "Hey, just wait." James leapt 3 feet in the air, vaulting over the head of a house elf, lunging towards Sirius. Today marked the Malfoy family's annual Christmas banquet, an event that consistently gathered numerous pureblood families, and it was Sirius's most detested day of the year, even more so than his brother's birthday. Each year, as the festivities commenced, he would seek a secluded corner to practice Quidditch. However, this year was different. James was attending the banquet with him, and he was exhilarated. The Potter family, while somewhat at odds with the Malfoys as their shampoo business partners, occasionally made an appearance, such as sending their bothersome son to feign attendance. The Potters felt reassured knowing that Sirius Black would also be present. Moreover, today was not only Christmas. It was also the day the Malfoy and Black families would announce their union. Lucius Malfoy was about to become engaged to Narcissa Black, adorned in an antique gemstone gown passed down through the Black family, each gem painstakingly sewn by hand. She was the pinnacle of elegance, drawing the attention of all in attendance, who surrounded the young couple with congratulations and compliments. Yet, just as the two boys collided, the cake in Sirius's hand was sent flying through the air, tracing a grand arc that seemed destined to land upon Narcissa's gown. Suddenly, the cake froze mid-air. Everyone assumed it was the result of some wandless magic. Narcissa quickly moved out of the cake's trajectory, momentarily forgetting her intended words, seeking assistance from her fiancé, only to find Lucius transfixed on a spot on the ceiling. At a loss for how to proceed, she could only wait for Mrs. Black to intervene. It's that insufferable, foolish brother of mine. Narcissa struggled to maintain her composure, her grip tightening on her gown. Sirius and James were momentarily stunned, clinging to each other's necks in a breathless embrace, thankful that someone had managed to halt the cake's descent. Sirius Black, how many times have I told you to stay with your brother? A woman from the crowd, bearing a resemblance to Narcissa, yet exuding an air of unapproachability, glared at them, an exacting matron. My apologies, mother. Sirius feigned contrition, all the while covertly focusing on the floating Luna, who had once again intervened on his behalf. Mrs. Black, unwilling to publicly reprimand them, could only mutter a few sharp words of admonition before seizing Sirius by the ear and warning him not to cause any trouble. If you ruin your sister's prospects or jeopardize this union in any way, you'll be stuck at Grimmauld Place for eternity. Learn from your brother. Stop bringing shame to the Black family. With that, she sashayed back into the gathering, needing to placate the agitated ladies. Did you hear that? Sirius, crouched in a corner with one ear covered, appeared rather pitiful. No, I just arrived. Brother, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Luna emerged from behind a pillar, accompanied by a younger boy, who looked timid yet possessed a strikingly handsome face. Regulus, Sirius's brother. The one who had been coerced into joining the Death Eaters in a quest for justice? Chapter 39, Captured. It's you. Who are you? The two Blacks displayed expressions of astonishment, though Sirius's was more pronounced, for he had never anticipated that Regulus would also be able to see her. Aren't you going to say thank you, Sirius? Luna floated beside him, her gaze fixed on Regulus, a rather endearing younger brother. Was that your doing? Sirius noted that the ghost seemed primarily interested in his brother, prompting him to sulkily block her view. I didn't ask you to help me. All right, fine. Count me as meddling. Luna effortlessly passed through Sirius's form, seeking to engage the young boy. Hello there. Your name is Regulus, right? How old are you? She adopted the persona of a quirky aunt, playfully teasing the 11-year-old. Are you a friend of my brother? Regulus shyly stepped back, though he could still sense the delightful aura emanating from the ethereal girl. Meanwhile, Sirius perked up, intrigued by the exchange. Well, that is a good question. I suppose I am his savior. He owes me several times over. Luna pondered, realizing they seemed not to know each other very well. Upon hearing Luna's response, which diverged significantly from his expectations, Sirius felt his pride wounded. Who said you saved him? Don't follow me. He pushed past Regulus, eager to find James before his time was up. I apologize. My brother isn't usually like this. I'm sorry for him. Regulus sincerely bowed to Luna, who, had she not known the full story, would have believed she had encountered a master of tea ceremonies. Regulus's innate goodness seemed to unwittingly place immense pressure on Sirius. I understand. Keep it up, young man. She waved goodbye to the young boy, eager to continue her exploration of Malfoy Manor. However, she unexpectedly stumbled into a particularly unique room. This appeared to be the Malfoy family's secret chamber, filled with a formidable array of large tomes, many of which were handwritten. Upon glancing at the portraits adorning the walls, she spotted a certain Malfoy who had earlier sought to become her ghostly partner. Just as she was about to exit, something on the table at the center of the chamber caught her eye, glowing with an intriguing light. To her astonishment, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the bracelet on her wrist. Luna, in a state of astonishment, raised her wrist to compare it, only to discover that the bracelet she had grown accustomed to wearing had inexplicably vanished. When had this occurred? So accustomed was she to the presence of the bracelet that she had scarcely noticed its absence. While she pondered this perplexity, the bracelet on the table suddenly soared into the air, encircling her neck like a ring toss. Surely not, she thought, for she was no mere dog. Luna anticipated that the transformation of the bracelet into a collar would allow it to pass through her body and fall to the ground, but instead, it astonishingly became lodged around her neck. Furthermore, the hue of her body grew increasingly darker, rendering her unable to float towards the ceiling. She could only hover a meter above the ground, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Thus, she relinquished the effort and opted for a gliding motion close to the floor, akin to walking. Indeed, you were right. You are not a ghost. Riddle's obsidian-like eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally succeeded. He had discovered a suitable alchemical tool to ensnare that soul, enabling him to keep her by his side indefinitely. As time passed, he could hardly contain his eagerness to encounter her. All of this was a trap meticulously devised by Riddle. He had diverted some of his focus from the study of immortality to investigate souls, suspecting that the girl might have traversed back in time through some ritual or artifact. Thus, all he needed was to find or create a device capable of imprisoning a soul, and he could retain her forever. Now, he had finally triumphed. "What have you done to me?" Luna exclaimed in terror as she retreated behind the table. Cursed be her fate, for now she could not flee swiftly. As she floated a few meters away, it felt as though an invisible thread tethered her, pulling her back to Riddle's side. "Surely you do not believe I would remain idle each time," Riddle quipped, emerging from behind the bookshelf with the satisfaction of a hunter reveling in the aftermath of a successful chase. He leisurely seated himself upon a comfortable couch, his long legs resting atop the table, casually unfastening the buttons at his neck, exuding an aura of relaxation that sent chills down Luna's spine. "How did you manage this? Why can you confine me? Am I to be trapped here forever?" Luna pondered anxiously. At least she was presently petrified. If she remained ensconced in this dream indefinitely, would she become a mere vegetable? Curious to know? "Call me master to hear, or divulge your secrets." Riddle gestured, and suddenly, Luna was transported to his presence. A mere 10 meters away, she was compelled to meet his gaze, her eyes drawn to the inexplicable darkness that enveloped him. She found herself entranced, fixated on his sensuous lips as they parted and closed, almost alluring. Riddle was in high spirits, having captured the elusive little mouse he had long desired, and she was now openly admiring him before his very eyes. Although Riddle despised being scrutinized so brazenly by others, her gaze afforded him an inexplicable thrill. Riddle reciprocated the appraisal without hesitation. Despite the passage of time, she remained remarkably unchanged from his memories. How delightful! An unusual tranquility settled within him. Having an additional pet was indeed a pleasant prospect. Meanwhile, Luna was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. She could not reveal future events nor comprehend the current state of her being. She had no choice but to remain close to Riddle, seeking the secrets of this bracelet. Perhaps the peculiar dreams she experienced were linked to it. Thus, the obedient Luna, bowing to her fate, gracefully floated down to rest upon Riddle's lap. Both were momentarily taken aback, astonished that she had truly settled there. Riddle's eyes flickered, but he quickly suppressed any visible reaction. It was a weightless sensation, akin to a cushion resting upon his knee, devoid of any discomfort. However, for Luna, Riddle's warmth felt rather intense. "Excellent," Riddle remarked, lifting his elegantly defined fingers to poke her cheek, creating a distinct indentation. "Ouch! Why did you poke me?" Luna exclaimed, covering her face and glaring at Riddle. "Interesting." Riddle mused as he withdrew his finger, relishing the coolness of the touch, before brazenly placing his entire hand on Luna's chest. To her dismay this time, her body was permeable. "Don't touch me," she protested. "It seems your soul remains unstable. It requires more nurturing from your master," Riddle observed, retracting his earlier ease. Biting his lip as he contemplated that she might not yet be perfect. Perhaps he would need to provide her with more of his blood? Indeed. The bracelet was a magical circle established with his blood, a realization that dawned upon Luna later, explaining why she had been able to touch Riddle. The original owner of this bracelet was none other than Riddle himself. However, this revelation struck Luna as profoundly disturbing. She recoiled in fear. Yet she could not help but witness the Dark Lord pierce his finger, extending it toward her mouth. "Lick it clean. Do not waste it." As Riddle's finger became increasingly heated within her mouth, something miraculous occurred. Her body grew heavier, and as she leaned against Riddle's leg, she felt an increasing weight until she slipped into his embrace. Only then did Riddle withdraw his finger, cleaning it against her collar, playfully patting her head as one might a small dog. Luna was bewildered. Had she truly become corporeal? Yet, she had evaded Draco's saliva, only to fall victim to Riddle's. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Thus, Luna became the little pet kept close by Riddle's side. She had always believed she was ensnared due to her ability to speak Parseltongue, destined to care for Nagini. However, in Riddle's eyes, she was merely his cherished house elf. Chapter 40, Malfoy Manor. At this moment, the head of the Malfoy family was Abraxas Malfoy, who had always been Riddle's most loyal supporter in all his endeavors. He had even vacated the master bedroom in Malfoy Manor to ensure his master received the utmost honor. The previous night's Christmas banquet had been grand and opulent. He had eagerly awaited his master's arrival, yet it seemed that his master had encountered some unforeseen urgency, unbeknownst to him. As Voldemort's right-hand man, Abraxas felt a surge of anxiety. Had he inadvertently offended his master? Despite having entertained guests until the early hours of the morning, he had eagerly awaited Riddle's arrival alongside Lucius early that very morning. The previous night had been thrilling for Luna. It felt as though she had uncovered numerous astonishing truths, such as Riddle's black silk robe and his remarkably composed sleeping posture, resembling that of a statue, and the fact that he slept in the nude. "Why are you not wearing clothes?" Luna inquired, still striving to float a little higher when another person in the room unexpectedly shed his robe and lifted a corner of the blanket. She was caught off guard, glimpsing the well-defined posterior of Voldemort, and in a mix of shock and indignation, Luna hastily covered her eyes, though her fingers betrayed her, allowing her to peek through. "Are you ordering me?" Riddle replied nonchalantly, sliding his perfect physique beneath the covers, revealing only half of his bare chest with its clear contours and enticing collarbone. Riddle had unknowingly developed this habit. The multitude of thoughts that filled his mind made it difficult for him to sleep soundly, often jolting him awake from nightmares. Sleeping in the nude helped him relax and alleviated his insomnia to some degree. Of course, this was also a deliberate tease for his little pet, knowing there would be plenty of opportunities for them to be candid with one another in the future. "Not without my master. I'm just afraid you might catch a cold," Luna declared, turning her back defiantly. "Huh," Riddle scoffed, raising his hand, and Luna was drawn to the edge of his bed. "Where are you going?" I won't disturb my master's sleep," Luna stammered, resembling a cat caught by its tail. "Very well, if you have the heart for it, then sing a lullaby." Riddle's playful teasing stirred her heart, and as he watched the little girl tremble like a leaf, he felt a genuine sense of delight from the depths of his being. On the surface, he appeared to be resting like a deity, but in reality, one hand was tightly gripping Luna's ankle, rendering her immobile. Sing. This truly would be the death of an art student. If she possessed such talent, she would have pursued singing long ago. Why else would she endure the burden of such heavy painting supplies during her entrance exams? This solitary note seemed particularly inescapable. Very well then, rise. Those unwilling to be enslaved, let our flesh and blood forge our new great wall. Do not blame her for only knowing this song. Riddle suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at her with a dangerous intensity. Who does not wish to be anyone's slave? Luna felt again that sensation of being preyed upon by a serpent. I didn't mean it that way. It's just how the song goes. Truly, she was a bit of a simpleton. Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, Riddle decided to temporarily spare her, not expecting a mere child to lull him to sleep. Sleep. He released her, turning away with disinterest, as if just moments ago. A storm was brewing, and soon it would be someone else's business to deal with her. Riddle turned his side to her, ignoring Luna entirely. This extremely volatile mood left her somewhat at a loss. Why was he so unpredictable? Had the current Riddle become a fragmented being, prone to whimsy? Seizing the opportunity, Luna hastily distanced herself from that alluring yet perilous bed. However, she had not considered that even in dreams, she might feel drowsy. Was she dreaming within a dream? In truth, her soul craved rest, and under the influence of the magical array, her essence was becoming increasingly corporeal. Thus, she fell asleep on the sofa, and during the night, a cold wind swept through, lifting the ethereal Luna and carrying her to Riddle's bed. On that vast 3-by-3-meter bed, Luna was tossed about by the gusts, blown down to the base of a great mountain, where she was finally sheltered. Riddle was a light sleeper. Any unfamiliar presence beside him would swiftly awaken him. Logically, he should have opened his eyes immediately and dealt with this audacious intruder. Yet, the intruder was so light that it was only when Riddle turned over and felt something beneath him that he jolted awake, seizing Luna by the neck. In that fleeting moment, realizing what he had grasped, he hastily released her neck, remaining silent for a long while, observing her tranquil face, her slightly parted lips still bubbling. What a bold little creature. He nearly sent her away or turned her into a mere object. That wouldn't do. He had not yet had his fill of amusement. Mischievously, he pinched her nose and mouth until she struggled for breath, only releasing her when she began to stir, giving her a kick that sent her to the foot of the bed. He then pulled the covers back over himself and drifted into an unexpected slumber. Thus, when Luna awoke the next day, she found herself in a tragic predicament, having somehow ended up in the Dark Lord's bed. She scrambled to the floor, cradling her head, pondering what she had done the previous night. Nearby, Riddle, already dressed, delivered a blunt blow. Next time, you needn't be so forward. Off you go. As he turned away, a smile graced his lips, indicating his excellent mood. Slithering at his feet was Nagini, hissing a greeting, "Master, Merry Christmas." Indeed, it was quite a merry occasion. Before Luna could fully awaken from the nightmare of sharing a bed with the Dark Lord, she was swept out the door by Riddle's magic, firmly binding her to his side. "Good morning, Master." Abraxas knelt devoutly at the entrance, with Lucius beside him. However, Lucius appeared far more composed, lacking the absolute fervor of his father for the Dark Lord. "Rise, Abraxas. What are today's arrangements?" Riddle paused, ensuring that the man was following him before continuing. "Today, you are to attend an event at the Leaky Cauldron, where numerous reporters will be present. I have invited several newspapers, including those from America. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, Riddle casually remarked, easing Abraxas's anxious heart. He also noticed Luna, a girl who appeared rather ethereal. You came from the master's room? Such a thing had never happened before. Who was she? When did she enter? Surely she wasn't the master's illegitimate child? Yet, they bore no resemblance. Perhaps she was merely a bedwarmer? Could it be that the master had persistently rejected Bellatrix's advances because he favored the younger ones? Abraxas's thoughts were complex. Yet his demeanor remained the epitome of reverence. Of course, the master finally dared to glance at Luna a few more times. Her? My house elf. Ah. Abraxas's voice shifted too rapidly, inciting Riddle's displeasure. What? Do you have a question? And no, I wouldn't dare. Best to keep it that way. Riddle strode past the Malfoys. His irritation palpable, not due to any particular reason, but simply because he was extremely displeased with his pet being scrutinized. Meanwhile, Luna, oblivious to the brewing troubles, was unwittingly walking into her first experience of being kidnapped. Chapter 41, Diagon Alley. Today marked the first day of Christmas, and the entire magical world was enveloped in joy and the warmth of reunion. Yet, not for Riddle, who despised Christmas, loathed gift-giving, and had ensured that the entire Malfoy manor bore no hint of red decorations, which only reminded him of those Gryffindor brutes. Thankfully, the green of Slytherin sufficed to evoke a festive atmosphere. Riddle received numerous gifts, and during his meal, his house elf recited the list of presents, while Luna stood by, a wave of disappointment washing over her. She had gifts of her own, yet now she could only watch others indulge in the Christmas feast. Perhaps her forlorn gaze finally registered, for Riddle recalled that he had acquired a new pet. Skillfully slicing his steak, he dabbed his mouth with a napkin. Do you want a Christmas gift? Yes. Luna perked up, leaning eagerly over the table, her hopes soaring as Riddle seemed poised to indulge her expectations. Don't you already have one? Riddle's pointed gaze fell upon her collar, and instantly, the girl's spirits plummeted. That was a fine gift. Don't send me another. She knew well not to expect gifts from the Dark Lord. Go fetch that old man's package. No sooner had Riddle spoken than the house elf presented a ridiculously extravagant package, adorned in garish pink. Here you go. Riddle tossed the parcel to Luna. Her eyes sparkled as she overlooked Riddle's mention of the old man, eagerly unwrapping the package. Believing that perhaps Riddle had experienced a change of heart, the parcel was meticulously wrapped, accompanied by a handwritten card placed aside by Luna. Upon opening the package, her expression swiftly changed. The familiar candies and their well-known formula were revealed. Alas, another heap of cockroaches, the candies scattered across the floor, instantly transforming into a swarm of roaches scuttling about. Luna leaped onto the table, snatching up the card, only to discover it was indeed a message from Old B. Merry Christmas, dear Tom. As she observed the frenzied little figures, Riddle finally experienced a modicum of joy in unwrapping gifts on this Christmas morning. It seems you are rather fond of it, he remarked. Which of your eyes discerned that? Yet Luna dared not voice her thoughts. After breakfast, Riddle made a grand entrance at the Leaky Cauldron with a group of people. Luna had visited this place in her dreams before, assisting Snape in locating several relatively new secondhand textbooks in the used book section. Although it had made the sensitive Lily feel a twinge of inferiority upon witnessing it, it wasn't her intention after all. Who could have anticipated that Lily Evans would return early to surprise him with a melting ice cream? The mere memory incensed Luna. She had aided him, yet he had the audacity to be upset. However, she recalled that the Leaky Cauldron had previously been crowded and cluttered, with stacks of secondhand books teetering precariously. Today, though, the establishment appeared to have been enhanced by spatial magic, briefly expanding its confines, making even Riddle's lounge seemingly twice its former size. This would surely be a question posed by the reporters today. Abracadabra presented a piece of parchment. Place it on the table. Riddle seemed disinclined to peruse it, his attention still absorbed in a book. He casually nudged his rimless metal glasses, signaling that Abracadabra could depart. Luna, meanwhile, was far from idle. Riddle's current attire was rather austere, ascetic, perilous, brimming with sexual tension. She seized a nearby quill and squatted on her chair, sketching furiously, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. It was permissible to draw a bit larger, wasn't he it? Hee. Riddle had long since noticed her peculiar antics and patiently waited until she finished her drawing before snapping his fingers and seizing the artwork from her grasp. Unsurprisingly, it depicted him wearing glasses in that very pose, legs spread apart, the focal points exaggeratedly accentuated. Your observation is rather meticulous, but it is evidently suggestive, Riddle remarked nonchalantly, causing Luna to flush, akin to the embarrassment of being caught viewing an inappropriate comic in class. That is merely the folds of the garment, she stammered, attempting to salvage her dignity, only to choke slightly on her own words. Albeit relieved, she had drawn last night's alluring gentleman. She had initially intended to sketch Lucius, but since he was absent, inspiration had eluded her until Riddle's intervention. A stroke of misfortune turned into a fortunate escape. Oh, so you frequently render portraits for others? Riddle's expression seemed to convey. If that were the case, you can forget about your hands, prompting Luna to immediately shake her head in denial. No, your little illustrations are the most popular. Excellent. Remember who your true master is. Nana. Oh no. I inadvertently signed my name. Had I known, I would have chosen to be Elizabeth Crystal Butterfly Snow Yuna instead, perhaps even in Chinese characters. That name is quite charming. Fitting alongside Nagini. Give it back. Luna realized that she had inadvertently revealed her true identity as a Serpent-S caretaker. She floated up to snatch the drawing from his hands, but Riddle had already folded it and tucked it away in his pocket. Confiscated. Riddle's time for speeches and interviews was rapidly approaching, leaving both Nagini and Luna in the lounge. However, through a one-way glass, she could observe the events outside. It resembled a small auditorium, with Riddle standing beneath the window, a sea of followers and devotees before him. He cast a disdainful glance in her direction and commenced his speech, the theme centering on the relationship between the soul and immortality. If the soul can be preserved, and a suitable method found to reconstruct the body, then immortality can be attained. This notion diverged somewhat from Riddle's original ideas in the text. Could it be due to her presence? Although the ultimate goal remained immortality, perhaps the methods were now more feasible? Luna hadn't anticipated that wizards, even those who could live to 200 years, would still yearn for eternal life. The crowd roared with fervor, reminiscent of the starstruck fans from her own era. You'd best not contemplate escape. Nagini seemed to sense the girl's anxiety, mistakenly believing she was pondering a getaway. Nagini's words prompted Luna to consider how far she could distance herself from Riddle. She attempted to test this, feeling herself grow lighter and more transparent. Could it be that Riddle's blood suppressive effect was waning? Did she now stand a chance of fleeing? Just as Luna contemplated sleep, someone approached with a pillow, and outside, a sudden influx of protesters burst in, shouting slogans for life and freedom, opposing Riddle's experiments on souls and the torment of wizards in pursuit of immortality. Such actions violated the natural order and were profoundly inhumane. Among them were individuals whose relatives had trusted Riddle and participated in the experiments, now rendered mad. Standing amidst the crowd, Riddle appeared unfazed, challenging, "What evidence do you have for these claims? Surely those present will not be swayed by a handful of lunatics." His composure only served to bolster the crowd's belief that he was not the sort of person they portrayed him to be. Yet the fierce glint in Riddle's gaze directed at Abracadabra spoke volumes to the contrary. Abracadabra, sweating profusely, swiftly dealt with the ruckus. At that moment, someone released a cloud of black smoke, seemingly to aid the demonstrators in their escape. Riddle instinctively turned to look in the direction of the glass window, then chastised himself for being overly cautious. She could not possibly escape. The ruckus barely registered with him as he navigated through the smoke, expertly taking down an assailant attempting to sneak an attack. Riddle descended the stage, his voice resonant as he regained control over the gathering, leading everyone to exit in an orderly fashion, thereby earning yet another wave of favorable reputation. However, upon concluding his activities and returning to the lounge, the door, which should have been securely locked, swung open, and Nagini burst forth. "Tom, she has escaped. No, she has been captured." Riddle's assured tone made Nagini shrink into the corner, her tongue flicking nervously. She indeed harbored an aversion towards that girl, for her presence diverted much of her master's attention, reducing the instances when he personally fed her. Thus, when someone intruded to take her away, she had merely feigned an attempt to stop them. Even her warning to the girl not to flee was but a reminder for her to hurry away. Riddle surveyed the area, taking in the unfurled parchment, scattered quills, and the lost speech notes. Clearly, the intruder had not found what they sought and resorted to abducting her instead. Without question, he knew it was a stray werewolf. The scent was unmistakably potent. However, she likely had not put up much of a struggle. "Humph, go fetch Griffin." "But master, we need to attend a meeting at the American Ministry of Magic soon." "Do I need to repeat myself?" Malfoy Riddle's voice dropped to an absolute authority, causing those beneath him to tremble. Riddle paced before the desk, incensed that someone had dared to take her right under his nose. It was nothing short of an affront to his capabilities. Before long, the small window before the table shattered under the force of dark magic, shards of glass erupting and splattering across his austere visage, leaving a crimson streak. He casually wiped it away, the metallic tang invigorating him. He yearned for the blood of the werewolf to drench him entirely. Yes, Master Abraxas had no room for doubt any longer. On the other side, Lanana found herself ensnared in a burlap sack, hoisted away by a wayward werewolf. Upon first sighting him, despite his unkempt beard and menacing demeanor, brandishing his sharp claws in a bid to silence her, she felt an unexpected surge of elation. At last, she had an opportunity to escape the Dark Lord. However, her joy was short-lived. Merlin's trousers. Did he ever bathe? The overwhelming musk was enough to sting her eyes, particularly in the position he had her slung over his shoulder, which was a veritable hotbed of discomfort. She fainted from the olfactory assault. This was clearly a dream. Why must it feel so vividly real? The werewolf had initially accepted payment from a protest organization to stir trouble at the event, but before it commenced, he received a cryptic letter instructing him to abduct a girl from the lounge, directing him to await further instructions, and gifting him a bag of gold galleons. He took the girl back to his lair, yet neither the mysterious Cinder nor the werewolf knew her true identity. Thus, when the werewolf returned to his modest tent deep within the forbidden forest, he discovered that the sack was empty, containing only the books he had pilfered, while the girl had vanished without a trace. Luna awoke to find herself in a spectral form. Evidently, the collar's magic was unstable. She had finally escaped. Floating in the air, she couldn't help but feel a rush of glee, surmising that the werewolf had indeed brought her back to his den. Was this not the forbidden forest? Familiar territory, it felt akin to returning to a beloved home. Unfortunately, Hogwarts was currently on break, the campus desolate and lonely. She could only converse with Sir Nicholas and others until she encountered Snape, who remained on campus. Snape had initially intended to return home for Christmas, not out of longing for home, but to spend the holiday with Lily. Even enduring his drunken father's wrath seemed a small price to pay. However, when Lily announced her family's plans to celebrate Christmas in France, he found his reason to return home evaporating. At least he could enjoy hearty meals at Hogwarts, free from abuse. Early that morning, Snape received a gift from Lily, a postcard from France and a refrigerator magnet of the Eiffel Tower. He meticulously penned a reply, expressing his delight in her appreciation of his improved potions and the brooch he had designed. Overwhelmed with excitement, he resolved to concoct a potion of his own to showcase to Lily, losing track of time in the library until curfew. On his way back to the dormitory, he stumbled upon the ghosts hosting a party in the Great Hall. The spirits twirled gracefully amidst the cacophony of 13 saws screeching. Snape pressed his lips together, contemplating whether to pass through and apologize for the interruption. Oh, a student. Look, our soiree has attracted a student. Indeed, a Slytherin lad. Will you not stay and dance with us, young sir? A medieval ghost, resplendent in her allure, encroached upon him, making Snape regret his decision to approach. No, thank you. Luna, observing Snape surrounded by the female spirits, couldn't suppress a laugh. She hadn't anticipated his popularity among them. It's you. Snape, now resolute, turned on his heel, intent on taking a detour back to his dormitory. Don't go, young sir. Compared to mingling with the ghosts, she preferred conversing with someone familiar. The noise was unbearable, and the food was beyond her reach. Luna trailed behind Snape, accompanying him back to his quarters. Upon seeing the postcard neatly framed on his desk, along with a photograph of Lily, she lost control and floated upward. Snape, noticing, swiftly dashed over, seizing the frame and cradling it protectively in his arms. Don't touch that. Greedy, Luna retorted. Don't forget, I am your savior. How do you intend to proceed? Snape recalled how she had indeed assisted him in the Forbidden Forest. I owe no debts. Speak plainly. What must I do to be free of you? He cautiously placed the frame back on his desk. Luna detected impatience and a hint of concession in his tone. Very well. Do you know how to remove this collar? This prompted Snape to finally notice the collar binding her neck, which resembled a bracelet but exuded a strong aura of dark magic. His fascination with dark arts momentarily overshadowed his vow to keep his distance from troublesome individuals, and he stepped closer to Luna, hands cupping the collar, his eyes alight with admiration. Shall I sketch it for you? It appears rather peculiar, as if I were holding my own head for examination. You'll sketch it? Snape cast a skeptical glance at Luna, openly questioning her talent. Do not underestimate me. I am, after all, an illustrator. With that, Luna commanded the quill on the desk to dance across the paper, attempting to replicate the runic design she had observed. However, controlling the quill proved challenging. She recalled Riddle's method for her corporeal transformation. I need some of your blood. Indeed, your blood is essential. Luna's eyes sparkled as she crowded into Snape's space, causing him to retreat 5 feet in alarm. Are you a vampire? I am not a vampire. I simply require your blood to regain a human form. No, rather, to become corporeal enough to grasp the quill. Luna's explanations grew increasingly jumbled, her urgency mounting. Understood. Snape felt utterly mad for considering her words. He retrieved a small knife for potion ingredients from his pocket, finding the right spot on his wrist, and with a decisive slice, blood flowed freely. You carry a knife? None of your concern. Will you or will you not? Snape's face flushed with frustration. Not so much. Hurry and fetch that cup, not with your mouth. Snape gazed at Luna with a mix of disgust and astonishment as she caught his blood in her mouth, her determination unwavering despite the oddity of the situation. No licking. Disgusting. But it cannot go to waste. Snape finally withdrew his arm, casting several blood-stopping charms and cleansing the wound. Truly, every encounter with her brought misfortune. Luna sensed the magic coursing through her body, yet she could no longer float, and thus plummeted, landing directly in Snape's arms. Get off me. Snape, caught beneath her, was at a loss for where to look, uncharacteristically displaying shyness in the presence of anyone other than Lily. This only served as a reminder that this troublesome entity was, after all, a woman. I can finally touch you. Ha! Witnessing the boy's flustered demeanor filled Luna with a sense of accomplishment as she embraced Snape, the fresh scent of soap bark enveloping her. Yet, why did he seem averse to washing his hair? Such a vexation. Don't touch me. Snape recoiled as if his tail had been stepped on, maintaining a 3-meter distance from her. Luna never succeeded in closing that gap again. You're shy? She teased, mimicking Lily's tone, which darkened his expression to that of a soot-covered pot. Chapter 43, Christmas Gifts. Luna observed the rigidity etched upon Snape's face as he gripped his wand, ready to expel her at any moment. Realizing she had achieved her goal, she decided to withdraw, confident that Snape would not neglect such a product of dark magic. Thus, she lay down on Snape's bed and drifted into slumber. Upon witnessing the ghost transform into a human, Snape was overwhelmed with a fervent anticipation and yearning for the unknown, a sensation that eclipsed even the joy of receiving a gift from Lily. Clutching the intricate pattern, he stealthily ventured into the restricted section that very night in search of clues. Yet, as he traversed the path, his mind was besieged by visions of the girl sitting at a table, her profile illuminated in earnest concentration and the fluidity of her strokes, leading him to realize that she was not entirely devoid of merit. That night stretched interminably. Meanwhile, on a future Christmas Eve at Hogwarts, many found themselves sleepless. Dumbledore had compellingly urged all remaining students to partake in the festivities of this peaceful night, a proposition Snape had rebuffed countless times, preferring instead to tend to the mandrakes and research ways to shorten their growth cycle rather than engage in frivolity with those he found insufferable. Surely, this is the moment to unwind, he mused. If only Luna were here, she would revel in it. And do you not wish to know what she gifted you? Dumbledore's words, like an incantation, halted Snape in his tracks as he snatched the Christmas hat from Dumbledore's grasp and turned toward the Great Hall. The hall was imbued with a festive spirit. The staff table had been transformed into a familial long table adorned with high-backed chairs. Approximately 20 students and professors remained, gathered together, yet an inexplicable tension pervaded the atmosphere. We have no time for a party. Luna is still waiting for us, someone exclaimed. We are acutely aware, came the reply, but Dumbledore hopes to lighten everyone's spirits. Hermione concurred, noting that her friends had been on edge for several days. Surely it isn't because the Chamber of Secrets is about to be opened again? Ron whispered, scanning the surroundings as if something might leap out to bite him. Indeed, it might just be you who gets snatched first. Ginny rolled her eyes in exasperation. Don't be like that. Ron is merely concerned for everyone's well-being, Harry reassured, striving to pacify the group's frayed nerves, unwilling to see his friends quarrel on such a day. Perhaps Dumbledore was right. Everyone was too tense, and life necessitated occasional respite. However, when the assembly beheld Snape trailing behind Dumbledore, their expressions shifted. Some became reticent, others resistant, and a few openly disdainful. Harry lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet Snape's eye. Unperturbed by the unfriendly stares, Snape sought out a corner and began to consume drink after drink. Everyone is here. Splendid. Dumbledore's entrance injected a spark of life into the gathering. His attire, a dazzling Christmas robe adorned with glimmering sequins, captivating all. Wow, Dumbledore has truly donned a neon light, Hermione remarked. Perplexed. What is a neon light? She pondered. If only Luna were here. The Weasley twins were the last to arrive, having delivered a Christmas feast to Luna, thus arriving late to the gift unwrapping. Why not tomorrow? Harry wondered aloud. Who knows? Dumbledore deemed today more suitable. Perhaps this is the only way to gather everyone together. Hermione speculated. Regardless, Snape was acutely aware that had he not come, Dumbledore might not have easily relinquished Luna's gift. With a snap of his fingers, Dumbledore transformed the table laden with sumptuous dishes into an enormous Christmas tree, underneath which lay gifts for all present, including some specifically prepared by the professors. At last, joyous laughter erupted from the children, the spirit of Christmas rekindled. They rushed to the tree, eagerly searching for their presents. Harry cradled his gingerbread figure, complete with round spectacles and a lightning bolt on its forehead, an astonishingly accurate likeness. He beamed with delight, a hint of tears in his eyes, for this was the first time he had received such a thoughtfully crafted gift, tailored just for him. Look at my mini-me, Ron exclaimed, clutching a gingerbread figure with a tuft of hair and a sprinkling of freckles. which had apparently been nibbled by the figure itself. "Hey, I'm not food," he protested, though he hesitated to pry open its mouth, fearing damage. Hermione's figure, too, featured a toothbrush and a fluffy mane made of cotton, shedding as she walked. Eventually consumed by Ron's gingerbread figure. "Ron, don't eat my hair." To clarify, it's eating her hair, as Snape collected his gift. He departed the revelry that did not belong to him, hastily retreating to his office, where he tossed the gift into a drawer, forcing himself to resume his research. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he reopened the drawer, unwrapping the exquisitely packaged gift, his hands tingling, likely from the force with which he had opened the drawer. To his surprise, he discovered a jar containing a spider's gland preserved in formaldehyde. "You truly understand me," he mused, as he genuinely appreciated the value of the giant spider-esque gland. However, a pang of disappointment surged within him as he thought of what Harry and the others had received. He recalled that she had once gifted him a gingerbread figure as well, yet he could not remember how he had disposed of it. The realization that he owed her much weighed heavily on him. After much deliberation, Snape ventured to the hospital wing, discreetly slipping his prepared Christmas gift into her pocket. Meanwhile, Draco found himself in a state of discomfort at the Malfoy dinner, having declined Pansy's several invitations to dance. He often retreated to a corner, furtively glancing into his pocket, where lay a gingerbread figure with a broken leg that he had painstakingly repaired, unwilling to consume it, even as it had grown less agile. For this reason, he had procured a delicate box to house it, often taking it out to admire. "What are you doing, Draco?" Zabini suddenly clapped a hand on Draco's back, startling him and causing his grip to falter, sending the box flying. "Oh no!" Draco lunged to catch it, swiftly opening it to examine the gingerbread figure, only to find that its other leg had also broken, igniting a mix of anguish and fury within him as he sprang up and pinned Zabini to the ground, landing a punch that drew blood. "You ruined it." Draco seethed. "It's just a broken cookie. I could get you 100 of them." Zabini, terrified by Draco's frenzied demeanor, realized that spending too much time with the mad girl had indeed influenced him. Later, Draco would learn that the Weasley twins offered a plethora of varieties, even Halloween-themed gingerbread figures. Yet, he remained steadfast in his belief that his was the finest, crafted by her own hands, and was the first of its kind. The Weasley twins, too, stealthily returned to their dormitory, their gifts not only consisting of gingerbread figures, but also featuring Luna's hand-painted cartoon drawings. Indeed, the lovely little darling still adores her brothers, Fred exclaimed, taking a deep breath as he meticulously wiped the frame. He found the most prominent spot to display them, removing the signed Quidditch poster to make way for Luna's artwork. "Hey, if Wood sees that, he'll cry," George teased. "Let him cry. I have plenty of tissues." Fred waved a roll of paper in the air. Oliver Wood also received a gift from Luna at home, a golden snitch that was edible, with his name inscribed on one side and his wife's name on the other. Although it was amusing, Wood found himself unable to laugh. His thoughts were not solely occupied by Quidditch matches and training regimens. Rather, he was consumed with concern over when that girl would awaken. Chapter 44, The Curse. Luna was sleeping soundly, yet the tranquility of her slumber abruptly jolted her awake from a state of deep anxiety. She sensed that something was amiss. How could she have slept through the night when Sirius had not returned? Given his temperament, he would typically disrupt her sleep by pulling back her covers and insisting she sleep on the floor. Had something happened to him? With a sudden rush of clarity, Luna found herself within the halls of Hogwarts, searching for answers and inquiring with the various ghosts. However, after the revelry of the previous night, these drunken apparitions appeared rather disoriented and unreliable. "A boy with black hair? I didn't see any such boy. Are you speaking of that child named Tom?" "Oh, he is quite the charming lad. So handsome," lamented a plump lady ghost, her voice thick with sorrow. Luna's expression shifted slightly. Could the Tom they spoke of be the one she feared? "The one I seek is not so dashing. His hair is perpetually greasy, and his complexion is pale, as if he were a vampire." "Haha, my apologies, Professor Snape." Luna struggled to recall any other distinguishing features. "A vampire? Long ago. A vampire duke pursued me relentlessly," the plump lady reminisced fondly. "His hair was also black. Alas, we were not a suitable match." "Oh, what a pity. It's been delightful conversing with you." But Luna realized she was learning nothing of consequence. Just as she was about to depart, she overheard a peculiar tidbit. "Why is there an infant in the restricted section? Whose illegitimate child could it be? Dumbledore's? Ha! You must be drunk. How could there be a child at Hogwarts? Well, we must return. An infant?" Luna keenly sensed that this might be connected to Sirius. With a spirit of inquiry, she stealthily slipped into the restricted section. Fortunately, even old Filch seemed to be in a relaxed mood today, not roaming about. This was not her first venture into the restricted section. She had often been summoned there in dreams of her school days with Riddle, holding a lantern for him. using her floating abilities as her hands were otherwise occupied. It was quite exhausting, leaving her feeling as though she had completed hundreds of push-ups each morning. Thus, Luna knew that the restricted section housed many formidable tomes, and carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Curses could be lethal, even for the great Dark Lord himself. Once, he had suffered a mishap and had been cursed into a youthful form, appearing as a man in his 30s, which had almost led to a fire when she nearly dropped the lantern. Thankfully, Riddle had acted swiftly to extinguish the flames, albeit at the cost of a robe. Surely, Severus hadn't encountered a similar curse? Before long, Luna discovered Severus's clothing strewn upon the floor, yet he was nowhere to be found. Severus? Are you alive? You nearly frightened Luna to death. What is this development? From beneath the pile of garments emerged a small infant, with black hair sticking to his scalp, wide-eyed and distinctly frowning, an irritable little child indeed. However, Luna was instantly smitten. She adored children and promptly scooped the little one into her arms. A white diaper slipped from the infant's legs. Severus? Have you shrunk? Or is this your illegitimate child? You fool. The infant Severus, devoid of the ability to articulate, opened his mouth only to emit cute cooing sounds, prompting Luna to plant a fervent kiss on his cheek. How utterly adorable. Thankfully, I'm not in my ghostly form now, or I wouldn't be able to hold you. Severus felt insulted. He slapped Luna's face. But with his current strength, it felt more like a gentle caress. Good boy, good boy. Sister will take you back for a meal right away. Luna lifted the tiny Severus, only to suddenly realize that he was completely bare, revealing everything. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she hastily wrapped him in her own clothing, cradling him as she made her way back. Severus, resigned to his fate, shut his eyes, convincing himself that this was not real, merely a dream. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he still found himself nestled against that girl's chest. Damn, he would certainly cast her a forgetting charm. Severus naively believed she had seen him exposed, compounded by the humiliation of being fed like an infant. It was the peak of his embarrassment. Yet, he was far from understanding the true extent of his predicament. In Luna's eyes, Severus had regressed, and subconsciously, his mentality had also diminished. Why else would he gaze at her so intently, caress her face, and fetch towels for her? Soon, Luna shed any psychological barriers regarding gender, as he was utterly oblivious to such distinctions. First, she brought Severus into the washroom. With a flick of her wrist, the tiny Severus was seated in the sink, completely naked. Upon seeing her mischievous gaze, Severus immediately understood her intentions and scrambled for the edge. Give up, Severus. I've been wanting to do this for ages. Luna effortlessly pinned his little shoulder down with one hand while using the other to scoop water over his head. Severus sputtered, choking on the water, exuding an aura of curses despite being an infant. All that could be seen were his whites of his eyes. He had never felt so humiliated before. He wanted to kill her. Luna shrugged. Why did it feel like Severus harbored a grudge against her? That shouldn't be the case. He appeared utterly clueless. She began applying shampoo to his scalp, although it failed to lather, which was somewhat expected. Don't worry, I'll make you smell delightful. Lily adored you. Upon hearing this, Severus, who had been struggling, froze, glaring at his reflection in the mirror with a venomous glare. He understood that Lily would never love him. Before long, the entire washroom transformed into a sea of bubbles. Severus experienced a level of gentleness he had never known. And despite the scene being deeply humiliating, how could she treat him with such kindness? It was not reminiscent of the rough treatment he had endured in his memories. Instead, it was a delicate, tender motion, carefully drying his hair with a towel and wrapping him in a soft blanket. Severus gazed at the girl's earnest, focused face, a smile playing on her lips, and he found himself entranced. Why was she so gentle with him? For a fleeting moment, the softness within him overshadowed his humiliation. He closed his eyes, relishing her embrace, a sensation both familiar and nostalgic. Long ago, his mother must have treated him similarly, but that was so long ago he had forgotten. He had forgotten what it felt like to be treated with kindness, and this sensation differed from what Lily had ever brought him. Chapter 45, External Assistance. After ensuring Severus was presentable, Luna headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal for both herself and him. The house elves, as always, were exceptionally hospitable, under Luna's guidance. They swiftly conjured a muggle baby bottle. Although she was uncertain if it was customary in the wizarding world, she was certain it would be useful. However, the obstinate Severus, even in his diminutive form, refused to accept the bottle, either spitting out the nipple or turning his head away each time. No being picky now. I specifically asked the house elves to prepare this for you. Am I supposed to thank you? Snape's agitation escalated, manifesting in frantic gestures reminiscent of a baby. He rolled over, nearly colliding with the ground, but fortunately, she was quick enough to catch the back of his head. Stop fooling around, Luna scolded, growing exasperated as she firmly cradled little Snape in her arms, forcefully feeding him. A few swats to his backside ensured he behaved, though the temperature in the room continued to drop. Once everything was finally settled, Luna, seeking to rest, noticed the little rascal completely cocooned in his blanket, refusing to show his head no matter how much she called. "Hey, you'll suffocate in there," she exclaimed, tugging at the blanket, revealing a small, peculiar design on the sheet, as if painted with watercolors. Wait, could it be what I think it is? Did Snape wet the bed? Oh no, she felt a wave of panic. Her peculiar cleanliness obsession kicked in. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad once she had children, but for now, she needed assistance. Oh, I think I've become transparent again. Hold on while I find someone to help you. No, come back. Snape, upon hearing that more people would find out about his embarrassing predicament, erupted in fury and dashed out of the blanket, discovering that he could run faster than a rabbit, rolling and dodging, determined to prevent such an incident from occurring. If you were there, you would witness a Sirius baby with furrowed brows, resembling a tiny old man, tossing pillows to the floor and then flopping down onto one. He then scuttled under the bed. Luna wandered aimlessly through Hogwarts, seeking someone who could be of assistance. Passing Professor McGonagall's office, she thought better of it. They would be colleagues eventually, and she wanted to spare him any embarrassment. Dumbledore? Absolutely not. What if he inquired about her identity? She could not possibly provide a definitive answer. Professor Flitwick? Perhaps not. He was nearing his height limit. Old Professor Firk? No way. What if he let Mrs. Loris out to see Snape, and she became infatuated with him? At that moment, Merlin's trousers. You won't believe who she spotted, Lupin, seated alone in the great hall, dining with a wizard's chess set before him, seemingly playing against himself. Fantastic. You're here. Luna's sudden appearance startled Lupin, causing him to momentarily forget to put down his fork. The awkward memory of their last encounter flooded his mind as he fumbled to greet her. Hi, Merry Christmas. His ears turned red, hoping she wouldn't recall the previous incident. Merlin bless us. Merry Christmas, Lupin. How did you return without being noticed? Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Lupin accidentally sprayed water across the chessboard. There's a secret passage, he confessed sheepishly. Luna stifled a laugh, patting his back. Be careful. You can touch objects now? Lupin finally noticed that the girl was no longer a mere apparition floating in the air, but had taken on a tangible form. Though still pale, he could feel her presence. Am I dreaming? Oh, that is a long story. Just consider it a dream, she replied, biting her lip as she entrusted Snape to Lupin and slipped away. Don't worry, he just wet the bed. I'll go bake you some cookies. Haha. This left a bewildered Lupin and a furious Snape, who glared with a death wish for the two of them. Lupin muttered to himself, am I becoming a father? This dream is truly bizarre. How could I be a father during my student years? He felt a mix of regret and frustration. Yet when he thought of the child being his and that girl's, he knew he had to take responsibility and resolve this chaotic situation. Snape ground his teeth in annoyance, realizing he now had one more person to deal with. Luna arrived in the kitchen, unsure of what to prepare, but skillfully made 2 gingerbread figures, one resembling Snape, always scowling, adorned with seaweed for his greasy hair and dressed in black robes, with a lightning bolt on his forehead. For Lupin, she crafted a gingerbread figure styled as a little wolf, complete with a wolf's headpiece, sharp claws, and a fluffy tail. Luna felt a sense of satisfaction. She was becoming increasingly adept. By the time she returned, Lupin had used a shrinking charm to outfit Snape in a baby-sized version of the school uniform. However, the atmosphere between the two was somewhat peculiar. Snape clutched a book larger than his head, muttering angrily in a corner, his rage evident even from the back of his head. Luna began to worry that she might have misjudged the situation, wondering if he had always been this way. Meanwhile, Lupin, with a gentle demeanor, busied himself crafting little shoes, exuding a warmth akin to that of a caring older brother. Upon seeing Luna return, he quickly stood, naturally taking the tray from her hands. You're back. You must be exhausted. Sit down and rest. In that moment, Luna felt a delightful illusion of being part of a family of 3. She envisioned herself as a husband returning home after a long day, while Lupin embodied the diligent wife managing household duties and caring for the child, who emitted an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Are you both all right? No issues. Luna chuckled nervously, attempting to break the tension. Very well, the little one is quite obedient, Lupin replied, momentarily caught off guard as he concealed his hand, which bore the marks of the baby's teeth. Good, Luna observed, feigning ignorance to the bite marks. This is a token of gratitude. Merry Christmas, Remus. Lupin hadn't anticipated receiving a Christmas gift from her, his face lighting up with joy, yet he felt a twinge of insecurity. For me, indeed. Doesn't it resemble you? Luna failed to notice Lupin's emotional response to receiving the gift. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he turned away, feeling overwhelmed. He had never expected anyone aside from James and the others to remember him. Regardless of whether this was a dream, he felt an immense happiness. Little one, do you miss your sister? Luna gazed at the miniaturized version of Snape, utterly adorable in his refreshed appearance. He was even reading, but in the next moment, his hand was caught between the pages of the book. Snape mustered all his strength to slam the book shut. Seems not, he huffed. All right then. Let us see what your sister brought you. When Snape spotted the animated gingerbread figure, his eyes lit up, and he snatched it eagerly. Yet, he quickly deduced the secret behind it. Noticing the woman's eager expression for praise, he scoffed and tossed aside the gingerbread figure, declaring it a trivial skill. Humph. What is so special about that? Why don't you like it? Have you forgotten what you look like? Luna teased as she pinched Snape's cheek, only to have her finger bitten. After biting her finger, Snape found it difficult to retaliate against her like he did with Lupin, so he released her, spitting in disdain. Ugh, disgusting. He then turned his ire towards the gingerbread figure, demolishing it completely. Just as I expected of you, Snape. You're utterly merciless. If that had been my finger. Luna shivered, thankful it was not. Chapter 46, A Roundabout Journey. Shall we play chess? Lupin suddenly suggested, as if he had fully accepted Luna as a friend of the truest kind. Wizardess chess? All right. Luna, who had been pondering what to do, sat down opposite Lupin. She had no knowledge of how to play wizard's chess, relying solely on the rules that existed in her mind. Remus Lupin meticulously placed his gingerbread figure beside the bread on the table, eliciting a surge of affection from Luna, who deemed him a most suitable candidate for marriage. Alas, fate had conspired against them, as he was a werewolf, so dreadfully unfair. Severus Snape, seated nearby, initially sought to ignore the pair. Yet the sounds of their laughter made it increasingly difficult for him to concentrate on his reading. How deceitful! That flighty woman. She could cozy up to any man. Who would ever marry her? In a fit of frustration, Snape pushed his book to the floor, capturing Lupin's attention as he realized the little fellow was throwing a tantrum. Believing Snape was merely bored, Lupin scooped him up and placed him on the table. Surely, he didn't truly want to avoid them. Meanwhile, Luna found herself in dire straits. Each time she made an incorrect move, Snape would surreptitiously tug at her hair. Yet, engrossed in the game, Lupin remained oblivious, further solidifying Luna's conviction that he was the one. Though diminished in size, he was undoubtedly not a true infant. She was doomed. She had dared to toy with the future greatest potions master. Would she meet her end by poison? Pulling her hair back, she found herself yearning for Malfoy Manor. At Malfoy Manor, both young and old Malfoy knelt in silence, bearing the brunt of Riddle's wrath. A day had passed without a word from him. However, good news had arrived. They had captured Griffin. My lord, it is an honor to meet you. Griffin was thrust before Riddle, trembling and unwilling to meet his gaze. The dark robes could not conceal the man's fury as he descended from his elevated position, each step seeming to crush the hearts of those present. Everyone held their breath. In the next instant, the anguished howl of the wandering werewolf echoed through the chamber, haunting and terrifying. I give you but one day to bring her to me. Riddle's words were soft yet struck like a hammer in the hearts of his audience. They had not anticipated that the girl held such significance in the Dark Lord's heart. Lucius realized his misstep. He should never have touched her. Fortunately, he had left himself a contingency, refraining from allowing the werewolf to eliminate her outright. Now, he merely needed to venture into the Forbidden Forest and retrieve her. A chance to atone for his earlier error and regain Riddle's favor. Regrettably, upon arriving in the Forbidden Forest, Lucius discovered that the werewolf had lost the girl. Incompetent fool. Lucius seethed, unable to believe that he could not even keep track of a first-year girl. He had indeed chosen poorly. With a stony expression, he rendered the werewolf unconscious and cast him into the centaur's trap, leaving him to face their wrath. Undeterred, Lucius continued to scour the vicinity of the Forbidden Forest, ultimately returning to Hogwarts. Perhaps she had returned there as well. Snape's curse lasted 2 days. On the second night, as he writhed in agony in Luna's embrace, a burst of emerald light enveloped him. His limbs elongated slowly, and his previously unruly hair fell into place, obscuring his eyes. Snape was no longer the doll pinned beneath the girl. He had returned to his former self. With a swift kick, he sent her tumbling. Gazing down at his pristine body, after a moment's contemplation, he tossed the blanket over her head. Grabbing his wand, he performed a memory-erasing charm on Luna, a spell he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. Quickly donning his clothes, he incinerated all items that might remind him of the incident, including the garments and shoes Lupin had made for him. Once he had obliterated everything, he glided to the bedside, his fist raised, and struck it down heavily beside Luna's face. Gazing at the serene visage of the sleeping woman, Snape slumped in defeat. Even after such humiliation, he found himself incapable of enacting any substantial revenge. To shrink her down and subject her to such indignity? Yet, the thought of having to care for such a troublesome nuisance, he refused to bathe her. Let her stink. He then sought out Lupin, casting the same spell on him, erasing all memory of Luna, a straightforward and brutal act, and discarded the gingerbread figure from his window. In the corridor, Snape encountered Lucius, who had come searching for him. Snape respected Lucius, having received his guidance on numerous occasions. Malfoy, it's you, Severus. Don't forget about curfew at this late hour. Indeed. Just as Snape was about to depart, Lucius called out to him. Have you seen that girl? The one who was a ghost, but should now be human. Snape froze at that moment, his gaze flickering. Meeting Lucius's eyes, he calmly replied, Who? Lucius scrutinized him for several seconds, uncertain whether Snape was a natural spy or genuinely unaware of whom he referred to, feeling a twinge of irritation for not even knowing her name. Never mind. I'll just get some rest. Lucius continued his search, while Snape hastily returned to his dormitory, discovering that the fellow was still sound asleep. A fleeting thought of relief washed over him. She was still here. He questioned his own peculiar emotions, pressing a hand to his chest. Pondering the sudden flutter he had just experienced, he pulled the blanket over Luna's head, believing it better to keep her out of sight and out of mind. Turning away, Snape resumed his studies. It had been a long time since anything had captured his focus and interest so thoroughly. However, he overlooked a critical detail. The duration of the woman's presence had extended far beyond previous instances, and she had grown increasingly transparent, her once vibrant hue fading. Unbeknownst to Snape, she began to float gently through the ceiling. In the castle, drifting with the wind, Luna was discovered by a golden-haired spirit, the very ancestor of the Malfoy family, who desired to rekindle their bond. To be fair, he was well-preserved, and, as was typical of European and American men, he carried a certain charm with age. The issue lay in her current state of being. Thus, the Malfoy ancestor cradled Luna's form and returned to Malfoy Manor, even preparing for a grand wedding celebration there, as companionship during her prolonged ghostly existence would be most welcome. In his era, it was quite common to pursue a partner of such stature. Within the dining hall of Malfoy Manor, the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Riddle rendered the guests unable to eat, all holding their breath in anticipation of his words. Suddenly, a head emerged from the ceiling. Ahem, is everyone present? The figure cleared his throat, ostentatiously displaying his new bride as he swaggered through the wall, eager to flaunt his good fortune. Yet, he had not anticipated the abrupt stillness that enveloped the room. Everyone gaped at him, frozen in shock. He realized then that they were likely envious. That girl. An astonished Death Eater shattered the icy silence, unable to contain his excitement, shouting out in disbelief. Without needing his prompting, Riddle's gaze swiftly fell upon the girl cradled by the Malfoy ancestor. Clearly, one must be vigilant against betrayal from within, as Riddle understood that some matters were far more intricate than they appeared. Yet, he required a pretext to deal with the one who had dared to touch his possessions. Rising from his seat, the others at the long table could no longer remain seated. They too stood up in alarm. Chapter 47, Retribution. That day, Malfoy Manor witnessed the first spirit ever expelled from its premises. In the hall, only the sound of Riddle's footsteps echoed, accompanied by the shattering of glass beneath his tread. Luna awoke to find herself staring at the composed face of an older gentleman. You again? Can't you take a hint? She exclaimed, pushing him away, her astonishment turning to dread as she surveyed the surrounding onlookers. The atmosphere was thick with an unspoken tension, as the leading figure fixed his gaze intently on the girl before him. When will she return? He pondered. The venerable Malfoy, astute as ever, recognized that the man exuding an aura of authority before him held the power to shape the future of the Malfoy lineage. Thus, he prudently released the girl, exclaiming, Well then, I shall leave her here. No need for thanks. He swiftly retreated, only to find himself confronted by the other Malfoy ancestors. Come here, Riddle commanded, raising an eyebrow as he stepped forward, with Luna trailing behind him, disheveled and bewildered. What had transpired? Riddle's calm demeanor only heightened Luna's anxiety. Yet, his departure seemed to ease the atmosphere in the hall, as onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of the current circumstances. Was their master no longer angry? Who exactly was that girl? Those familiar with Riddle understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. His true wrath simmered beneath the surface, for countless methods of punishment danced in his mind. First and foremost, he needed to restore her to her adult form. Abruptly, he filled her mouth with blood, causing her to collapse helplessly onto the carpet. I can explain. I was kidnapped. Luna cried, engulfed in Riddle's shadow as he toyed with a shimmering crystal ball in the light. Do you know what this is? He questioned, turning to scrutinize her from above, the crystal ball casting iridescent reflections. Is it for seeing the future? Luna recoiled slightly, the cold orb pressing against her face. Surely, wouldn't he expect her to consume it? This is a lie detector, Riddle replied, crouching down but maintaining an air of superiority as he placed the crystal ball atop her head. Stay still. You can imagine the consequences if it falls. Couldn't you just place it on the ground? She queried. How would that test whether I'm lying? Riddle scoffed, lightly patting her cheek. Were it not for his striking features, she might have felt she was being teased. I'm not lying. I truly was kidnapped. Luna protested, cradling her head, fearing that a careless movement would send the crystal ball crashing down, taking her head with it. Continue, Riddle commanded, transforming a chair with effortless grace and settling into it. The angle allowed him to display his striking visage, even from a deathly perspective, with his long legs stretching before her, making it nearly impossible not to succumb to his allure. Luna swallowed hard, attempting to avert her gaze, feeling uncomfortably close. I was stuffed into a sack by a werewolf and taken to the forbidden forest, she recounted, carefully crafting her narrative to absolve herself of blame without triggering the lie detector. Then, I don't know what happened, but I transformed back. I wandered in the forbidden forest until I returned to Hogwarts, fell asleep, and woke up back here. You didn't escape willingly? Riddle pressed, lowering his stance to interrogate her closely. How could that be? I told you I was kidnapped. She insisted. Riddle, however, was not inclined to believe her. Nevertheless, the fact that she had returned was enough for him. This time, he would not grant her an opportunity to flee. Get up, he ordered, rising from his chair. Luna hesitated, fearing she might misinterpret his intent. Yet Riddle was quicker, seizing her by the collar, his lips curling into a smirk as her form diminished, leaving her with the appearance of a mouse, or perhaps a hamster. Luna hadn't anticipated the collar's formidable capabilities to resize, now firmly constricted around her neck. But it paled in comparison to Riddle's grip, which threatened to stifle her. This suits you well, he remarked, pinching her cheeks like dough, watching her angrily squeak in protest. His mood lightened slightly as he pressed her beneath the faucet, vigorously scrubbing her clean, as if to strip away a layer of her very essence. His deft fingers navigated her diminutive form, cleansing her until she lay exhausted in his palm. Only then did he cease, shoving a biscuit into her mouth. With a flick of his wand, he dried her fur, bringing her close to his face for a meticulous inspection. Next time, it won't be so simple, little rodent, he warned, a dangerous grin spreading across his features. As Luna believed she had eluded the worst of the night, Riddle abruptly slammed his hand on the table, transforming it into an enormous birdcage that ensnared her within. Bewildered, she questioned the effectiveness of such a large cage, wondering how she could not simply escape through the gaps. I might be beginning to like you, hissed Nagini, slithering in. Squeak. Help. Luna realized her mistake. She did not wish to be devoured. The cage was not a means of preventing her escape, but a tool to instill fear. Truly, Riddle was clever, as Luna found herself trapped in an endless wheel, desperately trying to flee. Riddle rested his chin on his hand, indulging in the delightful chaos of his pet's antics within the cage. Observing her brought him immense joy. Luna was unaware of how long she had been running, her tiny limbs worn to the bone, until she finally collapsed in exhaustion. Riddle opened the cage, retrieving her from Nagini's jaws. Tisk, dirty again, he chided, tossing her into the sink for another scrub. Even in slumber, Luna dreamt of escape, flailing her arms as if swimming, yet her legs felt ensnared, rendering her powerless. Just as she felt she might suffocate, she awoke, relieved to discover it had only been a dream. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself submerged in a glass of milk, her head precariously resting on the edge. As she regained consciousness, she slipped beneath the surface, coughing, nearly becoming the first protagonist to drown in milk. Luna toppled the glass and climbed out, shaking her fur. Transforming into a hamster felt utterly alien. Upon glancing up, she was met with an exaggeratedly large face, its features glistening. Had she caused this? Squeak? Luna widened her eyes, instinctively climbing up his sleeve, nuzzling against his neck, extending her tiny tongue to taste him, feeling his throat vibrate as he emitted a low groan. Oh, you're rather perceptive. Yet the next moment, she was transformed back, landing on Riddle's thigh in shock, still poised for a kiss. Her lips brushed against his chiseled jawline, sending electric shivers through her, and her body instinctively arched backward. Thankfully, Riddle caught her waist just in time. Otherwise, she would have collided with the table. I advise you not to move recklessly, Riddle warned, tapping the table with growing impatience, signaling Luna to use her napkin to clean him up. His patience was wearing thin. However, Luna misunderstood the situation, believing that his punishment had escalated, and that she was required to personally attend to him. Internally cursing Riddle as a perverse monster, she bravely closed her eyes and puckered her lips, slowly leaning towards Riddle's face. Riddle scrutinized the girl, contemplating whether he had overestimated her intellect, and abruptly seized her head, turning it aside. With a swift motion, her delicate, boneless hands clamped onto Riddle's face, beginning to rub against it. Riddle immediately pushed her away, causing Luna to tumble to the ground. He roughly grabbed a nearby napkin to wipe his face and tossed it onto her, his expression filled with disdain. How could she be so foolish? Frowning, He mentally chastised himself for having any expectations of her. Yet, Luna hesitated for just a moment before her attention was captivated by her surroundings. She could ascertain with absolute certainty that they were neither at Malfoy Manor nor Hogwarts Castle. It seemed they were aboard a ship. Through the porthole on the wall, the view revealed they were underwater, with schools of fish swimming by. Strangely, the colors of the seabed were not murky, but rather clear, as if it were daylight in shallow waters. Observing the room, it was still adorned in a lavish, classical style, with the bed fixed to the wall, resembling a presidential suite. She found herself under the long dining table, catching sight of Riddle's long legs clad in formal attire. Suddenly struck by an idea, she clung to the man's thigh, crying out that she had made a mistake and pleading not to be cast aside to feed the sharks. She had a fear of the deep sea. Moreover, she couldn't swim. Luna reaffirmed her determination to steadfastly pursue her path of servitude to the Dark Lord. There's no need for such trouble. I can handle it. Nagini emerged from beneath the table, coiling around Luna's calf and sliding up her leg. The slick, sticky sensation prompted Luna to kick and thrash her legs wildly, all the while clinging to Riddle's thigh for support, which inadvertently caused him to fall onto the chair. Stop! Riddle's simple command brought the chaos to an abrupt halt, separating the girl and the snake. His brow furrowed. He hadn't anticipated that after a night of handling business, he would be interrupted during breakfast by his two pets. Perhaps he had been too lenient with her. Seeing her so energetic was a welcome surprise. As he spoke, Riddle patted Luna's shoulder, and she transformed into a small hamster. Cradled in his palm, nearly bursting her cheeks from the pressure, tears streamed down her face. Could she not simply be treated like a human? As Riddle exited the room, it became increasingly clear that they were indeed aboard a grand ship. Amid the bustling crowd, they seemed invisible. It turned out that wizards and muggles shared the same vessel. But the cabin for wizards was akin to the Platform 9, accessible only to wizards. Thus, Luna observed an array of oddly dressed wizards attempting to blend in with muggles, only to stand out even more. Curiously, she noted that the wizards appeared generally exuberant, and in an inconspicuous corner, there were banners suggesting a celebration. She even spotted the Malfoy family crest. Was the Malfoy family involved in the ship's business? Soon, they arrived on deck, and the sea breeze invigorated Luna, lifting her spirits as she gazed upon the vast ocean. Turning her head to glance at Riddle, it seemed he did not share her sentiment. The unruly wind failed to dishevel his hair, and his robe billowed elegantly in the breeze, exuding an aura of the chosen one. It appeared that muggles could see him. As ladies on the deck turned their heads, flushed with color, some nearly stumbling into the sea. At that moment, Luna realized Riddle was clad in a classic muggle suit, perfectly accentuating his physique, with a tie and pocket square that embodied the quintessential British gentleman. No wonder the ladies were casting him longing glances. Regrettably, that fellow was oblivious, focusing only on the little hamster he held behind his back. Just as Luna felt the urge to expel the milk she had consumed that morning, they entered a magical barrier. This realm was undeniably the domain of wizards, a breathtakingly mysterious garden. Countless birds soared overhead, accompanied by unidentifiable creatures. Towering trees draped in vines spread their branches across the entire deck, while the ground was adorned with fresh flowers and greenery, complete with rabbits frolicking about, an enchanting tropical garden on the deck. In this wondrous place, Luna spotted Lucius wearing leather sleevelets, resembling a falconer from the television. Standing tall and composed, exuding an air of elegance. His long hair was secured with a silk ribbon, his gaze imbued with vitality and pride. "My lord." Lucius placed his right hand over his heart and bowed respectfully. "Are you ready, Lucius?" Riddle nodded in approval. "Rest assured, my lord. Lucius will certainly succeed. Everything is arranged." Abraxas interjected quickly to express his determination. "Very well." Riddle cast a sidelong glance at old Malfoy, who, feeling the weight of his own words, lowered his head in trepidation, taking a step back to seek forgiveness from his master. Only success is permitted. Failure is not tolerated. Riddle refrained from reproaching him, primarily because the little toy in his hand diverted some of his ire. Luna felt as though she were Riddle's spinning top, specifically designed to alleviate his restlessness. "Let me see your training results. Go, Nana, and entertain everyone." Riddle cheerfully released the little hamster from his grasp. Luna rolled several times on the grass before coming to a halt, her vision clouded with black stars, utterly perplexed by the Dark Lord's intentions. Then, a dark figure leapt over her head, a piercing call cutting through the air, a massive, majestic owl, the largest and most ferocious species capable of battling eagles, known as the Night Hunter and revered as the King of the Skies. Luna lamented her current state. Her mind was flooded with knowledge about owls. Yet it was of no use to her. All she knew was that her life was in jeopardy. "Go, Severus. Bring her to me." Lucius raised his arm, and the owl shot forth like lightning. He felt a pang of anxiety for himself and his partner. Did the master know of his little maneuver? Was he being tested? It was common knowledge that the hamster belonged to Riddle. He had to control Severus to ensure absolute obedience, for any mistake would result in a severe punishment. Far worse than mere exclusion from this competition. Poor Luna remained unaware that she was being utilized by Riddle, serving as a training companion for Lucius Malfoy, a seed contender in the upcoming World Owl Trainer Championship. Chapter 49. The World Owl Trainer Championship. The World Owl Trainer Championship, also known as the Pinnacle Tournament for Owl Trainers, occurs every 4 years, attracting competitors from around the globe. The events vary each year, making it a highly anticipated competition in the wizarding world, aside from the Quidditch World Cup. Each tournament yields many exceptional owl trainers, with the first-place winner receiving a substantial gold galleon sponsorship and a 4-year privilege to use the owl summoning flute, said to grant the ability to communicate with owls. There are also rumors suggesting that the flute was crafted by Hufflepuff in ancient times, possessing the remarkable ability not only to communicate with owls, but with all magical creatures. Riddle was particularly drawn to this aspect, desiring the flute to control magical beings for his own purposes. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, Lucius was entrusted with a significant responsibility to assist Riddle in securing victory and acquiring the flute. Our protagonist, it seems, became a mere tool for Riddle's whims. A hapless creature in his training endeavors. Was Riddle's transformation into a hamster merely a ploy to facilitate his own exposure? Was immersing her in milk intended to render her more visible? When the fierce creature swooped down under Lucius's command, Luna felt a sudden force that nudged her aside, helping her evade the initial wave of attack and enabling her limbs to move. In a frenzy, she darted into a burrow, finding solace in its damp and warm confines. She pondered who had come to her aid. Both Riddle and Lucius were indeed focused on her, possessing the means to cast spells. Yet would they dare? However, the creature's onslaught did not grant her much time for reflection, as she sensed thick smoke beginning to seep into the burrow from the entrance, accompanied by Lucius's voice assuring her not to worry, for she would soon emerge. At that moment, Luna comprehended that this was not merely a training exercise for the owl's hunting skills, but a test of the trainer's capabilities and their synergy with the owl. It was only logical. To conceive a sport as wild as Quidditch, the endeavor must be complex. In the darkness, she heard a small creature beckoning her, urging her to run this way. Quickly. She could understand the animal's speech. Following the sound, she sprinted out of the burrow and, concealed by the underbrush, gradually crept behind a tree. Glancing back at her little savior, she was startled to find it was indeed a genuine large rat, with a gray, scruffy tail and beady black eyes, squeaking loudly. Terrified, Luna scrambled up the tree, completely forgetting that she was evading a predator. The creature, having spotted her, began to circle above, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. From a distance, Lucius bit his lip in frustration, cursing the foolishness of that woman. He had deliberately allowed her to escape, yet she hastened to become his creature's prey. This time, without needing his commands, the creature lunged forward, swiftly and accurately capturing the little hamster between its claws. Lucius could do nothing but whistle incessantly, emitting signals of do not eat, though his expression remained composed. Sweat drenched his inner garments. Ultimately, the creature adhered to his command and refrained from devouring Luna. Yet how could she emerge unscathed? Her tiny body bore scratches and traces of blood. Lucius, with trembling hands, knelt down, cradling the barely breathing hamster, presenting her to Riddle. Riddle gently levitated the little creature back into his pocket, addressing Lucius with a commanding tone. I recall instructing you not to harm her. It is my failure. Please forgive me, Master, Lucius replied, bowing his head lower. Remember, obedience is paramount to fulfill the Master's desires. Riddle flicked his cloak and turned to leave. The edge of the cloak brushed against Lucius's face, neither painful nor harsh, yet it was a potent reminder. He understood everything. He knew he was the one pulling the strings, but refrained from voicing it, instead choosing to convey this through such a gesture. Lucius felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. However, he soon realized that the girl was indeed of great significance to Riddle. He needed to demonstrate appropriate kindness toward her, yet without overstepping boundaries, lest he face dire consequences. When Riddle once more presented the little hamster before him, she had transformed into a tearful bundle, her large, sorrowful eyes glistening with unshed tears, fearful that they might fall upon her wounds and exacerbate the pain. It was peculiar. Why did she feel such intense pain in a dream? Luna began to believe that perhaps she was not merely dreaming, as Riddle had posited, but that her soul had traversed time. Arriving in a bygone era, was she destined to perish here, thereby vanishing from the future? Fear caused Luna to tremble. Riddle blew gently toward her, prompting the little hamster to squeak and curl into a ball. The sight of her vulnerable state tugged at something deep within Riddle. This time, he did not experience the thrill of inflicting pain. Rather, a sense of anger arose within him, anger at her fragility and at himself for caring about her fate. So useless, he muttered, his icy fingers poking at the little hamster's rear, causing it to squirm. The hamster felt a sudden shift and realized she had transformed back into her human form, yet she remained sprawled on the table, motionless. She feared that any greater resistance would only excite the twisted mind further, succumbing to a sense of despair. She could distinctly feel the wounds on her arms and legs, exposed to the air, throbbing with pain. Yet Riddle grasped her ankle, lifting her leg to apply medicine. Luna was taken aback, fearing this was merely another form of punishment. As he applied ointment to her wounds, the pain lessened considerably, but she remained still, feeling as if his touch possessed some magical quality that staunched her bleeding. Left arm, Riddle commanded, and Luna obediently raised her left arm. Right hand, like a puppet under his control, she tended to her injuries. Turn over. She was compelled to face Riddle directly, and to her surprise, there was no disdain in his gaze, no coldness at all, but rather an indescribable sentiment. The cabin was stifling, and he had worked for some time, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Why did he not use a spell? Luna could not resist asking softly, and Riddle's hand on her abdomen faltered momentarily as he pressed down on her wound. To teach you a lesson. A lesson? What kind of lesson? Next time you encounter danger, remember to use your brain and run faster. Riddle clearly understood her intent to seize an opportunity to escape. She begrudgingly closed her mouth. Next time, we continue. Riddle's words heralded the beginning of a seemingly amicable collaboration between Luna and Lucius, at least until they reached America. Riddle was exceedingly busy, unable to monitor their training continuously, and Lucius was not foolish enough to genuinely train Riddle's little pet. Thus, most of the time, it was Lucius who trained while Luna basked in the sun in the garden under the care of house elves. Occasionally, Lucius would transform her back into human form, and they would exchange a few words. However, Lucius was a cunning fox, always steering the conversation toward her origins and her true connection to Riddle. His cleverness often led her into traps, and Luna found such interactions distasteful. At least during that time, their relationship was superficial. He was respectful yet distant, while she was friendly yet evasive. Each day, as training concluded, she would revert to her hamster form, rolling about on the ground, and Lucius would deliver her back to Riddle's chambers, considering it a completed task. Although Riddle would publicly praise Lucius with a cool demeanor behind closed doors, she would endure another bout of torment. Yet, witnessing the fastidious Lucius forced to hold her muddy, dirt-covered form brought her immense satisfaction. The discomfort he radiated, feigning a smile, filled her with a joy that almost overwhelmed her. However, she soon found herself unable to smile, for one day, she unexpectedly stumbled upon two fluffy little black heads. Goodness, what were Black and his dim-witted brothers doing here? Chapter 50, a reunion with the quartet. No wonder entry was forbidden here. It was likely reserved for that Lucius fellow's additional training. James peered out, inadvertently revealing his head from beneath the invisibility cloak. Don't move, James. Be careful not to be discovered. Only members of the Malfoy family are permitted here. What are you afraid of? Sirius is still a Malfoy by marriage. I should remind you, I am currently under house arrest for sneaking out. The mere thought of the events from that Christmas night irked Sirius. Fortunately, the Potters were sponsoring this competition, and James had invited him to watch from the VIP seats. Otherwise, he would have suffocated from boredom at home. So what should we do now? Peter, get off quickly. Peter stumbled in fright and collided with James's back. James pushed forward, causing Sirius and Peter to tumble together, landing in a patch of grass, right in plain sight of Luna. Unbelievable. They just won't let it go. Luna turned away, feigning ignorance, hoping they would be wise enough to leave promptly. Yet, the group seemed oblivious to the concept of fleeing after being exposed. Instead, they pointed excitedly at Luna, who was pretending to be asleep. Look, it's that bathroom sprite. You are the bathroom sprite. I am a person, thank you very much. How dare you call me a bathroom sprite, James Potter? You've only seen me a handful of times. Luna sprang up. Indeed, it is you. James clapped with delight. How can you even stay in the ship's lavatory? The sight of such a clueless boy made Luna acutely aware of why, despite his remarkable looks, lineage, and abilities, James spent a significant part of his school life being scorned by Lily Evans. Unable to restrain herself, she gave him a light punch. Startled, James recoiled and then hugged Sirius from behind, exclaiming, Merlin's pants. She's alive. Are we dead? Is this garden the underworld? The others appeared equally astonished, though some, like Remus, were genuinely pleased. I'm so glad you're okay, Luna. Luna? When did they become so chummy? Sirius felt increasingly irked upon witnessing Remus's familiarity with the girl. He didn't even know her name. He stepped in between them, attempting to draw her attention, standing a head taller than Luna. He could only look down at her from a rather unfavorable angle. Luna lowered her head, thinking, how infuriating. She wanted to grow taller. What are you doing here? And you transformed into a human? Remus continued to chat warmly with Luna, oblivious to the silent resentment brewing within Sirius. Me? Huh. I'm just here for fun. What about you guys? What brings you here? The best tactic was to toss the question back to them. You don't know about the owl trainer competition? My family is the sponsor, so we have a few VIP tickets. Want to join? There are plenty. James seized the opportunity to boast again, nudging his buddy Sirius. You should say something too. Haven't you been searching for that ghost's clues? Now that you've found her, you've gone all quiet. Sirius had questions to pose to her, but quickly denied it, his expression betraying his embarrassment as a flush crept onto his face. He certainly wasn't jealous. Could it be that Sirius was shy? He retreated to a corner. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Remus promptly redirected everyone's attention. He believed Luna must have her secrets that she wished to keep hidden, and he should help her guard them. Remus recalled that embarrassing midnight incident, thanks to Snape's spell. His memories remained stuck on the night of the full moon. Whenever he thought of Luna, he needed a moment to digest it. She would surely keep his secret. Wouldn't she? What are you all planning to do? The instant the words left Luna's mouth, she regretted it. She couldn't afford to get involved in their escapade. Unfortunately, it was too late. James had already divulged everything, declaring that they would also participate in the competition and needed some green leaves for the aging potion. It's the Mimbulus Mimbletonia. Sirius couldn't help but chime in. I know where to find some. Luna, somewhat familiar with the garden on this deck, thought to expedite their departure to avoid being discovered by Lucius upon his return. However, when they procured the Mimbulus Mimbletonia, they insisted on inviting her to witness this historic moment together. No, that's all right. I have other things to do, Luna protested, but the four of them trapped her without room for escape. Don't even think about running. James laughed heartily as he spirited Luna away. A wave of frustration washed over her. Why was she the one being punished and tormented? Upon entering their shared quarters, she quickly realized it was indeed a boys' dormitory. Freed from the constraints of parents and professors, it was a disheveled mess, resembling a dog-s den, with unfinished snacks strewn about, wizard chess pieces scattered on the floor, and open textbooks alongside assignments that had been turned into paper airplanes. Only Remus's bed appeared somewhat tidy, his blanket neatly folded. Sirius's was better, at least devoid of clutter, while the others were a sight to behold. So this is what your dorm looks like. It wasn't like this at Hogwarts, was it? Huh, wait a moment. The four boys swiftly blocked Luna from entering, hurriedly tidying up. Just give us a minute. No, 3 minutes will suffice. Sounds of clattering echoed from within, and taking advantage of the commotion, Luna seized the chance to slip away. But she ended up lost. Why was this ordinary steamship so vast? Luna could only rely on her memory to retrace her steps. She spotted a familiar door, likely Riddle's room, and pushed it open. Oddly, Riddle hadn't returned yet. The room's layout mirrored Riddle's, so she remained unaware that she had inadvertently entered Lucius and his father's quarters, though they resided in the same compartment. They were in separate rooms, with Luna's current room directly corresponding to Lucius's guest chamber, separated by merely a wall. Yet, in her confusion, she climbed into Lucius's bed. Upon entering, she sensed something was amiss. Why did the bedding smell so delightful today? The silk felt smoother than usual, nearly causing her to slip off the pillow. Typically, the Malfoy family's house elves managed all bedding, adhering to the family's aesthetic, but today it seemed to reflect Malfoy's personal taste. However, everything changed when Lucius emerged from his bath, enveloped in steam and fragrance, relaxed yet weary. He preferred indulging in a hot bath to enhance his quality of life rather than using cleaning spells, then taking a nap before resuming training in the afternoon. He would never behave like that countryside girl, snoring shamelessly in broad daylight. Fortunately, although his marriage to Narcissa was one of mutual benefit, her virtues and demeanor met his standards. She would never act in such a crude manner. He couldn't fathom what his master saw in her. Just as Lucius pondered his master's thoughts, his foot brushed against an extraordinarily soft object. Lifting a corner of the duvet, he revealed the girl he had often criticized, her eyes tightly shut as if feigning sleep, though the act was rather transparent. Apologies, but let me reiterate, I am not interested in a girl still in her adolescence. Chapter 51. The competition begins. I must reiterate, I harbor no interest in the naive young girl. Lucius once again tore away his facade of respect, engaging with her in the most genuine manner. He cautiously suspected she approached him with ulterior motives, perhaps seeking to ensnare him or incite his master's wrath. Am I in the wrong chamber? I shall repeat once more, I have no interest in Malfoy, a narcissist. Luna wished to depart hastily. Yet the voice of Abraxas echoed from outside, seemingly calling for Lucius. Lucius exchanged a glance with the girl, silently warning her against wandering off, advising her to remain hidden. And for good measure, he pushed her into the wardrobe. He could have transformed her into a hamster and taken her out without controversy. but he could not guarantee that she would not overhear the conversation between him and his father. Thus, Luna was compelled to conceal herself within the wardrobe of the Malfoy heir, amidst a dazzling array of gowns and trays brimming with jewels. "Do not touch my belongings." "What are you saying? Hurry up and come out." Abraxas, outside the door, assumed his son was addressing him, while Lucius, in exasperation, shut the wardrobe door. Encountering her never led to anything good. Curled up within Lucius's wardrobe, Luna nearly succumbed to the overpowering scent of the incense, which indeed resembled that of his bedclothes. By the time Lucius returned the drowsy little hamster, the boat had already docked. Riddle awaited on the deck, lounging in a garden chair, sipping tea. Beside him, the sharp-eyed creature trembled on the table. Though it was supposed to be a fierce predator, it exhibited no semblance of authority. "Oh, it seems the training has been quite successful, Lucius." "Master, this mouse appears to be in poor condition. I intended to report this to you." "Oh." Riddle lifted the back of the little hamster's neck, noting her indeed lackluster demeanor. "What have you done to her?" Riddle detected the scent of someone else's incense on her, casting a floating charm that dunked her into water repeatedly, before grasping the damp little creature and disembarking. "Excellent. After your meddling, she has finally transformed species. She has become a snowy owl and a contestant? What? A participant in the competition?" Luna finally comprehended the meaning behind the dream that had entrapped her. She was not swimming. She had transformed into an owl for the contest. This implied there would be a task involving carrying weight. Explaining why her legs had been immobilized, she had been bound with something. The Malfoys were equally astonished. Riddle himself would take the stage? Would Lucius prevail or falter? It was not a matter of underestimating Riddle's capabilities, but rather that he possessed no owl of his own, let alone the time to cultivate a bond. Should he inadvertently triumph over his master, or be excessively lenient, it would be a matter of great embarrassment. The two Malfoys exchanged glances, and it was the elder Malfoy who stepped forward to inquire on behalf of his family. "Master, are you serious? You seem to be questioning my decision, Abraxas." "I wouldn't dare. The master is always correct." The elder Malfoy retreated, reassuring himself that perhaps the master had his own plans. Lucius cast a discreet glance at the clumsy bird still struggling to fly, tripping over her short legs and rolling about. He found himself somewhat concerned for her survival. He could not fathom Riddle's intentions. Did he not cherish her? From Luna's perspective, Riddle was merely seeking amusement, watching her predicament as she toppled due to her weighty head. That scoundrel actually laughed heartily. "I am quite looking forward to this. No need to worry. She has trained sufficiently, has she not?" Riddle hoisted the owl by its claws, as though lifting a plump hen, shaking it in the air before placing it securely on his shoulder. Indeed, the white snowy owl suited him, lending Riddle a touch of warmth and charm. Thus, Luna made her entrance as a contestant in the owl training competition. The event was held in a national forest park in America, a vast and sparsely populated area, where even the administrators might struggle to reach amidst the dense vegetation and diverse terrain, teeming with ferocious beasts and wondrous creatures invisible to muggles. Riddle and the Malfoys possessed a special key, reserved for their most esteemed guests. However, as she underwent her first transformation, she lacked the ability to grasp the classical teapot handle, instead clinging tightly to Riddle's shoulder with her claws. Amidst the dizzying whirl, feathers from her wings scattered everywhere. Feeling as though she had entered a washing machine, just as she was about to sink her claws into Riddle's shoulder, he deftly caught her in his embrace. And Luna found herself upside down against his chest. The distinct scent belonging to that man enveloped her. Luna felt as tranquil as a quail, though her nose seemed to tingle with an odd sensation. Did owls even have noses? Time lost meaning as she was unceremoniously tossed out, and upon glancing up, she saw Riddle had regained his usual composure, descending gracefully from the sky as though stepping upon invisible stairs, exuding the elegance of a nobleman. Yet she, she was plummeting straight down, having momentarily forgotten her avian form. Frantically flapping her wings, she was caught firmly by a pair of large hands. It was Lucius, wearing a sardonic smile, his attire covered in feathers. Surely, the hard object she had struck while thrashing about was his head. Help! She had become a discarded hen. Truly remarkable. The master's bird. Lucius tossed the owl to the house elf Dobby, deeming such a dangerous creature warranted proper care. Riddle exhibited little reaction, perhaps not wishing for her wings to strengthen and allow her to escape. Thus, when Luna was finally released, it was amidst the competition arena. The first round required only the owls to compete, set within an immensely complex three-dimensional maze, where viewers could witness the owls from various angles, reminiscent of Inception. Luna looked up to see an owl flying upside down against the ceiling, which seemed to notice her. She attempted to soar closer, only to collide with a transparent wall. However, as she pressed forward, she spotted the owl remaining stationary, and upon looking up, she recognized her initial position. It appeared they needed to navigate this multifaceted maze to find the exit. Naturally, the competition would not be so straightforward for a competent owl. The fundamental task was to deliver a package accurately and safely to the designated recipient. Thus, before the competition truly commenced, a remarkably heavy package was attached to her claws, nearly causing her to tumble to the ground along with it. Go forth, children. Seek your masters with victory. The voice of the host resonated through the maze, accompanied by the sounds of fierce flapping wings. Help! Why is there a hawk pursuing me? Luna took off in a panic, the maze's walls adorned with green vines, devoid of any flowers, all appearing identical. Now that the competition had begun, she could fly to the ceiling to enter the opposing dimension. Yet this seemingly simple change of direction only served to disorient her further. A hawk swooped over Luna's head, prompting her to take flight once more. Just as that hawk prepared to snatch the little snowy owl, a larger bird rushed in, performing a dive that collided with the hawk, grasping Luna's foot and lifting her into the air. Sharp Fawn, you've come to rescue me? Truly a good brother. I owe you some worms next time. Luna felt immensely grateful, despite the slightly awkward position of being upside down. However, it is necessary to commend the magnificent Shinfeng, not only for carrying her, but also for managing his own burdens with ease, all the while playfully evading the grasp of the soaring hawks. Upon hearing the melodious chirping of birds, Shinfeng let out a disdainful snort, his eyes betraying a distinctly human expression, as if he could inscribe the word useless upon his visage. Chapter 52, The Competition 2. Under Shinfeng's guidance, she effortlessly discovered the exit. Throughout their journey, they evaded the relentless pursuit of the hawks, with Shinfeng striking down every owl that dared to threaten the life of the snowy owl, all while remaining vigilant about their route to ensure they did not stray. At long last, they succeeded. Lunana felt as though she had merely taken a nap, while Shinfeng, exhausted, precariously balanced on Lucius's arm, nearly toppled over. Lunana flapped her wings and landed on Riddle's shoulder, oblivious to the iron weights still bound to her feet. As Riddle tilted his head, she collided with a nearby pillar, only to be caught by Riddle as she slid down. Saved, Lunana's tears streamed down her face. Utterly unaware of the smirk that crept across Riddle's lips, nor could she fathom why Shinfeng had inexplicably come to her aid. She succumbed to slumber, awakening directly to the subsequent day's competition, which proved to be even more grueling than the first. The initial day's events had eliminated the majority of contestants, leaving only 38 pairs for the second day's trials, which would test the synergy between trainers and their owls. All the owl trainers magically disguised themselves to match in height and build, donning identical patterned masks and robes, forming a line as they silently observed the owls waiting in the arena. Lunana was released from a darkened space, where she found herself amidst the chaos of owls battling above, while she lay on the ground in a state of stillness, drawing the attention of all, including the host. At that moment, Lunana realized that the competition venue resembled a Roman Colosseum, surrounded by a dense throng of spectators. With her own large face, an image of her as an owl, prominently displayed on the magical barrier. The laughter of the audience echoed throughout the stands. Riddle, adorned in a mask, wished he could massage his temples, yet he was bound by the rules. He could not make any move before the owls chose their trainers. Lucius Malfoy, equally embarrassed, lamented that the emblem around his neck bore the Malfoy family crest. He should have had her wear the Potter crest instead. Moreover, he had played the role of her half-trainer during their time on the ship. Had she learned nothing? Was she not a Ravenclaw? Poor Lucius remained unaware that for the eccentric girl, this was merely standard procedure. Aside from these three, another trainer's gaze lingered on Lunana, a gaze imbued with warmth and indulgence. Unfortunately, he struggled to suppress the primal aura emanating from him, which deterred the owls from approaching. Lunana was curious about his identity. Could it be that the mischievous quartet, the F4, had truly succeeded and made it to the semifinals? With 5 minutes remaining, the owls needed to identify their trainers among the 38 and enter the magical realm to seek tokens, which were hidden in various environments, steep cliffs, swift streams, and among the underbrush with small creatures. Scoring was based on the color of the tokens, 5 points for red, 3 for blue, and 1 for yellow. Did you think this game was straightforward? It was not. Here, the owls could be snatched away by other trainers at any moment. This meant that as long as a trainer possessed the capability, they could manipulate another's owl in the competition. If, by the end of the contest, the owl under your control happened to be your actual owl, you would earn an additional 10 points. Conversely, if your owl did not choose you, you would be penalized 10 points. At this juncture, Lunana found herself in a quandary. She was not a genuine owl relying on scent to discern her master. She could only recognize Riddle by sight. No matter how well he disguised himself, Riddle's refined demeanor remained unmistakably dignified. Lucius, though younger, understood how to temper his brilliance, remaining understated while his eyes sparkled with intelligence. Should she team up with Riddle? Would doing so subject her to harsh servitude? The snowy owl perched upon Riddle's shoulder halted, pondering if she could secure a victory simply by aligning with Shinfeng. Yet, with this thought, she leaped to Lucius's shoulder instead. Lucius felt a weight settle upon his shoulder, surprised by how heavy she was, while simultaneously sensing Riddle's magical pressure, which thinned the air around them. True to his reputation as a remarkable individual, Riddle had two owls positioned on his shoulders, one on each side, with Shinfeng among them. Cooing, Luna leapt back onto Riddle's shoulder, forcefully displacing Shinfeng. The sight of a smaller bird dislodging such a formidable creature astounded everyone, as it was inconceivable that the snowy owl could rival Shinfeng, who had consistently defended her during the first round. Whispers circulated among the audience, including James and his friends. That Shinfeng is so handsome. I want one too. How about you, Sirius? James, clad in an outfit of his own design, peered through binoculars at Shinfeng, marveling. Oh, come on. That's a Malfoy bird. We should be supporting Speed. Besides, my mother would never allow it. Sirius grumbled, clenching his fists in disappointment. Dreaming of the day he would have a home of his own where he could raise whatever he desired alongside his close friends. Look, Speed still hasn't found Remus. Peter desperately sought ways to join the conversation. No way, Remus. The trio's gaze shifted to the imposing figure exuding a beastly aura in the arena, none other than Lupin, who had consumed a youth potion. Initially, both James and Sirius had considered it, but they realized that even if they drank it and lived to be 100, they would be too easily recognized. Peter, too timid to agree, left only the relatively unknown Lupin to participate, fueled by the bonds of brotherhood and passion. James had even placed his forged registration form at the top, explaining why the owls were reluctant to surround him. They sensed the beastly aura emanating from him. What was that snowy owl? How could it manage to displace Shinfeng? James had become an ardent admirer of Shinfeng, wanting to confront that snowy owl for hindering Shinfeng during the first round. Who knows? Perhaps it is Shinfeng's mate, Peter mused, often sneaking glances at romance novels. Though he would never let his friends know. He was, in fact, the most perceptive among the four, albeit without showing it. Mates? Sirius and James exchanged glances, simultaneously mimicking a retching motion. They produced sparrows. I'd rather have my Speed. Just imagine, Speed and Shinfeng could breed the most formidable owls. Let us call them Fengsu. James mused dreamily. Look, that snowy owl has changed again. Indeed, everyone's attention shifted to the snowy owl, which was hopping about energetically. Luna felt utterly despondent. She had displaced Shinfeng, only to have other birds vie for her spot. Thus, she returned to Lucius's shoulder, but with Shinfeng so large and occupying space. She felt a pang of guilt. In the end, she bravely perched atop Riddle's head. In the fleeting moment of her descent, she instinctively sensed Riddle's deadly threat. Almost as soon as she fell, she rebounded, landing atop Lucius' head. However, Lucius, being a man of meticulous standards regarding his own hair, felt a strong magical pressure. Thus, Luna flew up once more, utterly exhausted by the ordeal. Chapter 53, the third match. At the critical juncture of the countdown, she chose to remain with Lucius, primarily because her leg had cramped, and her claws had inadvertently snagged his hood. Before she could extricate herself, a burst of light whisked her away, coinciding with the moment the trainers were released from their confinement. Meanwhile, Lucius's other owls on his shoulder were struck by Riddle's attack, which meant that since he had not chosen the right master, he would have to do extra work. Amidst the chaos, Luna caught a glimpse of Riddle's fiery gaze, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, and thus, she earned Riddle's ire. Soon, they were teleported to the competition arena, where the status of each trainer would be broadcast live for the audience to observe. Due to the considerable passage of time, the equipment was far from the capabilities of future instant broadcasts. Thus, ordinary individuals were announced in numerical order, granting Lucius a time advantage. Before the audience could see them, he seized the snowy owl by the neck, finally comprehending why his master always held her so. Watching her tongue protrude was a satisfying sight for him. She deserved it for messing with his hair and the birds he had so painstakingly attracted. What a pity, you chose the wrong master. Lucius began pulling out feathers from the owl's rear one by one, declaring she should never have chosen him. Now, he not only had to face Riddle's wrath, but he also risked tarnishing the Malfoy family's reputation. The advantage in this competition was crucial. Acquiring as many tokens as possible before encountering opponents was the best strategy. Yet now he could only rely on this foolish bird. As the camera turned to them, Lucius swiftly altered his stance, cradling Luna in his arms, gently rubbing her little head with his fingertips. What a good bird. Yet, the snowy owl nipped him fiercely, and Lucius could only greet her with a smile, vowing to deal with her later. Nevertheless, he dared not truly offend Riddle's owl. Hoot. Lucius was astonished at his ability to discern emotions and inquiries from the owl's expression. You're not the one who has me by the beak. Could there be another bird around? Ah, right, there once was, but now there was only you. Lucius felt his carefully cultivated, gentlemanly demeanor slipping away in her presence. Hoot. I understand. Although Luna was reluctant, as a creature shaped by traditional Chinese education, she could not afford to be the last in rank. Flapping her wings vigorously, she aimed to ascend vertically and retrieve the red ball from the cliff. The height of the cliff had reached a point where the air was thin. With each meter she ascended, the currents affected her wings, making her feel like a kite with a severed string. Steady yourself. Lucius, observing her clumsy form below, regretted having her undertake such a challenging task from the outset. This difficulty was more suited to a larger bird like a sharp-eyed hawk. Lucius tightened his grip on his wand, prepared to cast a levitation spell should she fall. Transformed into an owl, Luna discerned the meaning behind his whistle. That won't he do? This only fueled her determination. With a burst of energy, she seized the token. During this moment, the large screen broadcasted the scene, and some who had doubted her were touched. Was this not the epitome of courageous striving? Even Lucius fell silent, perhaps having underestimated her. Watching her repeatedly blown away by the currents, tumbling, and attempting time and again, he began to admire her tenacity. Riddle had a point. She truly was suited for Hufflepuff. What a fool. Nearby, another Riddle watched this unfold through his crystal ball and scoffed. You're putting in quite the effort. The owls surrounding him became even more fervent in their flapping. Just as Luna was happily descending to return to the ground, Lucius's earlier whistle revealed their position. A massive owl suddenly burst forth from an unnoticed spot, knocking Luna aside and snatching the token she had worked so hard to obtain. Damn it! How dare you provoke a Malfoy? Lucius no longer concealed his strength. Seeing his bird being bullied, he immediately apparat to catch the snowy owl, swiftly tucking her into his chest, soothing her with a gentle pat, then unleashing a curse to eliminate the offending owl, reclaiming the token with a summoning spell. Hoot! How dare you use apparition and put my life on the line? Luna was furious, biting him hard on the chest, refusing to acknowledge him. However, the spot she bit was undeniably awkward for Lucius, clutching his chest in embarrassment. This was indeed a complicated situation. This is a secret, understand? Logically, in this competition arena, the use of apparition was prohibited. However, Malfoy had employed his financial clout to secure an escape route. Thus, if he did not relent, Riddle would find it quite challenging to win. However, he might be the first trainer in the history of the owl training competition to participate while holding an owl. Lucius no longer hoped for assistance from the snowy owl. He began to seize the prey of other owls, transforming the training competition into a magical duel. He even shamelessly waited until the owls had caught their prey before attacking them, deliberately tying the token around her neck, mocking her. Yet, unbeknownst to Lucius, his previously graceful image was shattered. His chest, bulging with the token, displayed only a white head adorned with a floral token, which appeared rather comical. As Lucius methodically participated in the competition, Luna dozed off again, her little head bobbing, nearly driving Lucius to the brink of explosion. Wake up! Huh, is it time to eat? Hoot! Luna was yanked from his grasp and tumbled to the ground, disoriented. She seemed to be drifting away again, as if needing a recharge. Her drowsiness a precursor to a need for sustenance. Yet, Lucius remained oblivious, mistaking her behavior for foolishness. Lucius watched as the little white creature became disheveled, her eyes shining with innocent foolishness, and he was defeated once more. Resigned, he prepared to pick her up and clean her up before returning her to his embrace. Surely, these points would suffice for him to advance to the next round. Just then, a nimble figure dashed out from behind him, snatching the snowy owl away. Look outside the arena. It's Swift. Swift has collected numerous tokens. We're sure to win this time. James jumped high, nearly vaulting over the railing, only to be caught by Sirius in the nick of time. Be careful, James. Obtaining that silly bird might not be a good thing. Nice job, Swift. Lupin tossed a long-prepared dead mouse to Swift. Thankfully, they had tied the dead mouse under Lupin's robe to help Swift recognize him, and fortunately, before the start, the mouse had thawed, the scent of blood wafting through the air to attract Swift. Otherwise, he might have been eliminated immediately. That should have been Swift's favorite food. But instead of indulging immediately, Swift dutifully brought it to the snowy owl, pawing at the mouse while lowering his head to emit soft purring sounds. This left everyone momentarily stunned, and Luna jumped back, pleading, "Please. We are different species. This cannot end well." Hoot! Outside the arena, James suddenly felt as if he had swallowed a fly, caught off guard by the silly bird. Wait, is that snowy owl male or female? Let me check. Named Nana. It should be female, right? Sirius was equally astonished. Is my speed truly that of a male? James felt as though his world was crumbling. Not only would he be deprived of the exquisite fledglings alongside the divine spear, but he might also end up with a brood resembling that foolish creature. He fell silent. Chapter 54, The End. Is that you, Lupin? Coo, coo, coo. Luna, detecting the scent of wolf on Lupin, affirmed his identity, and in her excitement, she bounced around. You ought to manage your bird. The Zephyr, heedless of the situation, drew closer to the snow owl, deftly pilfering a red token tied to Lupin's waist, a token intended for Luna. If you continue like this, I won't hold back. Luna accepted eagerly, grasping the token with her beak, while the Zephyr enveloped the snow owl, akin to a protective hen, its eyes squinting with delight, relishing the proximity of the snow owl and purring contentedly. On the other side of the crystal orb, someone inadvertently crushed it with a careless grip. Riddle had lost all interest in the competition. He was solely intent on observing how that little creature would suffer. Anticipating the moment she would seek to appease her master rather than flitting about, ensnaring every passerby, not even sparing a bird. He swiftly made his way toward Lupin and Luna, retracing his earlier steps. Zephyr, return. You cannot act thus, Lupin exclaimed, anxiety creeping in. He had not foreseen that the Zephyr would prioritize matrimonial matters amidst the contest. How could that be acceptable? According to the terrain map James had provided, they were meant to venture toward a simpler region next. Yet here he was, grappling with an amorous male bird. Thus, he could only scoop up the snow owl and flee under the Zephyr's jealous pecks. Lupin was determined not to delay the competition or harm his brother's beloved bird. So once again, Luna enjoyed the utmost privilege nestled in the wizard's embrace. Just as the trio engaged in a spirited chase, Riddle emerged, accompanied by the divine spear. Riddle's presence roused Luna from her stupor, for the oppressive magic he bore rendered her breathless. Why aren't you coming over? Riddle extended an arm clad in leather gauntlets, and Luna darted toward him like a rocket. There was no way she could afford to miss this opportunity. The Zephyr, witnessing this, hurriedly followed, only to be intercepted by the divine spear, resulting in a tussle between the two owls. Riddle paid no heed to their skirmish, turning to lead Luna away while inspecting the snow owl's body, wings, beak, and feathers. Finally, he struck her small head with his wand, declaring, "We'll settle this later." The once proud snow owl instantly wilted, transforming into a bat-like figure as she lay flat, resigned to her fate. Outside, James and Sirius exchanged anxious glances regarding their brother and the Zephyr. Zephyr, hurry. Evade him. How could that divine spear be so vicious, intent on condemning the Zephyr? Why did Lucius disregard his spear, leaving only with the snow owl? Both James and Sirius were perplexed by the unfolding scene, which ultimately devolved into a quarrel between the two birds. Perhaps they were rivals? Peter discerned the truth, but knew the two would never accept such a notion. The synchronized exclamations startled Peter, prompting him to retract his neck. I understand the speculation, but it holds no weight. Not long after Luna encountered Riddle, the competition concluded, and she was transported back to the venue, cradled in his arms. Upon arrival, she observed that, apart from Riddle, the other competitors had fared poorly, some even bearing injuries. Lucius had scratches marring his face, and his expression was decidedly complex, while two owls stood before him, having resumed gathering tokens, barely qualifying for the finals. Luna felt a pang of guilt as she averted her gaze from him. In stark contrast, Riddle appeared immaculate, his hair untouched, except for the few strands that had been inadvertently dislodged by the snow owl perched atop his head, retaining his regal and resplendent demeanor. They approached their designated podiums, revealing their true identities in succession. To James and the others' astonishment, the individual they had presumed to be Lucius was, in fact, someone else. No wonder the snow owl belonged to him. Thus, it wielded such power and protection. However, the sheer number of tokens adorning the snow owl's neck resembled that of a golden pheasant, and combined with the points earned from other owls, it surpassed the second-place contender by no less than 50 points. As for Lupin, although he had lost 5 points, he was fortunate that his owl had made the right choice, earning an additional 10 points, thereby securing a spot in the finals. With a total of 8 competitors advancing to the next day's showdown, Luna, utterly fatigued, leaned against Riddle's shoulder and succumbed to slumber. Yet when she awakened, her limbs felt weak and immobile, her eyes being the only part of her body capable of movement, staring at the ceiling, which was no longer the cabin's interior. She soon heard the voice of a young man beside her. "Well, look at you. Still not awake. I haven't forgiven you yet. You think a mere gingerbread figurine can pacify me? I don't covet what others possess." Though his words were brimming with bravado, his tone betrayed a softness. Luna was elated. She had finally returned from her petrified state. How wonderful. No longer would she need to endure the incessant transformations. Alas, her body had grown stiff from disuse, rendering her unable to move, forced to listen to Draco's monologue, the only action she could manage being a roll of her eyes. Given the current circumstances, remaining asleep might be preferable. Awaken swiftly. I shall consider forgiving you once you do. Draco's customary indignation struck the petrified girl, but this time felt less intense. Malfoy, have I somehow wronged your family? Oh, are you awake? Draco appeared suddenly within her line of sight, his eyes glistening with excitement. Had she misjudged? Was the moisture in his eyes merely perspiration? Wait here, I shall summon someone. With that, he dashed away. Next, Professor Pomfrey, along with Dumbledore and others, rushed in. Yet Draco was conspicuously absent, likely embarrassed by the situation. Luna also noticed the absence of Snape's visage and voice. What transpired? What time is it? Just tell me what grade Harry Potter is in. Judging by Draco's stature, he hadn't grown much, suggesting that not much time had elapsed. Harry? He has just completed his second year, and you, my child, are about to become a new second-year student. Dumbledore assisted Luna in sitting up against her pillow, gently lowering her previously raised arm. We owe our gratitude to Harry, Hermione, and Ron Weasley for their assistance in unraveling the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets, as well as to Professor Snape for his diligent efforts in ensuring the safety of the Mandrakes. Through Dumbledore's account, Luna learned of the multitude of events that had transpired while she was petrified, such as Hermione's fortunate escape from petrification, having directly encountered the basilisk, thus discovering pertinent information in the library. To validate this, the trio, along with Ginny, ventured into the chamber, where, through their collaboration, Harry vanquished the basilisk with Gryffindor's sword, saving everyone. Subsequently, everyone went on holiday, and the antidote for petrification was prepared, under Dumbledore's repeated assurances, promising that she would awaken within 3 days. The trio reluctantly boarded the train home. Now that she had awakened, she could return home for the summer, yet Dumbledore's narrative contained no mention of Riddle's diary, leaving Luna in a state of trepidation. The diary, right? She had hidden it away. However, when she regained control of her limbs and returned to her dormitory to retrieve the injured diary, she found it missing. Oh dear, the diary is lost, implying that the diary still existed somewhere within Hogwarts or in someone else's possession. Chapter 55. The return. Luna swiftly packed her belongings, and, just as she was finishing, she spotted Draco in the hall, also laden with luggage. Beside him stood Dumbledore and a house elf, presumably Dobby. To her surprise, Dobby, upon seeing her, rushed over, exclaiming, "Miss Luna, it's so wonderful that you are alive." Dobby was so worried about you, he even cried. He clutched his ragged vest, wiping away tears. "Do you know each other?" Draco asked, assuming a haughty demeanor, still grappling with the emotional display he had just been caught in. "Of course. We were introduced by Harry." Luna replied with a laugh, quickly covering Dobby's mouth, fearing they might misinterpret his sentiments about her revival from petrification. Yet, she had an inkling that Dobby might be referring to her ghostly form. As clarity dawned upon her, she realized her dreams could indeed allow her soul to traverse the past. It explained Lucius's peculiar knowledge of her and his odd demeanor, an act of retribution. "Excellent. Then I entrust you with the task of escorting these 2 children home. Dobby, I have just encountered a rather troublesome matter that requires my attention at the Ministry," Dumbledore stated, his unusually serious demeanor indicating the gravity of the situation. "Wishing you both a delightful holiday." And with that, he departed. Luna's mind was awash with thoughts, her diary, her disappearance during the competition, Dobby's recognition of her, her soul's journey, and the bracelet. Deep in contemplation, she appeared to be staring at Draco, but in reality, she was lost in thought, leaving Draco feeling increasingly uneasy. He waved his hands defensively, asserting, "What are you staring at? I'm not here because of you. I just happened to forget something." "Huh, is that so? Do you have any objections?" Draco noticed her dazed expression, growing anxious, wondering if her mind had dulled after being petrified. "No, it's just that you declared our friendship over, remember?" Luna suddenly recalled, nearly catching Draco off guard, making his gaze falter, ultimately landing on Dobby. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and take me home." "Yes, master." Dobby, startled by Draco's outburst, immediately cast a spell, and before long, they found themselves at the entrance of Malfoy Manor. She recognized the grand gate, having attempted to escape numerous times, only to be thwarted by the peacock at the entrance, whose cries summoned the house elf to bring her back. "Your mind could use a checkup from our family physician," Draco suggested, but before he could finish, Luna pushed past him, embracing Dobby. "No need for that. I want to go home." Quickly, Dobby. Home. She couldn't guarantee what horrors awaited her at Malfoy Manor, and even if she avoided sleep, encountering Lucius was a risk she wasn't willing to take. Better to return home. "Of course, Miss Luna. Your command is my command," Dobby affirmed, puffing out his chest. "You." Draco stared, dumbfounded, as the pair vanished before him. Frustrated, he kicked the peacock's rear as he passed, muttering, "You're just a little dog." Angrily, he dropped his belongings and retreated to his room. Meanwhile, Luna and Dobby were transported in the elf's magical space, where she noticed that peculiar bracelet had reappeared, glinting on her wrist. She touched her neck, which felt bare. Yet she was certain it was the same bracelet, perhaps the one Lucius had placed on her. Luna's speculation was indeed correct. The bracelet was an alchemical creation devised by Riddle to control her soul. In the days prior, the snowy owl that should have appeared on the final stage had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a solitary bracelet and a leg ring representing the Malfoy family within its cage. Ignoring all resistance at the competition venue, Riddle had seized that bracelet. She had escaped once more, right under his nose. A sense of betrayal ignited his murderous intent. And after withdrawing from the competition, he eliminated the event's host and organizers. In his view, it was their excessive chatter that had afforded her the opportunity to flee. And because of this tedious competition, he resolved that none would emerge unscathed. Later, while perusing records, Luna discovered that all photographic documentation of that event had been destroyed, leaving only an image of Lucius holding the championship trophy, with no sign of the Seeker beside him. She surmised that the Seeker had likely been silenced by Riddle. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that James Potter, in search of his lovesick owl, had sought out many, even going so far as to approach the Malfoy family, but met with a grim fate. Though Lucius had secured the championship for that year and brought glory to the Malfoy name, his smile before the camera was steeped in insincerity. The mysterious girl had vanished once again, and Riddle's emotions grew increasingly unstable, turning him into a ticking time bomb. He despised this feeling. Unaware of these happenings, Luna was in her dream cottage, joyfully unwrapping her Christmas gifts, the belated birthday presents meticulously arranged by Mr. Lovegood. The first gift she opened was adorably wrapped and crafted by Ginny, a hand-knit scarf infused with various floral scents that changed with time. It was likely a skill learned from Mrs. Weasley and suited Luna's artistic spirit perfectly. She adored it. Hermione's package was heavy, containing several hefty tomes about magical creatures. True to Hermione's character, she placed the books onto her floating bookshelf. Harry gifted her a large assortment of snacks, which thrilled Luna, as it meant she no longer had to worry about the remoteness of her home hampering her access to treats. Ron's gift was wrapped somewhat clumsily in repurposed newspaper, but the packaging was commendable. Inside lay a second-hand robe from a Quidditch team. Though not to her taste, it was likely treasured by Ron. Next, she unwrapped a smaller parcel, revealing a hairpin enchanted to transform into 5 different styles, accompanied by cheerful music when tapped. It was a gift from Fred, and Luna was immensely pleased. She could experiment with it to create future hair accessories, potentially leading to a profitable venture with the Weasley twins. Then she discovered a small box, which contained another transformation hairpin, albeit with a different tune. Checking the signature, she found it was from George Weasley. Clearly, the twins had not conferred on their gifts, yet they shared an uncanny synchronicity. Now she possessed 2 hairpins. Exhausted from unwrapping, she was taken aback to find so many gifts still awaiting her attention. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what Snape might have sent her, but she could not locate any gift from him. Was it possible he had not given her anything? A tinge of disappointment washed over her, yet she held on to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she simply hadn't found it yet. Stretching her arms, she resumed her unwrapping spree. Chapter 56. Too many gifts? Luna continued to unwrap gifts, noticing 2 packages that unmistakably belonged to the Malfoy family. With a sense of anticipation, she opened one, as Lucius's gifts rarely failed to impress. But what was this? How to become a proper pureblood lady. Essential table manners for the discerning lady? Mrs. Lauren's Guide to Grace. Magical baking in 30 days? How disdainful must Draco be of her? Luna maintained a stoic expression as she tossed the items directly into the fire, realizing she could not expect him to behave normally. Opening the other package, she finally found a gift from Lucius, a remarkably exquisite mirror, intricately crafted with elaborate carvings, clearly an antique. Luna was utterly terrified of such things and hastily locked the mirror away in a box, determined not to let herself be cursed again. No way. Instead, she tucked away the delightful little treats sent by Lucius, who had mentioned in his letter that he was quite fond of his gingerbread men and hoped to consider a collaboration with her. It was typical of Malfoy to seize every opportunity for profit, but alas, she had already shared this prospect with the Weasley twins. Thus, she had no choice but to decline. She then discovered a boldly colored package, which, by her instinct, was likely from the ever-fashionable Dumbledore. Drawing on her past experiences, she opened it above the toilet, ready to flush it away should a horde of cockroaches emerge. However, to her surprise, it contained an album filled with photographs of the quartet during their youth. As she flipped through the pages, she saw several of them playing Quidditch, with Peter crushed beneath the others, while James and Sirius hoisted Remus high. The 4 of them laughed like children, radiating youthful exuberance. Wait a moment. Was that handsome young man with the slightly wavy hair Sirius? Goodness, he was exactly her type. With facial features reminiscent of AI modeling and a hint of melancholy about him, her fingers itched to sketch him. Unable to resist, she found herself drawing a series of rather risque illustrations of the young Sirius. Beside him, Remus beamed like a charming English gentleman. adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of refinement. Oh, she could certainly draw him. After all, she had seen the real deal up close. However, upon reaching the last page, Luna tossed the album aside, for there, reflected in the glass, was her own face. How on earth had she ended up in that photograph? When had it been taken? It appeared to be from their graduation, yet she had no recollection of being photographed. As the album flew from her hands, a slip of paper fell out, bearing Dumbledore's apologetic note. Sorry for forgetting to mention. Please help me deliver this album to Harry at 4, Hollyhock Lane, Surrey. And remember to brush your teeth after consuming sweets. Sweets? Flipping the paper over, she discovered it was a voucher for Honeydukes. So this was her Christmas gift? Was the album intended for Harry? What was Dumbledore implying? Was this a warning for her, or an attempt to bring her closer to Harry Potter? She retrieved the last photograph, resolved to pay Harry a visit. Eagerly, Luna tore through the remaining gifts. Professor McGonagall had sent her a classical, yet elegant notebook, complete with a hidden compartment, precisely what she needed to jot down the dreams that plagued her mind, lest they become too chaotic. Hagrid gifted her a hand-knitted sweater, made from what appeared to be some animal's fur, with a rather peculiar scent. Let's hope it wasn't from him. To her astonishment, she had also received a gift from Zabini, a jewelry box adorned with Slytherin colors and exquisite gems. How awkward. She hadn't prepared a gift for him. Assuming they were not particularly close, she hoped he would overlook this lapse, given her lethargy during the semester. Another unnamed gift revealed a sketchbook filled with quick sketches of her from various angles. Though it was slightly off, the likeness was uncanny, indicating someone had closely observed her. Who could it be? She couldn't recall having such a friend. Wait, what was this? A book titled Quidditch Matches Compendium? Also unsigned. But her intuition suggested she knew who it was from. He hadn't given up on his plan to recruit her for the Quidditch team, it seemed. She placed the book on the shelf. Lastly, she came across a book wrapped in paper. Upon opening it, she discovered it belonged to Tom Riddle. Goodness, who had sent this back to her? Luna nearly dropped it into the fire, but the diary was fireproof. What a pity. Who had sent it? Likely that mischievous diary again. Luna locked the diary and Lucius Mirror together, ensuring they would keep each other company. She prepared to take a shower and change before visiting Harry in the Muggle world. Longing for the simplicity of that life, she craved KFC and McDonald's. At that moment, she felt something in her pocket. When had she put that in there? Pulling it out, she discovered a brooch that seemed to have seen better days, likely crafted from the feather of some bird, who had placed it in her pocket. The brooch reminded her of the Christmas gift Snape had made for Lily. Frankly, it was a bit of a letdown. Whoever made it, she didn't care for it. Soon, Luna gathered her emotions and belongings, leaving a note for Mr. Lovegood before she departed. At that moment, Mr. Lovegood believed his daughter was still at school. Upon seeing the note, he would surely be overjoyed. As for facing someone else's father, she had yet to figure out how to approach that. Stepping outside, she marveled at the unique charm of her home, constructed from stones in whimsical shapes. Though rough in appearance, there was a rugged beauty to it, truly befitting the home of a peculiar girl. Luna quickly found the bus stop, feeling a sense of pride for having initiated a Muggle payment method when she sold her little yellow drawings. Rather, her small comics. The transactions were conducted through owl subscriptions, utilizing the owls from the public owlery, which kept her identity concealed while allowing her to amass quite a fortune. Thus, Luna had become a little wealthy. Once she arrived in the Muggle world, her first stop would be the department store for a shopping spree, where she would buy new clothes and gifts for Petunia and Dudley, a set of high-end cosmetics, a large box of donuts, and an exquisite golf club. It was quite an expense. Of course, she didn't forget to prepare some treats for Harry and other essentials he might need. However, since she couldn't carry them herself, she opted for delivery, which meant she had to wait in the community park, swinging on the swings. Lost in thought, she suddenly spotted a creature charging toward her, a wolf. No, it was a dog that resembled a wolf. Sirius? Chapter 57, Encounter with the Black Dog. The black dog fixed its gaze on Luna, its eyes brimming with emotion. Such a large creature, with fur that was matted and rough, covered in wounds, and a bushy tail that kicked up clouds of dust. It was evident that the dog was immensely happy yet somewhat hesitant, perhaps fearful of the young girl, as it kept its distance, hoping she would recognize it. Had she not suspected it might be Sirius, Luna would have bolted in fright. The dog was genuinely intimidating. But thinking of the hardships he had endured over the years, her heart ached for him. Imagining him scavenging for food, rummaging through bins, brought tears to her eyes. Although their time together had been brief, he was such a spirited fellow. Luna stood up and waved at the black dog. Come here. I've got some canned food for you. In the next moment, before she could register it, the foolish dog pounced on her, its coarse tongue licking her face with an overwhelming enthusiasm. The sensation was astonishing. Regret washed over her. Did Dumbledore know Sirius would come looking for Harry? Was that what he meant by mentioning the Ministry's troublesome matters? Sirius escaping from prison? Stop. Hold on. Black. She nearly called out his name. But she needed a different moniker for the moment. Let us call you Tom. She wanted to relish the thrill of her sudden freedom. Tom. Stop. The weight of the dog was pressing down on her. How could something so thin be so heavy? It felt as if it might crush her ribs. There was no way around it. Sirius was simply overwhelmed with joy. He had thought her dead, and ever since her disappearance, he had yearned for the day they would meet again. That day had finally arrived. After he had endured countless hardships, she suddenly appeared before him. And he would soon be reunited with Harry as well. Sirius deemed this the happiest day of the past decade. Luna, overwhelmed by his exuberance, struggled to breathe and, in desperation, tugged at his tail to calm him down. He settled down, yet continued to nuzzle her with his canine head, his eyes squinting with delight. It was indeed fortunate that this black dog was by her side. He enabled her to transport the items she had purchased to Harry's doorstep. A worker had fashioned a simple cart from a box that the dog could pull, which, despite being called a cart, had no wheels and was dragged along the ground by sheer brute force. Moreover, the foolish dog insisted on riding in it himself. Although Luna was as light as a kitten, she still possessed weight, yet Sirius was resolute. He refused to budge unless Luna occupied the wooden box. No amount of pulling would move it. I concede defeat. Luna exclaimed in exasperation as she finally stepped into the box. The silly dog, as if fueled by adrenaline, took off running. Luna found herself tumbling head over heels as the box flipped, sending the dog racing out. Clambering back to her feet, Luna delivered a sharp slap to the dog's snout. Tom, the black dog, now chastened, laid down in guilt, yet still tugged at the box excitedly. Convinced he had finally found his purpose, dragging the wooden crate with sparks flying from the friction. Moreover, some kind-hearted souls had placed money into her box. Looking at her with pity, upon glancing at her reflection in the car window, Luna was aghast. Her hair was a disheveled mess, her clothes stained, and there she was. A malnourished dog pulling a broken cart. How had she become akin to a Syrian refugee? Her newly bought clothes. Bang! Another fist to the air. This is all you're doing. After rinsing herself and the dog under the faucet, she finally rang the doorbell, displaying her most innocent smile. A woman with prominent cheekbones, a head full of curls, and clad in casual pajamas opened the door just a crack, waving her hand dismissively. No money. No money. Go to someone else. Her disdainful tone was palpable even through the door. Hello, I'm Harry's friend. Is Harry home? Bang. The door was slammed shut. We don't have that person here. Hurry and leave. Aunt Petunia, believing it was one of Harry's eccentric classmates come to bother him, was quick to shut the door. I'm not. I'm his friend. I even brought you a gift, ma'am. Luna was nearly shouting, and eventually, the door cracked open once more, revealing only one eye. Not one of those odd schoolmates of his. No, someone from my old school. By the way, do you like this gift? Upon seeing the present, Aunt Petunia's expression softened somewhat, yet she cautiously inquired, the receipt is included, right? I mean, if it's unsuitable, I might want to exchange it, implying her suspicion that it might be stolen. Of course. Thankfully, I didn't lose those receipts. Apologies, I tripped earlier. Aunt Petunia scrutinized Luna from head to toe. Despite the dust on her clothing, it was evident she wore a branded outfit. Come in, but remember to remove your shoes, and the dog cannot come in. Aunt Petunia's eyes gleamed as she accepted the gift, but she didn't offer Luna a pair of guest slippers, pretending to forget, and called for Harry instead. Left at the doorstep, Sirius appeared distressed, nearly pressing himself against the door, wagging his tail furiously, his hopeful gaze fixed on Luna, yearning to be let inside. However, Luna was resolute in her decision, prioritizing long-term plans over his immediate desire. Just wait a moment. Luna smirked, relishing in a bit of revenge against him. Luna, is that you? Harry, donned in a worn apron, rushed out, rubber gloves still on his hands, and embraced her. He then scrutinized her closely. I'm so relieved you're all right. Harry, I'm fine. Luna felt her spirits lift, buoyed by Harry's enthusiasm. Cough, cough. No going upstairs. I'm watching you all, no funny business. Aunt Petunia declared before retreating upstairs, unable to resist applying her makeup. Sorry, I'll find you a pair of shoes. Harry scratched his head awkwardly, skillfully retrieving the guest slippers Aunt Petunia had hidden away. Let us go. I've just brewed tea. Harry was bursting with things to share with his friend, having not received any correspondence from the Ministry of Magic in ages. Aunt Petunia had strictly controlled Hedwig, fearing she might attract the neighbor's attention. He felt like he was on the verge of madness, unable to practice magic or reach out to his friends. Are you saying this is what Dumbledore entrusted to you to give to me? Sitting on the dining chair, Harry nearly toppled his teacup in excitement as he eagerly took the album. Within it were indeed photographs of his father. Why didn't he deliver it himself? Perhaps he had pressing matters, Luna replied, sipping the tea prepared by the savior himself, finally feeling some relief from the journey. Harry truly suited the role of a housekeeper, wearing an apron and displaying a bashful demeanor. Cough, cough. She was overthinking things. That makes perfect sense. Thank you, Luna. Harry patted her shoulder as they continued to admire the photographs. Who are all these people? Why have I never heard of them? Well, they should be friends of your father. Goodness, why has it become my responsibility to enlighten the savior? She mused, feeling as though she had transformed into a mere NPC. However, there might be other stories intertwined within, which he would need to uncover for himself. I can only say so much. Are they all doing well? Chapter 58, The Magical Bus. Are they all doing well? Not exactly, was all she could muster. Well, I want to learn about their stories. Harry's mood dimmed as he had just uncovered some information about his parents, but felt as if he had gained nothing, remaining in the dark. Perhaps you could inquire with Mr. Weasley? Seeing Harry's despondent expression, Luna kindly suggested. That is a good idea. Harry brightened momentarily, but his spirits quickly waned again. But they're all vacationing in Egypt. I wish I could be with them. Ah, don't fret. They should return soon. At Harry's mention, Luna recalled that it was Sirius who had seen the photograph in the Daily Prophet that led him to break out, indicating they should not be far from returning or might have already done so. That is right. They may have already come back. But I haven't received any word from them. Harry was already deep in thought. Then let us go take a look. To Grimmauld Place. She was eager to explore the place. Exactly. If not, I can always return. Aunt Petunia is in a good mood today. Harry was brimming with excitement. As if a tail had sprouted behind him, wagging invisibly. Luna found this familiar, reminiscent of the black dog. Truly, they were like godfather and godson. Just as they were about to depart, a chirp of a bird was followed by Aunt Petunia's furious shout, and a snow-white figure swooped through the hall, landing gracefully on the table. What is this? Goodness, isn't this just like my bird? She instinctively leaned back, unwilling to transform into a bird again. Is this Hedwig? Have you forgotten me after sleeping for so long? Or is this the birthday gift Hagrid sent me? He mentioned my father had once been frantically searching for a white snowy owl, so he chose this one for me. Harry's voice softened as he stroked Hedwig's feathers. But soon, this warmth was shattered by Aunt Petunia, who smeared a line of lipstick across her cheek. How many times must I say it? Control your bird. Otherwise, I shall undoubtedly cast it out. This time, I shall certainly teach it a lesson. With that, she made her way upstairs to rummage through her husband's hunting rifle. At this moment, a flicker of panic crossed Harry's face. Perhaps he need not return after all. You go pack your things. I'll hold her off. All right. The two had never displayed such seamless coordination before. Harry swiftly returned to his room to gather his belongings, hastily stuffing his textbooks and clothes into his suitcase, while placing Hedwig into her cage as he made his way out. Luna blocked Aunt Petunia's path, a gun positioned between them. I mentioned it, dear. No ascending the stairs. Now that Aunt Petunia had come to her senses, it was evident that this little girl was undoubtedly in cahoots with that peculiar sister and her son. By the way, darling, which school did you say you attended? Her narrowed eyes glimmered with scrutiny. Oh dear, I've been exposed. Time to act swiftly. With that, Luna pulled a steel ball from her pocket and hurled it away, turning to flee. Aunt Petunia, believing it to be another terrifying act of witchcraft, scrambled away in panic. Luna and Harry met at the doorway, along with Sirius. You didn't tell me you had a dog? Stars sparkled in Harry's eyes. He adored dogs. He had longed for one in his dreams, yet it was clear Aunt Petunia would insist on maintaining a distance between him and the canine. Now is not the time to discuss this. Anticipating Sirius's leap, Luna swiftly grasped his tail and darted away. There's no time for explanations. Okay. The trio, a boy, a girl, and a dog, tore down the street, the black dog frolicking as if in play, nudging Harry's backside one moment and tugging at Luna's skirt the next. Goodness, it even tore off a piece of fabric. Finally, they reached a secluded spot, with Luna gasping for breath. She had lost the energy to scold that foolish dog. What shall we do now? Just as Harry came to a halt, Sirius pounced on him, his tail wagging fervently, inadvertently causing Luna to cough. Call a car to stop. She spluttered, nearly choking on dust. Got it. Harry chuckled as he led the black dog away from Luna's position and signaled to the sky. Can we use wands? Us. Luna rose, suddenly recalling the magical bus from the original story. Surely, she wasn't expected to ride that, was she? Well, occasionally, Harry ambiguously responded. For he could hardly confess that he, as an upperclassman, was leading a breach of school regulations. But Luna, don't follow my lead. He offered a sheepish smile. And Sirius, ever eager, seemed ready to leap up and pat Harry on the back. Truly, he was a worthy protege. And indeed, the black dog stood up. Tom. Luna giggled, sensing that Tom had taken a liking to her. Feeling the weight of affection, Harry patted the black dog's head, which bared its teeth, causing Luna to avert her gaze. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, shaking the nearby old trees with a rustling sound. What is going on? Everyone became alert, fearing they were being pursued by the Ministry of Magic. The black dog instinctively positioned itself protectively in front of them, its gaze sharp and unwavering. Suddenly, a violet shadow flashed from a distance, elongating and broadening into a rectangular bus. Odd heads hung from the mirrors on either side, exuding an air of the bizarre. The bus halted just half a meter in front of them. A scruffy young man emerged, bleary-eyed, with remnants of sleep still clinging to him and his hat askew. Buttons mismatched. Do you know what time it is? It's a bit early, you know. It's noon? Harry reconsidered whether he truly wished to board such an unreliable vehicle. Noon? The man finally opened his eyes, hastily retrieving a pocket watch from his coat. Looking momentarily awkward. Of course I know it's noon. Let me see, eloping? At this point, he noticed Luna standing behind, his expression shifting to one of gossiping curiosity, beckoning them aboard with a mischievous grin. Brings back memories of my youth. No, we're not. Woof, woof, woof. The trio fervently denied the implication. All right. I understand. The conductor's expression shifted to one of inscrutable amusement. Luna, exasperated, resigned herself. The human penchant for gossip was universal, even in the wizarding world. Wait, you have a dog? That will be an additional charge. The conductor instantly adopted a serious demeanor, tapping away at his keyboard. 5 silver sickles, thank you. Here, no need for change. Luna, unwilling to haggle further with this character, simply handed over a coin, which, mixed with muggle money, caused the conductor to beam with delight. All right. Please, step inside. Need any assistance, adorable little dog? The conductor stepped out to charm the dog, only to have Sirius bite onto his shoe. Ouch, my new shoes. Off you go. What a mischievous little rascal. Tom, hurry up. Luna entered the bus, praising Sirius in a corner where the conductor could not see. Well done, Tom. Chapter 59, The Wedding. Upon boarding, Luna was taken aback. Y&T Rowling informed her of the overwhelming masculinity present in this place. The interior was filled with various beds, some secured while others floated in midair. In the center of the vehicle stood a bar, where an elderly gentleman with a hunched back was polishing dishes, yet his technique resembled that of sharpening a blade. He stared at them intently, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Luna pinched her nose and quickly found a ventilated spot to sit. Sirius promptly followed, leaping onto the seat beside her, but was soon nudged beneath the bed by her foot. You're a dog. You can stay down there. She kindly reminded Sirius to keep a low profile. Should a dark wizard discover he was an animagus, it would spell disaster. Don't be so harsh on him. It's not fair, is it? Come here, Tom. Just as Harry was about to invite the black dog to sit beside him, the driver slammed on the gas, propelling the bus forward. Harry had no time to react, crashing to the floor alongside Sirius, landing atop the dog. Fortunately, Luna had already secured her grip on the handrail. Chuckling at their predicament. Well, you certainly have foresight, Harry, he said, awkwardly dragging Sirius's leg as he settled onto the bunk beside Luna. Phew, you were right. Harry pinched his nose. The scent emanating from Tom was overpowering. Goodness, has he fallen into a cesspool? Before long, they arrived at Diagon Alley, and Harry was thrilled. It had been ages since his last visit. He eagerly scanned the surroundings for any changes, oblivious to the fact that everyone passing by was deliberately steering clear of them. Perhaps we should find a place to rest. Maybe take a shower or something. Luna could no longer endure the discomfort. Yeah, we should eat something. The reminder prompted them to realize their stomachs had been growling for quite some time. Thus, they headed to a quaint inn. 2 rooms. They froze. 1 room. The awkwardness escalated. I thought we were staying for the night. Luna felt utterly embarrassed. I'm sorry, I thought we were just taking a break, not. Harry stammered, having not considered it deeply, instinctively believing they were merely pausing for a moment. Ultimately, it was Luna who decided they would temporarily stay here for the night and seek out Grimmauld Place in the morning. All right. Harry was at a loss where to direct his gaze, wishing for a crack in the floor to disappear into. They ordered food to be sent to Harry's room, and by this time, Sirius had completely bonded with Harry, the two of them remaining glued to the carpet. How about you help him take a bath, Harry? Sure. Want you join me? No, it's a male. A male? There's no need to inspect so meticulously, but Luna mentioned it rather late. The ever-curious Harry had already flipped the black dog's belly, scrutinizing it closely, and then with a grin, informed Luna that it was indeed a male. Does your father know how you treat your godfather? Oh, never mind. You're all family anyway. Luna left the awkwardness to the father and son, carrying her sandwich and fries back to her room. This left an exceedingly excited Harry, dragging the despondent black dog into the bathroom. I'll send you back. Don't worry. Oh, that one tea be necessary. Yet the door had already closed, and she was uncertain if Harry had heard her. Exhausted and famished, she simply wished to eat and sleep, ignoring the happenings behind her. If not for the tumultuous events of the day, she wouldn't have succumbed to slumber so swiftly. for she held a tinge of fear regarding what dreams might come. Yet, sleep was inevitable. In her dream, she beheld a tall, slender silhouette, despondently seated in a chair. Hunched over, concealing his face, seemingly abandoned by the world in a dim corner. Snape? Upon recognizing him, Luna breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Riddle or Lucius, she was fine. Wait, no? Lucius was akin to Riddle. This dilapidated house, with its dense cobwebs and dark walls, was Snape's home? What could be troubling him? At that moment, she noticed an open letter upon the table, curiously floating towards her. To her astonishment, it was an invitation to the wedding of Lily Evans and James Potter. Dear Severus, I am aware of the many misunderstandings between you, James, and myself. But I sincerely hope to receive your blessing on the day of the wedding, your most devoted, Lily. The invitation not only bore an address, but also included a moving photograph of Lily and James, embracing and kissing before the church. Goodness, was this not akin to a dagger to the heart? Aren't you going to attend? To her wedding? Luna's inquiry caused the man opposite her to spring up in disbelief, staring at the ceiling as he tried to compose his features, his teeth subtly moving. You finally arrived? What am I here for? As Snape approached her, standing beneath her gaze, she realized he had indeed matured. No longer was he the prematurely aged, scrawny boy, but a man of robust stature, though his complexion remained pale and his eyes still bore a world-weary look. One could not deny he possessed an aura of youthful, brooding beauty now. What do you think? Snape tossed the invitation before her with an air of exasperation. Luna sensed she must have done something to offend him. Are you waiting for me to attend Lily Evans's wedding? She cautiously suggested, presenting the least likely of possibilities. What else? Who do you think I would take? His words threw Luna off balance, as he expertly drew her closer, producing a vial of potion. Bewildered, she drank it down, the taste still overwhelmingly metallic despite its improvement. Is this Snape's blood? You can touch me now? Luna gasped in astonishment, floating in the air. How did Snape manage to pull her down? He gave her a look that suggested she was feigning ignorance and tossed her another vial. One she recognized as an aging potion. Hurry and drink. He mimicked a gesture to help her gulp it down, and she complied obediently. Fool, you should have at least waited until he was out. But he could only hand her the clothes he had prepared and stepped outside to keep watch. What does this mean? Luna felt her mental faculties might be overstretched, but she was, after all, a girl who had doodled countless little yellow comics. I understand. Snape must be intending to take me to the wedding to make Lily jealous. Indeed, he must want to avoid appearing lonely and pitiable. Luna felt she had arrived just in time. Had she not been there, he surely would not have gone alone. If Snape missed Lily's wedding, it would be a regret for a month if he went, or a lifetime if he didn't. She was to play the role of the vengeful ex-girlfriend. No, she needed to procure some Muggle cosmetics. She absolutely could not lose to Lily Evans. Note, the current timeline. Snape, James, Lily, and others have just graduated from Hogwarts. Set in 1979, Snape's feelings towards Luna, affection, friendship, enmity. Who among them harbors a crush on Luna at this time? Wedding location, Hogwarts, Potter Manor, Hogsmeade, Godric's Hollow. Chapter 60, Awakening. After consuming the aging potion, Luna distinctly felt a fiery warmth within her, her limbs slightly sore, and visibly, she noticed her arms and legs elongating. Her vision also expanded, though her height didn't increase much. How vexing that Snape's house had not a single mirror, leaving her unaware of her current age or appearance. Furthermore, the attire Snape had prepared for her was somewhat oversized, suggesting she still resembled a little girl. Luna felt tears welling. After finally transforming, she still wasn't tall. The dress had evidently been completed long ago, sourced from Madame Malkin's shop, still bearing its price tag. Surely this wasn't the gown Snape prepared for Lily? It was a classical formal dress, thoroughly traditional, revealing no skin, perhaps a hint of sheer fabric at the arms, but the hem even brushed the tops of her feet. Was this attire suitable for a wedding in an Arab nation? So conservative? There came a polite yet somewhat heavy knocking at the door, and Snape grew a touch impatient. Truly unchivalrous. If it were Lily, she wouldn't behave this way. Luna pouted and opened the door. At the sight of Luna, Snape was momentarily speechless. He beheld her transformed state, flowing golden hair cascading around her face, her features cunningly reminiscent of a goddess from a classical portrait, exuding an ethereal charm. He began to comprehend why his future self would be captivated by her. Snape awkwardly averted his gaze, realizing he had underestimated her. Trying to maintain composure, he cast a shrinking charm on Luna's gown, yet this action only accentuated her splendid curves. Her tiny waist was so delicate it seemed it could be easily crushed. Unconsciously, Snape spread his palm to gauge. Do I look beautiful? Luna, curious about her present appearance, prompted Snape to regain his composure, his serious demeanor returning as he replied. It's acceptable. Just acceptable? As the woman leaned closer to him, Snape seized her arms, teleporting them away to halt her clingy inquiry. Yet, in the distorted and grim space, he instinctively drew her into his embrace for protection. Upon reaching Godric's hollow, he released her, only at the last moment, steadying her waist, confirming his earlier estimations. A flicker of pride appeared in his eyes, reflected in a slight smile. Why didn't you warn me sooner? I bit my tongue. Luna clutched her chin, her expression grotesque. Snape quickly grasped her chin, adopting a serious demeanor as he inspected her mouth, already embodying the iron-willed professor. Perhaps you should speak less. He skillfully retrieved a vial of powder from his pocket, gently sprinkling it on her tongue. Gazing at her enticingly delicate pink tongue, Snape's throat quivered, his hand trembled. Cough, cough, ugh, cough. Was Snape attempting to poison her? Luna cautiously clutched her chest. Apologies. But Severus Snape reluctantly conjured a glass of water for her. It was he who had momentarily lost focus, never imagining that one day he would be distracted by a woman. Indeed, this woman was a calamity. Noticing that she did not drink, he refrained from further explanation and stowed the cup away, for the presence of several individuals he despised most in his lifetime had just materialized. Snape adjusted the potion powder on his chest, elegantly bending one arm, fully prepared to enter alongside her. Even in the face of their antagonism and derision, he felt no fear. Standing there, he beheld Lily in the distance, clad in a wedding gown and greeting friends and family, and surprisingly, his heart was at peace. He realized deep within that his pain was not as profound as he had anticipated, nor did he feel regret. Rather, he was struck by a poignant sense of the fleeting nature of time and the loss of youth. He could not help but feel a sincere gratitude towards the ethereal woman beside him. Her presence seemed to ignite a flicker of hope for the future within him. Even without Lily, he would have fared well, gradually accepting the existence of this troublesome spirit, always prepared with potions to restore his vitality. Even if it meant using his own blood as an ingredient, just to have more time to understand her better. What does that mean? Alas, our heroine remained unaware of Snape's internal transformation. Gazing at the arm he had offered, Luna tilted her head, filled with questions. Your hand. The pride Severus had just mustered evaporated in an instant. His naturally somber demeanor suited him better, and Luna felt a familiar sensation returning. Understanding dawned upon her. The girl performed a courteous gesture and affectionately looped her arm through Snape's, exclaiming with delight, I didn't expect it to be so sturdy. Severus, feeling flustered by the slight alteration in his composure, found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions as they traversed the flower-adorned aisle, making it difficult for him to avoid the associations that arose from the sight of those damned red roses. Who on earth was getting married? However, upon encountering those individuals, Severus swiftly regained his demeanor, transitioning into combat mode. The wedding was held in Godric's Hollow, with an outdoor venue constructed before James and Lily's new home. Remarkably, the entire lawn appeared as if it had been transported from elsewhere, surrounded by dense foliage and even featuring streams and waterfalls. Their main altar was positioned beneath the cascading water. Should they exchange vows, they would have to raise their voices to be heard over the thundering waterfall, with each guest seated on floating platforms upon the lake's surface. To be precise, this was all an illusion conjured by magic. Yet as Luna approached, she indeed felt the rippling sensation of water beneath her feet, startlingly lifelike, with fish visible below the surface. As she and Snape walked through the archway of fresh roses, they were greeted by such a breathtaking sight. Wow, this is incredibly romantic, she exclaimed. Severus tightened his arm, scoffing, humph, what a showy display. He dismissed James's creativity with a sneer. Yet, it was indeed a waterfall. Is this the first time I've seen a waterfall wedding? He muttered, immediately regretting his words as the young girl fell silent. He added hastily, you, excluded. You are overtly jealous. Luna retracted her hand, declaring that if he continued with his sardonic remarks, he might as well seek out Filch as his companion. After all, for him, the polyjuice potion was as simple as a sneeze. Snape had not genuinely considered that, yet his lack of conviction remained apparent. Fine, do as you wish. I assure you that my wedding will be even more enchanting. Very well, Snape responded with swift affirmation. Chapter 61, Dispute. Luna brushed it off, assuming he was merely humoring her, unaware that he was contemplating whether he should tidy up the property on Spinner's End. Meanwhile, Luna was utterly captivated by the wedding venue. It was truly befitting of James, featuring a magical cotton candy machine at the entrance, with clouds of cotton candy floating in the air, accessible to guests who reached out. Naturally, some ended up in guests' hair, eliciting good-natured complaints, as they were all friends of James and Lily, known for their playful spirits. Hey, look over there. It's the old bat. Sirius, who had just won a bet and was posing for photos with friends, was the first to spot Snape, excitedly nudging the disgruntled James. 10 galleons, I win. Dressed impeccably as the best man, Sirius sported a formal outfit, his curly hair styled into a bun, with side bangs framing his face, exuding a charmingly dapper appearance. At 19, he had shed his youthful awkwardness. His clean-shaven jawline radiated a robust masculinity. Wait, he actually dared to show up? James lamented, tugging at his own hair, unintentionally ruining the carefully arranged style. Remus, standing nearby, urgently pressed his hand down. Don't move. We don't have enough time. Ha ha. A bet's a bet. Don't forget you have to perform as well. Sirius, unable to contain his excitement, felt that today was the most splendid day imaginable, practically itching to ride around on someone's shoulders. Until he saw what? Severus Snape, who should have been solitary and forlorn, striding confidently toward a graceful figure, pulling the blonde woman from the cotton candy clouds. Are you still a child? I am indeed a maiden. Decades of maidenhood. Snape remarked while deftly disentangling the cotton candy from Luna's hair, conjuring a wooden stick and swirling it in the air to craft a perfect cotton candy. One could not deny that Snape had a knack for making cotton candy. Luna beamed as she accepted the treat, turning her face toward him, radiating a brilliance that dazzled the quartet. Sirius's previously smug smile gradually stiffened. She had returned, but why was she so intimate with the old bat? His joy dissipated in an instant. Is she truly her? Sirius pondered, concerned about Remus's demeanor. Ever since her arrival, Remus had unconsciously mentioned her, claiming they were merely friends. Yet the brothers understood he was no different from the love-struck James, albeit more reserved due to his nature. It was evident that he harbored feelings for her. Sirius felt compelled to offer some words of comfort to Remus, but at that moment, he couldn't tear his gaze away. So this is what she looks like. Remus's mood darkened as well, yet at his best friend's wedding, he felt he ought not to exhibit too much despondency. Why is she with Snape? Peter's eyes widened, revealing an unusual intensity as he glared at Snape, while the other three once again overlooked Peter's emotional turmoil. They were all eager to know the reason. You go. James nudged Remus. Remus wanted to approach, but he found himself unable to meet Luna's gaze, his words stumbling. Peter's eyes glimmered as he prepared to volunteer, only to be rudely interrupted by Sirius. Forget it, I'll go. Sirius haphazardly tugged at his bun, feeling agitated, shaking his head with a nonchalant flair. If I'm here to stir up trouble, I won't let her off easy, even if she is Remus's crush. Sirius was silenced by Remus's unusually serious expression, covering his mouth. Don't say that. Remus, visibly strained, offered a smile that did not convey happiness. Well, what a rare guest. I did not expect Professor Snape to grace us with his presence. And what of the illustrious goddess of the Hogwarts lavatory? Sirius endeavored to exude confidence and cheerfulness, refusing to be repulsed by the scene before him. Snape remained impervious to the mockery directed at him, yet when he overheard disparaging remarks about Luna, he tightened his grip on his wand. Could you repeat that? Sirius was not one to be easily intimidated. Snape's stoic demeanor only served to further incite him. What part did you fail to comprehend? Allow me to reiterate it for you. All right. ISNT today Lily's wedding? You two should refrain from stealing the spotlight. Luna interjected, positioning herself between the two men to ensure the wedding proceeded smoothly. She took the opportunity to observe Sirius's striking good looks up close, for he truly was the most handsome man in J.K. Rowling's narrative. Oh, your bow tie is askew. Luna deftly redirected Sirius's attention while subtly attempting to take advantage of the moment, giggling mischievously. However, both men exhibited an unusual degree of tension. Sirius, adjusting his bow tie, stepped back, feeling somewhat awkward, akin to a person reminded that they had food stuck in their teeth. Meanwhile, Snape personally restrained her outstretched hand. Not for you to manage. He waved his wand, casting a spell that tied Sirius's bow tie in a tight knot, nearly choking him. Cough, cough. You despicable old bat. Lupin quickly intervened, eager to prevent any misunderstandings between his friend and Luna, or worse, an argument. All right, Sirius, let us continue with the photos. We'll start shortly. Hey, Luna. Although Lupin had much to discuss with her, he nudged Sirius toward James and the others. Hello, Lupin. Long time no see. Luna, oblivious to the underlying emotions reflected in his eyes, simply recognized his delight at seeing her. Peter, noticing the two returning with their arms linked, rushed over eagerly. So, what did she say? Is she coming back to take a picture with us? His fingers fidgeted anxiously, and his speech was so rapid that it was nearly unintelligible. Calm down, Peter. Lupin struggled to explain. Who cares about her? Sirius retracted his constrained arm, feigning indifference. Why would he care about her? Let her frolic with the old bat. If she were to be bullied, he couldn't bear to think of it. Surely, if she were mistreated, he would choose to help her. But why did he even entertain such thoughts? It seems she won TB coming. Peter lamented, retreating to the sidelines, fixating on Luna from afar. Come on, let us take pictures. Cheer up, this is my only wedding. James gathered the brothers, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. laughter resuming amongst them. Meanwhile, Professor Snape simmered with irritation, pulling the young woman aside. Do you realize what you are doing? His serious demeanor reminded her of a reprimand from a schoolmaster. I'm sorry, the girl pleaded, tugging gently at the hem of the professor's robe. Though she was entirely unaware of her missteps. Had she not acted as a mediator, preventing a potential conflict? Had she not salvaged history? Let this be a lesson. Snape suppressed his anger, continually reminding himself that she was merely a child, still a second-year student, and not worth such wrath. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and decided to let her be. Announcement time. Those smitten with Luna included Lupin, the openly acknowledged infatuation within their group. Peter, the secret admirer, hesitant to let anyone know. Sirius, the unaware admirer, oblivious even to himself. Snape's feelings, beyond mere friendship. A guessing game about Luna's first dance ensued. Snape, Sirius, Lupin, Peter, or others. Chapter 62, the ceremony begins. Stop right there, Bill. Don't lead the younger ones on a wild chase. A breathless young man with fiery hair trailed behind a group of tousle-headed children, his face etched with added lines of worry. 5 little ones, all with matching red hair, dashed past Luna. The eldest barely 10, the youngest just over a year old, fell in unison at her feet, their positions identical as if they were photocopied. Fred, George? Luna gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she inadvertently called out their names. The twins, still in the nursing stage, were decidedly different from other children. They fell without a whimper, instead bursting into laughter. They still bore the scent of milk as she helped one up, only for the other to cling to her arm. Wide-eyed, calling her mama. They were simply adorable, melting her heart. Thank you, I'm so grateful. I'm sorry, my sons are quite the handful. I'll discipline them shortly. Mr. Weasley, embarrassed, rubbed his red nose, turning bashful in the presence of beauty. He sought to retrieve Fred, yet the little one clung tightly to Luna's neck, refusing to let go. Release her. Snape glared at the future student, causing young Fred to wail. And George soon followed suit. Indeed, even the Weasley twins could not withstand Snape's formidable presence. Mr. Weasley awkwardly departed, one child in each arm. Chat later, Snape. Watching Mr. Weasley retreat in disarray, Luna turned to Snape, her voice soft. Do you not like children? Snape recalled his own traumatic memories of being turned into an infant. Not particularly. That's understandable. But I assure you, if they were yours and Lily's, you would think differently. No, Snape shot her a look. As if she were a simpleton. Luna shrugged, unwilling to be deceived, resolutely pressing on to find a seat closer to the front, eager for the wedding to commence. Snape followed closely behind her, swiftly and silently seating himself beside her, as if fearing recognition. Then, he settled into a meditative posture, sitting upright, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach, a stark contrast to the romantic surroundings. Luna engaged with the adorable little boys across several rows, playfully teasing them. The eldest, Bill, had developed his own unique style, donning a scarf as a headband and sporting mysteriously darkened nails, watching over his younger siblings with tender affection. Charlie, plump and sturdy, crouched by the water, observing the fish, while the charming Weasley twins lay on the surface of the water, exposing their bellies, attempting to bite at the little fish, only to find themselves thwarted. There was also an older child, engrossed in a book, whom she didn't particularly like. If only I could capture this moment on paper. Luna mused, a dreamy smile gracing her face, only to be interrupted by Snape's foot nudging her. This lady? He inquired with a sly grin. Cough, cough, no? Luna, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, momentarily forgetting to refute him. After all, she was indeed younger than them. In a certain sense, at least. Seeing her divert her eyes, Snape relaxed slightly, offering her a lollipop. No, I can discard it. Where did this come from? I found it nearby. Oliver Wood was weeping heartbrokenly. Someone used magic to snatch it away from him. Alas, it's still a Quidditch-themed one. Finally, the ceremony commenced, officiated by Professor McGonagall, likely to avoid drawing attention from the Death Eaters. As the younger-looking Professor McGonagall took the stage, Luna leaped up, clapping and cheering, only to find herself the sole enthusiast, promptly pressed back into her seat by Snape. McGonagall, with a friendly yet bemused smile, nodded at her, pondering which of her former students she was witnessing. Was she truly aging? As McGonagall concluded her remarks, melodious music filled the venue, and Lily, clad in a pristine white gown and a veil, gracefully glided into the midst of the guests, resembling an elegant swan. Lily beamed with sweet excitement, greeting her friends on either side. Upon spotting Snape, she momentarily paused. Yet her smile grew even more radiant as she waved at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood that they could never return to the past. But this moment felt perfect, a form of reconciliation. She believed they would remain friends in the future, maintaining a sense of boundaries, neither too intimate nor insincere. Now, Severus had also discovered his own happiness. Snape nodded at Lily, a silent acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to the petite woman beside her. Unable to suppress the first hint of a smile that day upon witnessing her drooling companion, indeed, still a child at heart, he tossed his handkerchief at her face, displaying a lack of dignity, yet it was something he could offer her. Today, I finally wed her. Ha ha. The groom made a grand entrance, soaring above on his enchanted broomstick, scattering a few choir sprites and showering the crowd with candies and confetti. Who truly was the protagonist here? Luna couldn't help but critique James for stealing the spotlight from the bride, though Lily had anticipated this, elegantly descending the boat while holding the flower girl's hand. Of course, Remus and Sirius had lent a considerable hand as well. Finally, the most sacred moment arrived, the exchange of rings. The occasion was so hallowed that even the usually irreverent James felt a tremor of nervousness. Lily was overcome with emotion, exclaiming, "Yes, I do." Even Snape found himself moved, pondering the significance of the rings. As the atmosphere grew increasingly romantic, with the newlyweds embracing and drawing in couples from the crowd, he wondered if he should. Snape extended his hand to a gentleman nearby, thinking that would suffice. Anything beyond that was out of the question. Yet, much to his dismay, his hand was suddenly met with a greasy chicken leg and a slimy little paw, leaving him breathless. "Do you want to eat too?" exclaimed Luna, enthusiastically promoting the catering service, a floating food boat. Snape discarded the chicken leg, casting several cleaning charms upon his palm, even retracting the corner of his robe that had come too close to her. He must not harbor any expectations of a certain someone. His aura darkened even further. Chapter 63, The Dance. As Luna savored her delicious chicken leg and beverage, the scene around her began to shift. The space in the center of the venue expanded. The guests rose, eagerly gathering. "Hurry, aren't you going to join in?" A spirited girl beside Luna patted her shoulder, her face filled with curiosity. Snape glared at the girl's intrusive hand on Luna's shoulder, causing her to retract it immediately, awkwardly apologizing for mistaking her identity and fleeing quickly. The cheerful Gryffindor graduate had merely intended to invite Luna to catch the bouquet, but upon realizing her partner was Snape, she thought better of it. What was her hurry? Why the quick escape? Snape scoffed, dismissing it as merely a bouquet. He could summon it with a silent spell. "Ah, there you are." Lily's long train had transformed into a flirtatious mermaid style, allowing her to run nimbly through the crowd to meet them. Snape stood, intending to pull Luna away. They had attended enough already. Was it really necessary for the guests to witness their wedding night? But Lily, brimming with enthusiasm, had already whisked Luna away. "Come on. It's time to catch the bouquet. You simply must join." Lily Evans. No, now Lily Potter, radiated with happiness, making it difficult for the beauty-conscious Luna to refuse such a striking elder sister. "Will you join us, Severus?" "Not necessary." Snape gritted his teeth in frustration, and witnessing his discomfort only made Luna beam brighter. "How amusing. Come on. I've saved a prime spot for you." Lily pushed Luna into the throng, where she realized Lily's so-called prime spot was flanked by Remus, Sirius, and Peter, forming an impenetrable wall. To her left stood Remus, while Peter was on her right, with Sirius lurking behind him. What was this? A three-pronged ambush? "Hey, Luna. Fancy seeing you again so soon." Remus greeted with an earnest smile, scratching his nose, finding her even more beautiful up close. "Hi, Luna. Do you remember me?" Peter asked, nervously. "Of course, Peter. What was your last name again?" She pondered for a moment, unable to recall, which was awkward but enough to make Peter beam with delight. "Right. No worries. Just call me Peter." His little eyes sparkled. "Are we done with the chit-chat? Are you all going to ask her or not?" "Never mind. I'll take over." A familiar, impatient voice interrupted from above, Sirius, sounding gruff yet still pleasant to hear. However, Luna bore a grudge from his earlier rudeness. "What is the matter, Black? Do you have an issue with it?" "Black? You call him Peter and me Black?" Sirius fumed internally, unable to voice his frustration, feeling as though he was being used to block her path. Their plan was clear. If Luna stated she and Snape were not in a romantic relationship, they would prevent anyone from getting through. But if she admitted to being a couple, they vowed to thwart her at all costs, absolutely not allowing her a chance to catch the bouquet. "Ready? 3, 2. Lily called out, just about to toss the bouquet, which symbolized good fortune and the next marriage. They hadn't even had the chance to clarify their relationship yet. Wait. 1. With the final count, the bouquet soared into the air, and everyone, except Luna, raised their arms to catch it. Peter even leaped up, hoping to grab it and present it to Luna, believing it would delight her. But a small figure on a broomstick swooped in with a dramatic drift, catching the bouquet mid-air, triumphantly waving, "I won. Bill Weasley, give that bouquet back." A robust lady, clearly his mother, commanded with a motherly roar, otherwise he would be grounded. She threatened. Mrs. Weasley's lion-like authority, combined with her mischievous children, elicited laughter from the crowd. Who would have thought Bill was such a lively child? They had always assumed he was the quintessential model child. Given their youth, Lily and James Wood truly demand the bouquet back. And thus the incident became a fond anecdote. Bill was a marriage fanatic, desperate to wed at the tender age of 10. Luna breathed a sigh of relief. Had she caught it, she would have been at a loss on how to hold it, under her arm or tucked under her armpit. However, Lily clearly had no intention of letting her off the hook. Just as she settled Bill's matter, she rushed over. "My sincerest apologies, Luna. I intended to throw it to you," Lily exclaimed, grasping Luna's arm and blocking her return to her seat. Luna was convinced Lily had meant to take her hand, but her palms were too greasy. "No worries. I'm the one who should be apologizing," Luna thought, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Was this customary? Luna seemed unfamiliar with such traditions. Lily smiled gently, winking at her, inviting her to dance. Unbeknownst to James, he exclaimed, "What? Old bat dancing? You wouldn't want to dance with him, would you, Lily? I'm your groom today." James jumped up in indignation. "Calm down. It's Luna dancing with Sirius. If you dare to insult my friend once more, you shall sleep alone tonight." Queen Lily evaded James's embrace. "Lily," James retreated, muttering in a tone of grievance. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lily succeeded in pulling Sirius along, proving that the allure of Lily Potter was indeed remarkable, capable of coaxing Sirius into dancing. In truth, Sirius had been coerced by Lily, who threatened that should he refuse, she would have to arrange for Remus to accompany her instead. Luna appeared to be quite popular. Thus, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Sirius and Luna stood awkwardly, locked in a silent stare. For Luna, dancing felt akin to singing. It would be more agreeable for her to recite the periodic table or recite Man, Jianghong in public. As for Sirius, the last time he had danced was 8 years prior, when he had shared a dance with Lily. He recalled being the subject of ridicule by James and his companions for an extended period. Indeed, his family had never imparted such social skills to him, leaving him with a lingering sense of inadequacy in the realm of dance. Remus anxiously observed the girl within the circle. She clenched her fists in uncertainty, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. She must have been coerced by Sirius. Sirius shared this sentiment, yet it was not his place to intervene, as Remus had yet to make a move. Only Peter lingered unnoticed in the crowd, casting a resentful glare at Lily, questioning why she would allow Luna to embarrass herself. Sirius sensed her tension and unease, preparing to step forward and lead her away. Neither of them wished to become the jesters of this gathering. Unbeknownst to them, a hint of reproach had begun to cloud Sirius's thoughts regarding Lily's actions. She ought to know that not everyone craved the limelight as Potter did. However, it was too late. Luna was already poised to dance, the cheerful rhythm in her ears spurring her on. She recalled the dance of the lead character from the show Wednesday, and thus began her dance, reminiscent of a zombie unleashed. Each beat and movement was unexpected, a spectacle no one had witnessed before. As the music played, the crowd fell silent. Sirius watched the entranced woman in the center, retreating several steps in embarrassment, only to find himself face to face with the exuberant Weasley twins, each clamped under his arms. "I shall escort you to find your parents." With that, he strode purposefully out of the circle, unable to bear the humiliation. Indeed, Luna's dance was extraordinarily unexpected, and Lily felt a pang of regret for her impulsiveness. "Oh, how entertaining. Truly, she is remarkable," Remus mused, feeling that this was still the Luna he admired. Sirius kept his head down, one hand shielding his face, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. He could scarcely contain himself at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Eventually, he succumbed to laughter, collapsing onto the ground. "Are you all right, Sirius?" James mused, bemused by the madness unfolding around them. Meanwhile, Peter, with shining eyes, continuously snapped photos with his camera, utterly captivated. Chapter 64, Revenge. Luna, adhering to the philosophy that as long as she was not embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others, danced with abandon. However, this vigorous dance required immense physical exertion. And as she continued, she inadvertently danced out of the circle, or rather, as she approached the crowd, they parted willingly, creating a clear path that made it difficult for her to remain inconspicuous. The good news was that she was regaining consciousness. Wonderful. No longer did she need to search for a dog hole to hide in. After the wedding, James, fuming as he examined the developed photos, scratched his head in frustration. "Peter, what on earth happened? Why are all the photos of that crazy girl?" "The camera is mine," Peter stammered, unable to voice his admiration for her. Perhaps he had been so entranced by Luna's dance that he had accidentally snapped too many pictures. Remus stepped in to rescue Peter, who looked gratefully at him. "All right, then I'll just give them all to you," James declared, stuffing a stack of photos into Remus's hands. Although Remus was taken aback and slightly shy, he did not refuse. "Thanks, mate." He smiled bashfully, prompting cheers from everyone, including Lily. Only Peter stood silently, clutching his camera, lost in thought. Sirius, amidst the ruckus, stealthily snatched a photo, one featuring the four of them, but in the corner, captured was a certain someone enjoying cotton candy. It was indeed Luna's hidden gem. Oblivious to the commotion in the next room, Luna slept soundly, while Harry, after bathing Sirius, played for a while until it was time for bed. He intended to return Luna to her space, but Tom, as if possessed, refused to budge, continually running toward his bed. Harry had no choice but to relent, pretending to be conflicted yet content as he settled down beside the black dog. In the dead of night, once he confirmed that Harry was sound asleep, the black dog stealthily climbed down from the bed, using his mouth to tug the blanket and tuck it around Harry. He slipped quietly into the adjacent room, where moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow upon the sleeping girl. The shadow of the black dog elongated against the wall, contorting into the figure of a slender man with exquisite proportions. Sirius unapologetically commandeered the bathroom, hastily washing his body and hair as if preparing for battle, fearful that the girl might awaken and discover his presence. At last, wrapped in a towel, Sirius shattered a corner of the mirror as he roughly shaved his stubble, gradually revealing his true features. Clumsily, he nicked himself, leaving a wild mark upon his chiseled face. Ultimately, he sat quietly by Luna's bedside, watching her adorable visage for what felt like an eternity, a sense of unspoken satisfaction washing over him. As the night deepened, he tucked her in snugly, transforming back into the black dog, curling up at the foot of her bed, resting his head on her feet, guarding her as she drifted into slumber. The following morning, Luna awoke with a start, exclaiming in frustration. No wonder her feet felt so exhausted and numb. She had assumed she was dancing in her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a large dog head nestled against her feet, sound asleep. After shoving the dog head aside, she hobbled into the washroom, only to find a chaotic scene. The mirror was broken, towels strewn across the floor, covered in dog hair, and water everywhere. The culprit was all too obvious. Tom. Luna, have you seen Tom? Harry, having awoken to find the black dog missing, rushed to find her, relieved to see that Tom was indeed present, though he suspected he had arrived too early. Looks like you found him. No need to worry. With that, Luna dragged the black dog and Harry out into the street, weaving through the crowd, seemingly searching for something, though Harry dared not ask, sensing her irritation. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Luna, shall we not head to the hovel? Just a moment. I need to prepare a grand gift for Tom, to settle the score from last time. I must do something special. Are you looking for a gift shop? Perhaps we could check out the Magical Creatures Emporium? Harry swallowed hard, marveling at how Luna could walk past the Quidditch merchandise store without a second glance. I need a potion that can change hair color. Do you know where I might find one? Luna suddenly spun around, nearly colliding with him. I'm not sure. Harry stammered, momentarily flustered by her proximity, but then recalled, perhaps Madame Malkin's might have some. Exactly right. Harry, you are quite clever, Luna exclaimed, and Harry, flattered by the compliment, felt his usual shyness return, convinced he was not as impressive as she believed. Finally, Luna procured several vials of color-changing potion at a steep price from Madame Malkin's and turned to the black dog. Help me cover its eyes. Oh, all right, Luna. What are you up to? Help him with his grooming. It can effectively prevent him from getting lost. Harry gazed in astonishment as the black dog was transformed into a vibrant rainbow hue by Luna, a feat accomplished with remarkable speed and flair. Indeed, it was irrefutable. He had come to understand one thing. One must never provoke a girl's ire, not even Luna's. At that moment, Sirius Black remained blissfully unaware of the transformation Luna had wrought upon him, still joyfully wagging his tail in a blissful display of innocence and naivety. As Sirius caught sight of Luna's beaming smile, he could not help but feel a surge of genuine joy. Luna was now certain that no one, familiar or unfamiliar, would recognize Sirius, for he had been metamorphosed into a sunlit, rainbow-hued pup. As they strolled along, numerous passers-by inquired about the enchanting creature and where it had been procured. While meandering back, a burly boy from the crowd spotted the dog and Luna. Without hesitation, he pushed through, broom in hand. Luna, you're back. Wood had chased after them for quite some time, hindered by the throngs of curious onlookers. Wood, you're here too, Harry exclaimed, equally enthusiastic as Sirius. Hello, Harry. It's splendid to see you, Wood replied, though his gaze was predominantly fixed on Luna. And you? I'm so relieved to see you well. Suddenly, Wood found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? It seemed that apart from Quidditch, he had forgotten how to converse with her. I'm perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern. By the way, did you manage to look at the gift I sent you? Wood's voice cracked slightly. I did, I wasn't lying. Luna replied, her tone now tinged with a hint of awkwardness. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Wood raised his broom, signaling. Are you really not considering joining the team? The World Cup is approaching. You could come with us to watch. The moment he spoke, he regretted it. realizing it sounded akin to an invitation for a date, hoping she would not misconstrue his intent. The World Cup? What is that? Harry interjected, his curiosity piqued. Is it similar to Muggle football? I suppose so. I'm not very knowledgeable about it, Wood admitted, feeling anxious, wishing to converse more with Luna, hoping she might agree to join the team. However, he was continually drawn back to answering Harry's questions. Soon enough, the Weasley family made a grand entrance, leaving Wood in a state of silent frustration. Chapter 65, The Gathering. Harry, Luna, a group of red-haired figures, dressed as though they had just arrived from the Middle East, rushed towards them with exuberance, reminding Luna of the little turnip heads from her dreams. Indeed, they had grown. The excitement culminated in a heartfelt embrace, with Ginny squeezing Luna particularly tightly, sharing her joy with both Luna and Harry. Fred and George, enveloping Luna in their arms, treated her like a hot dog, with her as the sausage inside. Percy, in a display of mock authority, nodded curtly before departing, seemingly disapproving of their camaraderie. Never mind him. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a meal, Harry declared, exuberance bubbling within him after such a long time without joy. Following the excitement of their reunion, they prepared to celebrate together. Is Wood joining us? Splendid, Ron exclaimed, eagerly seizing Wood's hand, thrilled at the prospect of discussing Quidditch with his senior. It was then that they realized there were others present. Hey, let us see if our little Luna has grown taller. Fred and George flanked Luna, draping their arms over her head as if she were a park railing to measure her height. Doesn't he seem like it? They concluded, displaying their palms and pouting in unison. Perhaps it's because you're pressing down on my head, Luna protested, brushing away their arms, prompting Fred and George to erupt with laughter. Luna, you've turned into a little flower cat. A new look? Fred inquired, kindly attempting to wipe away the potion splatters on her face, only to discover they wouldn't come off. He licked his thumb and prepared to continue. Don't worry. I can handle it, Ron chimed in, recalling how he used to do the same when they were younger. No, thank you, Luna replied, retreating behind Harry, who smiled knowingly and opened his arms. Are you not going to check if I've grown taller? Harry, we're not the slightest bit concerned about your height, the Weasley twins teased, embracing each other as they jested. Ginny suddenly pulled Luna aside, her tone a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Luna, why are you with Harry? Are you two on a date? At this question, Luna felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing Ginny would overthink it. Of course not. I was just asked by Dumbledore to deliver something to him upon waking, Luna clarified, omitting further details to avoid raising suspicion. Ginny's face brightened with a sunny smile. I'll treat you to cauldron cakes later. She led Luna back into the crowd, adding, if only Hermione were here. What? Haven't you had enough of her? Ron's eagerness for the delicious food suddenly dimmed as he remarked with a grin. Do you think I want to be burdened with you? Ron grumbled, feeling disgruntled. Hermione, having accompanied her family for shopping, had just returned, and she rushed to embrace the girls. Wonderful. You're safe. We were genuinely terrified. I knew Dumbledore wouldn't deceive us. Will you stay with us from now on? You absolutely cannot wander off alone. Hermione's lecture mode kicked in. Yet Luna welcomed the concern, relishing the feeling of being cared for by friends. Delighted to see you again, Hermione. I've been growing accustomed to life in the magical world, Luna replied, her happiness evident. Wait, Luna, what about Tom? Harry suddenly recalled the matter of the dog. Oh yes, Tom, Luna exclaimed, her face falling in realization. Tom. As everyone looked perplexed, a creature of vibrant colors descended from above, resembling a dog and barking enthusiastically at all present. Sirius, upon seeing the throng of people rushing toward him, instinctively sought refuge, a conditioned reflex. However, upon spotting the familiar red hair, he relaxed, tail wagging as he revealed himself. Merlin, what a truly brilliant prank. How do we not think of this? What? Luna observed as everyone interacted with Sirius as if he were an extraterrestrial. Why do wizarding families adore dogs so much? How is this a prank? It's not a prank. Unless, of course, you utilize it cleverly. Fred and George shared a conspiratorial grin, hinting at their burgeoning enterprise of selling rainbows. You could give your beloved pet a new look, a fresh color, or even prank your friends by transforming their pets, capturing their bewildered expressions. Just be mindful. The fees may be higher due to the risk of retaliation. Thus, in the ensuing days at Hogwarts, owls adorned with rainbow feathers soared through the air, and even Scabbers transformed into a colorful mouse, much to Ron's dismay. New color schemes were developed in due time. At this moment, the twins were completely captivated by Luna's brilliant ideas, engaging in a spirited discussion with her about the intricate details they could implement. Harry was more than willing to listen to their musings, while Hermione diligently brainstormed a catchy slogan akin to those crafted by Muggles. Ron, on the side, interjected with his usual jest. Ginny, however, observed Harry with a gaze filled with affection. The meal was exceedingly delightful, and as they finished eating, The conversation shifted back to the perennial topic of Quidditch. Wood, invigorated, shed his previous lethargy and animatedly joined the discussion. Just as it seemed they were about to find a place to demonstrate their skills, Mr. Weasley approached with a grave expression. What are you all doing here? Harry, come here. I need to speak with you privately. Oh, all right, Harry replied, and under Mr. Weasley's guidance, he learned the uncomfortable truth about his parents and friends. A revelation that was hard to digest. No wonder Luna had mentioned they were struggling. What happened? Is it about that incident? Ginny expressed her concern for Harry. What incident? I don't know, Hermione remarked, equally unaware that Sirius had escaped from prison. A serious matter has arisen. Ginny began recounting what she knew, with Ron adding his commentary. And a wave of panic washed over them all, except for Luna and the exuberantly wagging, flamboyant dog. Sirius, upon hearing his name, felt the sting of misunderstanding from his loved ones. It was an unbearable experience, even after all this time, and he barked in a frenzy, insisting, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Chapter 66. The Burrow. What's wrong? Is he frightened? Don't worry, Sirius 1T just appear in broad daylight. Ron exclaimed, suddenly embracing the colorful dog in an attempt to soothe him. If only he had a dog of his own, but alas, he had Scabbers. Nonetheless, he was oblivious to the fact that he was cradling a dangerous fugitive. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding? Noticing Sirius's tail droop, she felt compelled to comfort him, earning his grateful gaze, causing his tail to perk up once more. As Mr. Weasley returned, draping his arm over Harry's shoulder, everyone hastily retreated to their seats, collectively feigning ignorance and pretending to amuse the dog, not wanting to burden Harry with pressure. Hey, Harry, would you like to stay at my house for a while? Ron, nudged by Hermione, was the first to offer comfort. Sure, I would love that. But wouldn't I be intruding? Of course not. Don't be so formal. Consider it your own home. It seemed for the moment that Sirius's troubles were set aside. Thus, Luna was also invited by Ginny to accompany them to the Burrow. Regrettably, Hermione had to communicate with her parents first and departed, hoping to gain their consent to join them the following day. Once again utilizing the Flu network, Luna felt exceedingly ill. The sensation of her stomach being twisted and compressed was far more painful than in her dreams. Thankfully, Fred and George each wrapped an arm around her waist, binding the three of them closely together like a three-legged race, while she grasped the back of their garments, providing her with an overwhelming sense of security. Upon emerging from the fireplace, Ginny teasingly remarked, I remember, I am a Weasley. She's an honorary member of the Weasley family. Fred and George bent down, playfully bumping their heads together, causing Luna to feel dizzy from the unexpected knock. Perplexed by their antics, Fred pointed at Ginny, saying, You're built like a bull. Ginny promptly retaliated with a punch. Meanwhile, George lifted Luna as if she were a small chick. I am not a chick, Luna protested, pushing against Fred and George's waists, who merely laughed and evaded her, inciting a chase as she pursued them into the enchanting abode of the Burrow. The Burrow exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere, though somewhat antiquated. The rooms were adorned with their mother's lovingly crafted crochet items, reminiscent of the sweaters Harry and the others had received. The legendary Weasley clock immediately captured her attention, with each family member's face rotating in harmony, all of them laughing, save for the twins who made silly faces. When the hands reached the hour, their harmonious singing could be heard. It was delightful, and Luna couldn't help but smile. Bill and Charlie had indeed grown into strikingly handsome young men, and Luna felt a sense of satisfaction wash over her. The dish scrubber in the sink rhythmically cleaned the plates. Colorful bubbles floated in the air, bursting with a delightful fragrance. A feathered duster flitted about, bowing respectfully upon noticing her presence. Sitting in a rocking chair, the warmth from the fireplace enveloped her, and the pastoral view outside touched her heart. She truly yearned for such a family. Suddenly, her eyes were covered by Fred. Guess which hand? Left? Luna hesitated. Yes. You're right, Fred exclaimed excitedly, thrusting a small box into her hands. What is this? Luna found herself holding a neatly wrapped little box. A gift from Egypt. Don't be too touched. Fred flicked his hair confidently, hands on his hips, assuring her she would absolutely love it. George, not to be outdone, shoved his own gift into her hands. Don't forget mine. Luna, unaware of the additional gift awaiting her, felt a thrill of joy, momentarily forgetting her previous concerns as she opened the small box to reveal a captivating ocarina, adorned with exquisite hieroglyphics. When blown, it would produce enchanting ancient Egyptian melodies. Yet she failed to notice George's expression darken. You bought this too? Huh. Luna's curiosity piqued, and upon opening the box, she discovered another identical ocarina, clearly a matching set. It seems you both share the same taste. Fred and George paused, exchanging bewildered glances. How did you manage to copy me? They began to bicker, their raised voices attracting the attention of others outside who were gathering their belongings. Come help quickly. A A commotion erupted outside, and to diffuse the awkwardness, the two brothers exited the room, still playfully tussling, while retreating to a corner for some brotherly banter. "Could you at least consult me in advance next time?" they chorused. Luna followed the commotion outside, only to discover something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, she saw everyone gathered around the vegetable garden. No wonder they had tea come inside. Sirius was barking furiously at a hole. "You're finally here, Luna." Tom suddenly lost his composure, and Harry desperately held on to Sirius. In that moment, Sirius was akin to a lead wolf attempting to capture prey, his muscles tense. Even Ginny joined in to assist, while Ron, in a panic, blocked the hole, yelling, "Scabbers, don't come near, you filthy dog," as he kicked his legs to keep the rainbow dog at bay. "I'm coming." Luna suddenly recalled the identity of Scabbers. Realizing he was the culprit, Peter. Was this a confrontation with an enemy? Sirius. At that moment, Sirius's expression was one of sheer rage. As if he wished to leap into that hole, yet feared harming Harry. He twisted and turned, consumed by a frenzy. "If only I had a tranquilizer." She felt helpless, fearing that he might lose control and transform before she could explain. Was he trying to catch Scabbers? Luna rushed forward, whispering into his ear, "I'll help you catch him. Don't worry." With those words, as if by magic, he began to calm down, slowly collapsing to the ground, softly whimpering. She expressed her unwavering belief in him, words he had not heard in ages. And the realization that someone still held such faith in him sent a warm wave flowing directly into his heart. Sirius buried his canine head in his paws, the damp warmth of tears soaking into his fur. How splendid! Harry, Ginny, and Luna simultaneously collapsed onto the ground, releasing a collective sigh of relief. "I apologize, Tom. I truly detest rodents." Luna sincerely apologized, though it did little to win Ron's understanding. "Detest? It nearly frightened my pet to death," Ron retorted, sulking as he searched one after another for Scabbers' elusive form at the entrance of the goblin hole. Despite knowing Scabbers would not reappear, Luna could not cease her pursuit. She had confined Sirius to a room, assuring him, "Do not worry, he certainly won't show himself today," and has gone off to the vegetable patch. Sirius transformed back into his human form, gazing through the second-floor window, secretly observing the small figure bustling below on his behalf. When had she discovered his secret? He pressed a hand against his thumping heart, uncertain whether it was the sight of the traitor or the influence of that radiant girl that caused such tumult within him. His gaze was profound and unwavering. Indeed, she was extraordinary. Chapter 67, The Dog Hole. Meanwhile, Luna continued her struggle to protect her vest, her curiosity about the goblin, a creature of such peculiar magic, fueling her resolve. Perhaps she might even joyfully seek friendship with it. Yet to her, goblins appeared as grotesque little creatures, with disproportionately large heads, bulging eyes, and sturdy, bony feet. Their clumsy nature, however, led them to scatter from their burrows upon sensing the commotion outside, complicating Ron's search as they darted about. "Hey, release my wand, you fool," Ron exclaimed as a goblin seized his wand, investigating it with keen interest. Without hesitation, he kicked the goblin away. "Scabbers is just fine now. Come out quickly, I have treats for you." Ron's voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. Luna, too, felt weak as she stood at the entrance of one burrow, watching the little creature scurry past her feet, her legs quaking as she exclaimed, "How utterly marvelous." They even hold hands. Ha ha ha. Her expression a mix of tension and forced laughter. Suddenly, Fred and George appeared behind Luna, startling her into a jump, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Ha ha ha. Cowardly Luna. Fred and George darted into the goblin hole before Luna could react. However, it was not just Luna who was startled. Ron, too, tumbled headfirst into the goblin hole, resembling a large turnip. "Help! Get me out!" Ron's upper body was stuck, his legs flailing in the air. Luna looked on, torn between laughter and tears from the goblin's antics. "Don't worry, I'm coming." Harry and Ginny joined forces to pull Ron out, as his clothing had snagged on a branch within the hole, leaving him disheveled and bare-chested. "Hey Ron, is it really that hot?" Fred's head popped out from a hole 2 meters away. "Why not come in and cool off?" George's head emerged from a hole 5 meters away, the two of them resembling little gophers, while Ron became the target for their antics. "You two, just wait," Ron shouted, removing a shoe and hurling it in their direction, only for them to retreat back into the hole before he could strike. As the Weasley twins' playful banter diverted Ron's attention, it seemed they had intentionally drawn fire away from him. Today's hole-digging escapade finally reached a conclusion, with Ron adamantly declaring that they would continue tomorrow. What if Scabbers has actually been eaten by the goblin? What? Scabbers, no? Harry's reassuring words instantly deflated Ron's spirits. "Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Never mind. Let him rest for a while." Fred and George finally revealed their trump card, retrieving a wand to cast a forgetting charm, one they had learned from Professor Lockhart. causing Ron to collapse to the ground in a deep slumber. Can we use wands like that? We didn't use our own. Fred and George shrugged, their cunning evident. It turned out to be the broken wand Ron had discarded, which explained his sudden unconsciousness. Poor Ron faced a thorough reprimand from the Ministry of Magic's members, the Weasley couple, upon awakening, and was punished with the task of copying Hogwarts rules. Dinner was entirely managed by Mrs. Molly, who appeared to have expanded in size compared to her dreamlike form. Luna felt tears welling up. Could she too fall victim to the curse of postmarital weight gain? In her dread, she devoured 2 large plates of Mrs. Molly's pasta. Everyone stared, wondering if Ron and Luna had somehow swapped souls. Surely not. Perhaps every mother loves a well-fed child, for Mrs. Molly's delight was palpable. Almost as if she would say to Luna, "You may choose any Weasley you fancy." Her fondness for this lovely girl reached its zenith as she incessantly engaged her in conversation. However, when the topic turned to her family, Luna felt a slight stiffness. My parents? My father is still at home, but my mother passed away when I was very young. Luna found this matter of fact, for she was not truly Luna. Even if she were, she had grown up enveloped in love. Yet the smiles of the Weasley twins faded, as Fred silently transferred the chicken leg from Ron's plate to Luna's. "Here, eat some meat." Ron stared, dumbfounded, unable to protest. "Eat more." George seized a piece of corn from Harry's plate. "Oh, my poor child," Mrs. Molly, emotional, set down her utensils and, wiping her tears, circled the table to embrace Luna. "Consider this your home." "Thank you." Luna gasped for breath in the embrace, yet felt profoundly happy. Mrs. Molly rewarded her with a plate of snacks, which she secretly saved for Sirius, who would surely relish the treat. After everyone helped clean up, the Weasley twins invited everyone to their room to watch goblins fight. Luna hastily excused herself under the pretense of needing to walk her dog. She did not wish to dream of goblins. Harry intended to join, but was held back by Ginny, who nodded towards Ron and shook her head, concerned that Ron might suddenly remember something. It was best not to draw too much attention to Tom. Harry reluctantly acquiesced, focusing instead on the carefully selected goblins battling, where they could wager pocket money and purchase equipment for their chosen goblins, including armor made of wood and spears carved from branches, even hats repurposed from Ron's old coat. Typically, Ginny would not partake in such boyish, bloodthirsty wagers, but with Harry present, she too contributed her allowance to bet on the same goblin. As Luna descended the stairs, she encountered Percy on his way up. He loftily warned her not to allow her dog to bark indiscriminately, disturbing his studies, for as a prefect, he would be quite busy after school resumed. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from above, as if in direct defiance of him. "Fred Weasley, George Weasley. I will tell Mom." Percy stormed up the stairs, his robes billowing in anger. Luna once again felt immense gratitude toward the Weasley twins. They were indeed her lucky stars. Hastily, Sirius led Luna to an open area where he finally had the opportunity to speak. He darted out, nearly leaving Luna behind, and brought her to a dog hole. No. Rather, a goblin cave. Sirius, ever vigilant, glanced around, detecting no suspicious scents, and promptly squeezed himself inside. Luna understood his desire to remain unseen, and with a determined heart, she followed suit. As she crawled in, she was greeted by the strikingly handsome visage of a transformed man. Before Luna could utter a word, Sirius pounced upon her. Fearing that her startled scream might attract unwanted attention, he swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, one hand covering her mouth while the other secured her waist, causing Luna to tumble onto him, her weight inadvertently knocking his head against the wall, with an elbow bracing them both. "Calm down and listen to me," he urged. Though in the darkness, Luna could not see him. The sound of his voice tickled her ears, carrying a deep, smoky resonance that had long been dormant. She obediently nodded. Chapter 68. The Treasure Hunt in the Warehouse. In that moment, Sirius's spirit relaxed, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable surge of emotion. He released his grip on her mouth, his thoughts a tangled web, unsure of where to begin. Ultimately, he murmured her name, Luna, softly at her ear. Luna found herself ensnared in an intimate space with a mature man, the scent of his body, infused with a hint of magical dye, permeating the air, pressed against his chest. She felt an overwhelming heat that caused her own temperature to rise, leaving her unsure if it was embarrassment or warmth. Sweat dampened her bangs, and she imagined that the man opposite her was equally uncomfortable. "Isn't it too hot for you?" she inquired, her voice barely a whisper. "Perhaps you should let me go," she suggested, but Sirius, terrified of hearing any hint of fear in her voice, quickly interrupted her. He began to recount the entire series of events leading to their current predicament. "Are you saying that Peter betrayed us because of his girlfriend? Peter has a girlfriend now? How does this differ from the original story? Has history altered in some way?" Sirius grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, nearly ready to lash out at the cave walls. But Luna's interjection left him in a fit of bemusement. Why are girls so curious? He thought, but he soon calmed down, feeling bolstered by Luna's presence. He was no longer alone in this battle. By the way, Luna, how did you recognize me? He asked, recalling that she shouldn't have known. I didn't dream about you, did I? Luna faltered. I saw a dark mist surrounding your dog form through my soul. This was a lie she struggled to maintain. Changing the subject, she asked, why don't you put me down? The ground is rather cold, Sirius stammered, awkwardly loosening his hold on her. It was summer after all. Though they had separated, the cave was still quite cramped, and they often found their legs brushing against one another, instinctively retreating only to collide again moments later. I will help you catch Peter, but trust me, knowing you are here, he will not dare to show himself. He might head to Hogwarts, as it is the safest place. You could become my pet and accompany me there. Thank you, Luna. Sirius struggled to articulate a more profound expression of gratitude, hoping to demonstrate it through his actions in the future. That night, both the man and the dog slept soundly, while Ginny returned home with a less than pleasant expression. Rumor had it she had lost a considerable amount of money betting with the Weasley twins, despite receiving Harry's consolation. Alas, that money was meant for the latest issue of Pure Blood Princess. The artist had vanished for quite some time, only to return unexpectedly, leading everyone to believe she had transferred schools due to the Chamber of Secrets incident. Fueled by her sorrow, Ginny resorted to late-night study sessions, rereading all her small comics, finding solace in the romance between Tom and Luigi. Early the next morning, Luna was jolted awake by Mrs. Weasley's commanding voice. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, did you steal your father's Ministry of Magic uniform? He has to wear his winter uniform to work. It wasn't us, dear mother. They protested in unison. Indeed. We know nothing. Though they were not the culprits, the twins had developed a conditioned reflex to run at the first sign of trouble, prompting Mrs. Weasley to suspect them of lying as she brandished a feather duster, chasing them around the house. At this, Luna glanced at the colorful dog, who moments ago had been exuberantly excited by her awakening, but now let its tail droop, dragging along the ground. The outcome was that the Weasley twins were punished to clean Mr. Weasley's warehouse. Since you have so much free time, why not help your father tidy up? Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley, far away in his ministry office, suddenly sneezed, feeling an inexplicable warmth on his back, wondering if something fortuitous was about to occur, unaware that his mundane little world was on the verge of upheaval. Everyone eagerly offered to assist in cleaning, even Ron, who momentarily forgot about Scabbers, indicating that the spell from the previous day had indeed worked. Thus, when Sirius reappeared, Ron greeted him with the same enthusiasm as if meeting him for the first time. Good dog, good dog. I wish I had one too, but alas, I already have none. With a collective sigh of relief, they boldly commenced their search through Mr. Weasley's treasures. The modest warehouse was bursting at the seams, and Luna could easily believe it was a general store. In the center stood a workbench cluttered with an array of tools, both mundane and alchemical curiosities. One peculiar contraption, a projector designed for Muggle programming, played a bizarre fitness routine led by an elderly woman, eliciting a grimace from Ron. It made Luna ponder how mortifying it would be if his mother were to join in. Do Muggles really enjoy such shows? No, there are likely many programs. Harry replied, unsure of how to explain. There are even more? Ron shuddered at the thought. Perhaps Mr. Weasley simply wanted to watch but couldn't find the right channel? A terrifying notion surfaced in Luna's mind, and she quickly shook her head. Look at this. It has sparked new inspiration. Indeed. Fred, an upgraded version of Armor 30. Fred and George produced a medieval Muggle helmet, along with a shield and sword, clashing together merrily, much to Ginny's dismay. Stop it. You're so loud. Be careful, or I'll tell Mom. Go ahead. Fred and I aren't planning to have dinner anyway, they retorted nonchalantly, though the accusation of their mother still lingered in their minds. Thankfully, they quickly shifted their focus. Look what our little Tom has discovered, they exclaimed, as the colorful dog tugged at a bundled object, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fred and George hurried to help it drag the find outside, revealing an ancient, exotic rug. Woof woof. Sirius displayed his delight and excitement, circling the rug. Is Tom looking for a place to sleep? How adorable. Ginny was utterly charmed by the rainbow dog. What? Now we not only have to clean the warehouse, but we must also wash the rug. Ron suddenly recalled something, hastily concealing his wand, determined not to let anyone borrow it again. Perhaps it is trying to tell us this is no ordinary rug? Luna's vivid memories surfaced in her mind. It was a flying carpet. A flying carpet? Like the one from Aladdin's lamp? To her surprise, it was Harry from the Muggle world who reacted first, eagerly rubbing his hands together in excitement. Indeed, it hailed from Persia. Gazing at the corner tag of the carpet, she nostalgically recalled the world of Made in China. Chapter 69. The Carpet Fright. Thanks to Luna's reminder, everyone noticed that this carpet was indeed peculiar. It seemed to quiver slightly as someone approached. A flying carpet, typically crafted in the Middle East. Has the advantage over broomsticks in that it can accommodate multiple passengers and offers far greater comfort. Luna articulated the thoughts that floated in her mind with precision. How splendid! How splendid! Before the group could devise a plan to operate the carpet, Fred seized it and gave it a shake in Ron's direction, while George opened his robe to shield the girls from dust. Ahem, what are you all doing? You can't be thinking, huh? Mom, help! Ron exclaimed as he was hoisted onto the carpet by the Weasley twins. In a dog-paddling position, he attempted to escape, but ended up standing awkwardly midair. Shall we all join in, Harry? Naturally, this was the perfect opportunity to invite a guest along for the ride. Absolutely. Ron, it will be exhilarating. Harry joined him, helping to restrain Ron. I don't want to. Just let me use my broomstick. Ron brayed in protest. He feared being unceremoniously dropped and dreaded the scolding he'd receive from his mother for indulging in such reckless behavior. He even wanted to acquire a new wand. Can I join too? Ginny, noticing the carpet had ample space, tugged at Luna to come forward. Harry, ever the gentleman, prepared to assist Ginny aboard. However, the twins intervened. Hold on. We're at full capacity. Next ride, princesses. Fred and George had lifted the carpet to about 5 feet off the ground, making it somewhat challenging for them to board. Yet this did not include the dog. Woof, woof, woof. Sirius sprang onto the carpet, not merely for his own amusement, but to protect Harry and the Weasley children. In his self-reassuring thoughts, Sirius stood joyfully atop the floating carpet, which measured approximately 6 by 5 feet, exuberant as a dog that had just received a can of treats. It feels just like riding a broomstick. Fred and George, in perfect synchronicity, began to maneuver the carpet. Their telepathic bond ensured that their control over the direction and altitude varied. The carpet, carrying 4 passengers and a dog, glided smoothly through the air, eliciting joyous shouts from everyone, except for Ron, who was terrified. To be fair, it was undeniably more comfortable than riding a broom. Although they were uncertain if it could match the speed, they exchanged knowing glances, preparing to accelerate, when unexpectedly, Sirius inadvertently exerted control, causing the carpet to roll and jolt against the twins' magic, inciting alarm among the others. Help! I always knew this day would come. I would perish at the hands of my own brothers. Ron squeezed his eyes shut, pressing himself flat against the carpet. Don't worry. It certainly won't be today. Fred and George jested, though sweat began to bead on their palms. Hand in hand, they exerted all their magical strength to steer the carpet toward the riverbank, doing their utmost to ensure that even if they fell, they would not be harmed. Harry, quick-witted, crouched down, bracing himself for an inevitable plunge into the water. To everyone's astonishment, as the carpet descended towards the water, it miraculously halted, gently resting upon the surface. Have we succeeded? How marvelous. Ron, we are saved. Harry shook Ron's shoulder. Ron remained weak-kneed. How splendid to be alive. Suddenly, Ron was splashed with water, as Sirius had leapt into the lake. That's right, Ron. We can swim. Seeing this, Harry swiftly shed his shirt, leaving only his long shorts, and dove into the water. The Weasley twins exchanged amused glances and followed suit. Thus, when Ginny and Luna arrived, they found the boys and the dog reveling in the water, unfamiliar with the territory. Luna trailed behind Ginny along the path to the lakeside reeds. Suddenly, Ginny halted and urgently turned to cover Luna's eyes. Ahem, they are fine. They fell into the water and are playing again. We should hurry back. What about Tom? He hasn't been pranked, has he? Luna expressed concern about his identity being exposed. Of course not. How could that be? Fred and George are merely wagering on whether Tom's fur can be washed off and what the base color might be. Haha, that's a relief. Later, Luna felt grateful for returning with Ginny, for when Mrs. Weasley arrived with freshly baked cookies to comfort them, she only saw Luna and Ginny, along with a chaotic mess strewn at the warehouse entrance, which had transformed from a grocery store into a junkyard. Well done, my darlings. Mrs. Weasley took a deep breath, handing the tray to Ginny. Take Luna inside to eat. I've prepared some tea as well. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. Don't mention it, dear. Now let me. As she spoke, Mrs. Weasley entered battle mode, stylishly tossing aside her apron and commanding the nearby broomstick with authority, preparing to take matters into her own hands. Fred, George. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, upon hearing her call, quickly devised a solution. George, put some muscle into it. We need to clean it up right away. All right, Fred. You do your part too, right, Harry? The two of them, in perfect harmony, each grasped one end of the carpet, pretending to struggle with washing it. Harry, ever helpful, splashed water onto the carpet. What are you all doing? Mrs. Weasley was about to scold them when she realized they seemed genuinely hard at work. How can you make the guests work? Fred, George, and Ron found a convenient excuse for themselves, saving face. It's nothing. I just lent a hand, Mrs. Weasley, concerned, cast several drying spells to ensure the troublemakers were not left drenched. By the way, where's Tom? Harry can't have misplaced Luna's dog. He hasn't discovered Fong, has he? What is Fong? Can it be eaten? Ron was still perplexed. Never fear, I see him. At that moment, everyone noticed the rainbow-colored dog emerging from the reeds, proudly carrying a crumpled uniform adorned with wild duck feathers. It seems someone owes an apology. Fred and George deemed Tom their lucky dog, rushing forward to give him a thorough massage. Ahem. All right, I was mistaken. The ban is lifted. And what about dinner? This was the twins' most pressing concern. I'm your mother. Would I let you go hungry? Back to the house. My pot is still boiling. Mrs. Weasley led the way. We love you, Mom. Indeed. They were truly their mother's little sweethearts. The twins showered Mrs. Weasley with flattery, which delighted her enough to prepare 2 additional dishes. Sirius, now covered in dirt, managed to return his clothes before anyone noticed. Yet, the thought of Luna seeking him out for a chat made him realize he might end up without garments. He needed to find something to wear. Chapter 70. Cedric the group returned to Grimmauld Place in high spirits, but just when they thought the day's crisis had passed, another troublesome issue arose. However, it was not directed at them, but rather, Arthur Weasley, you tell me why on earth you are still keeping that wretched carpet. Are you planning to sleep on the couch? Mrs. Molly erupted in a fresh fury upon recognizing the blanket being carried back. Mr. Weasley, who had previously been brimming with mirth, suddenly tensed, frantically searching for a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. What blanket? Huh, how could I possibly forget? Perhaps I've misplaced it. Come here, my dear. I have something to discuss with you. Seeing the adorable children, Mrs. Molly suppressed her anger and invited Mr. Weasley to a room upstairs. Inside, the couple engaged in a brief quarrel, which soon subsided. Are they all right? Luna and Harry exchanged worried glances. After all, they had always viewed the two as a model couple and hoped to witness no discord in their relationship. In Luna's mind, they epitomized the ideal partnership. Don't fret. It's quite common. They'll be reconciled in no time. Yet, Ron suddenly halted, as if struck by a distasteful thought, shaking off the sensation with an exaggerated shiver. Oh, my dear Molly, my beloved. Fred and George dramatically mimicked their affectionate antics, eliciting a laugh from Harry, who inadvertently spat water all over Sirius, who simply shook his head in exasperation, regarding his godson with a tender yet resigned gaze, just like his father. Soon, the group began to reminisce about their recent harrowing adventure, lamenting the absence of a photographer to capture the moment. What a pity. Thank goodness you didn't go upstairs. Fred abruptly redirected the conversation towards Luna, perhaps noticing her diminished appetite and dazed demeanor. Indeed, with those spindly arms and legs of yours, you might have been flung away. George mimicked being thrown, further affirming Luna's fragile state. You're far too thin. Absolutely. You ought to eat more. Fred and George began piling roasted meat onto Luna's plate. Eat more? Ron stared incredulously at his 2 oblivious brothers. Luna certainly consumed more than he did. What was happening in this world? Only Ginny and Harry exchanged knowing smiles, as if sensing something amiss. Before dinner concluded, just as the Weasley twins had predicted, the couple reconciled, with Mrs. Molly shyly leaning against Mr. Weasley's shoulder, radiating happiness like a blissful maiden. Luna felt her worries ease, her appetite slightly returning. That night, Luna drifted into a hazy dream where she found herself on a flying carpet, accompanied by a man. No, that man bore her own visage. Yet she observed from a third-person perspective. In other words, she was witnessing a woman who looked just like her on a date with someone. She could only see the back of the man's head, which seemed familiar, exuding an air of deference and timidity. Who could it be? The carpet, adorned with familiar patterns and labeled as Persian-made, belonged to Mr. Weasley. Why was that? Luna followed the carpet for an extended time, listening to their mundane conversation. Do you like it, Luna? It's all right, the girl replied, clearly disinterested. No worries, there's even more beauty ahead. The girl seemed reluctant to offer any more words. I don't speak like that. However, it was evident that they were oblivious to her presence. Perhaps fatigued, Luna's dream was fleeting, and she soon awakened, hurriedly preparing as Ginny urged her, hurry. Hermione will be here soon. Still pondering the events of the previous night, she questioned who had impersonated her on that date with a man. All right, I'll get the door. As Luna descended the stairs, she heard a knock. Assuming it was Hermione, ecstatic, she flung the door open, exclaiming, You're here, Hermione. However, the figure at the door was not Hermione, but rather a strikingly handsome young man. The boy had thick eyebrows and bright eyes, with slightly curled hair and chiseled features, beaming with a sunny disposition reminiscent of a charming football captain from an American sitcom, exuding an undeniable charisma that compelled one to greet him as senior. Hi, Luna. Is Mr. Weasley home? His courteous demeanor struck a chord with Mrs. Molly, who arrived shortly thereafter. You must be Cedric. Your father mentioned you were here to collect the carpet, am I right? Mrs. Molly had no resistance against handsome boys and warmly invited him to stay for lunch. The young man sweetly acquiesced, showing no inclination to refuse, suggesting that his father had prepared him well. That old rascal Weasley wants to ask for help, and he ought to show some sincerity. You needn't return for lunch, which will save a meal expense. Cedric Diggory, why are you here now? Cedric smiled and ruffled Luna's hair, finding it as soft as he had imagined, contrary to the peculiar rumors he had heard. Indeed, she appeared quite endearing in her bashful and whimsical state. Indeed, it is I. Cedric sidestepped Luna, brushing past her to enter the burrow. He greeted everyone effortlessly, displaying a natural ease that indicated he was a promising leader. Even Sirius, who had initially been bristling with agitation at Luna's teasing, now lay at Cedric's feet, exposing his belly in a plea for scratches. What brings you here? What is the meaning of this? Luna observed how quickly he integrated with the Weasley family and couldn't he help but inquire about his purpose, wondering how the narrative had shifted. It seems you all are aware, Cedric replied amiably while sipping tea. I was tasked by Mr. Weasley to retrieve that carpet, confirming it belongs to us for safekeeping. That is all. Such a fascinating object. Have you tried it? Not yet. We have. The responses varied, yet Cedric, understanding their different answers, made a zipper gesture, assuring them of his confidentiality. It was hard not to be charmed by this refreshing young man. Though Cedric had an unreliable father, he proved to be remarkably dependable. Not long after arriving, he repaired the plumbing with his bare hands, chased away the garden gnomes from Mrs. Molly, and even helped the Weasley twins resolve a technical issue with a magical prank. In no time, the twins were eager to befriend Cedric and collaborate with him. Even Hermione, who arrived last, quickly engaged in an animated discussion about magical history with him. As a Ravenclaw, Luna felt compelled to join in, relieved to find she understood their conversation and had her own insights to offer. However, the Weasley twins felt a pang of loneliness as they observed Luna and Cedric engrossed in conversation, unable to interject. Are you feeling a bit bored, George? Now that you mention it, it seems so. How about a game of Quidditch? Fred interjected, brandishing a broomstick and interrupting their lively discussion, shattering the vibrant atmosphere. Chapter 71, Spidertail Alley. You can play on your own. Hermione, deeply engrossed in her discussion, momentarily transformed into a future Mrs. Weasley, momentarily startling Fred into silence, who retracted his broomstick. Yet, Cedric seized the opportunity. No worries, it's about time for a break, don't you think, Hermione? Hermione found it impossible to withstand such a handsome boy's intense gaze and earnest request, her demeanor softened by several degrees. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, embodying the essence of a starry-eyed admirer, just as Cedric had suggested. Ron, observing her, made a mock expression of disgust, calling her two-faced, only to receive a sharp glare from Hermione in return. Luna, why don't you join us? Cedric proposed. I've heard from Wood that you have exceptional flying skills. Would you consider joining the Quidditch team? We could have a little match. Cedric flashed his signature smile, though it remarkably failed to sway her. Thank you, but I think I'll stay on the ground to cheer everyone on, Luna replied, her voice resolute. Oh, what a pity. Cedric maintained the perfect balance, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. Meanwhile, Fred and George eagerly pulled him away, exclaiming, come on, today. You'll witness the prowess of the Hogwarts Quidditch team. Absolutely. And don't forget our Star Seeker. Ron chimed in, dashing after them with palpable excitement. Sirius instinctively straightened his posture, following in their wake, but after a few steps, he suddenly remembered he was no longer in his reckless youth, nor a member of Gryffindor's Quidditch team, fighting alongside his comrades. Luna noticed Sirius's dejection, his fluffy tail drooping, his ears folding back in disappointment. He seemed reluctant to venture out. To comfort him, Luna patted his head and left him a bone, saying, Don't worry, there will be a day for us to play together. Sirius reluctantly picked up the bone, amused by the girl's whimsical logic. He wasn't truly a dog, but in an effort to avoid disappointing her, he wagged his tail and nuzzled her leg. Luna was soon whisked away by Ginny to watch her match with Harry, coincidentally pairing Fred and George with Harry, while Ron, Ginny, and Cedric formed another team. The objective was clear. Whichever group managed to capture the golden snitch first would emerge victorious, all the while dodging several bludgers that wreaked havoc on the field, which, due to its age, was somewhat dilapidated. To everyone's surprise, Percy voluntarily stepped down to officiate, demonstrating his camaraderie with Cedric. If all went as expected, he surely understood that Cedric would achieve great things in the future and was keen on fostering connections. The match in the sky was intensely competitive. Cedric truly embodied the caliber of a champion from the Triwizard Tournament, calm, agile, and decisive in action, even when paired with newcomers. The Weasley twins struggled to gain the upper hand. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared silently behind Luna, prompting her to sense an unusual chill. Hermione, do you feel that sudden drop in temperature? She inquired. Looking up at the blazing sun, I don't feel cooler at all. In fact, I feel even hotter. Perhaps a storm is brewing, Miss Granger, came Snape's ominous voice from behind. sending a shiver down Hermione's spine as she felt a chill akin to stepping into a frost-laden cellar. Professor Snape? What brings you here? Luna's mind raced. Uncertain whether Snape recognized her as the petrified girl from the past or as the woman she had become after the wedding. Would leaving him alone mean he would suffer? Remarkable, Miss Lovegood. Departing home with just a note, prompting your father to come searching for you in person. Should I transform you into an animal to ensure your compliance? Snape seethed, furious that she hadn't sought him out. At that moment, Luna was still reeling from the wedding incident. And this version of Snape had resolutely prepared to marry her, the troublesome girl. Wait, my father came to Hogwarts? Upon reflection, it was entirely plausible that her doting father would take such action. Snape, like a cunning fox, unceremoniously whisked Luna away, not allowing her a moment to bid farewell. Surely, we wouldn't want to disrupt the Chosen One's practice. He grasped her collar and led her to a secluded corner, where, ensuring they were sufficiently concealed, he wrapped his long arm around her, transporting them to a different realm. Oh no, I forgot to bring Sirius, she thought. But perhaps it was for the best. What if Snape discovered any clues? She hoped Hermione would remember to take him to Hogwarts. With that thought, they arrived at their destination. To her astonishment, it wasn't Luna's family home in Spinner's End, but a dilapidated, impoverished neighborhood, with murky water flowing across the ground, yet thankfully devoid of any unpleasant odors. Where are we? Surely, it isn't Spinner's End? Are you feigning ignorance? Snape stepped inside first, but upon crossing the threshold, the surroundings transformed entirely. A garden adorned with rose arches and manicured lawns greeted them, with neatly planted herbs and a grand tree, underneath which swayed a swing that could move even without ropes. Luna was left in awe. Is this truly what I envisioned Spinner's End to be? Did you manage to retrieve the tree where you and Lily shared your vows? Look closer. Snape felt exasperated, almost at the brink of losing his composure. How could she be so oblivious? Yet her words brought him a flicker of solace. She remembered. She recalled the moments they shared in their youth. Since spotting her name on the first-year list, he had felt reborn. Though she had seemingly forgotten their past, the spectral tales of the half-blood and the girl who had once been his world. Now, she was finally acknowledging it. An unspoken elation surged within him, and he found it in his heart to forgive her. Come inside. There is more I have prepared for you, he said, filled with hesitation and anticipation as he opened the door to his home. Luna's eyes widened in amazement. It resembled a greenhouse garden, with delicate vines adorned with flowers cascading from the ceiling. The plants harmonized beautifully with the furniture, featuring an iron fireplace and a skylight shaped like Lily of the Valley. Had Snape truly found enlightenment? Noticing the astonished expression on her face, Snape discreetly moved to the refreshment area, lifting an empty teacup to mask the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Impressive, Professor Snape. Humph. Snape's fingers turned pale around the teacup. He had long awaited this day, so long that he had ceased to hope, content merely to cherish their memories together. Yet now, he yearned to sweep her into his embrace, to hold her without a single word. Wait, weren't you going to take me home? Luna fretted, eager to write to Hermione, when suddenly, the teacup in Snape's hand shattered. Your father has requested you stay here for observation. Snape's expression darkened, wishing he could pry open her stubborn mind to see if it was filled with nothing but wildflowers. Chapter 72, Cohabitation. Luna no longer questioned Snape's words, believing he genuinely intended to observe whether she would suffer any aftereffects from her petrification. Moreover, she found herself enamored with the design of Spinner's End. Her room featured a floating cloud bed, enveloping her in a cool and comforting embrace. A uniquely crafted mirror reflected her image like rippling water, while a workbench cluttered with cauldrons, test tubes, scattered parchment, and hefty tomes stood out strangely in this dreamlike room. Did Snape truly conduct research here? Luna quickly surveyed the area, recalling from her knowledge base that it appeared to be related to improving the Wolfsbane potions formula. As the third grade approaches, she finds herself pondering whether she will encounter Lupin once more. One can only wonder how he is faring these days. Suddenly, with a soft thud, Snape appears at the doorway, his expression inscrutable as he swiftly diminishes the entire workbench to a more manageable size, cradling it in his hands as he exits, taking care to close the door behind him without affording her a moment for conversation. Perhaps he fears her inquiries regarding his presence in this room for research purposes. He cannot admit that his thoughts of her have unconsciously drawn him back here. Luna, perplexed by his peculiar behavior, wonders at his urgency. Just then, she notices some parchment rolls lying on the ground. She picks them up, intending to return them to Snape. Upon entering his room, she discovers that it still bears the remnants of its former dilapidated state. Who allowed you to enter? Have you forgotten the decorum befitting a student, Miss Lovegood? Snape swiftly blocks her from the threshold, retreating into the refreshingly familiar garden lounge. These belong to you, Professor. Luna hands him the items, and Snape takes them. Realizing he may have overreacted, his tone softens slightly, There are snacks on the table. Unless it's urgent, please do not disturb me, and most importantly, do not enter my room. Understood. Luna responds with a curtsy, quickly carrying the treats back to her own quarters. Snape watches her diminutive figure depart, acutely aware of his own powerlessness. He truly does not know how to interact with her. Back in his own room, Snape surveys the familiar chaotic environment. He has attempted multiple times to reside in the room he prepared for her, yet the warmth of that setting unsettles him, making it difficult to sleep. Consequently, he has returned to his old quarters, worn though they may be, as they offer him a sense of comfort. Perhaps, with her presence in the house, circumstances might change. Luna has certainly taken to heart Snape's admonition to refrain from bothering him. She spends her days, aside from mealtimes, engaged in writing and drawing. Meanwhile, Snape is preoccupied with refining the wolfsbane potion. However, she is not so rigidly separated from him. Thus, with a surge of determination, Snape successfully enhances the potion. During this time, Luna enjoys a rather pleasant existence, beginning each morning with a modest breakfast prepared by the house elf, followed by tending to the garden, watering the plants, and gathering fresh flowers to adorn her flasks. Snape, noticing the dwindling supply of flasks, does not confront her, but instead sends for more flasks and test tubes. When she sees the delivery owl, Luna is filled with excitement. She has long wished to write to Harry and the others, asking them to look after Sirius and bring him to Hogwarts. However, Snape, that curmudgeon, has not even bothered to keep an owl, which she finds rather inconvenient given his aversion to socializing and tendency to wait for others to reach out. Regardless, her letter is dispatched, albeit after a brief tussle with the owl that left her with a few scratches. If it eats my food, it must earn its keep. Although Luna is uncertain of her success, she clings to the hope of it. By noon, she eagerly anticipates her favorite time of day, when she can indulge in television. Indeed, Snape has installed a set, though it is not filled with the bizarre programs typical of Mr. Weasley. Instead, it features her preferred adventure channel, the only one worth watching. Yet, each time she appears in the common room, it feels like warfare, the moment she hears Snape's footsteps. She quickly turns off the television and scurries back to her room, moving faster than a mouse, all thanks to her training in Dreamland, where evasion and speed are second nature. Each time Snape sees the rapid disappearance of her little head, he merely returns to his work, reasoning that if he cannot see her, there is no reason to waste time. Thus, he immerses himself further into his research. After lunch, Luna indulges in a delightful nap, often dreaming of her school days with Snape, or finding herself transported before him. Sometimes, she even witnesses the moments before Lily, watching the poor boy being beaten by his drunken father, her anger igniting as she uses her powers to topple the old drunkard, sending him tumbling down. Young Snape gazes at her with admiration, causing Luna to feel a tinge of bashfulness. At times, she observes a young Lily and Snape playing beneath a tree, hiding behind the trunk to watch their innocent exchanges, unaware that Snape has always known of her presence and chooses not to reveal it. Occasionally, she finds herself confronted by the teenage Snape, who, despite their familiarity, acts aloof and even bars her from entering his room, having erected barriers to confine her. The more she contemplates this, the angrier she becomes, prompting her to don her shoes and seek out Snape. To her surprise, Snape greets her with pride, declaring, "I have succeeded." Succeeded in what? Constipation? Luna retorts, still groggy from sleep. No, in improving the wolfsbane potion. Snape snaps, his lips twitching as he gathers his things. Come, I will take you to Diagon Alley. Why? Have you come into wealth, Professor? Sort of cough, cough. School is about to commence, genius. It must be said that enhancing the wolfsbane potion is akin to striking gold, and she possesses a sharp eye for potential. Ah, splendid. I'm thrilled. Luna's exuberance dampens Snape's mood, making him wonder if she truly prefers not to be in his company. Nevertheless, he dutifully takes her to Diagon Alley. But I have no money, she protests. I do. Then may I purchase a cauldron cake? Yes, it's merely a cake. What about a wand for Ron? Ron Weasley. Snape raises an eyebrow. Uh-huh. Luna feels a twinge of guilt. She promises to repay him. After a moment's thought, Snape concedes, realizing he shares no special bond with Ron Weasley. Then I may buy it. Yes, Snape replies, following Luna like a devoted steward, responsible for the payments and acquisitions. Chapter 73, The Hogwarts Express. Although Luna purchases a multitude of items, when the time for school arrives, she finds herself with only a picnic basket. It is worth noting that Snape personally escorted her to platform 9 3/4. Ever since he successfully refined the wolfsbane potion, he has become exceedingly busy, even postponing a newspaper interview to accompany her. For Snape, those interviews are bothersome, yet Dumbledore insists he should attend. What a pity it would be to miss the opportunity for additional sponsorship for his next groundbreaking research. This coaxing sways Snape, who realizes he must enrich his personal collection and earn money for his wedding. Suddenly, our potions master finds himself consumed by a desire for wealth, determined to visit Malfoy Manor. My luggage? Professor? In your room, Snape replies, seemingly uninterested in elaborating on his privileges. That is splendid. Then why can't you take me directly to my room? Luna exclaims, opening the basket to find sandwiches and fresh fruit. Who do you think you are? Some things cannot be revealed just yet. Snape adds a few galleons to her basket, seemingly to discourage her from indulging too much in sweets. With that, he disapparates away. Wait, you haven't given me my ticket, Luna shouts, though she cannot catch up with him and instead runs into Draco. Upon seeing Luna, Draco rushes over, glaring at her with an intensity that conveys his displeasure. He has been awaiting her response, having even pinned an invitation for her to visit Malfoy Manor. But what has become of that? However, the moment he truly beheld Luna standing there, her petrified, wan visage lingered in his mind, an indelible reminder of his perpetual guilt. The questions that teetered on the tip of his tongue became lodged in his throat. He could only feign bravado. Are we back on good terms? Luna remained blissfully unaware of Draco's tumultuous inner journey. Would you care for a treat? Upon glimpsing the contents of her basket, Draco instinctively assumed that yet another wild man had bestowed it upon her, and he retorted with a sardonic remark, even a giant couldn't consume as much as you. Indeed, I can out-eat you any day. It appeared that their reconciliation had not yet occurred, prompting Luna to abandon the notion of further confrontation and resolve to traverse one compartment after another in search of her companions. As she passed a Slytherin compartment, she encountered Nod in a corner, engrossed in his drawings. The boy exuded an unassuming tranquility, radiating a serene aura all on his own. Luna suddenly recalled the painting she had received as a Christmas gift, which was from Nod, yet she had not reciprocated with a gift of her own. Feeling a twinge of guilt as she tiptoed past him, she dared not even breathe. However, the other Slytherin students were not so easily deterred. Look, the Malfoy family's mad girl has arrived, someone informed Draco. Ha ha ha. While the Malfoy name certainly carried weight, the boy's words were laced with jealousy. After all, pure-blood families were often interrelated, and in terms of lineage, they were not lacking, merely in decline. TSK. Luna observed these adolescent boys, who seemed restless without a source of mischief, and was preparing to retrieve her necklace for an impromptu performance to intimidate them when the boy behind her rose to his feet. Nod's mere standing seemed to illuminate the entire compartment, his understated demeanor now transformed into an aura of authority that commanded respect. Evilry S. Hank Evilry, isn't it? I shall relay everything you've said to Draco. Perhaps the Knot family will reconsider its alliance with the Evilry family. In that moment, Knot resembled a princely figure. Gesturing for her to exit first, Luna gazed at him with gratitude, swiftly and quietly expressing her thanks. Knot inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, and Luna felt a renewed sense of indebtedness towards him. Once they returned to Hogwarts, she vowed to express her appreciation properly. At last, she found her group in the final compartment. Ginny, Harry, Ron, and is that a sack? It must be Lupin, who, much like in the original story, donned humble, worn clothing. Despite its age, it remained tidy, draping over his form like a sizable robe. Above him rested a humble suitcase, likely an antique. Embraced by Ginny and Hermione, Luna felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Lupin must have endured difficult years, contrasting sharply with Sirius's plight. I think you've grown a bit, exclaimed Hermione, cheerfully gesturing in front of her, oblivious to Ron's exasperated eye roll at her previous complaints about his height. If she had sprouted, he would now be a giant. Truly, a double standard. And then he received a playful slap from his own sister. Luna took a seat beside Lupin, with Ginny to her left and the trio across from her. She sensed the sack beside her tighten, confirming it was indeed feigning slumber. Oh, where's Tom? Luna suddenly pondered. If Lupin discovered that the dog was Sirius, it could spark a significant conflict. Rest assured, Fred and George are taking excellent care of him. Ha ha. They certainly wouldn't inform her that they had shrunk Tom and placed him in the suitcase, selling tickets under the guise of showcasing a rare rainbow creature. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. Luna felt relieved. At least she wouldn't be embroiled in a confrontation with Lupin. By the way, Luna, why haven't you replied to the letter we sent you? Did something happen? Ginny inquired carefully, wary that Luna might overthink it. You wrote to me? Luna was taken aback. Of course, everyone present nodded. Luna's intuition began to churn. Haha, perhaps my home is simply too remote, she mused, refraining from disclosing that she had cohabited with Snape for half the summer. I see. Thankfully, the little lions believed her without question. By the way, what is the situation with Sirius? Still in hiding. Have you heard? My father informed me that this semester the Ministry will send Dementors to capture Sirius. This is insider information. Ron finally perked up. No way. Has the Ministry lost its mind, sending Dementors to Hogwarts? Dementors? Harry, perplexed, turned to Luna. who he subconsciously viewed as a walking encyclopedia, much like Hermione, but without the disdain for his lack of study. Well, Dementors are akin to the ghosts you see in horror films, cloaked in darkness, feeding on people's joyful memories. When one approaches, you will experience endless anguish. That was rather terrifying. Harry seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. The group began to discuss the matter, but Luna, having risen early, felt drowsy. As they strategized on how to protect Harry, her head grew heavier, and she leaned back against her seat, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Lupin discreetly adjusted her head to rest on his shoulder, ensuring her comfort while suppressing the urge to envelop her in his robe, continuing to feign slumber. Chapter 74. The Fright of the Dementors. Luna slept soundly, bathed in warm sunlight that illuminated her without blinding her, as a sturdy arm shielded her face. A peaceful smile adorned her countenance. Yet, amidst their animated discussions, the train suddenly jolted to a halt, as if it had collided with something or had braked abruptly, causing everyone to lurch forward, everyone but Luna. A robust arm swiftly emerged from beneath the ancient cloak, securing her in place like a seatbelt. While the others looked around in terror, trying to discern what had transpired, that strong arm brushed against Luna's cheek before retracting, now tightly gripping a wand. What happened? Did we have an accident? Are we at the station? Impossible. How long have we even been traveling? I've never heard of the Hogwarts Express having an accident. Well, aside from colliding with muggles. As Ron, Hermione, and Ginny chattered incessantly, Harry perceptibly noted a sudden drop in temperature. Frost began to form on the glass. Guys, do you feel it? It's getting a bit chilly. Could it be that old bat seeking revenge? Ron's words earned him another ear twist from Hermione. How many times must I say it? That is our professor, Professor Snape. Yet, just as Ron sought Harry's support, he noticed Harry grimacing as he touched his scar. Are you okay? Ron asked, concern etched on his face. He too felt the cold. Likely the only one unaffected was Luna, who remained undisturbed thanks to Lupin casting several warming charms upon her, allowing her to sleep soundly. Listen, something is approaching. The atmosphere thickened with a foreboding darkness, enveloping them in a sense of impending danger. As the atmosphere grew tense, everyone held their breath, finally taking notice of Luna Lovegood, who, true to her eccentric nature, was somehow able to sleep in such a precarious situation. Quick, lock the door, Harry exclaimed, feeling the familiar pain in his scar intensify. But it was too late. A gaunt hand appeared in the doorway, sending everyone into a frenzy of screams. In that moment, a ghostly light flickered, and the man who had been overlooked in the corner raised his hand to drape a cloak over Luna, shielding her behind him. He cast the Patronus charm with such swiftness that the Dementor was driven away before it could inflict any harm. Unlike in the original tale, he acted preemptively. Driven by a desire to protect Luna, the group felt as though they had emerged from the depths of water, gasping for air, as if they had been given a second chance at life. All except Harry, who, though not drained of joy by the Dementor, succumbed to the overwhelming dread and darkness brought on by his scar, slipping into unconsciousness. Harry, they cried in disarray. Don't worry, he's merely unconscious. The man exuded a refined elegance, radiating a scholarly aura simply by standing there. He was taller than they had imagined, his warm smile soothing their frayed nerves. Although fatigue lingered in the corners of his eyes, his gaze remained piercingly clear, particularly when it fell upon the window. Ron and Hermione gently laid Harry on a chair, which caused the space to feel somewhat cramped. It was the perfect moment to awaken Luna, who had slid down and occupied half the seat. Just as Ginny prepared to help her up, she was restrained by Remus. Leave it to me. A refreshing splash of water landed on Harry's face, prompting him to sit up with a start, panting as he surveyed the chaotic scene. You encountered a Dementor, Harry. Remus waved his wand, cleaning the dampness from the chair, urging everyone to take a seat while he settled by the window, draping the cloak over Luna once more. A Dementor, Harry exclaimed. Indeed. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Remus Lupin. You know me? Harry responded, somewhat taken aback. Yes, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. Remus's words triggered a memory in Harry. He recognized Lupin from the photo album Luna had given him. Is that so? Thank you. Harry couldn't hide his excitement, even as he felt somewhat weak. Remus distributed chocolate, significantly lifting everyone's spirits, while they exchanged handshakes with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. Upon seeing Luna, Ginny took the opportunity to introduce her. This is Luna Lovegood. Remus smiled warmly. I am aware of her. You know Luna? Even Ron was taken aback. Indeed. We are old acquaintances, he replied, nostalgia evident in his tone. May I ask how you two became acquainted? Ah, that's a secret. Remus lowered his voice, not wanting to disturb Luna's slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of claws scratching at the door. Hermione opened it to reveal a rainbow-colored puppy, about the size of Crookshanks, bursting in. It was Sirius, shrunk by a spell, who, upon sensing the presence of the Dementor, had forgotten his status as a fugitive and had valiantly escaped to find Luna and Harry. Upon entering, his first sight was of the unharmed Luna, followed by Remus, which caused him to hesitate, fearing recognition. He turned to flee, colliding with the Weasley twins, who were rushing in but not quite as swiftly. "Luna, are you all right?" Fred asked, scooping up a small creature at his feet while George filled the compartment to capacity. At last, the commotion roused Luna, who, upon realizing everyone was present, wondered how long she had been asleep. "Hi, Luna. Would you like some chocolate?" "Yes, thank you," Luna replied, blissfully accepting the strawberry-flavored treat, which Hermione noted was different from theirs. "Would you like some too, Fred George?" Remus expertly transitioned from the excitement of reuniting with Luna, ensuring she was not startled, and casually seated himself beside her, claiming the spot next to her. "You know us." Fred and George were taken aback. "Of course. I even held you when you were little. Is this your dog?" Remus chuckled, seemingly amused, unaware that the rainbow-coated pup was his long-lost friend. Sirius, nestled in Fred's arms, finally relaxed, quietly observing Remus. Seeing that everyone was well, the Weasley twins decided to return to their compartment to continue their money-making endeavors, with Sirius eagerly wagging his tail in pursuit. As they opened the door, they spotted a familiar golden head lingering at the entrance. Chapter 75, Back to School. At the time of these events, Draco Malfoy had already concocted a plan in his mind about how to inform his father that Dumbledore, that old fool, needed to step down, for how could he allow such danger to unfold? It would be best for him to retire early. Faced with the Dementor, Draco felt a twinge of fear. However, his inner turmoil triumphed over the dread. The woman was so timid. Surely she wasn't hiding in some corner, crying, as she had done when trapped in the broom cupboard. Draco's finely arched brows knitted together in a frown as he wrestled with the decision to check on her. But when news reached him that the Dementor had entered Harry Potter's compartment, he bolted toward the last carriage as though unshackled. Yet upon reaching the door, he overheard lively conversation within and felt a surge of foolishness, contemplating leaving when he suddenly heard Harry Potter had fainted from fright. His eavesdropping was soon discovered as Fred and George, accompanied by the bumbling dog, collided into him. "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Fred and George quickly restrained Sirius, fearing he would be at a disadvantage before the scheming Malfoy. Draco quickly scanned the compartment, particularly focusing on Luna, who appeared rosy-cheeked and unharmed, giving him a sense of relief. "I am merely here to see how the great savior managed to soil himself in terror." "How did you faint, Potter?" Draco noticed an unfamiliar older man closely situated beside Harry, feeling a twinge of disdain. "Potter, where did you round up all these paupers? This carriage reeks of poverty." He sneered, pinching his nose in mockery. "Oh, my apologies. I ought to return to my private compartment." Before anyone could challenge him, Draco departed, carrying the collective ire of the group. Unfortunately for him, Luna did not follow, and instead, he unwittingly led the Weasley twins to unleash stink bombs in his private compartment. Finally, as night fell, they arrived at their destination. Luna was eager to attend the feast and indulge in a hearty meal. Remus gallantly offered to carry her things, to which Luna smiled awkwardly, shaking her picnic basket that was already empty, having shared its contents with everyone. It must be said, the food provided by Snape, aside from the potions, was quite delectable. "Well then, I'll see you in a bit." Remus ruffled Luna's hair and took his leave. "Luna, when did you meet Professor Lupin?" Hermione inquired, still curious. "Professor? Yes, a professor?" The boys were momentarily bewildered. "Isn't that obvious?" Hermione, interrupted, playfully punched one of them. Who else would arrive at Hogwarts at this moment? "Sirius?" Ron uttered vacantly. "Thank you for the reminder. He has come to kill me." Harry's mood suddenly plummeted once more. "Don't think like that. He must be here to protect you. We all will protect you." Luna struggled to find the right words. "Even Sirius has come to safeguard you. You know?" Meanwhile, Snape was encircled by a throng of journalists, the incessant flashes illuminating his calm, expressionless visage, devoid of even a perfunctory smile, until he could no longer endure it and obliterated all the flashbulbs in a fit of frustration. Snape felt he had been exceedingly patient, but at that moment, he overheard a conversation among the reporters. Dementors had appeared on the Hogwarts Express and had attacked students. Upon hearing this, Snape's countenance transformed, displaying an expression that frightened others into retreating several steps. He descended the stage with haste, gripping the collar of a reporter and demanding answers. After acquiring confirmed information, he departed for Hogwarts without a second thought. He intended to question Dumbledore about how he had negotiated with the Ministry of Magic to permit Dementors onto the campus. Snape had initially planned to avoid the opening feast that evening, as he did not wish to see that former adversary occupying his rightful position, allowing a werewolf to teach defense against the dark arts. Splendid. However, due to the day's unexpected incident, he felt it imperative to remain vigilant, and he was filled with regret. Had he simply sent Luna back to Hogwarts earlier, she would not have been frightened. Thus, in the Great Hall, as Dumbledore was introducing the new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, the doors burst open, and Snape strode in as though treading upon crashing waves, like a tempest disrupting the gathering. Luna was taken aback by Snape's sudden appearance. What was he planning? Was he going to confront Lupin? She couldn't help but feel anxious for Lupin, as everyone else held their breath, wondering if Professor Snape intended to assert his dominance, considering he had coveted this position for so long. Hello, Professor Snape. Long time no see. Lupin, however, did not allow Snape's presence to rattle him. Instead, he greeted him cheerfully, diffusing the tension in the air. Yet Snape was not of the same mind. I apologize for interrupting you, Headmaster. I have urgent matters to attend to. He fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, showing no sign of embarrassment, not sparing a glance for Lupin, as if he were invisible. Of course, my dear child, I am always your best listener, Dumbledore smiled, rising to pat Lupin's shoulder reassuringly. You introduced yourself splendidly, on behalf of Hogwarts. I extend a warm welcome to Professor Lupin. He began to applaud, leading the hall in applause. Luna instinctively joined in, only to be met with a fierce glare from Snape, causing her to quickly bow her head. Snape's gaze was indeed quite intimidating. After dinner, Luna, clutching her rainbow dog, intended to return to her dormitory, even declining an invitation from the twins for a thank-you gathering. However, she was intercepted by Lupin, who wove through the crowd with remarkable speed, claiming he had a gift for her. Naturally, she could not refuse, especially since he had a present for her. Thus, Luna first escorted Sirius back to the dormitory before proceeding to Lupin's office. Upon entering, she found Lupin bustling about, tinkering with something in a box. Hello. It's a bit chaotic here, but it will be ready soon. Could you help me retrieve the little figurine from the box? Lupin appeared quite busy. Oh, of course. While Luna suspected it might be a handcrafted dollhouse, she resolved to feign surprise to avoid disappointing Lupin. The box was relatively easy to locate. It was the one he had carried onto the train. However, upon opening it, she regretted not asking what kind of figurine it was and its size. Thus, when she unearthed an enormous pair of underpants, she was left both regretful and astonished. How could such a massive pair exist? It would be too large even for Hagrid. In truth, ever since the last crisis, Lupin had taken to donning these underpants before transforming each time. As she pondered this, a thumb-sized figurine emerged from behind the box. With golden hair, large eyes, and clad in a miniature Ravenclaw uniform. Wasn't this a shrunken version of herself? Luna felt as if her childhood dreams had come to fruition. Which girl has not harbored the fantasy of shrinking down to live in a dollhouse? I see you are quite pleased with my craftsmanship. Lupin entered, carrying a dollhouse, complete with a living room, kitchen, and bedroom, an exquisite miniature abode, perfectly suited for Luna's little figurine to reside in. Absolutely marvelous, Lupin. I adore this, she exclaimed. Cough, cough. Lupin noticed the underpants in her hands, awkwardly exchanging them for the dollhouse. How could he have forgotten to put them away? He felt a wave of mortification wash over him. I meant this. Luna joyfully placed the figurine inside the house, watching as the mini version of herself opened a tiny door and scampered into the bedroom, exploring one room after another, beckoning her to come along. It can talk. Chapter 76, Night. Luna was utterly enamored with the dollhouse, each lamp capable of lighting up, every piece of furniture handcrafted to perfection, devoid of any sharp edges. It was hard to fathom that a grown man like Lupin had meticulously painted it with a tiny brush, rendering it so exquisite. I guess you would love it, he said, recalling how he once received a lifelike gingerbread figurine, which, although later damaged by a mouse, remained etched in his memory. Inspired by this, he had spent years meticulously crafting this dollhouse, modeled after Luna. He even designed a character for himself, a mini dog resembling a little wolf, hidden in the wardrobe, waiting for her discovery. Thank you, Professor Lupin. I adore it. Luna's eyes sparkled with excitement. She felt a business opportunity brewing and needed to consult the Weasley twins. I'm glad you like it. If you don't mind, you can call me Remus when it's just the two of us. Lupin couldn't resist gently ruffling Luna's hair. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Of course not. Don't worry about it, Luna. Lupin was at a loss as to how to explain why it was acceptable, fearing that anything he said would inadvertently reveal his deeper feelings, so he chose to abandon the topic. It's late. I'll walk you back. No need. I can head back alone, Luna insisted, feeling it was time to let him rest and avoid a direct encounter with Sirius. Just because Lupin hadn't noticed now didn't mean he wouldn't suspect in the future. Seeing her refusal, Lupin did not press the matter. He was content to see her, relishing the chance to exchange a few words with her each day, without intending to bring her any potential trouble. As Luna joyfully made her way back, cradling her new gift, she encountered a familiar figure, or rather, a ghost, the very specter that had been expelled from Malfoy Manor. He pointed at Luna's face in terror. You, how are you here? I must be seeing things. With a swift motion, he vanished through the wall, fearing that lingering too long might invite further mistreatment. Luna shrugged. She had anticipated he had come to live at Hogwarts. Why had she never seen him before? Just as she turned a corner, she encountered yet another familiar face, a man in formal attire, leaning on a cane. Lucius Malfoy? What brings you here at such an ungodly hour? Even freed from the confines of a nightmarish dream, Luna's heart would race uncontrollably upon seeing Lucius again, prompting an instinctive desire to flee. Do you think I have nothing better to do, Miss Lovegood? Had it not been for the disturbing news regarding the Dementors, I would not be here at this late hour seeking Dumbledore. Although I had just engaged in a verbal spar with Snape against Dumbledore, I gained no upper hand. That old coot was thoroughly rational and even secured the Ministry's approval, presenting himself as an ally. If he had disagreed, would the Ministry have allowed the Dementors to invade Hogwarts? If you seek Draco, you may find him in that direction. Farewell. With that, Luna attempted to escape. Regrettably, as a board member, I must remain at Hogwarts for the time being, until Sirius is apprehended. Lucius stepped closer, scrutinizing Luna, seemingly noticing some change. Surely not. I advise you to tread carefully. Do not let him ensnare you. Otherwise, it would be quite the headache for him. Fear not. Even if your son is captured, I shan't be. Luna naturally reverted to her dreamlike demeanor before Lucius, oblivious to the fervor lurking in his gaze. You still wear that bracelet, don't you? Indeed. It is you. Luna fumed. It was evident that Lucius was orchestrating something sinister. It was he who had placed it upon her. Remove it this instant. Luna extended her wrist, but the bracelet shimmered and vanished from sight. That rightfully belongs to you. I merely returned it to its rightful owner. Lucius donned that disconcertingly formulaic smile, causing Luna to feel a chill as she hastily fled. Upon her return, she found Sirius sprawled across her bed, soundly asleep. Sprawled in a way that suggested he was quite comfortable, perhaps due to the allure of Luna's warm blankets, entirely oblivious to her arrival. Luna positioned her dollhouse prominently on her desk, delighting in the sight of a miniature version of herself nestled with a wolf, perhaps a dog resembling a wolf? How fitting. She carefully placed Sirius on the bed, finally able to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Of course, another dreamscape awaited her. As she drifted into slumber, she abruptly opened her eyes, finding herself atop the girls' lavatory once more. Several boys were diligently practicing their animagus transformations, aiming to achieve the ability to morph into animals during the full moon, thus evading the werewolf attacks from Remus Lupin. They appeared to be fourth years, with success still a ways off. There's no need to exert yourselves so vigorously. I can manage alone. I've grown accustomed to it. Remus watched his three friends with guilt as they toiled for his sake. Don't think that way. We've all acquired a life-saving skill, Remus. Indeed, James speaks truth. Besides, we are brothers. Shouldn't we share both joys and hardships? Sirius nudged the daydreaming Peter. Yes. Right. Peter jolted awake, nodding fervently. It was quite rare to see Peter so invested. James found it peculiar. Usually, Peter would doze off while reading. Yet now he was actively engaging in practice. Thank you. I will strive to improve. Peter had begun to realize that his animagus form was that of a rat, which spurred him on further, for if he succeeded, he might glean information about her through the rat's perspective. The thought invigorated him, yet he still had not fully succeeded. Sirius had transformed into a dog with 2 legs before reverting back. Mine too, James exclaimed, transforming into a deer with a duck's bill. As for Peter, his form was slightly more reliable, boasting 9 tails. Forget it. Let's just use the transformation potion we bought in Hogsmeade. James distributed the potions among them, but Peter, lost in thought, took his potion and drank it without hesitation. What an idiot. Why did you drink it now? You're supposed to wait until we're in the Shrieking Shack. James glared at Peter, who had turned into a golden python, covering his face in despair. Now they had to carry him out. Luna had been observing their antics from the shadows, successfully hiding until an annoying pest pushed her out. Oh, it's you again. Are you here to steal my spot to gawk at handsome boys? Dream on. The hostile moaning Myrtle shoved Luna aside, believing she was encroaching upon her territory. Hey, Sirius. Your beauty has come to find you. James snickered, poking Sirius, who was preoccupied with a snake on the floor. Stop it, James. She clearly came to find you. Sirius groaned. Initially, he had felt as though someone were watching him during his baths, suspecting it was that girl he had seen before, only to discover it was a bespectacled, clueless woman. Sirius felt sullied by the experience, and for a considerable time, he had taken to bathing fully clothed. He even checked the stalls thrice before using the restroom. James had endured moaning Myrtle's affections as well, seeking out Peeves to give her a good scare, which had quelled her antics for a time, but now she was back to her mischief. Why can't you find someone else to annoy? Like Remus? James scratched his algae-like hair in frustration. The constant failures of their animagus transformations were already taxing. And now he had to deal with a ghost, a rather unattractive one at that. Well, she doesn't fancy furry creatures, Myrtle pretended to act coy, causing the four boys and the snake to feel increasingly nauseated. What about Peter? He doesn't even catch her eye. Myrtle leaned against James, feigning intimacy, as if Peter weren't present, carelessly chattering. Oh, there's a snake here. You truly are brave, worthy of my attention. Myrtle's faux shyness was utterly ridiculous, making them all uncomfortable. No, I cannot accept that title. James retreated to the door, utterly defeated. Don't worry, I'll introduce you to my sister, though she may not be as beautiful as you. With that, she forcibly dragged Luna from a stall. Hello, everyone. Luna's desire to remain an observer dissipated as she floated into view. You've been here all along? The group expressed disbelief. How long had she been listening? Luna, Peter exclaimed joyfully, though in his serpentine form, he could only hiss, anxiously coiling around the floor, hoping for her to glance his way. How delightful to see you all here. What a coincidence. One ought not to be too nosy, lest one be mistaken for a pervert, she mused, realizing she should have emerged sooner. Are you joining us in Hogsmeade? Remus asked eagerly, hoping for shared adventures. Wait, Remus. Sirius attempted to intervene. Not to worry. She has long been privy to my secret. Suddenly, Remus felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling a certain night from years past. You both have quite a few secrets, don't you? Sirius quipped, rising to his feet, only to find Peter biting his finger. Let go, Peter. That's my hand, not a rat. Laughter erupted from James, blissfully unaware of the awkwardness enveloping the group. All right, Peter. Well done. Let us embark. As she spoke, she produced the live map, leaving Sirius no time to conceal it. When did their relationship with this ghost become so close? What secrets had they revealed to her? Next, were they going to hand her the invisibility cloak? How did you know? James chuckled, revealing everything, causing Sirius to feel utterly despondent as he watched James demonstrate the cloak under Luna's admiring gaze. It was utterly astonishing. This was Luna's first time witnessing the power of the invisibility cloak. Seeing it with her own eyes made all the difference. Once she awakened, she would certainly borrow Harry's cloak to play with it. Heh, too bad you can't wear it. Otherwise, I would lend it to you, James said, a mix of pride and regret in his tone, making Sirius feel overlooked once again. Ahem, the time is nearly upon us. Let us go, Remus. Sirius, eager to interrupt their conversation, tugged at Lupin and led the way into the secret passage, carrying the golden python. Lupin turned back, casting a reluctant glance behind him. Wait for me. James immediately followed, fearing being left behind, calling out to their dear friends not to forget to keep up. Luna now sensed that Sirius seemed to harbor some discontent towards her. Aside from not greeting her, he consistently exhibited a rather unfriendly demeanor. Had she offended him in some way? Or was it simply that she was unattractive? Surely not. She looked radiant in the mirror, determined to seek an explanation. She drifted closer to Sirius. Why do you treat me so poorly? Sirius maintained a composed exterior, though he could not suppress a smile. You're overthinking it. Then why do you always target me? I've said no such thing. Sirius quickened his pace, anxious she might glimpse his expression and stifle a laugh. Don't make it difficult for Sirius. He is simply not interested in women. James interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. This was the first time he had seen his buddy cornered by a woman to such an extent. He felt compelled to assist, unaware that Sirius's smile had faded due to his interference. Perhaps you could get to know Remus better, James casually suggested, igniting a spark in Lupin. No, I'm perfectly fine. Lupin stammered, flustered and shy, his demeanor betraying him. However, Luna was oblivious to this, as her impression was that Lupin fancied Lily Evans and would not consider her. Peter longed to silence James, but his mouth was already taped shut by Sirius, leaving him to twist his body and gaze dreamily at Luna. At last, they arrived at the Shrieking Shack, which had been transformed into a cozy secret base. There was an old sofa of indeterminate age, several chairs, and a table strewn with Muggle playing cards, along with some discarded bits on the floor. You all certainly know how to enjoy yourselves, Luna remarked, recalling the dilapidated state during her last visit. They must have skipped classes frequently to come here to play. Upon hearing Luna's words, the group suddenly realized that the next step was not suitable with a girl present. That ghost. You go float outside for a while. Don't peek. James scratched his head, stepping forward first, fearing the others might hesitate to speak up. What's the matter? Didn't TU invite me? Luna was puzzled. Did they have some clandestine secret? We just need to change clothes. Cough, cough. Remus told a benevolent lie. Luna's keen eyes caught sight of the exaggerated underwear in his hands, and everything clicked into place. So, he had indeed made some efforts to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions before transforming. Haha, don't worry. I won T-Peak. You're not new to this, are you? Sirius recalled their first meeting, bringing it up on purpose, but Luna, having forgotten about that incident, pretended not to hear his taunt, further frustrating him. Take your time changing. I'm quite looking forward to the potion-s effects. Perhaps Luna had grown accustomed to Nagini-s appearance. Seeing Peter's golden python no longer frightened her, but even seemed beautiful. She floated closer to Peter, slyly asking, I heard you have a girlfriend? Who is she? Of course, all she received in response was Peter's hissing, the snake writhing in a comical denial. Seeing Luna smile made Peter squirm even more happily. Time passed, and Luna soon heard anguished howls from within, indicating that it had worked. She floated back into the room, only to find a werewolf wearing floral shorts, with its tail conveniently sticking out. Beside it was a bear and a kangaroo. Ha! Luna found the scene unexpectedly hilarious. The werewolf tried to escape, but the bear and kangaroo held on tightly to its sturdy legs. Are you wrestling? Arg, I've turned into a black bear. Sirius roared desperately, striving to buy her time, whether or not she could understand him. No way. She had forgotten that werewolves wouldn't attack animals, but would indeed go after her. So, she turned and floated toward the forbidden forest, with the werewolf hot on her heels. Following the werewolf were the bear and kangaroo, with a golden python draped around its neck. The werewolf moved swiftly, its crimson eyes glinting as it murmured, Luna, don't be afraid. We are friends. It tore through the night, shredding everything in its path, relentlessly searching for Luna's whereabouts in the forbidden forest, as if possessed by a singular obsession. Sirius and James could only follow silently behind. Sirius never anticipated that Lupin harbored such deep feelings for that woman, lingering even in his werewolf form. Something within him seemed ready to break free but was forcefully suppressed. I'll go check on that ghost. With that, Sirius left the frenzied Lupin to the remaining two. For Luna, escaping as a ghost was relatively easy, yet she found herself lost, wandering in the dark forbidden forest in circles, until she encountered Sirius, who had fallen into a centaur-esque trap, one paw caught in a snare and unable to escape the pit. Sirius? Is that you? At first, Luna was uncertain. If she disturbed the centaur's food, she would be retaliated against. The little black bear nodded human-like and raised its injured paw for her to see. Arg, now you realize you need my help? As Luna attempted to distract it while trying to lift him, she found the bear's weight far beyond her ability to manage. Arg, Sirius, exasperated, plopped back down into the pit, ceasing his attempts at self-rescue, complicating Luna's efforts even further. Now Luna faced a dilemma. Was she supposed to cradle his old bear paw and draw blood? Even transformed into a human, she likely wouldn't have the strength to lift him out of the pit. Humph. Sirius wallowed in self-pity, convinced she wouldn't kindly save him. She was so annoyed with him that she didn't even call his name. The poor little bear's ears drooped as he curled up in the corner. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from the shadows. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Luna turned to see Snape, and at that moment, she had never been so eager to see him. He was her great savior, nearly bringing her to tears. Snape, what are you doing here? This is wonderful. Luna nearly passed through him in her excitement, but Snape, quick to react, coldly sidestepped. Severus Snape had ventured into the forbidden forest to gather potion ingredients when he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure, stirring a sense of concern within him. Why had she returned, yet refrained from presenting herself before him? What could she possibly be doing at such a late hour? Lost in contemplation, he soon realized the chilling temperature surrounding him. Lo and behold, I've caught a bear. Here, take a look at this paw as a gift. Luna exclaimed awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood, yet leaving Sirius, who was stuck in a pit, sweating profusely as he retracted his claws. A bear? In the forbidden forest? Snape recognized the gravity of the situation, hurried a few steps, and discovered the black bear in the pit. It must be said, that woman truly understood him. A fantastical light ignited in Snape's eyes. It's a magnificent specimen, he said, casting a levitation charm to lift Sirius from the ground. Sirius instantly dropped to the ground, growling at Snape with palpable hostility, oblivious to the disparity in their strengths. Snape, unfazed, conjured a rope with a flick of his wand, finding the bear to resemble a wild boar. What do you intend to do with that bear, Snape? Didn't you instruct me to treat it as potion material? Snape detected a hint of reluctance from her. Indeed, she would not be so benevolent as to think of him. Perhaps we could keep it, Luna suggested, softening Snape's resolve, though he instinctively retorted, do you imagine I would keep a bear as a pet, like some Caucasian brute? Then perhaps we should release it. Its mother would surely be distressed. Luna hastily conjured another tale. You are surprisingly kind-hearted. Snape observed her growing anxiety, feeling his own heart race. Was he now the villain in this narrative? Understood. Let us leave, he declared, acquiescing to Luna's command to release the bear and beckoning her to return to Hogwarts. Luna finally exhaled in relief, believing Sirius had been spared, yet she failed to account for his sheer foolishness. The moment the bear was freed from its bonds, it charged at Snape, colliding with his waist and taking a bite out of his backside. Ouch! You are finished, Snape exclaimed, clutching his waist as he stood, preserving the last vestiges of dignity before the ghostly woman, refraining from tending to his injury. He pursued the limping bear in a quest for retribution. Luna, in despair, closed her eyes, surrendering. Yet, the growls of a werewolf echoed in her ears, sending her into a state of alarm. Could it be that the narrative had advanced prematurely? Was this the night Snape would narrowly escape the jaws of Lupin? Without a second thought, she dashed forward, diverting the werewolf's attention before it could attack Snape. Chapter 79, Snape and the Dog. Snape had been chasing the oblivious black bear deeper into the forbidden forest. The bite on his backside indeed hampered his speed, yet it only intensified his fury. While he remained oblivious to how she had acquired the bear, he was determined to strip it of its pelt that very day. Rubbing his eyes, he was taken aback by an unexpected sight. A kangaroo, adorned with a snake draped around its neck. You are human, correct? Snape's keen instincts kicked in as he suspected their true identities. Animagi, or perhaps a transformation spell. James and Peter were in a state of panic, leaping about. How could Snape possibly be here? If he discovered Lupin's secret, it would spell disaster. Lupin could very well be expelled. The kangaroo squared its fists, adopting a boxing stance, ready to confront Snape. However, fate was unkind. Snape's scent had already reached the werewolf's keen nose. By the time James attempted to push Snape back, it was too late. The werewolf had surged towards Snape. A werewolf? Why are you protecting one? Snape exclaimed in disbelief. I'm trying to protect you, you know. The kangaroo furiously scratched its head, wishing to knock some sense into the oblivious man. I'll distract him. You all run. Luna finally caught up, weaving through the werewolf's form. Though it was uncomfortable, she successfully drew its focus, causing the frenzied Lupin to chase after her. Mind your own business. Snape felt an intricate mix of emotions as he realized she had once again saved him. He loathed being in her debt, particularly hers. Yet she had repeatedly come to his aid. Nevertheless, his rational side compelled him to follow her direction, even as his heart brimmed with concern for her safety. Upon reflection, he found it absurd to be worried about a ghostly figure, but that was precisely the case. He began to care for her. Later, Snape came to a realization about that night, and promptly wrote to the Ministry of Magic, yet received no response. His disdain for the four friends only grew. Why did she always associate with them? Luna, awakened from a nightmare of being chased by the werewolf, bolted upright upon hearing a knock at her dormitory door. Rubbing her eyes, she noticed the rainbow dog sleeping soundly beside her. With a swift kick to its head, she grumbled, "You should know better than to irritate me in my dreams." Sirius jolted awake, momentarily believing he was still on the streets. Warily assessing his surroundings, he recognized Hogwarts, and upon catching sight of Luna, affectionately nudged her foot with his nose, yawned, and resumed his slumber. He truly must have been exhausted today. The knocking grew more insistent, compelling Luna to open the door. As she pushed it ajar, Snape stepped in, carrying an air of chill. "Professor Snape? What brings you here at such a late hour?" Checking on the dormitory, Snape seemed to have prepared his response, illuminating the room with a wave of his sleeve. He placed a firm hand on Luna's shoulder, inspecting her for any injuries. What transpired? He appeared to have come directly from a ribbon-cutting ceremony, a piece of ribbon still tangled in his hair, which Luna kindly removed. In truth, he had returned from Dumbledore's office, brimming with pent-up frustration. "Did you encounter a Demento?" Snape conjured a flame to incinerate the ribbon that had once adorned his head. "No, Professor Lupin was present. He helped us fend off the Dementor." "Lupin?" Snape released her, turning to regard his reflection in the mirror. Good, there were no other ribbons. He would never entrust her safety to a werewolf. Best keep your distance from him. Do you understand? Snape abruptly turned to shake Luna, nearly causing her to topple. He swiftly caught her, only to release her just as quickly. "Why? He is a good person. Why? You dare question me?" Snape's voice rose in pitch, longing to remind her of her audacious words from years past. Yet he found himself unable to do so. Furrowing his brow, Snape sensed the situation was more complex than it appeared. "What was that?" He pointed at a lump on the bed. "My new pet, Tom." Luna interjected, stepping in front of Snape to provide a casual explanation. "Isn't it too late? Shouldn't you be resting?" "Absolutely not." Snape immediately attempted to seize the rainbow dog. "Why not?" Luna positioned herself as a barrier. "When it bites your backside, you'll understand." Snape resolutely refused to permit her to harbor a dangerous creature. Luna was taken aback. Could it be that Snape had been traumatized by a bear attack? Yet, it was indeed the same dog. He is just a dog. He poses no threat. "A dog? You claim this creature is a dog?" Yet, the next moment, Snape found his sleeve clamped in Sirius's jaws, who had awakened at that very moment. "Is this what you call safe?" Snape scoffed, gripping the rainbow dog's neck in mockery. Lunana, seeing no other option, embraced Snape's waist and toppled him over, determined to rescue her dog. She found herself astride Snape, on the verge of tears from her own bravery. Snape, taken aback, noted her unexpected enthusiasm for such affection. Cautiously, he propped himself up and encircled her with his arms, ultimately conceding to the moment. The scene was idyllic, if only that foolish dog hadn't been gnawing at his leg incessantly. Understood. Snape reminded Luna to report to his office starting tomorrow evening for additional tutoring, only departing after receiving her affirmative response. He gave the dog a swift kick, threatening, "If you dare to approach her again, I'll break your teeth." Otherwise, with Luna holding him, Sirius would surely charge forward and be kicked again. Once Snape left, the rainbow dog transformed unexpectedly, catching Luna off guard as Sirius tackled her to the carpet. "How dare he? That old bat. What right does he have to command you? Luna, and who does he think he is? Stay away from Lupin." Sirius seethed, entirely forgetting about Luna beneath him. "Get dressed." Luna kicked him in the bare chest, exclaiming, "Why does my idol have to be an exhibitionist?" Cough, cough. "I can explain." Sirius hurriedly transformed back into a dog, behaving obediently. Lowering his head and cradling it with his paws, he feigned pity, his tail drooping. "Don't even think about sleeping in my bed." Luna intended to catch up on her sleep. Chapter 8, A New Term. Luna was roused from her slumber by Sirius's affectionate licks. She would likely adapt to this lifestyle soon enough. Convincing Sirius not to accompany her to class took considerable time. Had he been dressed, he would have argued his case in human form. Unfortunately, he could only latch onto Luna's pant leg, insisting she take him outside. It seemed he was eager for another confrontation with Snape. The rainbow dog barked furiously, leaving her puzzled as to the source of their animosity. Reluctantly, she agreed to take him out after her classes, allowing her to finally exit the dormitory. As a result, she arrived late to potions class, where Snape awaited her at the door, arms crossed. "What's your excuse?" Snape sniffed, relying on his masterful potions expertise, relieved to find no trace of the dog's odor. His expression softening slightly. My stomach hurts. Professor, I have diarrhea." Luna feigned severe discomfort. "Stomachache?" Snape immediately prepared to carry her to the infirmary, startling her into confessing. "It's fine now. Just a regular bout of diarrhea." You'd better be." Snape stepped aside, allowing her entry, and during class, he presented her with a potion, compelling her to drink it. Remarkably, he didn't deduct any points from her. What was happening? Why was everything becoming increasingly surreal? Even Ginny had quietly inquired if Snape had wronged her in some way. Perhaps, Luna mused, slightly bewildered. Ever since she had awakened from her petrification, Snape's attentiveness had escalated. Now, he was once again focused on her, their eyes locking. Snape's gaze flickered, silently asking if she had finished her notes. Luna nodded, and he promptly erased the blackboard. "Now close your textbooks. Extract the materials I just mentioned." The disgruntled murmurs from the Gryffindor students filled the room as Snape gleefully deducted points from a few unfortunate souls. At the end of class, Snape handed Luna a set of potion vials to consume on schedule. "Did you hear me?" "Understood." Luna was whisked away by Ginny, who feared for her safety around Snape. As Snape watched the girls depart, his ire propelled him to the defense against the dark arts class, eager to see if Lupin could meet expectations. If not, he wouldn't hesitate to be unyielding. With a weary demeanor, Snape took his place at the back of Lupin's classroom, wearing a stern expression and ready to find fault. "Why isn't Professor Snape attending class?" Ron mused. "Perhaps Dumbledore has tasked him with protecting you." He dared not meet Snape's gaze from the back row. "Impossible. Dumbledore knows this place is safe." Hermione countered. "Oh, you know everything now?" Ron scoffed, earning a glare from Hermione, who explained, "It seems he harbors deep animosity toward Professor Lupin." "Well, that much is obvious. Everyone knows he desires the defense against the dark arts position." Ron chuckled. "It's different. There's an air of rivalry between them, though I can't quite articulate it," Hermione speculated. "Perhaps influenced by her recent indulgence in romance novels." "Rivalry? That's splendid. Snape is in love." "Ha ha, that's hilarious." Ron guffawed. "I'd sooner believe Dumbledore married Professor McGonagall." Harry tugged at Ron's sleeve, anxious. "Don't you think so too? It seems Mr. Weasley is quite curious about the professor's personal lives. Why not inquire directly in the headmaster's office?" Snape's sudden voice nearly caused Ron to soil himself. Professor Snape?" Ron fell silent. Ron Weasley, disrespecting a professor and fabricating stories about him. 50 points from Gryffindor. Report to my office after class. "No way, I was wrong." "Professor," Ron pleaded, despairing, while the others anxiously completed the lesson. Meanwhile, Luna visited the library to search for information on how to locate her missing pet, unaware that Peter had been observing her from the shadows. "Hello, Luna. Still studying hard?" Fred and George plopped down beside her, one on each side. Luna was delighted to see them and quickly tidied up her table. "I was just thinking of you. Do you know how to find a lost pet? Or what gift would be suitable for a boy?" Well. Big news. Our little sister is interested in a boy." Fred and George feigned attack, seizing upon the latter part of her statement about gifting a boy. It's not what you think. He helped me with something significant, and I want to show my gratitude. Luna realized they had misconstrued her intent, but their reaction was more extreme than she anticipated. Brothers can help too, right? Of course. What can we help with? Fred and George again trapped her in their banter, making her feel slightly overwhelmed. I've already received help, and I appreciate it. I will give a gift. At last, she felt a bit lighter on her shoulders. Suddenly, Fred grew serious, cupping her face with utmost sincerity. Luna, remember, no matter what trouble you encounter, you can come to me for help, all right? Meeting his unwavering gaze, Luna nodded obediently. Fred then returned to his usual carefree smile, as if the prior gravity had been a mere illusion, while George chimed in, and me too, giving her head a gentle pat. By the way, would you like to go on a date with your brothers this weekend? A date? Upon hearing they would be heading to Hogsmeade, Luna's interest was piqued. She had yet to truly explore the place. She immediately agreed. The exuberant cheers of the two drew the ire of the librarian, prompting them to discreetly slip away so as not to disturb Luna while she was engrossed in her reading. After what felt like an eternity of studying, Luna encountered Hermione once more, and they delved into a discussion regarding gift-giving for boys. Why not ask the boys directly? Hermione suggested. Well, I did. But the results were disheartening. I nearly lost myself in the process. It must have been Ron and Harry, right? I could guess what they'd say with my eyes closed. Not quite. But do share, Luna. I'm quite the gossip, Hermione replied. Ron would undoubtedly say, of course, money. I could buy a new Nimbus. Harry would probably say, I don't know, maybe some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hermione's impressions were so spot on that Luna burst into laughter, finding joy in their little lion cubs who were easily pleased. Yet that scoundrel not, he surely lacked for nothing. Chapter 81, After-Class Tutoring. Luna and Hermione spent the entire afternoon in consultation, yet yielded no conclusions. So they decided to pack up and head for dinner. At the dining table, Draco seemed intent on speaking to her, glaring at her with an intensity that was almost palpable. However, Luna chose to ignore him, leaving Draco to vent his frustrations on those around him. Draco, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you unwell? Goyle, noticing Draco's incessant blinking in one direction, expressed concern, mistakenly believing there was something amiss with Draco's sight. Just eat your food, Draco barked, forcefully shoving Goyle's head into his plate. He had no intention of addressing her. Let Sirius deal with her. How foolish of him to even consider warning that fellow. Equally frustrated was Professor Flitwick, seated between Lupin and Snape. The palpable tension between the two made him yearn for a hole to hide in. Ah, the steak today is quite delightful. I assent it, Professor Snape. Is it? I detect a rather unpleasant odor reminiscent of some animal. Quite nauseating, Snape remarked pointedly, casting a sidelong glance at Lupin. Perhaps I ought to wash my hair then. Lupin retorted with a concealed smirk, leaving Snape in no mood to continue his meal, plunging his fork into the table, much to the dismay of poor Professor Flitwick. Before the assembly, Snape seized Luna, who was thoroughly enjoying her meal, and whisked her away to commence class. Huh, but I'm not finished, Luna exclaimed, bewildered as Snape dragged her along. This left the trio of bewildered friends and the Weasley twins, along with a knowing Lupin, in her wake. Once they reached a secluded area, Snape released his grip on her collar, allowing Luna to walk on her own. Just as she was about to inquire about his haste, Snape thrust a handkerchief to her face, personally cleaning the smudges from her visage. Do it yourself, he snapped, though he had already done the job for her. Oh, thank you, Professor. I wasn't aware you were so courteous. Snape's displeasure grew at her gratitude, feeling a sense of distance from her. Not at all. What shall we learn today? Luna realized she was not escaping tonight's lesson, so she pulled up a chair and sat down. Very well, he began, somewhat taken aback by her sudden compliance, adjusting his cufflinks. Today, we shall learn how to deal with Dementors. By using the Patronus charm, Luna interjected, surprised that this was what Harry Potter was studying. Why was she so eager? Exactly. Watch closely, Snape instructed, positioning himself so Luna had the best view as he forcefully executed an Expecto Patronum. A powerful beam of white light erupted, revealing a snowy owl. Hedwig? But isn't Snape's Patronus supposed to be a stag? Luna gasped, her astonishment causing her to rise from her seat. She had not misjudged. There was indeed a snowy owl. Why had Snape's Patronus changed? You appear quite perplexed, Snape observed, noting the shift in her demeanor. She surely had not seen his Patronus before. He too had been astonished by the transformation of his own, recalling that it had shifted since the time of Lily and James's wedding. In retrospect, it seemed some things were fated. Oh, it's nothing unusual. Luna concealed her astonishment and began practicing the Patronus charm repeatedly. Think of happy thoughts, Lovegood. Raise your arm a bit higher. Look up. Keep your arms tight. Fine. Watch again. Open your eyes wide. Snape approached from behind, enveloping her hand with his, guiding her as they conjured a Patronus together. For a moment, Luna was uncertain whether it was her own magic or his, as her focus was drawn to their closeness and the charisma he exuded when serious. "Where are you looking, Luna Lovegood?" Snape withdrew his hand, feeling a warmth creep onto his face. What a foolish student she was, so unfocused. "Return and write this spell 100 times. Thus concluded Snape's first evening of tutoring, with the silver lining being that Luna received a late-night snack package he had prepared for her. The bad news, however, was the alarm blaring outside. Sirius had infiltrated Hogwarts. Oh dear, I had completely forgotten about Sirius. That restless soul who finds it hard to pass a day without stirring up trouble. Stay in the Great Hall with the others. Do not wander." Upon hearing the news, Snape promptly ensured Luna's safety before hastily joining Dumbledore and the others. The Great Hall was already filled with children clad in pajamas, and as Luna navigated through the crowd, she collided with a honey-toned chest. Goodness, who could it be but the audacious Zabini, flaunting his silk pajamas? "Don't be afraid. He won't come here," Zabini said, pulling Luna into his embrace, only for her to be immediately assaulted by a foul stink bomb. "Cough, cough. Weasley, have you all lost your minds? Everyone must sleep here tonight." Zabini quickly shoved the stink bomb into Goyle's clothes. "Haha, that is Slytherin territory, not ours. Who invited some filthy hands to cross the line?" Fred and George, both clad in identical pajamas, yanked Luna back, dramatically pretending to spray her with disinfectant. "TSK, I'm not pitying her," Zabini huffed. Retreating from the noxious cloud, Luna found herself thoroughly disinfected by the Weasley twins before being squeezed into their midst. "That was a close call. I nearly got abducted,"